Chapter 101 Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. The matter of his father's remains made Baiyu and Konoha basically stand on opposite sides, and helping the Uchiha clan can make the village have a force that can speak for him. But this must maintain a degree of balance, which means that the Uchiha clan can only become a force that speaks for him, rather than finally taking the road to seize Konoha. Once the Uchiha clan decides to seize Konoha, the third generation who is forced into a desperate situation will definitely go to war with the Uchiha, which will cause unrest in the village and destroy the life he wants. Therefore, we can try to save the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan cannot get out of control and disrupt his deployment. If his deployment is disrupted, it is better to destroy the Uchiha clan. My advantage is that I know some future developments, but this needs to be supported by strength. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan may not be equal after knowing that I can predict the future. Their Sharingan can hypnotize and will learn everything from me, so the method of help must be carefully considered. Another thing is that if you want to save the Uchiha clan, killing Uchiha Itaki is a must, and this matter must be concealed and must not be known to anyone. Baiyu felt the difficulty of the matter. The power in his hands is very limited. How can he kill the person called Itaka God? After entering the Anbu, Itaka may learn brain closure. No, with the strength of the Uchiha clan, Itaka may have mastered this technology when he became a ninja. In other words, I have no chance to kill him at all. Once Uchiha Shisui dies, Itaka's strength will increase again. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. To capture Uchiha Itaki, this is hellish difficulty. Baiyu took a deep breath and stopped thinking about this matter. He tried to think about the power in his hands. Now the purple hermit has evolved twice and has the ability to destroy media and disguise. The destruction of media is strictly controlled by the brain block and chakra energy, and the camouflage ability is only a visual camouflage, not completely invisible. Before, the purple hermit touched the chakra energy and it seemed that some changes had occurred from a state that ordinary people could not see to a visible state. Baiyu grabbed the ninjutsu scroll on the table. I don't know what the name of this ninjutsu is, but I can try to learn it. Next, let's try to see what changes will happen when the purple hermit touches the chakra. Also, I have to speed up my physical training. Although the accumulation of strength and speed cannot be broken overnight, physical fitness will increase with the accumulation of training time. I have to work harder than before. When the destructive power, speed, and precision of the action are raised to sea level, I will have a substitute. Baiyu stood up and took the scroll back to the bedroom. He planned to take a good look at the contents of the scroll before going to bed at night. The ninjutsu scroll contains hand seals and some principles of ninjutsu. After reading it, Baiyu found that water and earth attributes were needed to use it. He has not tested the chakra attributes yet, but there is no doubt that the chakra in his body has water attribute. As for the earth attribute, Baiyu does not know whether it has water attribute, but whether it has or not you will know after practicing this ninjutsu. Baiyu first memorized the hand seals in the ninjutsu scroll, and then silently read the principles of ninjutsu above. Looking at the ninjutsu notes above, this is a large-scale ninjutsu. The specific type of ninjutsu is not known, but if you want to use it, you need the cooperation of water and earth attribute chakra, and if you want these two chakras to cooperate in ninjutsu, you need to distinguish. I can tell which part of my chakra is earth attribute and which part is water attribute. Only by distinguishing them can we use them. Baiyu closed the scroll. Tomorrow I will go to the library to ask Sakura how to distinguish the attributes of the chakra energy in my body. Tomorrow I will go to find Sakura. Last time he dated Sakura, he forgot and stood her up. Sasuke helped him avoid disaster. If he doesn't go this time, he will probably be beaten by Sakura. Oh, I really don't want to go. Baiyu thought about the books in the entire library and felt weak. When can I go? But although Baiyu didn't want to go, his body wanted to go very much. After all, the prospect was too beautiful. If he didn't go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Baiyu rolled over, raised his hand and stirred up the purple hermit, swept the wall for a while, and turned off the light bulb. The room became dark. Let's see tomorrow. Baiyu covered himself with the quilt and went to sleep. I can't sleep at all. I always feel that dating Sakura will make me feel sorry for Sasuke. Baiyu rolled around in the quilt and wrapped himself tightly. He poked his head out to look at the night view outside the window. You told me not to stay up late, but I can't sleep at all. As soon as Baiyu closed his eyes, he could not help but imagine Sasuke's heartbroken scene in his mind. Although this was his imagination, Sasuke would never show such a weak performance, but Baiyu was afraid that after Sasuke was heartbroken, he would take out a knife and stab him to death in the next second. Although he was dating Sakura, Sasuke should have stabbed him with a knife, but wasn't the original fate different? Baiyu felt bad if he didn't go. After all, he had already missed Sakura once. If he missed it again, he was afraid that Sakura would pin him to the ground and beat him. So Baiyu tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The most important thing was that his family had no food. He wanted to see if Sakura would bring food. If not, he would have to come back early to go fishing in the jungle. If it weren't for the date and the lack of food, Baiyu would still prefer to be self-reliant, but since they happened to be together, he would go and see if there was any soft rice to eat. As for now, Baiyu is always worried about being stabbed by his lovers. One knife on the left, one knife on the right, with clear division of labor. At this point, Baiyu already thinks that memorizing a whole library of books is impossible, but his goal remains unchanged. He is not the kind of person who will make a difficult choice. If he has to choose, he will choose both. I hope I don't have dark circles when I wake up tomorrow, otherwise on the way to school, Sasuke will ask me why I didn't sleep well, and will also ask me if I'm so excited about dating Sakura. Although I am indeed very excited, but if I say it out loud, I will probably fail. Chapter 102 Why don't you call me me brother. The next morning, when Baiyu and Suzuki went to school together, unexpectedly, both of them saw the dark circles on each other's faces. Suzuki turned his head with delicate features and cheeks as bulging as buns. He pretended to be indifferent and asked, "Are you so excited to go to the library to read with Sakura?" "You are. Are you so excited when I go to the library to read with Sakura?" Baiyu couldn't help but said. Suzuki, Baiyu, no, I didn't sleep all night because I missed my brother. Suzuki couldn't help but retort. In fact, he hadn't thought about his brother for several days. When Ataka left at the beginning, he was still a little uncomfortable. Now, it seems that it doesn't matter whether he comes back or not. The reason why Suzuki said this was just that he didn't want to follow Baiyu's wishes and encourage Baiyu's arrogance. "Who can't sleep because of thinking about you?" "I didn't." "Oh, thinking about your brother." Baiyu was a little angry. "Just think about it. Just don't cry for your brother in the future." "Ah, you." Suzuki was shocked. Baiyu actually knew what happened on the first day of school. Did he see through my stubbornness? Suzuki said a little embarrassedly. "I won't cry for my brother." "Hey." Baiyu suddenly became interested and he said to Suzuki, "Suzuki, hey." Suzuki looked at Baiyu in confusion. Baiyu said mysteriously, "Why don't you call me brother?" Suzuki, "Why should I call you brother?" Suzuki folded his hands, intending to see what tricks Baiyu wanted to play. Baiyu said shyly, "It just feels very interesting. Actually, if you want to call me dad, I don't mind." Suzuki, "Do you think I don't care?" Suzuki said with a dark face. He regarded Baiyu as a brother. Baiyu not only wanted to treat him as a girlfriend but also wanted to be his father. "Are you looking for a beating?" Suzuki gritted his teeth and prepared to hit Baiyu's head with his fist. Baiyu quickly took 2 steps back, raised his hand and said, "No, you misunderstood. I didn't mean what you understood." "What does that mean? Could it mean anything else?" Suzuki was a little curious but still prepared to hit Baiyu's head with his fist. Baiyu explained, "I read in a book that it said that if 2 people get along with each other, if they address each other more intimately, it will play a good role in reconciliation. But there is no such outrageous address as brother or father." "Right." Suzuki didn't understand. "So, this is good." Baiyu said. "Suzuki, if you call me like this, I will feel." Baiyu looked at Sasuke's cold face and couldn't say anything. He said brightly, "Okay, don't mind. Just pretend I didn't say it." Suzuki had a cold face and he was uneasy. Was this guy referring to his brother or his father? Baiyu looked to the side with a guilty conscience. Then, Baiyu heard a barely perceptible sound, like a kitten. "Brother." Baiyu looked back at Suzuki. Suzuki snorted and walked forward. Baiyu ran over and said, "Suzuki, you called out. I didn't hear you." "What did you call out?" "I didn't say anything." Suzuki took 2 steps and suddenly remembered something. He turned around and looked at Baiyu, just in time to see Baiyu laughing secretly. "Baiyu, speaking of the relationship between the brother and the younger brother, who is older between you and me?" Suzuki asked curiously. Baiyu broke his fingers, raised his hands and said, "I was born on October 10th. How about you?" "For me, July 23 RD." Suzuki said his birthday carelessly and then said, "Then what about the year of birth?" "Why are you asking this?" Baiyu didn't want to say it because if he said it he would be a younger brother. Because Suzuki is older than him, so it's better not to say it. Suzuki saw Baiyu's expression and knew the answer. It turned out that they were born in the same year. Suzuki nodded, raised his hand and waved Baiyu. "What for?" Baiyu asked. "Just come over here." Suzuki put away his smile and said seriously. Baiyu walked over because Suzuki called him brother just now. Suzuki raised his hand and flicked Baiyu's forehead. Baiyu covered his red forehead and looked at Suzuki aggrievedly. Suzuki was satisfied. "So this is how it feels." "What does it feel like?" Baiyu covered his forehead and chased after Suzuki. Suzuki said, "This feeling, of course, is my stupid brother." Baiyu was stunned. Suzuki laughed and left. "Sister!" Baiyu shouted. Suzuki staggered and almost fell. "Ha ha ha, I killed you, didn't I?" Baiyu laughed and was about to do a JoJo stand proudly to declare that this was his victory. As a result, he was knocked down by Suzuki the next second. 2 people fought on the street. "Call me brother." "I won't." "Call me brother." "I won't." "Call me brother." "Brother." Baiyu finally gave in. He helped Suzuki to school with a bruised face. Suzuki gritted his teeth. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you will always be so proud of yourself." As Suzuki was talking, he glanced at Baiyu inadvertently and was stunned. The injuries on Baiyu's face were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 102. Why don't you call me brother? Suzuki looked at himself again, with bruises all over his body. Suzuki couldn't say it. Why did he feel that he was at a disadvantage in a fight with Baiyu? Baiyu looked at Suzuki. He had experienced the boyishness of his wife. "It's just a call of sister. Is there any need to fight with him?" Speaking of which, after being with Suzuki for such a long time, Suzuki has always been wearing boys' clothes and he seems to have a strong personality. Baiyu doesn't care about Sasuke's clothes. It's better to say that he is more interested in Suzuki wearing boys' clothes. Girls look good in men's clothes. As for the secret of Sasuke's love for men's clothes, Baiyu made up an 800-word plot in his mind. Baiyu likes Sasuke's personality. It's good to be unwilling to admit defeat. That's the challenge. What a coincidence. At this time, Suzuki looked at Baiyu's recovered injuries and had the same idea. This guy, the injury healed so quickly. Sasuke's cheeks were sweaty and there was a little excitement in his eyes. "Suzuki, what do you want to say?" Baiyu asked. Suzuki looked at Baiyu's silly face and took back the words on his lips. "Nothing. Next time, try to make Baiyu more seriously injured." It seems that the recovery ability is very strong. Sure enough, bullying Baiyu is addictive. No wonder Xiaoying likes to bully Baiyu all the time. Baiyu, when you go to read with Xiaoying, remember not to make her angry. Why? You still want to make her angry? Not for any reason, but if she wants to bully you, I will feel very uncomfortable. Well, okay. Bai Yu agreed. Shizuke breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ying must not take away this fun, otherwise Xiao Ying will find the door to the new world. Chapter 103 Will I Die If I Eat It? Teaching building. In the corridor, Bai Yu and Shizuke met Sakura. Sakura has short pink hair covering her neck, scattered bangs, big bean green eyes, and a clean and tidy long-sleeved dress, giving people a well-behaved and sensible look. There is a faint blush on her fair and beautiful face. Maybe because today is different from the past, Sakura's expression is a little more shy, especially when she looks at Bai Yu. Her expression is unnatural, shy, and frank. Sakura, good morning. The hairpin on your head looks nice. Bai Yu greeted Sakura lively. He saw a hairpin on Sakura's hair at first sight. Sakura usually doesn't dress like this. She always dresses very lightly. Shizuke snorted and ignored Bai Yu and Sakura. He walked past Sakura with a cold face and went to the classroom alone. Sakura felt a different kind of satisfaction when she saw the black-haired girl walking by, especially when Shizuke saw her angry expression when interacting with Bai Yu. Sakura felt particularly satisfied and comfortable. It was this kind of thing that made Shizuke angry and helpless that showed the success of her plan. However, when Sakura thought about Shizuke and Bai Yu getting along yesterday, she felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't watch from the side and she didn't know what action Shizuke took. I hope it's not too much. You can't ask Bai Yu about this kind of thing, otherwise the conflict with Shizuke will become deeper and deeper. After all, she can have the current advantageous situation thanks to Sasuke's consent, otherwise she and Bai Yu would never have been able to do it. After all, Sasuke's advantage is too obvious. Sakura lowered her head, took out a lunchbox from her school bag and handed it to Bai Yu, blushing and saying, This is I made it. After Bai Yu reacted, he quickly took the lunchbox and said happily, Xiao Ying, thank you. You saved my life and really helped me a lot. Well, what is it? Sakura asked. Bai Yu said, I have run out of pocket money and there is no surplus food at home. I was planning to go fishing after school. Now I have this and there is no problem for the whole day today. Bai Yu took the lunchbox. The lunchbox is very beautiful and it is equipped with chopsticks outside. Maybe Sakura wants to have lunch with him at noon. Hey, Sakura giggled. She clenched her fist and said, then I'll take care of your lunch from now on. But this is also my first time trying to make a bento. I learned it by watching my mother cook in the morning. If it doesn't taste good, don't be disgusted. Sakura said, hooked Bai Yu's shoulder, patted Bai Yu's back and threatened, if you dare to say it doesn't taste good, you're dead. Bai Yu was sweating profusely. Well, it should taste okay. Sakura's expression softened again. She said, then remember to wait for me after school. Sakura smiled and walked towards her class. Bai Yu felt a little difficult to move. He held the bento. This bento was like the last meal of a prisoner's life. It was particularly heavy, which made him feel stress. Sakura said that the bento was delicious, but he thought the taste might be unsatisfactory. Bai Yu returned to his class with difficulty. Shizuke had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Bai Yu enter the classroom, he snorted coldly and ignored Bai Yu. Bai Yu returned to his seat. Shizuke became curious again, pointing at the pink heart bento that Bai Yu put on the table and said, did Sakura make this? Bai Yu nodded, sweat pouring down her forehead. Threatened by Sakura, she couldn't even speak now. Is this bento delicious? Will it kill someone if they eat it? Probably not, right? Shizuke and Sarada were fine after eating it, which shows that Sakura's cooking skills are still within the normal range. But why did Sakura threaten him like that? What kind of mentality would have this kind of threat to him when she gave him a bento but was worried that he would think it was not delicious? Bai Yu pursed her lips and put the bento back into the drawer. Shizuke looked at it and knew which route Sakura was going to take to capture Bai Yu. Is she a good wife and a good mother? Like his mother, who is considerate? Shizuke thought about it and found that Sakura might have found the right route. Bai Yu has no relatives, so he will be very lonely in this regard, so what he needs most should be the kind of warm company. Sakura didn't know Bai Yu's life experience, so this step was unexpectedly right. What should he do next to break the attack launched by Sakura? Shizuke fell into thought. Let's make it clear first. Don't even think about him calling him brother. Compared to calling Bai Yu brother, Shizuke prefers to regard Bai Yu as a younger brother, because this will give him a sense of protection, and when he bullies Bai Yu, he looks at Bai Yu's tearful face and there is a deep feeling that cannot be expressed in words. It's probably similar to his brother bullying him, not only flicking his forehead but also calling him a stupid brother. It turns out that bullying a younger brother will make you happy. Of course he won't call Bai Yu brother, nor will he call Bai Yu dad. If Bai Yu dares to mention it, just wait to be beaten by him. But at this time, Shizuke suddenly thought of the time when he and Bai Yu were on the road before the words Bai Yu said when she killed him were sister, right? Although this title made him a little embarrassed, if he considered that he would dress up as a woman in the future, then this title was acceptable. No. Chapter 103 Will I Die If I Eat It? The detour he took was already detour enough and he must not continue to make mistake. He would not let Bai Yu call him sister. Of course, if Bai Yu thought so, it would be none of his business. After all, this was not what he wanted, but what Bai Yu wanted. When the get out of class was over, Irika announced something that made the students who were forced to indulge in history shine with hope. We have been teaching history for almost 2 weeks. Let's change to outdoor classes next week. Great. The classroom cheered immediately. Irika showed a helpless expression. Why did the students still not like to listen to him even though he taught so well? But playing should be a common phenomenon in this age group, right? Teacher, what is the content of the outdoor class? Isn't it going to the outdoors to take history classes? Bai Yu asked. As soon as the words came out, the classroom suddenly became quiet. The students glared at Bai Yu. Even if the situation was really the same as Bai Yu said, couldn't they be happy for a while? Bai Yu quickly covered his mouth. Irika's forehead broke out in a drop of cold sweat. He really thought so. After all, there are many places worth introducing in the village. Irika said, no, it's a real outdoor class. The content of the course is about physical exercise, and we will also teach you some simple physical skills. A student asked, will there be ninja sparring? Ah, there won't be. It's too dangerous for you. Irika just finished speaking and saw the students in the class were disappointed. After thinking about his experience in school, he said, we'll see when the time comes. If you perform well, I will select a few people to have a ninja exercise for everyone. Sasuke instantly became energetic when he heard this. He looked at Bai Yu provocatively, and then he was speechless again. Originally, he should have said something harsh at this time and asked Bai Yu to do a ninja exercise with him. But in the morning, he had a fight with Bai Yu, and in a few minutes Bai Yu's injuries were completely healed while he was bruised and purple. Sasuke really couldn't say anything harsh, but he still wanted to fight with Bai Yu. Chapter 104 Don't make loud noises. Hey, Bai Yu. Sasuke couldn't help it in the end. If the teacher arranges a ninja drill, let's fight each other. Okay. Bai Yu's eyes dodged but finally agreed. Sasuke had mentioned this matter before, but he refused it on the grounds that no one was supervising. Later, Sasuke turned the tables on him and said that they would fight each other when Ataka came back. But when Ataka came back, he fought with Sasuke in front of Ataki, who was a sister control. Wouldn't it be a waste of life? With Ataka's character, he would definitely crush him to ashes. Bai Yu was terribly afraid of Ataki. After all, this was already a difficult boss at this stage, and he had to fight Uchiha Ataka before he even left the novice village. Bai Yu was really worried that he would be defeated if he went up, although Ataka hadn't come back yet. But teacher Irika had promised that students who performed well in outdoor classes could participate in ninja exercises. In this way, the conditions for him to practice with Sasuke were met. Teacher Irika was a chunin, and he was fully qualified to supervise ninja exercises. Bai Yu thought about it and could only reluctantly agree. Although he didn't want to fight with Sasuke since it was Sasuke's request, then he should beat Sasuke up, right? Sasuke was secretly delighted. When he first said it, he was also quite uneasy, but now that he said it, he was even more looking forward to Bai Yu's performance. He shouldn't let him down. After class, Bai Yu and Sasuke left the classroom together. Just as the two came to the door of class 1, Sakura also came out. Then, it's my turn today, Sakura deliberately said in front of Sasuke. Sasuke hummed impatiently and was about to leave. He felt irritated when he saw Bai Yu and Sakura. Wait, Sakura shouted. Sasuke, stop, what's wrong? Sakura raised her hand and said, clap your hands, it's the relay. Sasuke walked over with a dark face and clapped his hands with Sakura. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Sakura was getting worse and worse. Sakura looked at Sasuke's uncomfortable expression and said in her heart, yes, that's it, that's the expression. The more unhappy you are, the happier I am. Let you compete with me for Bai Yu. Now you are done for by me, right? I just want to do these things in front of you. Sakura pulled Bai Yu's sleeve, and the two walked past Sasuke and left in front of Sasuke. Bai Yu turned around and said, Sasuke, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Sasuke habitually wanted to wave goodbye to Bai Yu. He raised his hand, hesitated, and put it down again. Forget it. The man has feelings for the woman, so what if he is unhappy? Is he really going to get himself involved? Sasuke went home alone unhappily. Bai Yu followed Sakura out of the ninja school. Sakura, where is the library? I haven't been there yet. When Bai Yu spoke, his eyes shifted from Sakura to the Hokage Rock in the village. He had read it, and there was not only an underground base under the Hokage Rock but also a library on the Hokage Rock. Although Bai Yu felt that the library on the Hokage Rock might be different from the library that Sakura often went to, if it was the same, then he could go to the library to check it out. Bai Yu wanted to dig up the Hokage Rock and rescue his father. In mythology, this is equivalent to Chen Xiang splitting the mountain to save his mother. Erlang Shen split the mountain to save his mother. Another filial son in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu, saved his mother. And what he has to consider is to split the heads of the Hokage rocks of all generations. But this matter cannot be rushed. He just brought back his mother's remains. It depends on what accidents will happen after this matter ferment. After this period of time, his strength has increased to a certain extent and he can give it a try. But now, the timing is not right. Sakura said, didn't I point it out to you yesterday? It's over there. Bai Yu said embarrassedly, I forgot. Sakura said speechlessly, can you be more careful? You can't memorize all the books in the library in this state, so I didn't want to memorize it. Bai Yu said frankly. Then you, Sakura said worriedly, then why did you come here? Isn't your goal to memorize all the books in the library so that you can get the final reward? If your goal is not this, there is no reason for you to accompany me to the library to read book. Of course it's because I want to read book, Bai Yu said. Sakura looked at Bai Yu and suddenly understood something. You want to get along with me, right? Bai Yu, why do you feel familiar? Don't say it. Sakura was even more helpless. I really don't know what you think. Although if you agree, I am happy to agree, but it's not good to be too fickle. Didn't you say you wouldn't agree before, and you said you would never consider this kind of thing? Bai Yu said with his hands behind his head. That's what I thought, but I didn't know you were so capable. Sakura wanted to complain. It would be better if Bai Yu was ignored all the time, but now she has to compete with others. Sakura said, I am different from Sasuke, a winner in life. I lost at the starting line, and I don't want to lose for the rest of my life. My parents taught me the same thing at home, that I must look far ahead. Long term means after graduation. Bai Yu asked curiously, if you like the stand envoy in Konoha, please bookmark bracket 102,861. Chapter 104. Don't make loud noises. Sakura touched the back of her head embarrassedly and said, haha, in fact, in the dream, I have spent my whole life with you. Baiyu said a little sadly. Sakura, I'm sorry. Hey. Sakura didn't understand. Baiyu said, if I hadn't met Sasuke, I would be happy to get along with you. Sakura laughed twice. It's nothing, it's just like studying. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will be a day when you will reap the reward. I believe that as long as I work hard, you will definitely understand my goodness and change your mind. I will definitely make you care about me. Sakura said, have you always been like this? Baiyu knew that Sakura also pursued Sasuke in the original work very hard and persistently. Now it seems that this persistence has been transferred to him. When did this affection appear? Baiyu couldn't remember it clearly. He spent too much time with Sasuke and had forgotten the days he spent with Sakura. Were there a few days? Maybe just 1 or 2 hours. What happened in that 1 or 2 hours? From recognizing each other to getting to know each other. What happened? Can a person really decide a lifetime thing based on the 1 or 2 hours spent together? Why did Sakura decide to like Sasuke in the original work? Baiyu didn't know, and he didn't understand. But Sakura did feel good as a friend, and he would try hard. Although he thought he might not be able to do it, but he would cheer up. The two stood at the door of the library. There was a tall tree next to it with fallen leaves floating. Baiyu clenched his fist to cheer himself up. Sakura, I've made up my mind. What have you decided? Sakura asked. Baiyu said, I've decided to study hard so as not to disappoint you. Sakura, you haven't given up the idea of a euro having 2 people. Sakura walked into the library angrily. Let's eat first. By the way, please speak softly in the library and don't make loud noises. Okay. Baiyu nodded obediently. Chapter 105. Lunch together. In the library, Sakura took Baiyu to the counter to sign before entering the library. The entire library is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the widest, the second floor is smaller, and the third floor is smaller than the second floor, but there is a balcony. The whole building is like a zongzi, which looks very strange, but there are many such strange buildings in the village, and Baiyu has long been accustomed to it. Sakura whispered, there are about 73,000 books here, and new books will be purchased every year. The area near the gate on the first floor is some ordinary book. You can find some common book. Going in, the value of the books will be much greater. The second and third floors are basically all ninja-related book, and you need to be a genin or chunin to go up and read them. Now, because we are ninja students, our names have been recorded in the Hokage building, so we can read all the books on the first floor without any worries. If you want to borrow and take it home to read, you need to give the librarian a certain deposit. The amount of the deposit depends on the value of the book, and it must be returned on time. Baiyu nodded and said, I understand. Sakura knocked on Baiyu's head. Keep your voice down. Baiyu shrank his head and whispered, I understand. Sakura, what do you understand? I may not be able to memorize 17,000 volumes. Sakura said unhappily, you think it's 73,000 volumes? What is this guy thinking? He wants the 3 of them to memorize 17,000 volumes? Why is this guy thinking so naively? SHH. Baiyu put his finger on his lips. SHH. Sakura. The 2 of them sneakily walked between the bookcases, standing on tiptoes and observing everywhere. There are established rules in the library, such as speaking in a low voice and not eating in the library, but such rules are not strict. People in the village still do whatever is convenient for them in their normal life. Sakura couldn't find a safer place. If she went outside, she was worried that she would be seen by others eating with Baiyu and then told her parents. If her parents knew about this, she would be miserable. Of course, Baiyu would be even more miserable. Because they decided to finish lunch before studying, the 2 went to the center of the first floor of the library first. In the center is an original open space with many long tables and benches. It was very quiet. There was not even a person. The so-called ninja village is like this. Most ninjas are on missions outside, and a mission is often calculated on a monthly basis. This also led to most of the villagers being elderly, children, and people without combat capabilities. Of course, there are still many high-level combat forces. The strongest cage in the village has been sitting in the village. There is also the cage's exclusive force, the Anbu. With the guards of the Uchiha clan, there is no need to worry about the safety of the village. Baiyu and Xiaoying chose a table to sit down, and the 2 took out their lunch boxes and put them on the table. Xiaoying carefully took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag for Baiyu. Baiyu suddenly remembered that he was very tired during the class placement test, and Xiaoying handed him water. If the cooking skills are not good, you must tell me. If it is not delicious, I will try to improve it next time. Xiaoying said gently, if you hadn't said that to me in the morning, I would believe you. How can you threaten first and then be gentle? Baiyu nodded and said, I'm not picky about food, but I feel so satisfied to be able to taste your cooking skills, Xiaoying. The dishes are very beautiful. I'll start now. Well, Sakura looked at Baiyu happily and saw Baiyu open the lid of the bento, then picked up the chopsticks she had prepared and prepared to eat. The bento contained exquisite dishes: tamagoyaki, grilled fish, shredded cabbage, and a small portion of rice balls. The rice balls were very small, probably just enough to put into the mouth and chew. What kind of hands are these, and how can they make rice balls? Is this the rice made by Sakura herself? Baiyu's heart was filled with this inexplicable sense of happiness, and there was a little water in her big light green eyes. Why are you crying? Sakura said. Baiyu raised her hand and wiped her eyes. No one has ever cooked for me. The first time I tasted such a dish, I was deeply touched. Sakura, I feel very happy now. Sakura thought of the happy things Baiyu said. She smiled, and said cutely, I remember what you said, so I think you will be very happy if I prepare lunch for you with my heart. Baiyu pursed her her lips. I'm starting to eat. Okay, I'm starting to eat too. Xiao Ying picked up her lunchbox, tilted the lunchbox, carefully opened the lid, picked up the chopsticks and started to eat in small bites. Bai Yu was in a complicated mood. He had expected how he would get along with Sakura, but he had never thought that Sakura would be so gentle and considerate when facing her sweetheart without her inner personality. His wife was so happy. Bai Yu corrected his attitude towards Sakura once again. In the past he always compared his memories of his previous life with Sakura, which was a very wrong thing. Everyone has advantages, everyone has flaws, no one is perfect. As long as they get along and are happy with each other, that's enough. Bai Yu ate lunch in small bite and he was reluctant to finish it all at once. Although Bai Yu knew that Sakura would prepare lunch for him tomorrow, but such an experience, such a present that is enough to leave a deep memory in his memory, he didn't want to spend the present time in an instant. Chapter 105 Lunch together. I am even more afraid that after a long time, I will not be able to recall the current feelings. There was warmth. I want to hold it tightly, but any happiness that flows out from my fingers is something that I will regret for the rest of my life. I have to say that Bai Yu was conquered by Sakura. He has no resistance to such a warm relationship, and it is also the warmth that he can't feel when he is with Shizuke. There is a kind of plain, happy, family taste. Sakura watched Bai Yu eating, and she chewed the food with satisfaction. This is a perfect relationship. Bai Yu has no complaints about my cooking skills. It's really great. In this way, I will be better than Shizuke. Right. Sakura's goal has not changed. She wants to cheat on Shizuke and snatch Bai Yu away. It should be like this. After all, she is the first. Forget about love at first sight. She believes that man can conquer nature. She will break up even if it is true love. Just when Bai Yu finished eating and wanted to get the mineral water on the table, she suddenly noticed that Xiao Ying was holding the box to eat. Bai Yu thought maybe Xiao Ying was shy and didn't want to be seen eating, so she deliberately held it to eat. Bai Yu unscrewed the mineral water bottle, and her palms were sweaty, so she didn't unscrew it at once. Xiao Ying said, "Let me help you." No. Bai Yu refused cleanly. After all, I am a boy. I can still do this. Don't spoil me. Is it okay? You look very delicate. Xiao Ying smiled. Bai Yu, how can I be so delicate? I have already extracted the chakra energy. Next week, our class teacher also said that we can hold a ninja exercise for us. I think I will definitely go up and compete with others. Chakra? Ninja exercise? Xiao Ying said worriedly. Isn't this dangerous? What if you get scratched or cut? Bai Yu said, don't worry. I have a strong recovery ability. It is different from the class placement test. Although my strength and speed are not as good as my peers, as I exercise, I will make up for this shortcoming sooner or later and catch up with you. Okay, you must pay attention to safety at that time. Xiao Ying saw Bai Yu's firm attitude, so she gave in and reminded him. Yet, Bai Yu finished drinking the water and kept the mineral water bottle. Inadvertently, he saw a burnt piece in Xiao Ying's tilted lunchbox. Chapter 106 Sakura hopes Bai Yu can become a useful person. Why did you give me the perfect lunchbox and leave the bad food for yourself? Bai Yu felt strongly in his heart and wanted to ask. Bai Yu held back. This was the result that Sakura hoped for, and it would be too hypocritical for him to hold on to this point. Just remember Sakura's kindness and gentleness. But Sakura succeeded in cooking for the first time, which was unexpectedly virtuous. Bai Yu wanted to exchange food with Sakura, and he went to eat the burnt lunchbox in Sakura's hand. But he was afraid of being beaten by Sakura and being beaten by Shizuke after returning, so he had to give up this thoughtless idea. After all, I've already eaten half of it. Sakura said, now that you have extracted chakra energy, what changes have occurred? Bai Yu said, the changes are huge. First of all, my endurance has been upgraded to B level. The range has also increased to C level with a range of 5 meters. Secondly, my body's recovery ability has become very strong. What endurance and range? Sakura asked subconsciously. Bai Yu said, these are the attributes I summed up by myself, and they only apply to myself. It's probably the duration of the ability and the distance of the attack, right? You will understand this later. Family members don't say two things. Bai Yu treats enemies and his own people in two different attitudes. Sakura clicked confusedly. Nodding. Bai Yu was bragging about her strong endurance, but what's the use of this? When she and Bai Yu fought, didn't they hit each other with one punch? Sakura was still thinking about this matter, and heard Bai Yu talking again. I had a fight with Shizuke this morning, and my injuries were almost healed when I got to class. Isn't it amazing? Bai Yu was a little proud. Sakura grasped the key point of the question. Fight? Why fight? Bai Yu said depressedly, I wanted Shizuke to call me brother. He called me once, and then it was my turn to call him brother, and after I called him brother, I called him sister again, and he was unhappy. Then we fought. Sakura said, no wonder when I saw you in the morning, Sasuke's body was bruised and purple. It turned out that you two had a fight. But there's nothing wrong with calling sister. You look younger than him. Yes, Bai Yu complained, but he seems to like me calling him brother. Speaking of which, Sakura, have you noticed a problem? What problem? Sakura asked curiously. Bai Yu said mysteriously, Shizuke seems to like wearing men's clothes. Wearing men's clothes? Sakura suddenly remembered at this time that Shizuke seemed to have always been dressed in that cool way since the beginning of school. Wait, why can't she get around Shizuke when she is with Bai Yu? Sakura's face darkened. Bai Yu thought for a while and said, Shizuke may be very competitive, but it's quite fun to talk about it. What's fun? Sakura said expressionlessly. Bai Yu said, I seem to like it. Hey, the food seems to be getting cold. Bai Yu noticed Sakura's face and hurriedly lowered his head to eat. Sakura whispered, it's cold to begin with. Cold food? Bai Yu said. Seeing that Sakura didn't seem very happy, she said, sorry, I didn't mean to mention Shizuke. You mentioned it again. Sakura felt powerless powerless. This opponent is stronger than she thought, and perhaps the things that were originally hesitant will be settled. She wanted to find an ally to help her resist Sasuke's attack on Baiyu. This ally was Ino. Baiyu didn't know what to say, but it was poisonous. He missed Sasuke very much when he didn't see him for a day. It was probably similar to the experience of forgetting Sasuke and then thinking of him again after a busy day and before going to bed. Baiyu saw Sasuke at the beginning of the school year and was ready to get rid of this feeling. Who knew that the purple hermit said that Sasuke was a girl, so he let it go. Until now, it is probably at the level of terminal illness. Baiyu looked at Sakura and comforted her. Don't be sad, I won't mention him. By the way, Sakura, my cooking skills are very good. What cooking skills? Sakura asked. Baiyu said, it's cooking skills. I have always cooked by myself, so I think I am pretty good at cooking. When I have time, I will cook for you. It will probably be until next month. Next month, I can go to collect living expenses. And the third generation also said that he will give more. Baiyu felt that he would have to pay back whatever he spent in the future, and he was prepared for this, and it was only natural. Sakura had taken such good care of him, and it was the right thing to do to return the same affection. You cook for me. Sakura was a little surprised. She thought Baiyu was a traditional man who couldn't cook, although she was now preparing to move closer to a gentle and virtuous wife. If Baiyu was also willing to interact with him in life, the combined family would be very warm, right? Sakura was a little happy. Baiyu blinked mischievously. Yes, just as you said, you are not allowed to dislike it. How could it be? I'm looking forward to it. Sakura's emotions were aroused. The two continued to chat. Speaking of which, your class's ninja drill next week is still early, and we still have a few days before the holiday, and then next week there is still some time. What do you usually do? Sakura finished her meal. She closed the box and put it in her school bag. Baiyu took a look and found that Sakura was consciously avoiding him from discovering the situation in the lunchbox. Chapter 106. Sakura hopes Baiyu can become a talent. When Sakura looked at him, Baiyu said, in addition to accompanying you and Sasuke, I also plan to practice my combat power. I usually practice by myself. Practice. Sakura was not very interested. Although she is now in good physical condition and is better than her peers, it will decline in the future. Sakura prefers to master knowledge rather than practice because in this way, she doesn't have to envy other people of the same age practicing kunao and ninjutsu. There is no ninjutsu in her family. Baiyu also has a ninjutsu scroll without a name in his hand. He intends to learn it. In addition, the purple hermit, the combination of the substitute power and the chakra energy seems to have interesting reactions. It will be the next opportunity for the purple hermit to improve. If the experiment is successful, his means of fighting will be much richer. Although he is not yet a match for Uchiha Itachi. Baiyu finished his meal. Xiaoying stretched out her hand and said, leave it to me. If it suits your taste, I will bring it to you tomorrow. Okay. Baiyu handed over the lunchbox. Now he really became a gigolo. But it doesn't matter. Giving gigolos is ultimately a matter of survival. Once it is linked to survival, it is no longer cold. On the contrary, Baiyu likes this feeling very much. The feeling of being cared for. Someone is willing to patiently prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner for you in the kitchen. Isn't it a warm thing for you? The two wiped the table with paper towels and got up to get the book. This is also the purpose of their coming here. Baiyu felt a headache when he thought about having to read all 3,700 books and memorize them. The books in this entire library are his future happiness. Baiyu gritted his teeth, went to the door of the library, and took a book from the outermost bookcase. No matter what it is, just memorize it first. Sakura felt helpless when she saw Baiyu was very motivated. This guy grabbed Sasuke with one hand and fished out with the other hand, just like eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Although she was very happy to be cared for by Baiyu, when did she fall behind Sasuke? She was the first to know Baiyu, wasn't she? Keep working hard. Today is a good start. If I keep going, I will definitely win. Sakura looked determined and went to the back of the library to get a big book. Today, someone accompanied her to read books. Sakura felt that she could finish a big book today. Not only did she have to finish reading, but she also had to check Baiyu's memorization. After memorizing, she had to pick out the key points and test Baiyu. After all, in addition to wanting to catch up with Baiyu, Sakura really hoped that Baiyu could become a talent. Sakura likes this kind of nurturing behavior. Chapter 107. 370 volumes. Baiyu picked up a storybook and returned to his seat, reading it with great interest. Xiaoying also returned to his seat with a book in her arms and saw Baiyu reading a storybook and picked it up with a dark face. What's wrong? Baiyu's eyes showed a puzzled look. It's useless to read this kind of book. I'll find you a basic math book. Xiaoying said and wanted to leave. I remember I read a math book a few months ago and it should be over there. Baiyu held his forehead and said, Xiaoying, let me have a chance to adapt first, okay? If you don't cultivate my interest in reading, I'm worried that I can't stick to it. Oh, it looks like a big problem. Baiyu wanted to open a harem, but he actually had the idea of a euro giving in because of this kind of thing. This is really a big problem. Xiaoying sat next to Baiyu and returned the storybook to Baiyu. She picked up the big book and opened it, just covering her face. Baiyu saw the pink hair on the edge of the book. Through his imagination, he seemed to see what Xiaoying looked like now with her cheeks covered by the book. Under the M-shaped bangs, a pair of pea-green eyes looked at the words on the book seriously. Baiyu looked at the school bag that Xiaoying put on the table, which also contained a pencil case and two lunch boxes leaning against each other. Baiyu lay on the table, her eyelids gradually becoming heavy. After more than 10 minutes, Xiaoying heard no movement around her, so she secretly put the book down, revealing her face. Seeing Baiyu sleeping, she turned her big eyes and touched Baiyu's cheek with her fingers. course. Xiao Ying laughed secretly, and she reacted and immediately pretended to be serious and continued to read. 2 or 3 seconds later, Xiao Ying looked up at the situation around her and then imitated Bai Yu with her cheek against the table, looking at the boy next to her. 1 or 2 hours after Bai Yu woke up, he saw Xiao Ying still reading. He was moved by Xiao Ying's serious attitude towards learning and felt ashamed of his lazy behavior. Bai Yu quietly left the table and took the initiative to find a book that recorded basic mathematics. Xiao Ying looked at Bai Yu's back, put one hand on the table and propped up her cheek. When Bai Yu came back, the two continued to read quietly. Then Bai Yu asked Xiao Ying for help when he had questions he didn't know how to answer. Xiao Ying took out paper and pen from her school bag and taught Bai Yu to study. The two talked in a low voice. People came in and out of the library from time to time, but they didn't stay as long as Bai Yu and Xiao Ying. The two studied in the library for an afternoon and only felt tired when the sunset glow projected in from the window. Bai Yu sat up straight, opened his hands and stretched. What a fulfilling day. Bai Yu sighed. He looked at Sakura. Sakura, I remember these formulas. After reviewing them a few times, I can remember them firmly. Let's stop here today. Okay. Sakura agreed. She took out paper and pen and said to Bai Yu, how about I test you? Ah, you still need to take a test. Bai Yu suddenly became listless. How about next time? No. Sakura refused. The next time will be the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow you will have to play with Suzuki for a day. After playing, I don't know how many formulas you can remember. Now, just memorize them and try to use these math formulas to solve problems which can deepen your memory. Sakura said, pencil turning it in his hand. He wrote on the paper in a very handsome posture. Just a few questions. We will end the get out of class after you solve them. Okay. Bai Yu felt warm in his heart when he saw Xiao Ying's serious look. He had never felt that someone cared about his academic performance. In this case, why not try to solve the questions? The questions Xiao Ying asked can't be more difficult than those in the book, right? Bai Yu waited for Xiao Ying to finish writing and took the test paper in front of Xiao Ying to his side. Xiao Ying put the pencil in Bai Yu's hand and said, I will watch from the side. If you don't know how to answer it, keep it first and try to answer it at the end. If you really don't know how to answer it, I will help you look at it after you finish answering the questions and tell you the idea of a euro solving the problem. Yet, Bai Yu held the pencil and felt some temperature on the pencil. Bai Yu looked at the test paper. Xiao Ying's strokes were clear and her handwriting was beautiful. Even if there was no grid standard handwriting, the lines of text were kept neat and tidy, which was pleasing to the eye. Bai Yu remembered a sentence. This sentence is called, the handwriting reflects the person. Girls with good academic performance are very charming. Bai Yu thinks that the appearance only accounts for 4 points of a person's beauty. Temperament, connotation, and an interesting soul can make people more beautiful. Xiao Ying put away the draft paper and pencil on the table and helped to clean the table. Bai Yu answered the questions on the side. At the beginning, it was very easy, but gradually Bai Yu felt that he couldn't calculate it. His forehead began to sweat and he noticed that the sun was setting. If he didn't finish the questions, he was afraid that it would be dark when he went out. Bai Yu racked his brains and finally finished the questions. When he was relieved, he suddenly found that Xiao Ying took the test paper and the delicate eyebrows under the pink bangs were twisted together. Bai Yu, didn't you listen to the key points I just told you? Xiao Ying said in a flat tone. Bai Yu was uneasy. I listened to it. Then why didn't you use the method I mentioned before for this question? Did you lose your concentration? Xiao Ying asked. It seems that I was distracted. Distracted? Well, I forgot what you said. Forgot? Xiao Ying's tone became stern. Bai Yu couldn't help but lower his head and said a little aggrievedly, well, chapter 107 370 volumes. Bai Yu didn't know why Xiao Ying suddenly became stern. He suddenly missed Suzuki a little. If it was Suzuki, he would never say him, but for some reason, he suddenly liked this feeling in his heart. As soon as Sakura saw Bai Yu's expression, she knew what Bai Yu was thinking. She was furious and said, don't think about Suzuki. Sakura said and hit Bai Yu's head with her little hand. Don't think about Suzuki, understand? Woo-woo, Suzuki, I miss you. Bai Yu's eyes were filled with tears and he lay on the table, tilting his head to look at Sakura. Suddenly, he found that Sakura's whole body was red. Can you tell me again? Okay, I'm dying. This guy looks so good when he cries. Sakura barely kept calm. I can't do anything about you. Sakura looked at Bai Yu's delicate and pitiful appearance, couldn't help swallowing, and patiently taught Bai Yu. And when Bai Yu looked at her, she straightened Bai Yu's face. After studying for an afternoon, Sakura finally told Bai Yu all the questions. She didn't know whether Bai Yu had learned it, but she remembered it by heart anyway. The two left the library and parted on a road. Sakura raised her hand and waved gently. Then, see you the day after tomorrow. Yeah, see you the day after tomorrow. Bai Yu said. Today's whole day was very full. With the help of Sakura, Bai Yu gradually felt the joy of learning, but he felt that the questions behind were getting harder and harder, which was a headache. 370 volumes. Bai Yu sighed and was about to turn around and leave. Sakura said leisurely, it's 73,000 volumes. 37 volumes. Bai Yu replied. Sakura, why are there fewer and fewer? Haha, I know. Sakura. Bai Yu raised his hand lively and said, I set a small goal for myself. After reading 37 volumes, there are more to say later. It's good that you know. Do you have any favorite food? Sakura put her hands behind her back and said shyly, even if you have to accompany Suzuki tomorrow, at least I can prepare your lunch for you. Well, I like broccoli, tomatoes, fish pieces, and the rice balls you made today. They are all delicious. Bai Yu replied. Bai Yu thought again. What do you like? Xiao Ying. I'm not picky about food. Let's start with your specialty. Bai Yu. I want to try them all. Xiao Ying said ambitiously. Today's Sasuke's progress is very good. Not only does she get along well with Bai Yu, but there is also a learning atmosphere between the two of them, and Bai Yu wants to cook for her. This is something Sasuke can't do, right? Xiao Ying was extremely happy. Sasuke was a little irritable at home, although he made rapid progress, but Bai Yu and Haruno Sakura had been away for a whole day. What action will Haruno Sakura take? Bai Yu will not be conquered by Sakura, right? Sasuke walked around the house. He looked down at the key in his palm. No matter what action that woman take, her progress can't be as fast as mine, right? But that woman has always been at a high level. If I don't invest some money, I'm afraid I can't beat Sakura. But if I invest this money early, will I reveal my trump card in advance? Wait a minute, I want to wait and see. Chapter 108 Purple Hermit. Go figure it out yourself. Sakura is back home. As soon as I got home, Haruno Mibuki came out in a hurry. Why did you come back so late? Your father and I are so worried. Come in and eat. Your father asked someone to go to the city outside to buy a few books you like. Read them before going to bed at night. These are very precious books. They have a good guiding effect on psychology. A man with a strange five-pointed star hairstyle sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hand and said, Xiao Ying, don't feel stressed. Your mother and I have suffered from our youthful playfulness and have never been able to keep up with our peers. Yes, so your father and I have thought about it. If we don't have something, we should at least let you have it. Haruno Mibuki held her hands, smiled happily and said, let's eat quickly. Sakura put down her school bag from her shoulders and looked at the dishes on the table. She looked up at the woman next to her and said, Mom. Haruno Mibuki blinked. Sakura smiled widely. I will study hard. Can I learn some cooking skills in my daily life? The family is very strict and Sakura feels suffocated. Even if she doesn't like it, she has to live like this. Sakura has always been well behaved and sensible in front of her parents and people around her, which makes her parents happy. This makes her very depressed and irritable. This situation has improved a little after she met Bai Yu. The first time she hit a boy, she found that he was weaker than she thought. Her personality has unconsciously become bolder. Sakura wants to do something that is not in line with her identity. This thing is that she wants her mother to teach her how to cook, and then she cooks for the boy she likes. The more her mother asks her to study, the more she wants to cook for Bai Yu. What does Sakura like to eat? Bai Yu was still thinking about this question on the way home. The food in the village seems to be very light. He also wants to make these styles of dishes, right? Speaking of which, I seem to have heard a sentence somewhere saying that ninjas should pay attention to their weight and should not exceed the daily diet. Don't think about crayfish, twice cook pork, etc., etc. I can focus on the cooking method and try to reduce the fat. If you exchange lunch boxes with Sakura, just pay attention to the matching. You don't have to eat very greasy food every day. But Sakura said she is not picky, but everyone has favorite food, right? If Sakura doesn't want to say it, then follow her request and try all the menus in your memory. But there are many ingredients that are not easy to get together. Bai Yu thought about Sakura. In general, he liked the atmosphere of getting along with Sakura today. This was a completely different feeling from playing with Sasuke. When he and Sasuke played together, he was more likely to talk, and then Sasuke would chat for a few words if he was interested. Sometimes they would exercise together and play dart. It was as if they were trying to compete with each other. Sasuke was really too boyish. After getting along for a long time, Bai Yu was really worried that he would think of Sasuke as a boy. Although Sasuke is a girl, this makes him feel at ease. But the problem is that Sasuke is too boyish. What Bai Yu is worried about is that in the long run, he may forget that Sasuke is a girl in the process of getting along with Sasuke, and then treat Sasuke as a boy. Then he may go astray. Well, this is a more distressing thing. Although I believe in my interest, I don't believe it a little bit. Bai Yu raised his hand and pinched the hair on his forehead. He looked at the sky that was moving forward, and the rosy clouds reflected the sky. He also inadvertently noticed that the sky behind him was gradually graying. If Sasuke wears girls' clothes, I don't know if he will agree, but his interest is men's clothes, right? You can't force others to do things they don't like. Bai Yu plans to let nature take its course. Today's reading with Sakura in the library has come to an end. Next, there is something about his life that needs to be done. Bai Yu clenched his fist excitedly. Purple Hermit, let's go home and see how much you remember. God bless you. You must memorize that basic mathematics book. Purple Hermit, if I were your mother, I would beat you to death. Bai Yu ran back home excitedly. The Purple Hermit can read and write the pictures in his mind. After using it many times, as he gradually understood the core of the Purple Hermit's reading and writing ability. His Purple Hermit has undergone a fundamental change from Er Qiao's Purple Hermit. The reason for the change is probably his growth as high as A level. As far as Bai Yu understood, the things he saw, the sounds he heard, and the understanding the knowledge and the environment he senses will be accumulated deep in his brain. These knowledge are information data. After he gives a search keyword, the Purple Hermit will judge and calculate based on some of the information he get, and then get the picture he wants to read. Why can he find his mother's body? Because his own blood contains information about his mother. The Purple Hermit can find his mother's direction and position based on this. Picture medium, information primer. The Purple Hermit has always destroyed the picture medium, and the information primer is used as the data for the Purple Hermit to calculate and read. Not only that, the data extracted by the Purple Hermit may not only come from his brain, but also from the surrounding environment, individuals connected to each other, and signals in nature. Chapter 108. The Purple Hermit calculates it himself. Stents are so magical. Bai Yu didn't know whether the Purple Hermit could do such a thing. He just thought so. What he understood was that the Purple Hermit should have an impression of what he had seen, even if he didn't memorize it himself. No, it's not an impression. Those knowledge he had had seen, even if he didn't understand it himself, were deposited in his mind. He didn't use these things, but when the purple hermit read and wrote, he could judge some things based on them. In this way, it was equivalent to having a super AI in his mind. It didn't matter if he couldn't memorize it, he just needed to read it once and the purple hermit could help him remember it. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand the content of the book, as long as he had a request, the purple hermit could help him find the answer he wanted in his mind. He couldn't solve the problem. Isn't there an omnipotent purple hermit? The purple hermit can calculate it himself. My first stand is you. It's really great. Bai Yu cheered. He went back home and found a notebook and pencil. Bai Yu sat in front of the table. Vines emerged from Bai Yu's flesh and blood, wrapped around Bai Yu's arms and spread to Bai Yu's palms like living things. Finally, they gathered into a big purple hand. The big hand held Bai Yu's small hand and taught Bai Yu to write. Under the ability of reading and writing disguise, the color of the purple hermit's hand gradually turned into normal skin color, and the appearance of the entire substitute gradually changed to the form specified by Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked back and saw a red-haired woman bending down and smiling at him. This is exactly the same as the mother in his memory. Even though her eyes are empty and her smile is stiff like a machine, this appearance is exactly the same as her mother. Bai Yu turned back happily and asked his mother to hold his hand, write and draw on the paper, and read out all the contents of a page in the basic mathematics book he randomly chose. A few minutes passed. Bai Yu picked up the paper with a full page of writing and held it up to the light in the room. Finally, he flicked the paper with his fingers with satisfaction. Great, Purple Hermit, you really wrote it down. When we have time, let's go to the village to register an author account. Can you help me write? Chapter 109 Stone Mask. The Purple Hermit's success in this test represents his unprecedented huge progress. Only then did Bai Yu have the confidence to complete the conditions proposed by Sakura. Isn't it just 73,000 books? It's child play. Sooner or later, he will finish reading those books and then cooperate with the Purple Hermit to make full use of the contents of those books. He will be the most knowledgeable person in the ninja world, but he doesn't care about this. What he cares about is that he finally has the hope of completing the conditions proposed by Sakura. The condition of memorizing 73,000 books in the library is no longer an unattainable thing. It is something he can do. Since this most difficult thing has been done, it means that Sakura's condition is already half completed. As long as he finishes reading all those books, he can complete the condition proposed by Sakura. Because the Purple Hermit predicts the future and has determined the relationship between Sasuke and him, Sasuke is given for free. Becoming a jonin is very simple, but it is a bit difficult to gain reputation. But assassinating the daimyo should not be difficult. If he can't even assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Fire in the future, he might as well take Sakura and Sasuke into seclusion. But it should be easy to beat Sasuke. The difficult part is reputation and being hunted by Itaki. No matter what, Itaki, the sister control, is a mountain that he must overcome in his life. Although Bai Yu is very afraid of Itaki, for the sake of happiness he can only grit his teeth. And Sakura's condition is also half completed, but as long as he is willing to spend time reading book, he can complete it. So far, his wife has already conquered half of the book and he still has to complete the other half. But 73,000 book, how long do I have to go to finish them? It will take many years to read one book a day, not to mention that the library will be restocked at any time. Even if I don't need to memorize them, I just need to read them once. But this kind of thing is not easy to accomplish. Bai Yu still has to spend a lot of time reading book. At least he has to go through the contents of those books in his mind. In any case, the existence of the Purple Hermit has helped him a lot. It makes up for his worst side. He only needs to go to the library with Xiaoying to read books every day, and he doesn't need to bear incomprehensible pressure at all. The knowledge in the books I have read can be used by the Purple Hermit, and the questions raised by Xiaoying can be the target of my reading and writing. The Purple Hermit can get the results by reading and writing the answers to the questions. Bai Yu suddenly felt refreshed physically and mentally. It feels great to not have to remember things in the brain, but I don't know what conditions the third person will put forward. But he has already completed it to this point, and it is impossible for him to give up easily. No matter what the third person's condition is, he will complete it. Bai Yu snapped his fingers, turned around and walked downstairs. The red-haired woman followed silently behind the main body. Bai Yu entered the basement. He looked at the flat ground, sat on the ground, and said to the empty basement with a satisfied tone, "Mom, I found 2 daughters-in-law for you. Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan. Sakura is also gentle and cute. Everything is developing in a good direction now. Your son, I will continue to study how to become stronger. When I become powerful, I will find an opportunity to dig up the Hokage rock and dig up Dad to reunite with you. Collect both remains. As long as the conditions are met in the future, you can be resurrected. By then, our entire big family will be very lively, right? Although the house is deserted now, all this will pass. Speaking of home, I gave Sasuke a key, right? He chose a room just opposite my room, but I don't know when he will move in. But I won't be in a hurry. Everything that is happening now is a normal experience. My daily life makes me feel very happy. Just watch what happens next." Bai Yu stood up and stretched out his hand. The red-haired woman behind him held Bai Yu's hand, and the two walked up the stairs and walked toward the ground. On the stairs, Bai Yu turned around and said to the remains buried in the basement, "Good night, Mom." "Good night," a voice said hoarsely beside Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked back and saw a red-haired woman with a stiff expression speaking in front of him. Bai Yu smiled. "Good night, Purple Hermit. Thank you for comforting me." The two left the basement. The basement returned to peace again. The route of the underground. Shimura Danzo thought about it for several days and had made up his mind. He just received news that Uchiha attacked Hokage had completed his mission and was on his way back. According to the previous plan, setting up an ambush on the road was the best plan to encircle and kill. Even if the third Hokage did not let him kill Uchiha Itachi, he would go. In the past, the Uchiha clan only had conflicts with the village, but in the past few years, as he targeted the Uchiha clan, when the Uchiha clan ninjas came to power, they would undoubtedly investigate the ninjas he killed. At that time, he would face the fate of being liquidated by the Uchiha clan. Danzo never thought that the third generation Hokage would actually list Uchiha Itachi as a candidate for Hokage. He always thought that his opponent was that bastard Kakashi. As for how to reconcile the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the villagers, Chapter 109 Stone Mask. Is there still a need to reconcile this? Just find a few reasons. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, the third generation believes it. No one can stop the decision of the third Hokage. I am afraid that at this time, the third Hokage is looking for someone to take the blame for the Uchiha clan. Although he does not know who this person is, but Shimura Danzo feels that if he does not kill Uchiha Itachi quickly, the Uchiha clan will once again enter the center of power in the village. This is an imminent crisis. 4 people are no longer safe, and Yamanaka Feng has not returned yet. It seems that I can only go to find that man. Shimura Danzo acted decisively, and after making a decision, he immediately left the underground route. As the assistant of the Hokage, Shimura Danzo secretly controls the underground route hidden in the Anbu of Konoha, and the power in his hands can almost give orders to anyone in the village, although these orders must be approved by the third Hokage. But over the years, Shimura Danzo has also built his own power in the village, which is also the confidence that he is sure to take charge of Konoha after the death of the third Hokage. But the problem is that the third Hokage can't die anyway, which is more sad. Since the Nine Tails incident, Shimura Danzo has been looking for people outside for the past few years. However, for those with potential, he would plant the seal of exterminating the root of tongue trouble and slowly cultivate them. Now those people are placed outside the village by him, and they will be the real core members of the root in the future. But for now, there are no powerful ninjas in the root. If you want to be sure, you can only go to that man. That man is Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo came to Orochimaru's residence. No one has cleaned it for several months. The floor is covered with dust. There are spiders weaving webs in the corners, and there are poisonous snakes in the yard spitting out bright red snake tongues. Although Orochimaru is a jonin in the village, he cannot order people around like he treats chunin and genin in terms of status, but he has been trading with Orochimaru for many years and has a deep foundation of trust. Except Orochimaru cannot be trusted when he cheated him of research funds. Basically, Orochimaru is still very reliable. Shimura Danzo thought about how he got Baiyu and thought he got a treasure, but Orochimaru forgot about it in a blink of an eye. He felt that he was deeply deceived by Orochimaru. Later, the Anbu followed the orders of the Sandame and went to his underground roots to collect money and take Baiyu away. Otherwise, Baiyu might still be outside the village and grow up with the children he collected. A few days ago, Shimura Danzo went to the Hokage's office to watch the ceremony of Baiyu extracting chakra energy. Now, if you calculate carefully, Baiyu should have adapted to chakra energy. I just don't know if the Sandame taught Baiyu the wood release. Shimura Danzo decided to go and see when he has time. Now, it is more important to talk to Orochimaru. After all, once Uchiha Itachi returns to the village and withstands the inspection of the Sandame Hokage, it is almost equivalent to getting the biggest backer in the village. Coupled with the strength of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi will have a smooth road to promotion until he becomes Hokage, and he cannot recognize this matter and cannot allow it. Once Uchiha Itachi becomes Hokage, his efforts over the years will be in vain. Shimura Danzo found the switch and opened the road leading to the underground. The ground slowly cracked, revealing a staircase. Shimura Danzo walked down and saw a light at the end. Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo said gloomily. He walked to the door of the laboratory and saw a man in a white coat and pale skin sitting at the table taking a rest. The light was orange. The man had long black hair draped over his back, and his face was good. One hand was on his cheek. His back looked a little mysterious, thin and cold. Orochimaru heard the voice but did not speak. His golden snake eyes turned and looked at the person at the door. The third generation decided to train a ninja from the Uchiha clan to become Hokage so as to eliminate the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Shimura Danzo said directly, the man valued by the third generation is named Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku. We must kill him, otherwise when he gains power in the village, he will investigate the members of the Uchiha clan who have disappeared in recent years. You and I will not be able to escape the blame, and Konoha will have no place for us. Orochimaru was not interested in anything in the village. He asked, do you want me to kill Uchiha Itachi? Shimura Danzo said he is extremely talented. He passed the Chunin exam a few months ago without using the Sharingan. In other words, the difficulty of the Chunin exam did not allow him to show his full strength. Uchiha Itachi has a good eye. Good eyes. Orochimaru was interested. He stood up, put away the drawings on the table, and said, it's a pity that I don't have much time now. There is an experiment at a critical moment. If you lack assistance, I can recommend a few for you. Shimura Danzo saw that Orochimaru was unwilling to come out, and his face suddenly darkened. Recommend a few assistants? If finding some cannon fodder would be useful, there are plenty of them in the root and the Anbu. Orochimaru put away the papers on the table and sealed them into the ninjutsu scroll. Shimura Danzo's eyes kept weeping over Orochimaru, and at this moment, Shimura Danzo's eyes were attracted by a mask. It was a stone mask shaped like a hungry ghost with a recessed groove on the forehead, and it was placed on the table. Chapter 109 Stone Mask. At this time, Orochimaru just picked up up the mask and planned to put it away. Orochimaru noticed Shimura Danzo's sight and he smiled and said, "This mask appeared next to me a few years ago. The interesting thing is that this mask was not found by me, but someone deliberately put it next to me." "Someone deliberately put it next to you," Shimura Danzo said. "Did the fourth generation do it?" "The fourth generation was dead at that time." Orochimaru's golden snake eyes were full of interest. Shimura Danzo was not calm. "How could someone put this mask next to you under your nose? Have you investigated it in the past few years?" Orochimaru put away the stone mask and said, "The interesting part is here. It was not until recently that I remembered the matter of this mask." Orochimaru stroked his lips and said as if he was reminiscing, "Before, this mask was placed in the laboratory I often visited, in a place where I could see it often, but I had no impression of it, nor did I find out where it came from. I only recently recalled the incident with this mask." Shimura Danzo, "Damn, I suddenly felt panic. Orochimaru's strength is among the best in the village. Someone could put this mask under Orochimaru's nose, and Orochimaru didn't even have any impression of it. If there is such a person in the village, what should I do if he wants to kill me? Hand it over to someone else?" Shimura Danzo decided to move his home to the root of the underground from today. The village where he has been living is so unsafe, which is really scary for him. In Shimura Danzo's opinion, there is no place safer than the village. And now, the village is not safe. There is an unknown person in this village. It is very likely that he lives next to them because that person recently reminded Orochimaru of the mask. If the person who can do such a thing is an enemy outside the village, he will not be so boring, but directly slaughter their Konoha high-level people. Fortunately, that person is only interested in Orochimaru now. Orochimaru walked out of the laboratory. "Let's go and see the person I recommended to you. In exchange, I want Uchiha attack his eyes." Shimura Danzo put away his fear in his heart and he said, "You'd better make sure that the person you recommend can kill Uchiha Ataki." Orochimaru said, "I won't let you down. What is his name?" Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Probably Hataki Sakumo." Chapter 110 Copy. "What did you say?" Danzo seemed to hear a familiar name. "You'll know when you see it." Orochimaru took Shimura Danzo to a base in the jungle. There were dozens of culture tanks in this base, each of which contained a strong man. In the quiet underground, green light shone from the culture tank. A man with silver-white hair stayed quietly inside and fell into a deep sleep. "I don't know why I am so interested in artificial people in recent years. I have made many experimental subjects like this. I am more satisfied with this batch of experimental subject, but they are still not complete product." Orochimaru spread his hands and made a helpless expression. "If you want them to be close to the strength of the original body before death, there are too many difficulties to overcome. More importantly, I have never seen the adult take action." Shimura Danzo looked at the people in the culture tank. His scalp tingled and he took a cautious step back. Shimura Danzo swallowed hard. "If you really saw it, you would be close to death. Can you tell me what kind of person he was when he was alive? I am a little curious." Orochimaru asked. Orochimaru had met Hataki Sakumo, but he didn't have the opportunity to get to know him better. At that time, Konoha was in frequent wars, and every jonin went to different fronts and often would not return to the village for several months or even years. It is normal to know each other but not meet each other. Shimura Danzo said, "Since you are curious, then I will tell you about it." Konoha White Fang no Hataki Sakumo. Shimura Danzo seemed to be lost in memories. He is a person who is in the dark but has a heart for the light. In terms of personality, he has both a decisive side and a sad and sentimental side. He is a person who is prone to memories, which is exactly the same as Kakashi. In addition to this, there are some shortcomings. He looks very cold, but there are many dramas in his heart. In short, if you get along well with him, he will be a very noisy guy. His sword is very fast. The Sandaime once commented that when fighting Hataki Sakumo, you must not let him get close to you. No, you must not let him touch the sword. If you see his hand on the hilt of the sword, it is better to step back unless it is something difficult to hold on. When you meet Hataki Sakumo, even the Hokage should carefully consider giving up the mission. One-on-one, there is really no chance of winning against him." Orochimaru asked, "Who is stronger between him and the fourth Hokage?" Shimura Danzo heard this and his eyelids jumped. "Don't say you even moved the fourth Hokage's body." Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders without comment. "Shimura Danzo, it's over. The Sandaime may blame him. Who is stronger between the two of them?" Orochimaru asked. Shimura Danzo said dully, "They are not from the same era. What is there to compare? If you think about it carefully, the fourth Hokage, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, would also be in danger when he meets Hataki Sakumo, right? With the extreme speed and the extreme sword drawing, I don't know whether the fourth Hokage is faster in dodging or Hataki Sakumo is faster in slashing. These two are not from the same era." When the fourth Hokage took off, White Fang was already dead. When White Fang was still alive, the fourth Hokage had not grown up yet. However, the battles between ninjas are very complicated and the fourth Hokage has a high combat IQ. If the two meet, unless there is a reason to fight, they may both take a step back and leave peacefully. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "It's a pity that I didn't fight him when he was alive. If I could experience the sword of White Fang firsthand, I would be able to make a more perfect experimental subject." That was a real first-hand experience. Shimura Danzo suspected that if Orochimaru went up, he would be chopped into several pieces by Hataki Sakumo. But now, since there are copies of Hataki Sakumo, perhaps killing Uchiha Ataki is not a very difficult thing. How many levels of strength do these copies have compared to Hataki Sakumo? Shimura Danzo asked. Orochimaru said, "I originally thought that they should have the strength of Hataki Sakumo at the 5th level, but after hearing what you said, perhaps these copies don't even have the strength of the the 5th level of the original body, only the 3rd level at most. You haven't tested it. Shimura Danzo was puzzled. Orochimaru walked to one of the breeding tanks and said, isn't this a chance to test it? One may not be enough. Send them all out, Shimura Danzo said cautiously. If you can take the responsibility of being discovered by the village. Orochimaru said jokingly, I don't mind releasing all of these. How many experimental subject did you make? Shimura Danzo asked. If there are enough experimental subject, perhaps they can use these experimental subjects to attack the village before Uchiha. In this way, once the 3rd generation dies, he will be the Hokage. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but have some wild thought. He finally survived for decades, and he made the 3rd generation step down and the 4th generation die. As a result, the 3rd generation came out to power again. Shimura Danzo held his breath and wanted to kill the 3rd generation, but as long as the 3rd generation was still alive or there was no major problem with his body, he still didn't dare to act easily. After all, he had arranged for someone to assassinate him once, and if he came again, the 3rd generation would not think of the old feelings. Who knows? Orochimaru glanced at Shimura Danzo and inferred with interest that Shimura Danzo would use these experimental bodies to attack the village. The scene at that time must be very interesting, right? Chapter 110 Replica. However, the village cannot be destroyed yet. Orochimaru is very interested in the person who put the stone mask in his laboratory. Perhaps if he stays in the village, he will meet that person sooner or later. Since the two people have met, they will definitely meet again. When he has mastered the technology of these artificial people, maybe it is time to meet. Orochimaru was very interested in the memory that appeared inexplicably in his mind. It was as if someone was giving him an instruction to complete his current goal. Who was that person? Would it be the same as the corpse he dissected with his own hands? In short, Orochimaru was looking forward to the appearance of that person and put that person on the operating table to carefully study the power that person possessed. Orochimaru laughed and warned Shimura Danzo, you can use all these things, but after leaving the culture tank they only have 1 hour left to live. This is the insurance left at the beginning of the design. I shortened their already short life and gave them a combat power closer to their original bodies. Shimura Danzo said, only 1 hour? Forget it. The cultivation period of the experimental body is too long. Even if I fulfill my ambition, these things are not enough to protect Konoha. Orochimaru put his hands behind his back and said, I suggest that your people take them and activate them where they fought with Uchiha Itachi. If possible, record the performance of the experimental body at the end. We are experts in this area, Shimura Danzo said. Then, I'll leave this base to you. I have something else to do. Orochimaru walked outside. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. What project are you researching recently? Orochimaru said without turning his head. Probably immortality. Are you interested in investing? Of course I am interested. If he can't beat the Sandame, can't he outlast the Sandame? Shimura Danzo thought with great ambition. The wool comes from the sheep. He will go back to fleece the village. Chapter 111, The Road to Immortality. Orochimaru left the underground laboratory and ran in another direction in the jungle. Kenichi has been gone for a few days and hasn't come back to report. It seems that the woman really left some trick. Otherwise, my cute little kid has grown up and matured. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. How can people become young again? Seize a young body, make your own time fic, or keep replicating yourself, letting the new self replace the old self. Which way of longevity will be suitable for you? What about me? These are all very interesting. Because of the research on artificial humans in recent years, Orochimaru has temporarily suspended the exploration of longevity, but because of his obsession with artificial humans, he sees more possibilities for longevity. Orochimaru prefers the option of taking a young body. There are too many blood limits in the ninja world. It is difficult to know the beauty of the mysteries of various blood limits without experiencing them personally. Orochimaru wants to learn all the ninjutsu in the world, but this is something that is simply impossible to do. The ninja world is developing, and ninjutsu is being innovated. Only by living long enough can you master more ninjutsu. Orochimaru saw through this very early, so when learning ninjutsu, he was just curious about the principle. He himself still likes to use his own set of ninjutsu system. The ninjutsu of ninjutsu is essentially the various applications of chakra. A higher level is blood limit fairy technique. Bloodline limits are born from the fusion of multiple chakras and mutate because of their own blood organ. Chakra is passed on to future generations, and bloodline limits can be improved step by step and inherited by future generations. The mystery of the human body is incredible. This is the reason why he embarked on the road of experimentation. And the fairy arts of Ryokai Cave are too risky. As long as you accept them, the result is either life or death. Orochimaru is not so reckless. He will master the power of fairy arts in his own way, which is a more scientific way. After all, only the 1st and 4th generations of Hokage have successfully learned the sage mode. The danger is too high. For now, Orochimaru has started research on artificial humans and is thinking about the path to immortality. In the next 10 years, I will pass the peak of my strength, and my chakra, physical fitness and thinking speed will weaken. Now is the best time to find a way to overcome the difficulties. As strong as the 1st Hokage, he could not escape death. The 3rd Hokage could not resist the erosion of time, and he declined from a powerful ninja to the current level. Although he is still very strong, he will fall from an unattainable height in a few years. The demigod Hanzo has long passed his peak and huddled in the rain village, not daring to publicize his ideas. Everything in this world, under the erosion of time, can hardly escape the fate of decay. Life will end, and people's names will be forgotten. Only by finding the path to immortality can a person's life be meaningful. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will not be able to escape the fate of turning into yellow earth. Orochimaru has chosen chosen the direction of his immortality, which is to seize a young body and experience the secret of blood limit firsthand. This can not only accumulate experimental experience but also pursue immortality. It is a path that suits him better. But just now Danzo said that he wanted to invest. Orochimaru began to think about how to cheat Shimura Danzo. Anyway, he would not let Shimura Danzo go the same way as him. But Shimura Danzo is so courageous. If he wants to be his experimental subject, he has to think about where to start. After all, such rich and courageous employers are rare. The experimental base that Kenichi went to was a very important underground base for him, but with the awakening and destruction of that woman, it had to be abandoned, and the research conducted in that base was based on his own bloodline, fused with the blood of the white snake, and the experimental subjects were born. In essence, they are his descendants, but in fact they are his younger selves developed by him. I don't know why. It seems that animals in the world are more likely to cultivate into the immortal mode. As far as Orochimaru knows, the existence of the white snake sage in the Ryokai cave can be traced back to the period of the Six Paths sage. In other words, if you successfully practice the sage mode, you can greatly increase your lifespan. The laboratory that Kenichi went to was conducting research on the qualifications for practicing immortal art. The experimental subjects were only the first step. The second step was to observe whether the experimental subjects with the white snake gene could enhance their qualifications in immortal art. Kenichi had been in the underground base for 2 days. If there was any situation, he would report it to him, but there was no movement. Orochimaru was a little curious about what happened in the underground base. Did the woman not leave yet and beat Kenichi to death, or did his precious cub tear them apart after waking up? Orochimaru quickly came to the underground base, but for some reason, the door could not be opened. Orochimaru could only use ninjutsu to destroy the door and force the passage open. The cold moonlight passed through the dense leaves above the jungle and fell into the ground, and the bright white light made the ground frosty white. At the entrance, a humanoid white phosphorus monster was lying on the ground eating. It raised its head, and its face, which was very similar to Orochimaru, was covered with white scales and sticky with bright red blood. Orochimaru stared at the white phosphorus monster with his golden snake eyes. You are healthier than I thought. Let me think about it. What name should I give you? The white phosphorus monster threw away the flesh and blood in his hand and pounced on Orochimaru. No, to be precise, it wanted to escape. Chapter 111, The Road to Immortality. When the red-haired demon left, he broke the door of the underground passage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime escape opportunity. Otherwise, it might really starve to death in the underground base, just like what the red-haired devil said. Bang! Orochimaru kicked the white phosphorus monster back. Orochimaru walked into the underground passage. It is very aggressive, which is contrary to the state of mind required for practicing immortal arts, but it's okay. You just left the culture tank, and I understand that you feel hungry. Maybe in your opinion, all of us are bad people, which is very right. I am a bad person. I won't stop you from thinking about me. Thinking independently, this is your birthright. The white phosphorus monster blinked, and the golden snake eyes like Orochimaru showed an inexplicable look, but it still attacked Orochimaru. Seeing that he couldn't talk away the young experimental subject, Orochimaru had to beat the white phosphorus monster half to death, and he carried the white phosphorus monster to the end of the base. Along the way, Orochimaru saw several corpses with exposed bone. Orochimaru walked over without a care. Death in this world is not the end. It is just abandoning the useless body and transferring the soul to the pure land. Summon a soul and it will come back jumping. When Orochimaru came to the deepest room, he saw that the underground secret room was open and there were stairs going down. Orochimaru walked into the secret room and saw that it was empty. It's gone. Did it go away by reverse summoning? There are some troubles. It seems that I have to take time to go to the Whirlpool country. If the body of that woman was summoned to the Whirlpool country. But now Orochimaru looked at the white phosphorus monster in his hand and smiled. Do you want to learn fairy art? I'll teach you. Before shaking your head, remember to think about the consequences of refusing. The white phosphorus monster quickly stopped shaking its head and nodded desperately. Orochimaru was very happy. Look, his words were as convincing as ever. Let Kabuto go to the land of whirlpools, right? He can't always take care of Kimimaro. Chapter 112, Living more and more confused. Uchiha clan. At night, Sasuke tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. How did I get to this point? Sasuke thought of himself in front of Baiyu, and he actually had the idea of a euro wearing girls' clothes and continuing to hang around Baiyu. If his family knew about this, they would definitely beat him to death. His brother would also look at him speechlessly and say something that made him very unhappy, such as stupid brother. It's over. I am the shame of this Uchiha. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. If his family knew about this, he would be socially dead. Then, the actions he would take around Baiyu in the future would make him even more embarrassed. Baiyu's room was all cleaned up except for his clothes, but did he really have to buy girls' clothes to wear for Baiyu? Sasuke tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Sasuke felt a dilemma about his current situation. He was even more worried that Baiyu would ignore him after the showdown. After all, this was a very serious deception, and this deception was obviously just a little joke at the beginning. Why did it develop to this point? Sasuke thought about how he met Baiyu and then walked step by step to his current situation. It seemed that he had always walked into the trap. Sasuke now wanted to strangle himself to death. How stupid must he be to have the idea of a euro competing with Sakura? He had to go all the way to the end. He sacrificed too much to avenge Harano Sakura, but if he didn't continue to invest, what would he do with the losses he had suffered? Can't just take it for nothing. Sasuke stood up, took the key to Baiyu's house, looked for a long time in the night, and finally put the key away. There's no rush for the women's clothing clothing. Let's talk about it in 2 years if Bai Yu really asks. We'll see what happens then. Sasuke was firm in his belief. As long as I persist, Haruno Sakura will definitely suffer. Bai Yu went to the library to get along with Haruno Sakura. I don't know what actions she will take. Sasuke thought of this competitor. Haruno Sakura was very cunning. When she saw that the situation was not right and she couldn't compete with him, she tricked Bai Yu and him into joining a game. There were 4 people in this game. Bai Yu was the final prize. He, Sakura, and another person were also the final prizes, but the conditions that Bai Yu needed to overcome were too incredible, and Sasuke didn't think Bai Yu could complete them. This is where Haruno Sakura is smart. She uses Bai Yu's affection for the others and her character weaknesses to spread Bai Yu's affection among everyone. In this way, Bai Yu will fall into Haruno Sakura's trap for the ultimate goal. Haruno Sakura has a great advantage now. Bai Yu will read books in the library all day long for that idiotic idea. In this way, Haruno Sakura has countless opportunities to cultivate feelings with Bai Yu, and he and the other person can only watch, because they cannot destroy Sakura and Bai Yu's relationship due to the rules. Sasuke does not intend to watch from the side, although due to the rules, Bai Yu and others are not allowed to get along. He can't make trouble when they are together, but in private, when it's Bai Yu's turn to accompany him, he must work harder. At least his favorability can't lag behind Sakura. However, although the ultimate goal is to get reward, the essence of the process is to cultivate Bai Yu into a talent. After all, the name of this game is to hope that the husband will become a dragon. Sakura cultivates Bai Yu's knowledge reserve and theoretical knowledge. He is responsible for cultivating Bai Yu's combat ability. As for the other person, because he didn't discuss it with them, Sasuke only guessed that the person might be Yamanaka Ino from class 3. If it's Ino, she is also a big competitor. Ino is good looking, and with the conditions that have not been proposed, her advantages are not weaker than him and Sakura. He is in the same class with Bai Yu, and has the same way home. Now he has the key to Bai Yu's house and the right to use one of the rooms. For now, he still maintains a far ahead position. The plan of getting the moon first by being close to the water has completed the initial preparation. Next, we have to continue to work harder. In order to prevent Sakura and Ino from overtaking him, he must firmly grasp Bai Yu's heart. Until Bai Yu becomes a talent, it will be his time to reap the rewards. Speaking of which, if Bai Yu follows our plan and is willing to learn, she will become a very outstanding person in the end. Right. Sasuke originally felt guilty for deceiving his good friend by dressing up as a woman. After all, he is a boy and it is impossible for him to be with Bai Yu in the end. Sooner or later, there will be a day of showdown. But if Sakura's plan can be successfully realized, Bai Yu will probably become an almighty ninja after the game, and become a person as outstanding as his brother. Since the result is good, Sasuke's guilt towards Bai Yu is much less. Bai Yu likes some colors, which is his weakness. It is not known whether it is a blessing or a curse to be pursued by Sakura like this, but if Bai Yu can really persist as a friend, there is nothing wrong with me helping him get Sakura and Ino. Yes, just help Bai Yu and assist the other 2 girls so that the 3 of them will be inseparable. Sasuke thought of Sakura, who was smart and couldn't help laughing out loud. Sakura still wants to use the rules of the game to get Bai Yu, but she doesn't know that her biggest competitor Uchiha Sasuke is not a girl but a boy. The stand messenger in Konoha is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 112 Living more and more confused _ the stand messenger in Konoha _ a bird passing _ how can a boy be with a boy? So as a friend he will help Bai Yu, and the way he helps Bai Yu and avenges Sakura is to make efforts for Ino and Bai Yu to be together. Sasuke decided to muddy the water for Bai Yu so that Haruno Sakura would not get any benefit. Sasuke, are you not asleep? Mikato's voice sounded outside the room. Go to bed now. Sasuke immediately covered himself with the quilt. Sasuke still held the key to Bai Yu's house in his hand. After deciding to go to bed, he put the key under his pillow. In the courtyard, Uchiha Fugaku sat under the porch. The night was dark and the moonlight was like snow, reflecting the cold white light on the blade. Uchiha Fugaku held the handle of the sword with one hand and wiped the blade slowly with a rag in the other hand. Uchiha Mikato came out after letting Sasuke sleep. She knelt beside Uchiha Fugaku and put the tray on the floor. Sasuke has fallen asleep yet. Uchiha Fugaku hummed lightly. He put the samurai sword back into the scabbard, looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and felt melancholy for a while. Mikato held Fugaku's hand and said, Itaki is very smart and you have been cultivating his thinking ability. Now that Itaki has grown up, you should have more confidence in him. If it is Itaki, he will definitely lead us to find a way out. Uchiha Fugaku said, I hope so. The tribesmen can no longer bear it. Maybe in a few days they will come to me again to discuss their views on the village. The tribesmen can only move around in the family residence every day. They are living more and more confused. They think they are in prison, not a member of the village. I have tried all kinds of ways. The villagers have never understood us. The Konoha high-level officials also think that it is good for everyone if we trap ourselves. They are living their own lives and the Uchiha have been excluded. Those who hate our Uchiha clan have never been wronged and they don't know the pain of being wronged. It will all pass. Uchiha Mikato gave Fugaku an encouraging expression. Yes, everything will pass. Uchiha Fugaku picked up the ninja bag, put on the samurai sword, and stood up to leave. Uchiha Mikato looked at Fugaku's back and said, be careful on the road. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku put one hand on the hilt of the knife and walked out of the village. Chapter 113 The Uchiha clan's true swordsmanship messenger _ a bird passing _ In the jungle of Konoha, the people of the route were following the orders of Shimura Danzo, sweating coldly, helping the replicas out of the culture tanks one by one and putting them into special coffins. These coffins have translucent lids and catheters inside, which need to be attached to the replicas. After the lid is closed, cold mist will fill the coffins. There are 11 in total, all of which are taken out of the culture tanks in order, put into the coffins, and sealed into the ninjutsu scroll. Shimura Danzo said, after you complete the task, bring back all the experimental subjects and the bodies of the target. If there is an accident, destroy the experimental subject first. Understood. The 4 ninjas nodded in agreement. The captain of the team carried the sealing scroll on his back. Shimura Danzo watched the ninja team set off, and he walked into the village. The village is not safe now. There is a master of illusion in the village, and the illusion he casts can also affect Orochimaru. Although the ninja did not do anything harmful to the village, a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Shimura Danzo decided to move to the route tonight. After the ninja team set off, they left the Konoha ninja village. The target is the Uchiha clan, whose strength is estimated to be between Chunin and Jonin. Although these experimental subjects are strong enough to kill the opponent, Danzo-sama is very fond of these experimental subjects. Unless it is absolutely necessary, these experimental subjects cannot be used. We need to come up with a battle plan. Killing Uchiha Atake with our own strength can also make a better impression on Danzo-sama. On the way, the team leader carrying the seal scroll said. The others looked at the captain. Someone said, I have experience in this matter. I have mastered the most critical ninjutsu against the Uchiha clan. I will help seal the opponent's eyes, and you can attack when the opportunity arises. To prevent the opponent from counter-attacking, I will be responsible for resisting the opponent's attack. Then I will launch the main attack. In order to avoid mission failure, the captain will wait for an opportunity to activate those experimental subjects. After the team discussed the tactics against Uchiha Atake, the pace of the journey did not slow down at all. They jumped on the tall branches, and the hazy moonlight made the forest quiet and silent. Just as they left the village, the captain of the team suddenly noticed the danger ahead. This was not a danger discovered through perception, but an intuition trained by experiencing many life and death crises. At least in terms of perception, he did not find anyone in front, but he felt very dangerous. It was so dangerous that the dozen or so copies on his body could not make him feel at ease. Stop! The captain of the team raised his hand and signaled his teammates to stop. The group looked forward. Something is wrong. There is danger ahead, the captain of the team said with palpitations. One of them said, who can sense ninjutsu? Someone immediately formed seals with both hands, trying to detect the source of danger ahead and determine who was ahead. After thousands of years of development, the ninjutsu system has been innovated in the never-ending war, and there are many different ways of sensing ninjutsu. Ninjas have more than one way of sensing. The best among them is the blood limit of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. At this moment, a ninja came out from behind a tree. Darkness enveloped the ninja, and the moonlight could not dispel the haziness in the night. Only a pair of scarlet eyes pulled out a charming red light in the darkness. After the ninja appeared, he looked at the root assassination team. Are you the ones who killed my son, Uchiha Atake? Uchiha Fugaku came out from behind the tree. The others were shocked when they saw Uchiha Fugaku's face. It's Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. How does he know the content of our mission? Hey, don't panic. The priority now should be how to continue to complete the mission. Even if it's the head of the Uchiha clan, it's impossible to kill all of us in a short time. Protect the captain and fight for the captain's chance to leave. The 3 ninjas jumped towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku held the hilt of the knife with one hand. His fingers clenched on the hilt and his eyes were fierce. That's my hope. When you stepped out of the village, you had already committed a capital crime. Uchiha Fugaku, come to the rescue. I will execute you at this moment. The fierce light flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, and the movements of the 3 ninjas slowed down infinitely in front of him. Puff puff puff. The sword lights lit up 3 times in the night. The 3 root ninjas fell from the air without even the chance to use ninjutsu. The captain of the squad was ready to take the opportunity to escape, but he never thought that his teammates would fall to the ground faster than he thought. He looked back with sweat dripping down his back. Uchiha Fugaku walked towards the captain of the squad with a bloody samurai sword in his hand. It shouldn't be like this. How did you kill my son Uchiha Atake when you are so weak? You don't come over here. The captain of the squad moved back tremblingly and threw the ninjutsu scroll on his back with a wave of his hand. The scroll was untied in the air, and the long scroll was unfolded under the moonlight. Dense sealing spells were engraved on it, and as it drifted weakly, coffins appeared on the broad branches of the woods with white smoke. The atmosphere in the forest in the dark night was strange. The captain of the squad swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He thought that Uchiha Fugaku would be very strong, but he didn't expect that his teammates couldn't even symbolically resist when facing Uchiha Fugaku. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Chapter 113. The Uchiha clan's true swordsmanship _ the stand in Konoha. How did such a person fail in the competition for the 4th generation of Hokage? The team leader made seals with both hands with difficulty, and his forehead was tense with veins like earthworms popping out. Open. Click. One of the coffins with a white transparent lid popped open. Then, the rest of the coffins were opened together, revealing the naked men inside. The cold mist was also snow white in the night, spreading from the coffin to the outside. One of the men with short silver hair sat up from the coffin, and the pipes attached to his back fell off one after another. This man had strong bones and muscles, especially his arms and shoulder blade, which had very thick muscles. When he woke up, his hand subconsciously fell on the edge of the coffin, and a ninja short blade was stuck in the outer groove. The rest of the clones also stood up one after another, holding the short blades in their hands. They had a muscular body, neat 8-pack abs, and mermaid lines. Just looking at their body shapes. They were very scary monsters. Uchiha Fugaku saw these dozen people. His eyebrows gathered, his face solemn. It's you. I didn't expect the village to use the body of a strong man like you. I didn't expect it to be like this. Hatake Sakumo looked at his kind. I'm not the real body, and the ninja sword is not White Fang. Are you interested in a fight? Uchiha Fugaku, I couldn't ask for it. When you were alive, I didn't have the chance to fight you. It's my lifelong regret. In fact, in the way of kendo, my Uchiha clan is also very knowledgeable. Uchiha Fugaku held the hilt of the sword seriously. Oh, Hatake Sakumo became interested. That's really a rare gift. Before the battle, can I ask you a question? Ask it, Uchiha Fugaku said. Hatake Sakumo said hesitantly and sadly, it's about Kakashi. How is he now? Kakashi, I knew you would ask about him. Uchiha Fugaku said, after your death he became a real ninja, and now is no exception. Even with all kinds of companions, he is erasing his own feelings. So, has he become a real ninja? I didn't teach him well, but this is the path he chose. Hatake Sakumo smiled bitterly. My memory stayed at the moment of death, and I only remember this. At that time, I realized what I cared about most. Only when people die can they understand what they can ask for. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly, but I still feel very guilty about the village. In the face of everyone's trust, I gave up the mission and failed the expectations of the village. Hatake Sakumo held the short knife. The others also held the hilt. A sharp momentum rushed up in the forest like a sharp knife. Uchiha Fugaku, the village has also failed the trust of our Uchiha clan. No, maybe after the demise of the Senju clan, they never trusted our Uchiha clan because of fear. But the irony is that since the establishment of Konoha, it was our Uchiha clan that has been protecting the safety of the village. After the demise of the Senju clan, it was our Uchiha clan that actively responded to the call of the village and sent young clan members to the battlefield. In the end, they never trusted us. I'm sorry. This is the task given to me by the village. I have failed the trust of the villagers once. This time, I will do my best even if this is not my heyday. Hatake Sakumo said. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes. I can understand. So let's abandon the positions of both sides and really fight with swordsmanship. I also want to know whether my Uchiha clan's style is stronger or your Hatake clan's swordsmanship is stronger. Come on. Hatake Sakumo's hesitation faded and his excited eyes looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly opened his eyes, his red eyes fixed on the people in front of him. The blue Tibetan chakra gathered above the jungle, and in the vast night a blue Tibetan hand suddenly appeared holding a samurai sword with a hot flame. From a distance it looked like a god or a demon. Hatake Sakumo, Konoha White Fang. Try the swordsmanship of my Uchiha clan. Fire escape. Uchiha style swordsmanship. Susanoo held the hilt of the sword and slashed forward fiercely. The hot flames swept the air as if to cut off the vast jungle ocean under the night with unstoppable momentum. The 11 copies of Hatake Sakumo were dumbfounded when they saw the chakra giant tens of meters high in front of them and the samurai sword composed of chakra energy held by the other party. Hatake Sakumo held the fine ninja short sword with the root configuration in his hand and compared the height and size of the two in his mind. He estimated that it was not as big as the tip of Uchiha Fugaku's sword. At the end of life, the shy ninja couldn't help but swear. You call this swordsmanship? Yes, this is the real swordsmanship of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku stood on the shoulder of Susanoo with a distorted expression and a wild laugh, looking at the white teeth below. Take my 50-meter long sword. Hatake veins popped up on Musakumo's neck. Konoha White Fang. Chapter 114. The Uchiha clan raised a monster. Uchiha Fugaku did it on purpose. Who asked Hatake Sakumo to kill his son? Itake is still young. Even though Itake is very good, he doesn't have enough experience facing Hatake Sakumo's clone. It's not surprising that he would die. If he hadn't kept a trick, Itake would have been dead by now, and he was still waiting for Itake to come home in the family. 11 clones. One is very strong. Itake can't win against these people with strength and scheming. After all, he is still young. I just didn't expect that the clones would be so strong. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the battlefield in front of him, which was in a mess and burning with spark. He held his left shoulder with one hand and walked towards several bodies that had been burned to charcoal. White Fang, rest in peace. Uchiha Fugaku collected the bodies for Hatake Sakumo and piled them up together with the ninjas of the root. When Uchiha Fugaku wanted to burn them with fire, suddenly he reached into the ninja bag for a long time but didn't find anything. He picked up the ninja bag and looked inside, but there was still nothing inside. Strange. Where is my detonating tag? How can he blow up White Fang without a detonating tag? Uchiha Fugaku thought about it carefully. The last time he used a detonating tag was the last time. It has been a long time since now. Maybe it was used up and not replenished. Fortunately, there was no particularly tough battle, otherwise I would be at a loss. And I didn't have a detonating talisman in my hand, so I only used ninjutsu, which would consume a lot of chakra energy. But it didn't matter. As a family that controls fire, the Uchiha clan has always been good at setting fires. Uchiha Fugaku made seals with both hands and set a fire, burning the White Fangs to ashes. Just when Uchiha Fugaku was about to leave, he suddenly noticed someone approaching this side. This familiar chakra. Uchiha Fugaku immediately retreated and hid behind a big tree. In the jungle, a boy dressed in an anbu jumped on the branches. When he came here, he stopped and stood on the tree to observe the situation here. Itake looked around, not knowing what kind of strong man left traces of the battle here. Itake felt that the person was still around. If he wanted to find him, he would definitely find him. But what after finding him? What to do? This is definitely not a scene of destruction that can be caused by human power. At least a ninja army of thousands of people will work together to perform ninjutsu to create such a big scene. Itaka did not stay here and left directly. Uchiha Fugaku walked out from behind the tree, holding his left shoulder with his right hand, and blood slowly flowed from his shoulder. Uchiha Fugaku did not frown, as if the injury on his body did not cause him pain, just looking at the direction where Itaka left. Fortunately Itaka did not come to me, although I don't mind letting him see the Mangekyo Sharingan. His friend Uchiha Shisui is very troublesome. Once the news that there is a Mangekyo Sharingan ninja in the family leaks out, the village will completely think that I did the Nine Tails thing. At that time, the family will have no room for recovery and will be completely excluded and attacked by the village. My clansmen and I don't want to leave this village built by the Uchiha clan and the Senjo clan. Uchiha Fugaku thought of the depressed mood of the clansmen, and he couldn't persuade the clansmen to continue to endure. If the Uchiha clan and the villagers exchanged positions and the villagers were trapped in one place for 5 years without being allowed to go out freely, the villagers would probably not be able to endure it, right? Especially when their patience all the time still could not win the village's forgiveness. This despair and depression made them feel abandoned by the village. What's worse is that under this situation, the people in Konoha still live a life of staying out of it, showing an attitude that it doesn't matter whether you are there or not. The fire at home is about to explode. I still need to think about the family and the village. As long as Itaka grows up and can hold on for a while, it will be fine. I can probably use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan 2 or 3 times. As long as I can hold on for this period of time, with Itaka's intelligence he will definitely consider the problems that I can't consider, and then save the Uchiha clan. Itaka will get the answers that we can't get from the perspective of a family in a village. What should we do to dispel the prejudices and labels of outsiders against our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku held his wound and walked towards the village. He had to go back before Itaka returned home. Haha, now it's good. If you don't let me kill Uchiha Itaka, I will kill him for you to see. Shimura Danzo moved his home to the underground roots overnight. Only here can he sleep peacefully. He is different from Orochimaru, the psychopath. He was caught in an illusion and acted as if nothing happened. If he was caught in a genjutsu, he would have to hang around a Hyuga clan ninja every day and use his white eyes to see if there was anything wrong with his mind. However, the 11 copies of Hitaki Sakumo were a pleasant surprise. Although sending them all at once would be a bit of a waste of talent, it would cause a serious waste. But I don't want the Sandame's experience to happen again. These replicas are expensive, but Orochimaru can still make them, so I'll just use them. The most important thing is that Uchiha Itaka is dead, and I feel relieved. Otherwise, when he comes back and passes the Sandame's test and becomes the candidate for Hokage in the Sandame's mind, what awaits me will not be a one-shot victory, but a more tragic end. Chapter 114. The Uchiha clan raised a monster _ the stand in Konoha. Danzo Shimura moved his shoulders. He had a very good idea of what he had done over the years. Once someone who knew the Uchiha clan became Hokage, he would definitely investigate the missing Uchiha clan members over the years. Although he didn't know how those people got into Orochimaru's laboratory, he definitely didn't provide any financial support for this matter. Everything was a voluntary and spontaneous act by the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Now, as long as Uchiha Itaka dies, the Uchiha clan will completely lose hope, and he is still the assistant of the Hokage in the village, second only to the one and above everyone else. When the time comes, whether the Uchiha clan will be killed or chopped, isn't it just a matter of him saying a few more words in front of the Sandame? My lord, what's the matter? Shimura Danzo looked outside the door. A ninja outside the door said, someone saw Uchiha Itaka returning to the village, and now he is rushing to the Hokage building. Should we stop him? Shimura Danzo was stunned when he heard this. No, something is wrong. How could Uchiha Itaka still be alive? Those were 11 copies of Konoha White Fang. Even if they were all only Chunin strength, they should not be matched by a young man who had just been promoted to Chunin. Not to mention that he had 4 root Chunins who could defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. One of them even knew the ninjutsu left by the second generation to specifically restrain the eye technique bloodline limit, the secret action technique. Such a lineup is enough to fight Uchiha Fugaku. How could they lose to one of Uchiha Fugaku's sons? Danzo asked. How is Uchiha Itaka's condition? The ninja outside the door said neatly. He looks unharmed. Unharmed? When Danzo Shimura heard this, his voice changed. He felt as if he was trapped in an ice cave, and his whole body felt cold. What kind of monster did the Uchiha clan raise? Damn it, the Sandame's vision is still as accurate as ever. Danzo Shimura hurried out. The ninja outside the door made way and asked, do you want to send out a ninja team to stop him? Stop what? Are you going to die? I'm going to the Sandame to talk about feelings. My lord, it's already the middle of the night. Can't we talk about feelings at the middle of the night? The Sandame and I have been comrades in arms for many years. If you say something else, I'll send you to eat sand in the Kingdom of Wind. Chapter 115. He hopes Kakashi can defeat Uchiha Itaka. Danzo, if you dare to knock on the door again, I will let you eat sand in the Kingdom of Wind. The Sandame finally fell asleep, and just as he fell asleep, he heard Danzo knocking on the door outside. Danzo knocked on the door so many times that he knew it was Danzo without guessing. In the village, who else except Danzo dared to knock on the door of the Sandame Hokage in the middle of the night? Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately stopped knocking on the door and stood outside in a proper manner. The Sandame wore a white divine robe and took the Hokage's bamboo hat and went out. It was no surprise that he saw Shimura Danzo outside the door. The Sandame said unhappily, you came to me, is it because Uchiha Itaka is back and you caused trouble again? Let me tell you first, if Uchiha Itaka really got into trouble, I will tie him up and send him to the Uchiha base with a a wooden sign that says everything is a misunderstanding in his hand. No, don't slander me. He returned to the village intact. Shimura Danzo retorted. He was very confident about this because all his people were dead. The Sandaime stopped and turned around and said, then why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Danzo said, nothing, I just suddenly want to talk to you about feelings. The Sandaime, who wants to talk to you about feelings in the middle of the night? The Sandaime took the Hokage's hat and walked back. Danzo asked, Hiruzen, what are you going back for? Go back to sleep. I thought Atake was back and you were worried that he would report you. Since this is not the case, of course I went back to sleep. Otherwise, will you review the pile of documents tomorrow? The Sandaime said angrily. Okay. Danzo followed the Sandaime into the house. The Sandaime was speechless. No, why did you come in with me? Danzo. He closed the door and said, Hiruzen, you guessed right. I did do something big. Sandaime. Danzo blocked the door and said, after you told me last time, I went back and thought about it, tossing and turning in bed, and still think you are too inconsiderate. Yes, the Uchiha clan has been law-abiding in recent years and did not capture Uzumaki Naruto to attack the village. But can this clear the suspicion of the Uchiha clan? So in this regard, I have a disagreement with you. I think that Uchiha Atake does not need to live, and the Uchiha clan can be inherited by Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo said seriously. The Sandaime took a deep breath. What about the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village? Let them stay aside. Aren't they living well outside the village? Danzo said casually. They are still people in the village, just living in a different place from the villagers. Isn't that how they have been living these years? The Sandaime sighed and said, how long do you think they can endure? The Uchiha clan can't prove their innocence in the Nine Tails incident, so they will follow your advice and move outside the village to use time to tell us that the people who attacked the village with the Nine Tails were not the Uchiha clan as a whole, but a traitor among them. Since the Uchiha clan has no major problems in the past few years, we must start to accept them again, otherwise they will keep waiting and think that the village has abandoned them. Don't forget how proud the Uchiha clan is. Danzo heard this and didn't say anything. He just wanted to take the opportunity to get the Uchiha clan's Sharingan by taking advantage of the Uchiha clan's relocation. Who knew that the Uchiha clan actually had no interest in the village? How could this be? If this goes on, he will be in trouble when Uchiha Atake takes over. After all, those dozen pairs of Sharingan are still soaking in the root base. Danzo said, I have done the work. Now Uchiha Atake has returned to the village intact. What you need to consider is not my fault, but how to face Uchiha Atake. If he knew that the enemy he met on the way back to the village was a ninja sent by the village, he would definitely question the village. This is exactly what I want him to find out. The Sandaime looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him and said, he needs to be aware of the contradictions in the village and the contradictions between us and the ninja family. Only by realizing this will he have the idea of a euro changing the village, and this is the Hokage I need. A qualified Hokage is one who can think about how a village should develop and how to pass it on. But this is not the Hokage he wants. Shimura Danzo tried to persuade him. What if he resents the village's behavior? Then kill him. The Sandaime said coldly, as a ninja, you can question us, but you are not allowed to resent the village. He can change the village, but he cannot complain about the current situation of the village. If the village is perfect once it develops, what is the point of generations of effort? And you, Danzo, you are not the mastermind of the White Fang incident. Orochimaru lost his eligibility for the election because he did something against the will of heaven. However, if Atake is also related to you, and the inheritance of the cage is interrupted, you will commit seppuku for me. Since Atake is fine, let it go this time. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. The Sandaime said this, which means that this time is over. After that, the Sandaime took Danzo to the Hokage building. Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Atake waited in the office for a while. He thought of the battle scene he encountered in the jungle. He was in a trance and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Chapter 115. He hopes Kakashi can kill Uchiha Atake. What kind of ninja would leave such a terrible trace of battle? Just when Atake was in a daze, he noticed someone approaching. The Sandaime opened the door and saw the boy in the office. He smiled and took off the Hokage hat and walked to the desk. I'm back. How is the mission completed? It's completed. Atake put the mission scroll on the desk and saw another person walk into the office. It's Shimura Danzo, Hokage's assistant, one of the advisory elders. Danzo saw Atake in the office. He didn't say anything, just walked to the side of the Sandaime and stood quietly beside him. The Sandaime sat on the chair and took the mission scroll. He opened it and took a look, nodded and said, very good. According to convention, we will review the process of your execution of the mission. After you go back, you need to write a mission report to me. After this process is completed, you will officially join the Anbu and become a part of the Anbu. Danzo added, the Anbu is now under the supervision of the old man. As a newcomer, you need some time to train and learn how to survive in the Anbu. When the time is right, the Sandaime will choose a team for you to join. Don't worry now, go back and rest for a few days. Wait for your body and mind to relax, and then give me the mission report. Then you can go to the Anbu training base to get familiar with the working environment. During this period, there will be special ninjas to review your performance of the audit task. The third generation put the task scroll aside and he continued, Itaki, cherish this vacation. When you join the Anbu in the future, you will not have so much time to rest. Now, for you, it will be the only light in the dark world. Also, you have encountered many things along the way, and you must have a lot of questions in your mind. Do you have anything to say now? No matter what the question is, as the Hokage, I can answer one or two for you. The third generation went to get the pipe on the desk. He took the lighter, leaned back on the chair, lowered his head and lit the pipe, and white smoke lingered above the desk. task. After Biwako died, no one persuaded him not to smoke. Itaka thought about it and found that everything was normal, so he said, I have no doubt. The task was completed smoothly. It was just that on the way back to the village, I encountered the scene of the battle between the strong and the surrounding damage traces were unusual. Danzo's heart tightened when he heard this. Here it comes. Uchiha Itachi is testing the Sandaime Hokage. Shimura Danzo looked at the Sandaime and found that the white smoke obscured the expression on the Sandaime's face, but he knew that the Sandaime would protect him. Even if Uchiha Itachi was listed as a candidate for Hokage, so what? He is still a candidate for Hokage. Are there any unusual traces of battle? I see. I will send someone to check it out later. Do you have anything else to say? The Sandaime asked. He was waiting for Itaka to respond. Itaka shook his head. Nothing happened. If we talk about things, there is indeed one thing that is imminent. He wants to give the guy who kidnapped his brother a lesson, and at least he wants to know whether that person approaches Sasuke with ill intentions. The Sandaime and Danzo were surprised. In their opinion, Itaka would take advantage of this to ask about the assassination on the way back to the village, but now it seems that Itaka is more open-minded than they thought. He only talked about the battle scene and did not mention the assassination. The Sandaime glanced at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo understood and went to collect the bodies for his people later. Itaka did not mention the assassination but only talked about the battle scene. Now it seems that he is probably telling the village that he is very strong. Itaka's strength is indeed strong as a monster. Shimura Danzo decided to continue to cover up this matter. Since Itaka did not mention it, he would not say it again in the future. He could not let the Sandaime know about the White Fang clone. After this incident, Shimura Danzo was a little afraid of Uchiha Itachi. Itaka had caught his handle and didn't lose points with the Hokage. Once he became the Hokage in the future, it would be very difficult. No, it's very difficult now. He needs to think of other ways to counter Uchiha Itachi. Okay, go back and rest. I will arrange a ninja team for you, the third generation said. Itaka turned and left after hearing this. Danzo asked, which team do you want to put him in? The third generation said, Kakashi's team. Kakashi is very strong. He can take care of Itachi, and when the two of them get along with each other and form a bond, they can also have a good cooperation in work in the future. Speaking of becoming Hokage, Kakashi is also qualified, right? Danzo asked. The third generation narrowed his eyes. Originally, it was possible, but since the death of the fourth generation, he has closed his heart more than before. Whoever it is, the people around him will die one after another, and they will be numb to the pain, right? Danzo looked out the window and suddenly had an idea in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. This matter is too weird, but many people around Kakashi did die. Kakashi's mother, father, teacher, master's wife, and all the teammates in his life, almost all died. Only Might Guy was very tough and survived for so many years. What about Uchiha Itachi? How long can he last? People with weak lives dare not make friends with Kakashi at all. He and the third generation both hid far away. But now, if this curse is true, Danzo hopes that Kakashi can kill Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 116 Going Home. Itachi is too strong. 11 White Fang clones, 4 root chunins, and the secret technique. Such a configuration and combination failed to kill Uchiha Itachi. Shimura Danzo really couldn't find a way to deal with Uchiha Itachi. He only hoped that Uchiha Itachi would die suddenly or be killed by Hotaki Kakashi. This would be more reliable than continuing to send people to assassinate Itachi. After all, with the strength shown by Uchiha Itachi now, he already has the power of a shadow, and it's still a young shadow. With Uchiha Itachi's conditions, his strength will reach the peak step by step as he grows older. The 11-year-old shadow is really terrible. Now that only Orochimaru and the Sandaime are in charge of the village, Itachi's strength will give Itachi a lot of say in the village. Shimura Danzo suddenly thought of something at this time, and he said to the Sandaime, did you teach the previous experimental subject wood release? You are talking about Baiyu, right? The Sandaime raised his eyelids and said in a heavy voice, I didn't teach him personally. I asked someone to give him the wood release ninjutsu. Wood release ninjutsu? Are you kidding? How can such a thing be done by someone else? Danzo couldn't help it. Everyone has chakra, but how long does it take to develop a ninjutsu? The principles of some ninjutsu are interlinked. Even if you can't practice a ninjutsu, you can still use ninjutsu with other effects by applying the principles to another ninjutsu. Once the principles of wood release ninjutsu are leaked, how bad will it be? The Sandaime thought of Baiyu, and he said, you don't have to worry about this. The ninjutsu scroll was sent by the ninja, but not in the way you think. Hey, Shimura Danzo was puzzled. The Sandaime took out a photo from the drawer, put it on the table and said, that person has become a corpse now. Corpse? Danzo subconsciously looked at the photo. In the sunset glow, there was a simple tombstone in a corner of the jungle with a few words engraved on it. Tomb of a couple. Danzo thought of what the Sandaime had just said and felt cold in his heart. So, it was that little guy who did it. The Sandaime looked at the photo, didn't say anything, just took a puff of his pipe. His eyebrows were furrowed with worry. Who can tell him? How could the Senju clan, known as the Sunshine, have such an evil child? Could it be that the Senju clan's innate sense of justice was not inherited by this child? Although Baiyu still has the blood of the Uzumaki clan in his body, there will be no bad people in the Uzumaki clan. The chakra energy of these two families is too yang, and it is easy to get carried away. Even if they do bad things, it will be written on their faces. They are the kind of people who will say, I'm going to do bad things. You have to be careful. How can they be as sneaky as Baiyu? Danzo became excited. Leave him to me. He is born for darkness. I will let him be an emotionless ninja. Baiyu's performance undoubtedly shows that he is a person who is born to live in darkness. He wants to take Baiyu to the ninja school he founded outside the village to study. He established established that ninja school based on the Mist Hidden Village, which is known as the Blood Mist Village, and has collected a large number of people of the same age as Bai Yu. Bai Yu is too much to his liking. The Sandame didn't say anything. Do you really want to give Bai Yu to Danzo and let Danzo bring him into the route? The Sandame pondered for a while. In fact, after discovering what Bai Yu did, he was a little unsure of Bai Yu's character. The child who looks very sunny sometimes has a little bit of a brain. How could he do such a thing in private? The Sandame remembered the evaluation of the two ninjas who raised Bai Yu before, and he had an idea in his mind. Okay, I only want the blood of the Senju clan, not him as a person. When he can't adapt to the sun, he can only turn to the darkness. Remember, don't give him too difficult tasks when he is young. I need him to leave his blood when he grows up. Danzo said happily, leave it to me. In the Uchiha clan's residence, Sasuke's house, Sasuke had fallen asleep at this time. In the room, Uchiha Mikoto treated Uchiha Fugaku's injuries. Why are you so careless? You have a pair of eyes that can see the future. Why are you injured so seriously? Uchiha Mikoto put her hands in the wooden basin and wrung out the white towel stained with blood. Uchiha Fugaku sat on the ground with his back to Mikoto, and the orange light dimly illuminated the bedroom. Well, I just didn't expect to encounter such a difficult enemy. I thought the village would send Kakashi to assassinate Itaki, but I didn't expect that the person who killed Itaki was someone else. Who is it? Uchiha Mikoto frowned. Uchiha Fugaku said, it's Konoha White Fang. White Fang, isn't he dead? Uchiha Mikoto was puzzled. Uchiha Fugaku replied, the village used his corpse to copy a cyborg. He must be very strong to have hurt you like this. Uchiha Mikoto asked, well, after all, he is a ninja who will not be punished by the village even if he abandons the mission once he is encountered. Even if it is just a copy, his strength cannot be underestimated, but in terms of strength it is only that level. After all, it is just a copy, and it has the advantage of numbers. Uchiha Fugaku felt that the wound on his shoulder had been treated, and he said, I am somewhat looking forward to the village's research to go one step further in the future, so that perhaps I can let the real White Fang experience the swordsmanship of our Uchiha clan. Chapter 116 Going Home. Are you referring to the 50-meter-long sword? Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but smile. You are too protective of your shortcomings. How can you beat the original after beating the clone? I wish I could beat his son together. Uchiha Fugaku said, Kakashi got the eyes of our Uchiha clan, but when our Uchiha clan was in danger, he ignored it. I shouldn't have agreed to let him keep the Sharingan. Not only that, Uzumaki Naruto has lived alone for so many years, and Kakashi has never taken care of him. Kakashi doesn't want to have anything to do with others. After all, anyone who has anything to do with Kakashi will explode on the spot. The fourth generation was killed, and no one knows who will be the next. It's all over. After all, none of us thought that Minato Namikaze would die so early. Uchiha Fugaku got even angrier when Mikoto Uchiha mentioned Minato Namikaze. He cursed in his heart, this short-lived ghost. How could he be a Hokage when he lived so short, wasting the feelings of their Uchiha clan? He shouldn't have listened to Mikoto and let the family support Minato Namikaze. He was really screwed by Minato Namikaze, and the red-haired ones are all demons. Kushina is not a good person either. If it weren't for the good relationship between Kushina and Mikoto, and if they hadn't been in frequent contact during the Hokage election, he wouldn't have let the Jonin in the family vote for Minato Namikaze. In the end, did Minato Namikaze serve as Hokage for a year? Did he? Minato Namikaze died, and how many years did the village help clean up the mess behind him? It was because of the Nine Tails incident that the Uchiha clan had a trust crisis with the village and had to be trapped in the forest and live a semi-secluded life. Uchiha Fugaku was furious. He had to find a good time to dance on the golden-haired head. Uchiha Mikoto also fell silent. She did not feel sorry for the death of Minato Namikaze, but it was a pity that Kushina also died young. If Kushina was still alive, the children of their two families would have a good relationship now, right? Uchiha Mikoto sighed in her heart, stood up and left with the wooden basin. Uchiha Fugaku put on his clothes, took a newspaper, and walked to the living room. Itaki should still be handing in the task in the Hokage building at this time. He still needs to wait a while to see if Itaki is okay. When Uchiha Mikoto returned to the room, he saw Uchiha Fugaku reading a newspaper under the light. You are so seriously injured. Do you still have to wait for Itaki to come back? Well, you go to sleep first. Itaki is going out on a mission alone for the first time. I'll wait here, and he will feel safer. Uchiha Fugaku said without raising his head. Uchiha Mikoto shook his head. I really don't know how the relationship between you and your son has deteriorated. It's normal for children to be rebellious when they grow up. Just be patient. You go to sleep first. Uchiha Fugaku said. Yeah. Uchiha Mikoto glanced at Sasuke's room, thinking Sasuke has grown up, and I don't know what he will be like when he becomes rebellious. I just hope that the relationship with my family will not be deadlocked. After Uchiha Mikoto returned to her room, the living room became quiet, and the warm lights illuminated the furniture in the house. Table, chair, coffee table. The TV turned off in the living room, and the posters on the wall. Although the Uchiha clan is a traditional family, it also has the ability to absorb new things. The TV, refrigerator, and Sasuke's little dinosaur were all bought by the clan members. When Uchiha Itaki returned home, he pushed the door and saw Uchiha Fugaku sitting on the tatami in the living room reading a newspaper. The pale yellow light dimly illuminated the coffee table, making the surroundings warm and dim. Are you back? Uchiha Fugaku said without raising his head, as if the newspaper in his hand was very interesting. Well, I'm back. Itaki changed his shoes at the entrance. Uchiha Fugaku put away the newspaper, stood up and said, Mikoto left left some food for you. Okay, I'll eat later and then sleep, Itake replied. The father and son had nothing else to say. Uchiha Fugaku walked towards the room. If he didn't leave the living room, Itake would feel uncomfortable eating. It's good that people come back safely. As for the rest, time will make the gap between them disappear. Itake took off his shoes and didn't look at what was in the refrigerator, but went directly to Sasuke's room. His room and Sasuke's room are together. The first thing to do when you get home is to see if your stupid brother is asleep. He should have rested at this point. Itake came to Sasuke's room, opened a gap slightly, and saw Sasuke's sleeping face. He could still hear a few words vaguely. It's my turn today. All of you get out of the way. Bai-Yu hit her head with the magic conch. She actually has such an unrealistic fantasy. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Itake's forehead. It seems that Sasuke is doing well in school. Bai-Yu is that guy's name? Very good. I remember it. Itake quietly closed the door, took a shower, changed his clothes, and took out the food from the refrigerator to heat it in the microwave. Itake squatted in front of the microwave, staring at the countdown numbers on the microwave with his two big black eyes, patiently waiting for the time for the food to be heated. 3, 2, 1, ding. Okay, it's heated up. Ah, it's so hot. Itake hurriedly brought the food to the table. He picked up the chopsticks and said, then, I'll start. Well, it's delicious. Chapter 117 Double Happiness. In the early morning, the air was slightly cool. The sunlight was soft, not as hot as at noon. The first thing Sasuke thought of when he opened his eyes was Bai-Yu's matter. Today it's my turn now. I'll go see how many souls Sakura has taken away from you. Sasuke gritted his teeth and got up, folded the quilt, and went out to wash up. Just as Sasuke stepped out of the room, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Something seemed to be wrong at home. What was wrong? Sasuke tilted his head and glanced at the side. It seems normal again. Wait, the door is closed. Sasuke was stunned at first, and then he became happy again. Itake is back. Sasuke quietly opened the door and took a look. The stupid brother really came back and was still sleeping. Sasuke felt at ease. Today is really a double happiness. Sasuke went to wash up excitedly. Itake felt Sasuke leaving, and he quietly opened his eyes. What double happiness? Itake was confused. He didn't figure it out, and then he fell asleep in a daze. After traveling for so many days, Itake had not rested well. Today, Itake had to adjust his state. Sasuke would probably wake up after school. Sasuke was very happy. After washing and eating, he ran out with his school bag on his back. Slow down, Uchiha Mikoto warned. Got it. Sasuke waved behind him while running, and ran out of the family residence excitedly. My brother is back today. When Bai-Yu and I get out of school, I will bring Bai-Yu to see my brother. With my brother as a witness, Bai-Yu and we can have a good fight. Sasuke walked out in a happy mood. Although Sasuke felt that he was likely to be beaten, this did not stop him from wanting to spar with Bai-Yu. Sasuke, Sasuke heard someone calling him, turned around and saw a boy calling him on another street. This boy had a plush hedgehog head, a ninja forehead protector, and a black uniform of the Uchiha clan. A ninja short blade protruded from his right shoulder. It was Uchiha Shisui. Sasuke was in a bad mood. This guy was going to snatch his brother from him again. What's the matter? Sasuke asked in a bad tone. Yeah, just like the little hedgehog. Uchiha Shisui complained and said bluntly, is your brother home? I saw his room was lit for a while yesterday. Sasuke, don't you think it's bad to be peeping in the middle of the night? No, I just happened to get up and take a look over there. Uchiha Shisui laughed awkwardly. Oh, I just got up and took a look at our house, and my sight just happened to pass over the wall of our house. Your pupil power is increasing day by day, Sasuke said venomously. He wanted to scold the man who stole his brother away. Uchiha Shisui's heart sank when he heard this. Itake's younger brother has excellent observation skills. Fortunately, he doesn't have a brain, otherwise it would be troublesome. He did stand on the roof and watch yesterday. He accidentally found that Uchiha Fugaku was not at home, so he deliberately paid attention to Sasuke's house. Uchiha Fugaku is the head of the clan after all, and he has great prestige in the clan. He may also be the real culprit of the Nine Tails incident, so Uchiha Shisui did not want to rashly investigate Uchiha Fugaku. The people in the family are turbulent. Once something happens at this time, Uchiha Fugaku can easily mobilize the emotions of the clan members, so Shisui is watching the development of things. No matter what tricks Uchiha Fugaku has, even if he is the real culprit of the Nine Tails incident, it doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't make trouble now, everything will be fine. If Uchiha Fugaku makes trouble, he can easily subdue the clan leader. Uchiha Shisui smiled and watched Sasuke leave. He shifted his gaze to Sasuke's home and walked to a street shop nearby. Uncle, give me a bun. I hate Uchiha Shisui so much. Sasuke left the family residence angrily and walked on the jungle trail. The air in the forest was slightly cool. Dewdrops condensed on the grass and trees, and the earth-colored ground was slightly black. Except for the visible stones and potholes, the road was still clean. Sasuke was sulking for a while and decided to bring Bai-Yu to find his brother as soon as possible after school, so as not to give Uchiha Shisui a chance. Itake had been away for such a long time and had just returned now. I'm afraid he didn't know that he had a friend. Sasuke really wanted to share this with Itake, and today, in addition to Itake's return, it was also his turn to get along with Bai-Yu, which made Sasuke very happy. Finally, the two people he cared about could get to know each other. Bai-Yu seems to be a little afraid of my brother. I don't know why, but when he gets to know my brother, he will know that my brother is actually easy to get along with. I don't know how Bai-Yu will react to this news when I tell him later. Sasuke came to the town with great anticipation. He slowed down at the intersection where the two often met and saw a red-haired boy squatting in the shadow of a building on the street. The boy had had short red hair, light green eyes, delicate and cute facial features, fair skin, and wore a light red short-sleeved shirt and grey-white short and blue ninja sandals on his feet. He was holding a small branch and teasing the ants on the ground. The street in front of him was black and white with the shadow of the building tilted into a corner, and outside the shadow was the brilliant sunshine. From here, Sasuke saw the white moon, the street, and the Hokage rock statue in the village in the distance. Chapter 117 Double Happiness. Sasuke slowed down. Baiyu looked up and saw that it was Sasuke. His big beautiful eyes curved into crescent. He stood up and waved excitedly, saying, "Sasuke, I'm here. Don't shout so loudly." Sasuke walked over and said, "Oh." Baiyu covered his mouth and said, "You look very happy. Did something happen? What else happened today? What else could happen today besides his turn to get along with Baiyu?" Sasuke deliberately didn't say it but said what he was concerned about now. "My brother is back." Hey. Baiyu couldn't help but feel nervous. Sasuke's brother is back. How come he came back so soon? Baiyu said subconsciously. He was not mentally prepared yet. In his opinion, it would be just right for Itachi to come back after he and Sasuke were settled. It would be best if he went out for 10 or 8 years. In this way, the meal would be ready when Itachi came back. Sasuke puffed up his cheek. He has been out for a long time. Come home with me after your school. Go to Sasuke's house. Baiyu was even more nervous. Isn't this too eye-catching? And it's to meet the parent. Why, are you unhappy? Did Sakura take you to meet the parents yesterday? Sasuke asked deliberately. No, Sakura and I stayed in the library all day yesterday, reading books for a long time and doing questions. Baiyu said subconsciously. Just doing homework and reading books. Sasuke felt that things were not that simple. If it was that simple, she would not be Sakura. Sakura must have taken the offensive against Baiyu. Baiyu replied, "Of course, by the way, I also had lunch with Sakura. Speaking of which, I just found out that Sakura has a delicate side. That woman has always been very delicate. Only you don't know." Sasuke looked at Baiyu and suddenly wanted to flick Baiyu's forehead. This stupid brother. Baiyu lowered her head and said, "Yesterday, Sakura cooked for the first time. There were 2 bentos, one of which was not very good and was burnt. Sakura gave me the good one and ate the burnt one herself. She also deliberately made me not see it. In fact, I have a good observation ability. Sakura is a very good person." Baiyu felt warm in his heart. With such a wife, what else can a husband ask for? Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but hold his forehead. Here it comes. Here it comes. This is the invisible offensive. This woman is really not that simple. What? Baiyu looked up at Sasuke in confusion. Sasuke said, "Nothing." What should he do then? How can he win back Baiyu's heart and make Xiaoying feel embarrassed? Sasuke thought that he would have to take Baiyu to meet his brother and parent and fight with Baiyu in front of his brother. He felt bad all over. When Xiaoying launched a gentle attack on Baiyu, he actually took Baiyu to do something Baiyu didn't like. Chapter 118 Who is anxious? This is a reverse operation. It will make Baiyu farther and farther away from him. No, this won't work. Sasuke decided to think of other ways, but fighting is the core, and it must not be changed. Now he is the only one who has discovered the fun of using Baiyu. Once Sakura also knows that Baiyu has a strong recovery ability, she will definitely bully Baiyu like him. This won't work. Only he can bully Baiyu. Baiyu wants to fight with him, and he doesn't allow Baiyu to stay away from him, and he can't let Baiyu be bullied by Sakura. Sasuke thought domineeringly. Just when the two of them arrived at the gate of the ninja school, he suddenly saw Sakura coming from the other side. Sasuke and Sakura were evenly matched. When they met, they first compared their eyes and found that the other party was full of threats to them from top to bottom. Sasuke thought to himself, "Today is my turn. No matter what tricks you played yesterday, I will break them back for you today." Sakura said to herself, "I have found a path that suits me. I want to be a good wife and mother for Baiyu, but you are still standing still. Sooner or later, I will surpass you and make you regret it." Baiyu saw the hostile eyes of Sasuke and Sakura and took a step back in fear. He felt torn. Weren't these two people very harmonious before? Why are they fighting again today? Baiyu thought if a fight really breaks out, he will try to stop them, or he will carry Sasuke and run away. "You still look the same," Sakura said to Sasuke, and then greeted Baiyu cutely. "Baiyu, good morning." "Good morning, Sakura," Baiyu said. Sasuke had a cold face and his good mood of the day turned bad when he met Sakura. At home, Shisui competed with him for his brother. Outside, Sakura competed with him for Baiyu. It was so unpleasant. Sasuke said in a cold tone, "What do you mean by the same old look? Don't you know, I have made great progress with Baiyu." As Sakura spoke, she lowered her head and took out a copy from her school bag. Bento handed it to Baiyu and said, "Baiyu, this is today's lunch. I am looking forward to tasting your cooking. You will definitely be satisfied." Baiyu promised and he accepted the bento. Sakura glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke understood. It's this matter. Sasuke reached out and touched the key in his pocket and couldn't help laughing. He didn't say a word to Sakura but said to Baiyu, "Let's go. We have something to do after class." "What is it?" Sakura asked. Baiyu said frustratedly, "Sasuke wants to take me to see his brother. I'm a little afraid to go. If he went, he might be remembered by Itachi, the sister control, and then he would be killed at the right time." With the current combat power of the Purple Hermit, Baiyu really didn't want to go against Itachi. After all, the probability of him being killed in seconds was too high. Although Itachi only had 3 Megatama, the strongest skill of the Purple Hermit was defended by the brain occlusion technique, and he really didn't have the confidence to give his brother-in-law a hard blow. Baiyu didn't dare to go with Sasuke to see Itachi. Sasuke was still happy that he was better, but Baiyu was still reluctant and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "It's a matter of time. Why are you worried? Can my brother still eat you? Maybe he really can eat people." Sakura said on the side. Sasuke looked at Sakura coldly. Sakura said to Baiyu nonchalantly, Sasuke is a little too impatient to meet the parents so early, right Baiyu? Who is impatient? Sasuke turned his head away proudly. I just want my brother to meet Baiyu and fight with Baiyu, but this can't be said, otherwise Sakura will find another advantage of Baiyu. Another advantage is that Baiyu will be in tears when he is wronged and will be pitiful when he is injured, but the injury will heal very quickly. We have to do it step by step. Sakura pushed Sasuke away and walked to Baiyu, saying, let's go to the teaching building together. I have been trying to extract chakra energy these days. Baiyu, since you succeeded, please teach me when you have time. Okay, Baiyu agreed. I have experience in this area. Hehe, that's great. Sakura said to Baiyu, these days our class teacher has been talking about ninjutsu theory and supplementing us with ninja knowledge just to prepare for extracting chakra. With your help, I will succeed soon. Right, Sakura, you are smart. You will definitely learn it quickly. Baiyu said, and saw that Sasuke looked a little disappointed, so she wanted to turn her head to look at Sasuke. Sakura turned Baiyu's head over and said viciously, it's not time for you to get along yet. Think less about him. Baiyu, I didn't think about it. I just took a look. Sasuke was in a better mood. Baiyu was still very good to him and kept thinking about him. When Sasuke thought of this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why would he feel subconsciously happy when Baiyu cared about him after he was wronged? He should be happy, but he shouldn't be happy. After all, Baiyu and Sakura are in a normal relationship, but could it be? Sasuke suppressed this thought. He watched Baiyu and Sakura talking and laughing and finally stopped stopping them, but watched quietly from the side. Although he would look good in women's clothes and Baiyu might like him, if he really puts himself into it, he will suffer a great loss. Chapter 118. Who is anxious? I must keep this in mind. Although I have to participate in the game process, the result of the game can only be to silently watch Baiyu and Xiaoying enter the palace of marriage, and I must not get myself involved. Sasuke remembered it in his heart. He was behind Baiyu and Xiaoying, watching the two people all the way, and the three of them walked into the teaching building together. When they reached the corridor, Xiaoying had to separate from Baiyu. The two waved goodbye. Afterward, Baiyu and Sasuke walked into class 2. Almost everyone in the class was there, noisy, and chatting with people they knew. The two came to their seat. Sasuke asked, do you really not want to see my brother? Baiyu was a little difficult to speak. Sasuke was silent for a while, then said, then after class, let's go to the old place to play. Baiyu lay on the table and said, I want to go fishing, and I have to finish Sakura's lunch box as soon as possible, and then return the box to her. After all, I will be with you today. If I don't finish the lunch box, I may not be able to find her. Well, okay. Sasuke thought about it, nodded and agreed, and asked, what is the cooking skill you and Sakura talked about just now? Baiyu confessed honestly, I promise to exchange lunch boxes with Sakura next month. I cook delicious food. Can I eat it? Sasuke asked. Baiyu's face was full of smiles. Sure, go to my house. Yeah, Sasuke nodded slightly. What Sakura has, he must have. What Sakura doesn't have, he must also have. In other words, Sakura has to Baiyu. He must have everything that Sakura has or doesn't have, and he must have more than Sakura. My brother is back, and I wanted to pester him to teach me ninjutsu. After all, Baiyu knows a ninjutsu, but I don't know it yet, so I feel bad. But now, since Sakura wants to catch Baiyu's taste, I must have this talent, so let my brother teach me how to cook. Let my brother teach me, and then I will prepare lunch for Baiyu so that I can see Sakura's market. I will hit Sakura so hard that she can't raise her head in front of Baiyu. Sasuke thought confidently. As for whether Itachi can cook, this is not within Sasuke's consideration at all. After all, in his opinion, my brother is a genius who knows everything. Cooking is no problem at all. Chapter 119. Rivals of the same level as Sakura. I only had one meal yesterday, and it was sponsored by Sakura. I was hungry again this morning. He looked in the mirror this morning. It was only one day, and the baby fat on his face was almost gone. It was really worrying. Baiyu supported his chin with one hand. Sakura's lunch box was only enough for one meal, and he had to find a way to be self-sufficient, otherwise he would not be able to live this life. Sasuke had been paying attention to Baiyu's expression. Seeing Baiyu looking at the blackboard listlessly, he felt depressed. Sakura bribed this guy with a lunchbox. This guy is too easy to conquer, right? Although Sasuke was not anxious, he also felt the threat from Sakura. It was not yet class, and teacher Irika had not come over. Sasuke wanted to have a private chat with Baiyu. Why don't you dare to meet my brother? Sasuke asked nervously, and he looked away again, not wanting to see the look in Baiyu's eyes that he didn't want to see. For example, he didn't like his brother. Baiyu heard Sasuke's voice. He thought about it and said, isn't this normal? With our relationship, it's good to meet your relatives in advance, but I also have my own concern. What are you worried about? It's not like what Sakura said. My brother will eat people or something. Sasuke said, he won't eat people, but he will kill people. My sister. Baiyu smiled bitterly in his heart, and he said, I'm worried that your brother doesn't like me, and because of Sakura. Even if your brother likes me, if your brother finds out that our relationship is messy, he will definitely kill me. You and your brother have a good relationship. Even if I don't think so, if it's someone else, they will worry about this kind of thing, right? Sasuke thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. If it was as a friend taking Baiyu to meet Itachi, there would be nothing wrong, but the relationship between them is too impure. It's okay if it's not pure. Baiyu is still too timing, and the key is that he agreed. His brother will be furious if he knows. Maybe Baiyu will be killed by his brother. Sasuke puffed up his cheeks and no longer wanted to introduce Itachi to Baiyu. He was really afraid that Itachi would do something to Baiyu that would make him sad. However, Sasuke really wanted Itaka to meet Baiyu because both parties are people he cares about very much. Okay, I'll do as you say. Sasuke spread his hands and said helplessly, my brother is a very good person, but the relationship between us is a little complicated, so it's better not to let him know. Let's go fishing after class, but let's make it clear first, since my brother is back, I will spend part of my time to find my brother to learn ninjutsu and ninja tools, so I won't have so much time to play with you. Actually, I want to go with you to find my brother to practice, Sasuke said. Baiyu is already very strong, and Sasuke doesn't want to fall behind too much, so he has to work hard to catch up with Baiyu. Otherwise, if this goes on, Sasuke is really worried that he won't be able to beat Baiyu in the future, and the price of not being able to beat Baiyu is to become Baiyu's wife. Sasuke was so embarrassed just thinking about it. Although Sakura's conditions seemed difficult to fulfill, and he didn't seem to be in such danger, he had to be mentally prepared. This mental preparation was what if Baiyu really made up his mind and could memorize a whole library of books. Sakura had said that when people are extremely focused, they can accomplish many things that can be called miracles. What's more, Sasuke also has a competitive spirit and doesn't want to be the weaker party in the process of getting along with Baiyu, so he wants to practice hard. Who knew that Baiyu was afraid of his brother and didn't want to practice with him to find his brother? Alas, so worried. Baiyu saw the lost expression on Sasuke's face and he comforted him. How about this? Let's go fishing after class and I'll grill fish for you. If you practice, I can't go with you to see your brother, but if you succeed in your practice, we can compete in the class ninja exercise next week. With teacher Irika here, nothing will happen. Okay, Sasuke agreed. Baiyu's words hit the point he cared about most. He couldn't take Baiyu to meet his parents, but he was satisfied to eat the food made by Baiyu himself and fight with Baiyu enough. Sakura was still smug about being able to eat the bento made by Baiyu, and he had already started a married life with Baiyu in advance. Sasuke's fair face turned red in an instant and he shook his head to get rid of the idea in his head. No, you can't think like that. Baiyu belongs to Sakura, not him. Maybe in the eyes of others he and Baiyu have a good relationship, but he knows that he is just friends with Baiyu, not girlfriend. He must not take a detour. It's over. I was influenced by Baiyu and I took a detour myself. Baiyu looked stunned. Sasuke, I didn't say anything else, did I? Sasuke glared at Baiyu and said fiercely, who told you to be so cute? Sasuke said, turned his head to look outside. Irika hadn't come over yet, so he reached out and rubbed Baiyu's head, ruffling Baiyu's hair. Call me brother. Brother, Baiyu said obediently. Sasuke's heart almost melted when he heard Baiyu's soft voice. Then, a big sister like a big brother. Chapter 119 Rivals of the same level as Sakura. Baiyu grinned, made a scissor hand gesture, a pair of light green eyes narrowed into crescent and a big smile appeared on his face. Sasuke's cheeks puffed up and his face became a bun. He sat upright in his seat cutely and angrily, with his hands on the table, not looking at Baiyu, the big sister who looked like a big brother. Are you angry? Baiyu asked in a low voice. Not angry, Sasuke defended. After class, you grill the fish for me. Okay, Baiyu agreed. After class, Sasuke walked out with Baiyu. Yesterday was spent without Baiyu. When he thought of Baiyu and Haruno Sakura together, and he didn't know what he was playing with Haruno Sakura, he felt uncomfortable all over. Today is finally his turn. Baiyu also wanted to spend time with Sasuke. If Sasuke would go back to practice with his brother after eating grilled fish with him, he would have time to practice in the afternoon. He could study what interesting things would happen when the power of the stand and chakra were combined, and practice the unnamed ninjutsu to see what kind of ninjutsu it would be. But just when the two of them came to the corridor and met Sakura, a light floral scent suddenly wafted from behind Baiyu. A pair of hands hooked around Baiyu's neck. Baiyu only had time to look back and see the light golden hair and the touch of cheek against cheek, and his eyes were covered. Ino said mischievously, ding 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 ding, guess who I am? It's you. Sasuke found Ino. Ino made a face. Loyalu. Sasuke was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How could he forget that there was this woman? Ino covered Baiyu's eyes with one hand and said to Sasuke and Sakura, according to the rules of the game, it's my turn today, right? Sakura looked at Ino's bold actions and gritted her teeth in anger. Due to the rules of the game, she and Sasuke could not interfere with Ino and Baiyu's relationship, but she was still angry when she saw this scene. Ino actually, I want it next time too. Sakura and Sasuke shouted in their heart. Baiyu's eyes were covered and he panicked for a moment. Who is it? Which one is it? Sasuke was speechless. You didn't even know who the person you hooked up with was. Baiyu, I recognized you wrongly. You hid it so deeply. I'm going back to find my brother. Sasuke, don't go. We agreed to go fishing together later. Baiyu shouted. Ino said unhappily in Baiyu's ear. You are with me. Why are you still thinking about other women in your heart? I don't even know who you are. Baiyu was panicking. If he hadn't been afraid of being beaten by Sakura when he was reading in the library with Sakura yesterday, he would have asked Sakura who the third person was. Then he couldn't think of who it was, so he put the matter behind him. As a result, the person came out by himself. Baiyu was panicking. He had made an appointment with Sasuke to go fishing together by the river, so how could he be entangled by an unknown woman halfway? If Sasuke would ask Itaka to learn ninjutsu, wouldn't it mean that the time he spent with Sasuke would become shorter and shorter in the future? No, this is his first love. Baiyu was about to pull away the hand covering his eyes and suddenly heard Sakura say sourly, I thought it would be my turn tomorrow, but now it seems that I have to postpone it for another day. Then, follow the rules of the game today, and Sasuke, and I will hand him him over to you. Also, Baiyu, be good and don't think about Sasuke. Do you understand? Sakura said with gritted teeth. No matter what, Sasuke is the biggest threat. Sakura doesn't know whether Ino is an enemy or a friend, but it is the right thing to do to join forces with Ino to kill Sasuke first. Otherwise, neither she nor Ino can compete with Sasuke in Baiyu's heart. The rules of the game. Baiyu sighed. Although he wanted to pursue Sasuke, he didn't need to consider Sasuke's conditions now. Sakura's conditions were also half completed. Then, as long as he completes the conditions of the third person behind him, he will be considered to have passed the level. Although Baiyu is not interested in the person who covered his eyes behind him, as long as he solves this person, Sasuke, and Sakura will be in his pocket and he will also get a gift. Thinking of this, solving the conditions given by the third person is the top priority now, because this means that as long as he solves the conditions proposed by the third person, the only condition left is to go to the library to read book, and as long as all are completed, not to mention the time to spend with Sasuke, even the time to spend with Sakura and the third person will be very sufficient and without any pressure. Thinking of this, Baiyu stopped the action of pulling the little hand off his eyes. Ino gestured to Sakura. Okay, leave it to me. After saying this, Ino released the hand covering Baiyu's eyes, hooked Baiyu's shoulders and walked out with him, saying, come on, let's go play together. Baiyu's eyes could see things again, and he turned his head to look at the people around him first. All I saw was short blonde hair, beautiful facial features, and a pair of green eyes. Baiyu couldn't help but blurt out, it's you. Yes, it's me. Ino looked into Baiyu's eyes and said, then narrowed his eyes and smiled. You are so cute. No wonder those two people are pestering you, but this is interesting. What do you mean? Baiyu asked subconsciously. Ino said word by word, it means to cuckold them. Sakura exploded when she heard it behind. You little bitch. Ha ha ha. Ino happily took Baiyu away. Ah, I'm going to die. I actually let the wolf into the house. This guy is an opponent of the same level as me, not a simple-minded guy like Sasuke. Sakura wanted to cry but had no tears. Now she has met her opponent. Chapter 120. Face Ino squarely. Don't be partial to one over the other. Sakura was still thinking about joining forces with Ino so that the two of them could deal with Sasuke together, but who would have thought that Ino would actually join in with such thought? Ino actually wanted to cheat on her and Sasuke. How could this be possible? Although they all thought so and took practical actions, you can't say it out loud. Sakura looked at Ino's back helplessly. Although Sakura wanted to get along with Baiyu, wanted to snatch people from Sasuke's assistant, and wanted to cheat on Sasuke, she had never thought about being cheated on by others. Ah, I really missed it. So hateful. Sakura punched the wall next to her. After a second or two, the wall was fine. Sakura retracted her hand and cried out in pain. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. My heart hurts too. Sakura's voice came from the teaching building. Baiyu heard it. He turned around and walked back, but after 2 steps he was pulled back by Ino again. Well, Ino grabbed Baiyu hard. Don't go. You have to play with me today. But Sakura just called me. Don't worry about her. Look, she's out. It's okay. Ino said. Baiyu looked at Sakura and found that Sakura's aura was very low, and there was a shadow on her pretty face which covered her big green eyes together with her pink jagged pink bang, making it impossible to see Sakura's current expression. Sakura, are you okay? Baiyu asked. He shook off Ino's hand and said, I'm with you. Baiyu, thank you for comforting me, but this is something everyone has discussed. I can't stop you two from getting along today. Sakura raised her head with a look of loss on her fair face. Sakura looked at Ino on the side and said, I know why you joined us, but you need to pay attention to Sasuke. He is our strongest enemy. You cheated on me. It may be easy, but Sasuke, I'm afraid you won't be his opponent. Sakura said, looking at Baiyu. She had nothing to say to Baiyu, just smiled, and walked past Baiyu with a sad expression. Not breaking the rules is just to prevent others from breaking the rules when she gets along with Baiyu in the future. After all, she is the biggest beneficiary of this rule. Sakura decided to give in and let Ino, the little bitch, get along with Baiyu for a day. Anyway, it's not just her who is uncomfortable, but also Sasuke. Her advantage is still great. After all, she will accompany Baiyu for the longest time. Just getting along with Ino, Baiyu won't lose a piece of meat, and there is nothing to feel sorry for. After all, if you don't want to give up, you won't get anything. According to her original plan, the efforts of Ino and Sasuke are just to help her support her grandfather. Thinking of this, Sakura doesn't feel that she has suffered a loss. Baiyu saw Sakura's figure leaving and pursed her lips. Okay, I'll accompany you today. Ino pouted, stretched out her hand in front of Baiyu and said, it should be like this. You are too partial to one. Partial. Baiyu looked at Ino in surprise. He was always fair and just like he was chasing Sasuke and Sakura at the same time, and he didn't forget both of them. Why is it that he is partial to one and Ino? Oh, Baiyu knew, and Ino felt that he was unfair to her. Ino said generously, yes, the first two I didn't interfere with Sasuke and Sakura's relationship with you, so why did I have to perform such a tear-jerking scene when it was my turn today? So bad. Ino hugged her shoulders, which were in a sling, and shook her head. Is that so? Baiyu glanced at Ino, then looked in the direction where Sakura left, feeling even more guilty. Not only did he steal Sakura's Sasuke, but now he couldn't even give Sakura a sense of security. In this case, he could only meet Ino's conditions as soon as possible, and then defeat Sasuke so that the four of them could play happily together afterwards, so that they wouldn't have to fight with him. Although he probably wouldn't be able to settle the complicated struggle between the three of them, at least when he was with one of them, the other two wouldn't have to look at him and Ino sadly. Baiyu figured out the problem in his heart, and he looked at Ino. Ino had medium short light blonde hair that just covered her neck. She wore a dark green suspender skirt, had a beautiful face, face and clear green eyes, giving people a sense of being generous and cool. After Bai Yu looked at Ino, he now looked at Ino from another angle and had a different feeling than before. After all, he didn't know that Ino would become his girlfriend before. This is really distressing. Bai Yu didn't know why Ino noticed him and joined this game. He accepted Sakura only because he felt sorry for Sakura, so he planned to let Sakura and Shizuke reunite in another way. He didn't like Ino, although Ino was very beautiful, but forget it, just take it since it came. Feelings are cultivated slowly. He won't do the kind of thing that pretends to be a bitch. What are you looking at? Ino asked, putting down her hands. Bai Yu put his hands behind his head and said in a flat tone, I found you pretty good looking. After thinking about it carefully, it's not unacceptable. Did you know I'm pretty today? Ino lowered his voice and said, you don't even know my name, do you? Well, it's almost the same. After all, we have only met a few times. Bai Yu said normally. He knew Ino's name, but he didn't communicate with Ino much. Chapter 120. Look at Ino squarely. Don't favor one over the other. Why is this happening? Ino walked a few steps towards Bai Yu, took out a wooden sign, angrily shook the wooden sign with the number 2 in front of Bai Yu, and said, then remember, my name is Yamanaka Ino, the second player in the game. You, the boss at the end of the level. Watch me carefully, because I will definitely beat this game. Okay. Bai Yu agreed. My name is Bai Yu. I already knew your name. Really, you are so flirtatious. Why don't you pay attention to girls from other classes when you don't even know me? Human energy is limited. I feel good with Shizuke and Sakura. Bai Yu said frankly. The most important thing is that people should know themselves, and the persistence in the system's main attributes makes him dare not be presumptuous. So now that I join in, how do you feel? Ino asked curiously. Feelings? Bai Yu thought for a while. The feeling is that it seems like I have earned another one. Hey, earned another one? You think very open-mindedly. Let me tell you, my conditions are not that easy to meet. How difficult is it to meet? Bai Yu is interested. Will it be difficult to meet Xiao Ying's conditions? He has already met half of Xiao Ying's conditions. The only thing left is to gain. Bai Yu doesn't know why Ino joined at this time, but since Ino fell into the trap, he accepted it without hesitation. There are not many good things like this. I won't tell you yet. Wait until you play with me for a day today. Ino dragged Bai Yu out. Where are we going? Don't worry about it. I'll make the arrangement, and you have to listen to me all day today. Ino said without looking back. Bai Yu discovered that Ino probably has a very independent personality. What to do? He likes girls with strong personalities. Shizuke is like this, and Sakura is like this too. Every time he is bullied, he will have a feeling of being taken care of from all sides and will feel very safe and happy. This kind of thing must not be discovered by Shizuke and Sakura. Chapter 121. Let's talk about the story of how I met them. The stand messenger in Konoha _ a bird passing _ Bai Yu followed Ino out of the study place. The houses on one side of the street were covered with golden light. There were tall trees at the school gate. The shadows of the trees were spread on the open space at the school gate. Standing in the shade was particularly cool. Ground there were green leaves falling from the branches and swings swaying in the wind. There were villagers walking on the street, which was much more lively than the neighborhood where his home was. In his area, it was hard to see people even in broad daylight. Bai Yu did not resist. He followed Ino and the two came to a park. Ino took Bai Yu to walk on the small path in the park wood. The cobblestone road was very comfortable to walk on. Bai Yu was thinking, what would Ino take him to do? Sakura would take him to read books. Shizuke would take him to practice. Where is Ino? Ino and Bai Yu came to a slightly quieter place in the park. She turned around and sat on a chair, and her green eyes looked at Bai Yu curiously. Hey, tell me something. What? Bai Yu asked. He glanced at the seat next to Ino and did not go over to sit down. Ino propped up her chin with one hand and smiled. Of course it's something you guys are having fun with, right? This is much more interesting than watching TV. How did you get along with Shizuke and Sakura? They don't fight. It's amazing. Ino thought of the 2 days ago when she went to the rooftop and saw Shizuke and Sakura talking peacefully about the future with Bai Yu, and she felt it was fun. If it were me, I would definitely fight with someone who wanted to snatch the man I like from me. Ino said, by the way, why don't you sit down? Sit down and have a good chat with me. I've been gossiping about you these past 2 days. Bai Yu heard this and walked to sit next to Ino without hesitation. He put his hands on his knees and looked forward. Do you want to know about me, Shizuke and Sakura? Bai Yu asked. Ino nodded. Of course. Tell me quickly. By the way, before you tell me, you have to tell me why you took a few steps back when you saw me on the first day of the school exam. It was very rude, you know. Although it was not good for me to show off my test scores in front of you later. Ino was talking when she suddenly realized that Bai Yu was not looking at her. Ino said angrily, turn around and look at me. When you talk, you have to look into each other's eyes, you know. Bai Yu had no choice but to turn sideways and look at Ino. Leaves fell from the tops of the two people's head. The trees, lawns, and flower beds were sprinkled with a little sunlight, and the two people looked at each other. I know. If you know, just tell me. Ino lowered the edge of her skirt with both hands, crossed her leg, and looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu thought for a moment and said, that happened more than 10 days ago. You were the last person to arrive at the entrance exam. You were very conspicuous. I just wanted to be low-key, so I subconsciously took 2 steps to the side. How come you still remember it now? I'm very petty. Ino said frankly. Okay, now that I know the reason, I won't remember it. Tell me about you, Shizuke and Sakura. Who do you like more of these 2 people? Bai Yu said without thinking. Of course Shizuke. Shizuke? He looks very beautiful and has a good family background. But I heard from my father that although the Uchiha clan does not exclude clan members from marrying outsiders, no matter who the clan members marry, they must change their surname to Uchiha after marriage and move to the Uchiha clan to live. Do you know this? Ino asked curiously. Baiyu shook his head, and the ahog on his head followed suit. I don't know. Now that you know, what are your plans? Will you be called Uchiha in the future? Uchiha Baiyu. Ino smiled mischievously. And Sakura, what will happen to Sakura after you marry Suzuki? Of course, marry her together, Baiyu said without hesitation. Wow. Ino covered her mouth in surprise. Are you really going to do this? Then what should I do? Baiyu was a little distressed. The problem Ino mentioned was not a problem for him. Because of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, a war will inevitably break out in the future. In order to stop all this, Itaka joined forces with Uchiha Obito to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Although he planned to stop Itaka was too strong. How could he fight his brother-in-law with the purple hermit? He was still thinking about this matter, but Baiyu had no hope at all, so he probably had to wait for the Uchiha clan to explode on the spot so that he could take Suzuki to his house. The premise is that he would not be stabbed by his brother-in-law. How should I know what to do? I'm not a boy. Ino continued. In my opinion, it's impossible for you to fulfill the conditions they put forward, so you will probably have to choose one of the two in the end. Suzuki and Sakura, you can only choose one. Don't you still have you? Baiyu said. Me. Ino pointed at herself, and after a while she suddenly realized, haha, you are quite courageous. You haven't eaten the bowl yet, but you are thinking about the pot. I can't help but think about it. I thought 2 people would be enough, but who knew you would join in? Baiyu said with some distress. There are too many people. I don't know how to distribute you in the future. Haha. Ino was amused. She patted the back of the chair where the two sat, raised her eyebrows and said, do you really think you can meet the conditions proposed by Suzuki and Sakura? Baiyu nodded. Of course, I am very confident. Chapter 121. Let's talk about my encounter with them. Seeing Baiyu's confident look, Ino couldn't help but feel guilty. If things were really as Baiyu said, she was sure to fulfill Suzuki and Sakura's conditions, then wouldn't she be giving it to Baiyu for nothing? But she only planned to watch Suzuki and Sakura's Shura field up close and add some spice to it to have fun. Gulp. Ino swallowed her saliva and realized that she was suppressed by Baiyu in momentum. She said in a bluffing manner, oh, it seems that the conditions they proposed can't make you despair. In this case, then Ino hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. After all, judging from Baiyu's appearance, the conditions she had thought of before were a bit low level and might not be difficult for Baiyu. If Baiyu is really sure to complete the conditions of Suzuki and Sakura, then her condition is crucial. She has to protect herself, Suzuki and Sakura. This is their last line of defense. It must not be broken by Baiyu. Otherwise, once Baiyu completes the conditions of 3 people, then all 3 will be in her hands. Ino said bluntly, I'm thinking about it and come up with a method that will be difficult for you. Baiyu shrugged. Okay, you can think about it as long as you want, but after you come up with it, you must tell this condition to Suzuki and Sakura so that the contract will be reached. You can't regret it. Baiyu looked into Ino's eyes and said. Ino was a little nervous and she nodded desperately. Well, I know. Wait, why are you talking so strongly? Obviously I am the powerful one. Ino was a little resistant to getting along with Baiyu, and she unknowingly became the weaker party. She was actually frightened by Baiyu. This is really not right. I don't know. It seems that when I face you, I have a special attack in some aspect. Baiyu reached out and scratched the red hair on his head and said distressedly, obviously, I am very vulnerable in front of Suzuki and Sakura. Baiyu said here, made a face again, and frightened Ino. Maybe I was pretending when I faced them, because it's fun to get along with them like that. Ah, so you pretended to be so weak? Sure, you look like a little white rabbit, but you are so dark in your heart. Sakura and Suzuki have been played around by you, right? You are a big devil with a bitch. Ino patted Baiyu's shoulder and encouraged Baiyu. Okay, keep going. I'm rooting for you. Remember the result of rooting for me. Baiyu held his hands in front of his head, his back against the chair, and looked up slightly at the branches above his head, as well as the blue sky and white clouds between the branches. Ah, the more you talk, the more scared I am. Actually, let me tell you, the main reason I joined in was for fun, not to sacrifice myself to you, Ino said, and seeing Baiyu looking at the top of her head, she also leaned back on the chair like Baiyu and looked up at the sky. Who would have thought that you would be able to fulfill Suzuki and Sakura's conditions? Ino said, recalling what Suzuki and Sakura said. Suzuki requires you to become a jonin and be stronger than her. Sakura requires you to read a whole library of books and memorize them. Since you are sure to fulfill their conditions, it means that you will be a very good ninja. Ino said here, slightly sideways glanced at Baiyu. You seem to be very cute. You will be very handsome when you grow up. Right, I like you a little bit, Ino said carelessly. Baiyu hummed, which was considered to be a response to Ino's word. The two of them sat quietly on the bench in the park and looked at the sky. After a while, Ino said again, seeing them work so hard to train you, I feel so accomplished. Can you not care about them when you grow up? Baiyu, what kind of idea of a euro getting something for nothing is this? Baiyu said, don't even think about it. I must get Suzuki and Sakura. You are just a byproduct. Didn't you just say that Suzuki is your favorite? How come I am the only one who is a byproduct among the 3? Ino asked curiously. Baiyu hesitated for a moment but still didn't plan to tell Ino the truth. After all, he didn't like Ino that much. Ino waited for a while but didn't hear the answer, so he said, how about this? Can you tell me how you all met? Baiyu had nothing to do, so he said, okay, if you want to know, I'll talk to you. Talk about the story of how I met them. Chapter 122. How about I treat you well? In the park, Baiyu and Ino talked about his story with Sasuke and Sakura. It's not very complicated to say, but when recalling it, Baiyu suddenly felt a hazy sense of unreality. It felt like a dream. It was as if he had been experiencing all this time. They have all experienced the same thing before, but the details seem to be a little different. This made Baiyu confused, but this feeling is a very normal phenomenon, because people will realize at some point whether what they are experiencing now has been experienced before. He has a sense of copyright JAVU, which is probably the case. Ino then knew the emotional development of these three people. You and Sasuke are so romantic. It's love at first sight. From what you said, Sasuke seems to be the same to you. Two people approach each other instead of one pursuing the other. Ino felt satisfied with this encounter, and she felt sweet in her heart. The feeling of running towards each other is love. However, this feeling is also very tortuous and makes her feel difficult to understand. Baiyu and Sasuke like each other so much. It's incredible that they agreed to the conditions proposed by Sakura. Baiyu can understand it. Big pig's hoof, big carrot with a heart of play. But what about Sasuke? Ino has observed Baiyu and Sasuke's relationship several times. She sees the two of them inseparable every day. When Sasuke looks at Baiyu, there is no trace of other people. Why would Sasuke agree to Sakura's conditions and give up his unique advantages? As long as Sasuke wants and confesses to Baiyu, Baiyu will agree to Sasuke in the end, right? Then there will be no Sakura, there will be no her either. Ino is very curious about Sasuke's thought. What kind of mentality does Sasuke have to agree to Sakura's conditions and watch his sweetheart get along with Sakura? When Sasuke sees Baiyu and Sakura getting along, he must feel very painful, right? Since he feels painful, why does he look at Baiyu and Sakura getting along with each other without expression? Sasuke, does he have some hobbies that are difficult to understand? Then if she gets along with Baiyu, add Sakura, wouldn't Sasuke have double the happiness and be overjoyed? Ah, when I think about it this way, I am really a good person. In this regard, I satisfy Sasuke's strange hobby, right? She seems to like the feeling of pain and happiness in her heart. Ino stopped Baiyu from continuing to talk, and she said, let's cultivate our relationship from now on. Hey, Baiyu was confused. Aren't he and Ino just simple playmate? Very pure, right? What kind of relationship should be cultivated? If he had time to cultivate feelings, he could have gone out to play with Sasuke and Sakura. You seem very confused. Haha, a degree. Ino stood up, put her hands on her hips and said, I told you not to favor one over the other. Get up quickly, let's go to my house. What are we going to your house for? Baiyu asked. Go get some things. We are going to play all day today, Ino said. Also, don't think about dealing with me, okay? I know all the rules. If you don't follow the rules, it's equivalent to giving up the game. Then, neither Sasuke nor Sakura will be able to play. Our rule is to increase your favorability. This is an iron rule. As the final boss, you can't run away. Let me gain some experience today, okay? Ino blinked her right eye mischievously and waved. I like to play. You boys seem to like playing ball very much. I don't like it. Baiyu said. I have badminton at home. Let's spend the day like this. Ino ignored Baiyu. Baiyu sighed, stood up, and suddenly realized that he was still holding Sakura's lunchbox in his hand. So he said, wait a minute, what for? Ino turned around and asked. Baiyu sat back on the chair and said, I'll deal with you after I finish my meal and have enough energy. Wow, you actually said it out loud. You actually said it out loud to deal with me. Ino pointed at Baiyu. Very good, you've made me more interested. Baiyu, he really didn't understand this kind of person who likes to be abused. Although he felt very happy when he was bullied by Sasuke and Sakura, he still didn't understand the inner thoughts of this kind of person. It was really weird. Baiyu opened the pink lunchbox. Sakura also prepared lunch very well today. Sakura's virtuous side made Baiyu more and more impressed, and he really liked the feeling of being taken care of by Sakura. If Sasuke is an iceberg beauty who occasionally makes fun of her, then Sakura, who has a violent heart but is gentle and considerate on the surface, makes Baiyu even happier. Baiyu picked up a piece of rice ball and put it in his mouth to chew. The taste of the food was very light, and the rice ball kneaded into a ball had the aroma of rice and was chewy. If it was Sakura, she would hand him a glass of water when he felt tired and when he was eating, but the woman in front of him would only stare at him. Alas, Baiyu sighed. He really liked the way Sakura bullied him while taking care of him. Suddenly, Ino held the chopsticks in Baiu's hand. When Baiyu picked up one of the rice balls, Ino held the chopsticks and put the rice ball into her mouth. 60,608 Chapter 122 How about I treat you well? Ino took 2 steps back, afraid that Baiyu would get angry. She finished eating in 2 or 3 bites. Wow, is this the lunch made by my sweetheart? I feel that Sakura is very attentive. Baiyu looked at the chopsticks and then at the lunchbox. He turned the chopsticks upside down with a dark face to avoid touching bad places when eating. He. Ino laughed twice and found that Baiyu did not blame her, so she felt a little bored. She sat next to Baiyu again, shaking her feet and said, eat faster. Let's go play badminton after eating. If you don't grab my chopstick, I might eat faster, but if you bring me a glass of water, I will forgive you for what you did just now. Baiyu said, water? It's a little far from my home. It takes more than 10 minutes to run back and forth. Ino hesitated. Baiyu said, then go buy a bottle of water. Okay, wait for me here. Ino stood up and waved. Baiyu nodded slightly. He lowered his head with a headache and covered his forehead with one hand. From just now, I felt so depressed. Is it because I'm too far away from Sasuke and Sakura? I can only feel happy when I'm with them. If I'm alone, my personality will become very dark again. I've been living like this for the past few years. In the convenience store next to the park, Ino tiptoed to get 2 bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator outside the convenience store. After paying, Ino ran ran towards Baiyu with the mineral water. Ding 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 ding, I bought it for you. How is it? Am I good to you? Wow, it's so cold. Chapter 123. A group of fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law all look very troublesome. Ino helped Baiyu unscrew the water, and when he handed it to Baiyu, he drank a sip and felt refreshed all over, saying, "It's so cold." After drinking the water, Ino saw Baiyu's disgusted look. "Hey, you don't think I'm going to give you this bottle of water, do you? I'm just teasing you. This is for you. Do you want me to unscrew it for you?" Ino asked, looking at Baiyu's thin arms with a bad taste in his expression. Baiyu took the mineral water. "No, thank you. You're welcome." Ino sat next to Baiyu and said, "This is delicious. It's the one you wanted to eat just now." "Yeah." Baiyu hummed. "You're not still angry with me, are you? If you don't like it, I won't do such an outrageous thing next time." Ino clapped his hands and bowed his head and said, "Forgive me this time." Baiyu looked at Ino blankly. Ino grinned, showing a big smile. Baiyu handed the mineral water to Ino. "Hey, help me open it." "Haha, you still want me to open it for you?" Ino took the mineral water. "No, I just can't free my hands." Baiyu argued. Baiyu finished the food quickly. "Okay, let's go to my house to get the badminton racket. It's probably another hour before noon." Ino stood up and stretched. Baiyu silently put away the lunchbox, holding the mineral water in his hand, and followed behind Ino. Ino led the way and said, "You also took the initiative to talk to me. It's boring to always let me take the initiative." Baiyu was not with Shizuke, and his personality was a little depressed. Hearing this, he also felt that this was not good and unfair to Ino, so he said, "During the class placement test, I heard from the teacher that children from your big family would not participate in the class placement test, and Shizuke did not participate either. I met him at the opening ceremony. Why did you think of taking the class placement test?" "Well, it's because my father said that I was too stupid and had to help me with the basic knowledge of ninjas before school started. I took the class placement test with the intention of proving myself." Ino patted his chest and said, "Who knows? The content of the class placement test was actually different from what I studied. The knowledge points I prepared were completely useless. The poor written test results were the reason for my disrespect in the test. Otherwise, I should be in the same class with you and Shizuke now." Baiyu walked beside Ino. "The content of the written test was originally different. I remember that my test content was some questions about life philosophy and choices, and Sakura's was math questions. You probably just randomly got a question that's right in your blind spot, right? Life is so unpredictable. Should I say I'm unlucky?" Ino sighed and said, "Then I tried very hard in the physical test, but my score was still average. Adding my written test score together, the village sent me to class 3. I don't understand. Harano Sakura and I are both girls. Why is she so agile? Let me tell you, when she threw the javelin, her posture was so handsome." Ino said, a little like a fangirl. "That look has always been in my heart. It made me realize that once girls get serious, they are not inferior to you boys." Of course, Baiyu felt very sad when he heard Ino mention this. Sakura is his wife now. When Shizuke was still a boy, Sakura could beat Shizuke to the point where there was no mana left. It would be hard for him to endure it. In addition to the pressure from Shizuke, Baiyu felt that his life had reached its limit, not to mention that Ino was eyeing him covetously. Alas, Baiyu sighed. "Speaking of which, you probably don't know that on the first day of school, Shizuke was beaten by Sakura, and Shizuke flew up with one punch. That scene is still vivid in my mind. You said that I was pretending to be weak in front of Sakura, but it was not entirely like that. At least I really respected Sakura in my heart and was willing to be bullied by her. When she hit me, she looked very angry, but she seemed to be really anxious in her heart. I have been thinking about Shizuke all the time. That anxious look made me realize what care is. Sakura cares about me in her own way, which makes me like her very much. It's really hard for me to understand your hobby." Ino felt a chill. She hugged her shoulders and shook her head and said, "It's still hard to understand when I put it into it." "What? Speaking of hard to understand, it's hard for me to understand you too. Don't make me look like a masochist." Baiyu suddenly became anxious. He pointed at Ino and said, "Just now I asked you to buy water, and you went very obediently. I said I was not interested in you, and you said you were interested in me. In this way, you are more masochistic than me, right?" How could I?" Ino said with a evasive look. "Although you said that to me, the tone of command made me feel very fresh, but you and I are different. There is an essential difference between the two." "What's the difference?" Baiyu asked. "How should I know?" Ino changed the subject and said, "Look, we're at my house. Wait for me outside for a while." "Okay." Baiyu felt powerless. He saw the flower shop on the street in front. Ino's house was probably the same as his, both on the street with a shop and a residential building integrated. There is a shop in the front, a yard in the back, and people can live upstairs. I don't have any strange interest. Baiyu looked at Ino's back and defended himself again. "I know." Ino waved his hand nonchalantly and said to Baiyu behind him, "Hide quickly. If my parents see you, it will be troublesome." "Really, it was you who brought me here." Baiyu said so, but he still hid in an alleyway obediently. He might have been killed by Ataka because of Shizuke. If he was targeted by Yamanaka Ino because of Ino, it would be over. The Yamanaka family's mind-changing technique can even temporarily control the 10 tails, just like the immobilization technique, which is very troublesome. He doesn't know how to solve it yet. If you can avoid it, don't provoke it, right? A group of father-in-law and mother-in-law, they all look troublesome, especially his brother-in-law. It's so scary that he can't move. Baiyu sighed habitually for his future. This is life. It's really helpless. When you have time, find a place to take Shizuke, Sakura, and Ino to bask in the sun. Baiyu watched Ino go home. A woman's voice came from the flower shop. Baiyu looked up at the clear blue sky above the alley, and he squatted down. The alley was just in the shadow, and no sunlight came in. Chapter 124 Baiyu begins to become bad. Sasuke returned home very angrily. He didn't know what he was angry about. Was he angry about Baiyu's ability to get along with girls? It was outrageous that this guy found a woman himself, but he didn't even know her. Anyway, in Sasuke's opinion, Ino was the one Baiyu found. After all, Sakura couldn't take the initiative to find a competitor for herself, right? So, Baiyu was wrong. I won't play with him anymore. Sasuke went back home in a huff. When he got home, Sasuke realized that maybe he was not angry about Baiyu and Ino, but because he was angry that it was supposed to be his turn today, but he had to wait another day. Let's learn ninjutsu from my brother first. Sasuke came to attack his room, opened the door and saw the long-haired boy still sleeping in the quilt, so he could only sigh and leave. Mom, can you teach me ninjutsu? Sasuke found Uchiha Mikoto at home. Uchiha Mikoto said, go find your dad. Hyugaku is resting at home today, and I still have to wash clothes. Okay. Sasuke went to find Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Sasuke. Do you want to learn ninjutsu? Yes. Sasuke felt a little uneasy. Okay. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Itaki is still sleeping, so I might as well teach Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku took Sasuke away from home to learn ninjutsu, thinking in his heart maybe Sasuke is also a genius. Lakeside. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sasuke silently. I was wrong, and focus on training Itaki, right? Got it, Mom. I'll be back after playing for a while. Ino brought a badminton racket from home, and after shouting a few times into the house and dealing with her mother, Ino found Baiyu in a flash. Why are you hiding here? Ino asked. Baiyu squatted on the ground and said pitifully, I'm not familiar with the surroundings. It's easier for you to find me here. Ino looked at Baiyu's appearance and her heart was about to melt. Oh my god, no wonder Sakura likes Baiyu so much. This guy is so cute when he is weak. Look, you found me in a flash. That's because you are hiding diagonally opposite my house. Ino put his hands on his waist and said helplessly, okay, anyway, if my parents ask, I can say that you are my classmate. Let's go to an open place to play ball. Ino carried a badminton racket bag on his back, led the way in front, and asked again, have you played badminton? No. Baiyu said, well, I'll teach you. Badminton is a game where two people stand at a relatively distance holding badminton rackets in their hands and hit the ball into the air at each other. You must catch the badminton, and you can't let it fall to the ground. The person who doesn't catch the badminton is the loser. Ino and Baiyu explained the rules. Baiyu was a little nervous. He knew about the precision of his movement, although the kunao he had thrown so far were caught by the opponent more accurately than he threw. But, will it be like this when playing badminton? Baiyu felt a little uneasy. Ino saw Baiyu showing a weak look again, and couldn't help but hold her for it. Although Baiyu looked cute when she was weak, she preferred stronger people. She was different from Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura and Sasuke probably liked the weak Baiyu, but she liked the stronger Baiyu. But Baiyu seemed to have a double advantage. When she was in a good mood, she could bully Baiyu. Baiyu's weak look was really cute. When she was in a bad mood, Baiyu could bully her and let her be a little girl once in a while. You'd better show a little more strength in front of me, Ino said with some expectation. Baiyu said, okay. The two came to the park and started playing badminton. How should I be stronger? Baiyu asked. Ino threw the badminton and swung it hard, saying, how should I know? Why don't you be more casual? And I feel that you are a scumbag for having 3 girlfriends at the same time. Why don't you just be a male whore in front of me? What is a male whore? Ino was stunned by the question. She turned her head and thought about it. Bitch. Tea master. But Baiyu, who was surrounded by 3 girls, was only qualified to watch the tea, right? Ino felt a little headache. Go home and think about it carefully. I look forward to your performance in the afternoon. Okay. Baiyu's eyes were fixed on the badminton falling from the sky. Baiyu was surprised to find that he could play badminton, but playing it didn't seem to trigger the system's rules to reduce his movement precision to D level. When Baiyu was fighting, his movement precision was terrible, and he could only wait for the enemy to take the initiative to attack. Daily life would not be affected by movement precision, but when practicing ninja tools such as kunao, movement precision would deteriorate again. It was really strange, but as long as it didn't affect daily life, it would be fine. Baiyu happily played badminton with Ino for an hour. It was noon. Ino was going home for dinner. Baiyu went to pick up the badminton, squatted next to Ino, and the two of them got together. Remember to come to me in the afternoon. Don't go to my house. If my parents see you, it will be troublesome, not to mention that you have so many girlfriends. Ino put the badminton racket into the bag and said, my parents would beat me to death if they knew about you. Chapter 124 Baiyu begins to become bad. Yes, he will definitely beat her to death. Ino thought of that outcome and couldn't help feeling scared. I will protect you. Baiyu said he was also worried that he would be beaten to death by Ino's father. However, he didn't worry about too much debt, and he had done more than one cabbage, so he would have to face this matter sooner or later. Compared with Yamanaka Inoichi, he was more afraid of Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Itaki was his #1 enemy in the mountain he had to cross. Ino was stunned for a moment, a little moved. She bowed her head and said, okay, you just come here. I'll wait for you in the park. I'm going to take a nap in the afternoon, and I'll wake up around 3 or 4 o'clock. Okay. Baiyu asked, well, is it the same when you get along with them? I'll go home at noon, Ino asked hesitantly. She was worried that her time would be shortened. After all, a reincarnation of 3 days. The remaining 2 days depend on Baiyu's getting along with others. Ino didn't care at first, but now she feels sad because she found that Baiyu really suits her taste, so she is a little reluctant now. Baiyu nodded. Of course, my mind is not very flexible. If if you don't take a nap it will be worse. Ah, does this have anything to do with not taking a nap? Ino was surprised. To be honest, I am not very confident in my brain. She was very confident, but her test scores were not good and she went to class 3. Otherwise, according to the original plan, she could have been in the same class with Bai Yu. It should be related, right? I have developed this habit. Then I have to develop this habit too. My parents say I am stupid. Then let's meet in the afternoon. Ino put on the badminton bag and said coolly, see you in the afternoon. Bai Yu said as he took the mineral water and lunchbox. The two separated. Bai Yu walked towards home. I'm so tired. Ino likes sports. Bai Yu raised her hand, yawned, and tears welled up in her eyes. Whether it was Suzuki or Sakura, they didn't seem to be as active as Ino. Bai Yu couldn't wait to go home for a nap, and Ino's special show was in the afternoon. But on the way home, Bai Yu suddenly thought of a question. If he didn't take a nap and his brain was not good, then why was his brain still not flexible when he was taking a nap? And Ino obviously didn't like naps, so why didn't she look smart? No matter, I like naps anyway. As for Ino, let's see if this method can make her smarter. Otherwise, she and I can be brothers in distress. Bai Yu doesn't think much of IQ, and he doesn't have any opinion about his brain, because he only cares about the experience of life, not so many things. In the afternoon, Bai Yu went to the park to find Ino. Ino arrived earlier than Bai Yu, and waited for a long time before Bai Yu came. Ino was wearing a small skirt, and her delicate and beautiful face had a distant and arrogant expression. She looked very difficult to approach, but Bai Yu probably understood Ino's personality. This is a girl who looks strong, but as long as you speak a little harshly, she will feel guilty. Ino saw Bai Yu coming late, and first complained, why are you so late? Sorry, I didn't expect you to come so early. Bai Yu ran over and said, Ino, next time you have to arrive before me. No, you will wait for me next time. Bai Yu looked at Ino. Why? Ino asked unhappily. Because I like to see you as soon as I come here. You let me know that there is someone who cares about me more than I thought and will wait for me in advance at the place where we are together. Bai Yu looked at Ino sincerely. Ino took a step forward boldly with a blush on her face and pretended to be very imposing. Since you know that I care about you very much, will you choose me in the future? Okay. Bai Yu agreed at once. Okay. Ino was frightened all of a sudden. She took a step back, her eyes dodging. What about Suzuki and Sakura? Just ignore them. Speaking of which, I always get along with one of you. Behind their back they won't know that we have a good relationship, right? Bai Yu said indifferently. So. Ino's face was sweating. She didn't dare to look at Bai Yu. For a moment she felt like she had fallen into a trap. She thought it was fun, so she joined in. Who knew it was a trap? Bai Yu stepped forward and said, yes, in fact, I was attracted to you when we first met. Your light golden hair, stubborn but gentle personality, and the competitive spirit in your eyes all attracted me deeply. After a morning of getting along, I already understand your goodness. My goodness. Ino looked aside with a guilty conscience and said timidly and impatiently, what's good about me? Bai Yu looked at Ino with light green eyes. The good thing is that you are a bitch, and you don't have to take responsibility when you get along. Ino, okay, did you say so much just to pave the way for the last sentence? I'm really mocked by you. Ino put her hands on her hips and said, I tell you, you're done. I will. What will you do? Bai Yu looked at Ino. You don't dare at all, right? Are you going to tell Suzuki and Sakura? Bai Yu said, you will tell them, right? Chapter 124. Bai Yu begins to become bad. I won't. Ino lowered her head. Very good. Remember to wait for me in advance when you meet in the future. Okay. Do you need a reward? For example, a pat on the head? No, I will tell Suzuki and Sakura and let them beat you. Thank you, Ino. Bai Yu said gratefully. Like Ino, he liked being bullied. You're welcome. I should be the one to say thank you. I like the way you are now. Under the setting sun, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. What do you think of what I just said? Is there anything that needs to be improved? Bai Yu asked. Ino said, if you are a little more scumbag, I will like you more. Although I know it's impossible. You like Suzuki and Sakura very much, but it feels really good to show it in front of me. It's really hard for me to understand your interest. Bai Yu said. Ino, same here. Bai Yu wanted to deny it but finally sighed. Forget it. Don't pretend. He showed his card. Being bullied by his wife really makes him happy. Ino said, I think we are a good match. You should dump them. Right? No. Why not? Look at how good I am. You can bully me as much as you want. Ino said carelessly. But you won't bully me. Bai Yu was a little distressed. By the way, have you thought about your conditions? I have thought about it. Ino said, you will never think of what this condition is. What is it? Bai Yu asked. Ino said, that's it. Weren't you getting along with Sakura and Suzuki before? Yes. Bai Yu nodded. Ino said, when we grow up we will confess to you in order. The order will be Sakura, me, and Suzuki. You will choose the girl you like most from among us to be your life partner. And my condition is, what is it? Bai Yu asked. He was very curious about the conditions proposed by Ino. Ino said, my condition is that when we confess to you, the choice you have to make is not to choose the girl you like most, but the girl who treats you best. Choose the girl who treats me best. Bai Yu was a little confused. Why do you want to do this? Because I can't bear to see other people's efforts fail. Ino said cheerfully, if I complete the conditions of Sakura and Suzuki, your condition will be meaningless. Right? Bai Yu was puzzled. Even if I fail to complete their conditions in the end, I will only choose the person I like. In this case, I will not consider your conditions, but by that time, you will think in your heart who has paid the most over the years, rather than choosing the person you like when making a choice but ignoring the feelings of others for you. What I want is not for you to make a choice but for you to think about it when making a choice. Just like what I said just now, I can't bear to see other people's efforts go to waste. And what I'm betting on is you can't complete the conditions they put forward and you can only only choose one among the three of us," Ino said with a guilty conscience. In fact, she also wanted to come up with a difficult problem to stump Bai Yu, but when she was sleeping at noon, she kept thinking about Xiao Ying shouting in the teaching building. "My heart hurts so much." Ino softened her heart and wanted to help Xiao Ying and take care of Xiao Ying, who worked hard. Let them compete fairly and justly, and she will always be good to Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked at Ino. Ino looked at Bai Yu. Okay. Bai Yu didn't quite understand Ino's inner journey, but this was just a piece of cake for him, not a very difficult condition. What Bai Yu didn't expect was that after Shizuke, the free number 1, there came another free number 2. Shizuke and Ino, did they trust Sakura's conditions too much? Bai Yu agreed in a daze. It's delivered to the door. Can't be rejected, right? Anyway, he wants 3, and 1 more will kill him. Ino was relieved when he heard Bai Yu agree, and reached out and patted Bai Yu's shoulder and said, "Let's go." "Where are you going?" "To let you know how good I am." Bai Yu became interested after hearing this. He didn't know why, but being with Ino awakened the bad side of his heart. Chapter 125 Too Much Trouble. After feeling that Ino was getting better, Bai Yu and Ino separated and he walked home. He and Ino reached an agreement that Ino's conditions would not be told to Sakura and Shizuke, because Ino didn't want to show weakness to Sakura and Shizuke anyway. If Sakura and Shizuke knew that the conditions proposed by Ino were so meaningless, they would look down on Ino and make Ino angry. These were Ino's original words. Even if it was to be announced, it was hoped that it would be announced at the end of the game in the future, so that Ino would not look like a loser. Then what? Bai Yu felt that he was going to die, because the second condition proposed by Ino was that when he told Sakura and Shizuke the condition tomorrow, this false condition would cover up the real condition and be known by Sakura and Shizuke. This false condition was that Ino wanted him to be a scumbag and inhuman male bitch in the process of getting along with Ino. Bai Yu felt suffocated by this. He was such a simple child, but he had to be such a bad person. He didn't want to, but was threatened by Ino. Ino said that if he didn't agree, then when he confessed to Sakura and Shizuke tomorrow, he would say a very difficult condition that even the six-path sage couldn't do. He wanted all of them, ask for them in his dreams, because he was discussing it with Ino privately now, and Sakura and Shizuke didn't know about it, so it didn't matter. Without calculation, Ino could have made a big offer tomorrow and put forward exaggerated conditions, thus preventing him from completing the conditions for everyone's strategy. Originally, the library's affairs were only half completed with the help of the Purple Hermit, which allowed him to see the dawn of peace. If Ino hit him head-on, he would have to run away with Shizuke and Sakura. So Bai Yu thought about it and agreed to it, passively being a scumbag in front of Ino to make Ino happy. This really made him feel a little happy in the pain. Why happy? Because Ino is really good. Bai Yu counted on his fingers. If Shizuke, Sakura, and Ino took turns to come one day, he would have no rest time at all. He had to accompany them every day. At the beginning he was a little happy, but now he felt painful. There are too many girlfriends and too many troubles, but fortunately there are only 3 and he can still handle it. I have put the ninjutsu learning on hold for several days. I will play with Shizuke tomorrow, Sakura the day after tomorrow, and Ino the day after tomorrow. If this goes on, when will I be able to learn ninjutsu? Bai Yu defeated an enemy last time and got a ninjutsu without a name. He was going to take time to learn it, but now he has no time at all. All the time in his life is occupied by women. He can only work overtime at night to see if he can learn it. In addition, there is also research on the combination of stand power and chakra energy. Bai Yu walked home listlessly. After the ninjutsu matter is dealt with, he will have to work overtime in a few days to study the terrain of the village so as to find a route to the Hokage Rock. But then again, if he finishes all his affairs, he can play with his friends without any psychological burden. Although he has a lot of things to do, he can only take time to complete them every night. After all, he still wants to maintain the quality of life during the day. Arriving home, Bai Yu first poured herself a glass of water, and after drinking it, she went back to the house to read the ninjutsu scroll. Ninjutsu has a way of making hand seals and a concept of performing ninjutsu, but there is no name. The enemy's confidentiality work is really strange. After memorizing it, Bai Yu left home and went to a forest outside the town to find a place to practice ninjutsu. It is quiet and deserted here, with a wide view, which is a good place to practice moves. I just hope that the power of ninjutsu is not very strong, otherwise it will destroy the plants and may cause trouble tomorrow. I forgot to ask Sakura about the chakra attribute. People really can't live too happily, otherwise they will forget some important things. But in the final analysis, Sakura is too cute, so I forgot to ask about the chakra attribute. Bai Yu thought of Sakura. His facial expression softened and he felt warm in his heart. But I didn't test the chakra attribute when I learned the water prison technique. Let's try it first. If I lack the earth attribute chakra energy in my body, the ninjutsu will not be successfully used. Bai Yu stood in the open space surrounded by darkness. The purple starry sky was full of stars, and the bright white moonlight was like a ghost in the jungle, which could be seen from the surroundings from time to time. Bai Yu took out the ninjutsu scroll. His better eyesight allowed him to vaguely see the words on the scroll with the moonlight. Although his eyesight was not as good as Sasuke's, it was not much worse. If his eyesight was not good, he would not walk at night and let his opponent rest in peace. The hand seals, I memorized them, and the ninjutsu concept, that is, the ninjutsu principle, I also roughly understood it. Next, it's to use this ninjutsu. Bai Yu put away the scroll and put it on his back. The purple vines drilled out of the flesh and firmly fixed the ninjutsu scroll on Bai Yu's back. Bai Yu made hand seals, and the chakra in his body began to circulate according to the ninja principles he had memorized under the hand seal gestures. A light blue light suddenly suddenly emerged from in front of Bai Yu. The blue water flow rose from the ground. 1 stream, 2 streams, and 3 streams. Chapter 125 Too much trouble. The 3 waters merged into one, entwined with each other and burst into the sky, hitting the sky and then falling from the sky. At the same time, Konoha barrier class. The ninja on duty who stayed up late at night noticed the waves on the barrier and immediately became alert. Is anyone practicing ninjutsu at night? Has anyone reported it recently? The ninja on duty asked. A classmate took out a booklet and said, the 3rd generation has reminded us not to pay attention to the ninjutsu fluctuations generated in this direction. Just report to the 3rd generation tomorrow. The 3rd generation has reminded the barrier team that the ninjutsu fluctuations in the direction of Zimu Street should be ignored. But this reminder was in the morning, which is a few hours away from the night now. The people in the barrier team originally thought that there would be no ninjutsu fluctuations in the direction of Zimu Street, but they didn't expect that the barrier would react in the middle of the night. Did the 3rd generation remind us? The ninja on duty sighed. I thought I could find something to do. By the way, has the police department always been so relaxed? The village is so peaceful. No wonder they have nothing to do all day. Things. After all, there are ANBU here, and the duties of the police department and the ANBU overlap. By the way, can you make me a cup of coffee? Sure, but in exchange, you have to report to the Sandame tomorrow about tonight's situation, and I have to go home early. Okay. Bai Yu tried the unknown ninjutsu for the first time, and the ninjutsu was quite successful. He used it in one go. But what puzzled Bai Yu was that his ninjutsu was used. But why was it all water in the ninjutsu? Didn't the ninjutsu scroll say that? This ninjutsu requires the combination of water and earth chakras. Since the combination of water and earth chakras is required, the effect of using it should not only be water attribute but also earth attribute, right? Bai Yu was confused and he touched the back of his head. It's so strange. Is it because there is no earth attribute chakra in my body, only water attribute chakra? Use it once, right? Wait, I need to choose a target to attack. This ninjutsu appears in the form of water entwining with each other. What can this do? Bai Yu thought carefully and recalled the contents of the ninjutsu scroll. This ninjutsu scroll doesn't even have a name, only the method of learning. I don't know what it can do specifically, but if you imagine the enemy is in the middle of the ninjutsu when using the ninjutsu, then when the 3 streams of water entwine with each other, the enemy will be strangled. This is really a cruel ninjutsu. I really don't know what the full picture of this ninjutsu is. I can't imagine the effect of this ninjutsu after adding earth attribute chakra. Bai Yu thought about it and stopped thinking about it. Although he only had water attribute chakra in his body, this made him very disappointed. But he was different from ordinary ninjas. He was a stand user. Fighting with a stand was his main fighting method. Bai Yu chose a target for the ninjutsu. This target was a tree that could be seen everywhere in the jungle. It was more than 10 meters high and about 1 meter wide. It was a very short tree in the jungle. Even if it was short compared to other trees, it was very strong compared to the fragile human body. Bai Yu was a little looking forward to the attack power of this ninjutsu. He needed a powerful ninjutsu. Now the only ninjutsu he had was the water prison technique, and the only way to attack was the writing destruction. After the writing destruction was targeted by the brain occlusion technique, he could only look for a more offensive fighting method. After all, Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi, was too powerful. He had to try to assassinate Uchiha Itachi while Uchiha Shisui was alive, and Itachi's eyes had not evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. If the brother-in-law is not dealt with at this point in time, he will evolve into a great demon king in the future, which will scare him away, and he can only wait for the Uchiha clan to ascend to heaven. Or, when the Uchiha clan is exterminated, the brother-in-law will deal with him. By the way, because he has such a close relationship with Sasuke, I must push him. Isn't it just a fight with the boss? He will be done with it. Bai Yu selected the target of the ninjutsu attack and immediately used the ninjutsu that he had accidentally changed into a water escape technique. 3 streams of water that looked azure under the night sky emerged from the ground and surrounded the trees. As they rushed forward, streams of water coiled around the trees. A press cut and crushed. The bark burst open and the fibers and wood chips inside burst out. There were a few click. The tall trees were directly twisted into several sections and fell to the ground, stirring up dust that could be seen in the moonlight. Bai Yu hid aside when the tree fell. After the tree fell, he popped his head out, carefully looked outside, and then walked out. This is so powerful, much more powerful than my purple hermit Ola. The key is that the chakra consumption is also very low. I feel that if I increase the chakra a little, the effect and power of the ninjutsu will increase exponentially. Isn't this too scary? Bai Yu felt the chakra in his body and found that the consumption was not as much as the chakra consumed by the previous water prison technique. The chakra consumed by the water prison technique was extracted again by closing his eyes and opening them again. The chakra consumed by this ninjutsu was almost negligible. Compared with the power of ninjutsu, his purple hermit was too weak. If you like the substitute user in Konoha, please collect it. The substitute user in Konoha is updated the fastest on Shohei Novel Network. Chapter 125 Too much trouble _ the substitute user in Konoha. No, I am a substitute user. How can I bow down to the power of ninjutsu? Bai Yu likes stands very much. After seeing the power of ninjutsu, he was shaken for a moment and then his eyes became firm again. People in this world are high attack and low imitation. You don't need powerful ninjutsu to kill them. You just need to talk to them from the heart. Just like my longtime confidant in the ninja world, Dajian Mu Chen Xiang. 6 paths Madara can't defend against deliberate sneak attack. Jotaro's pause time, crab scrap boss deletion time, and other stand powers. Bai Yu won't. He was discouraged by the stand. The upper limit of the stand was very high. It was a power that could change the rules of the world. This was also his innate ability. He would not question himself. However, in terms of choice, he wanted everything. Just like Dio, stand power, immortality. Ouch. Poisonous. He actually thought of this again. Bai Yu hurriedly drove the idea of a euro high Dio out of his mind. This thing was poisonous. If he thought too much, he would get high. It was okay to get high. I was just afraid that he would explode on the spot. Bai Yu looked at the sawdust all over the floor. He calmed down and used the purple hermit to observe the surroundings. When he noticed that no one was coming, he continued to study the changes that occurred after the combination of the stand and chakra. Ninjutsu had to be learned, but his main way of fighting was still to use the stand. At most, he studied how to use the ninjutsu system to enhance the power of the stand. Because he was a stand user, he could only fight in the stand user's fighting method. Otherwise, wouldn't his stand have no meaning? Bai Yu has his own stubbornness in this regard. It can be said that he loves it or that he doesn't know how to adapt. However, if the situation is really dangerous and even the stand can't handle it, he is not the kind of person who is reluctant to use a good hand. He will take out all his big moves and blow them on the opponent's face. When I was fighting with that rock ninja, the purple hermit's telepathic ability was blocked by the opponent's brain closure. The two collided with each other, and the purple hermit was shaken out of his original form by the opponent's chakra energy. It can be seen by ordinary people. It was also because the purple hermit appeared that the rock ninja was able to injure the purple hermit with the ninja sword, so he and I had to start a further tug-of-war. Bai Yu recalled the original battle, and he made seals with both hands. Chakra light appeared on both hands. The woman with long red hair emerged from the surface of Bai Yu's body, raised her hands, and held Bai Yu's hands. Then, when the chakra and the stand collided with each other, something incredible happened. Chapter 126 Reading and Writing. Thorns of all things. When the chakra and the stand power are combined, something incredible happened. The two merged together, with the image of the stand as the basis, and the chakra was completely integrated into the stand. Moreover, after the purple hermit obtained the chakra energy, his body was actually much more solid, and the chakra energy did not disappear from nature with the passage of time. In other words, the stand can preserve the chakra energy. Bai Yu thought about it. Maybe he could use the stand as a battery, charge the chakra into the battery when he was free, and use the battery to replenish his chakra when he needed it. He already had more chakra energy than he could use up. If he did this, maybe he wouldn't have to worry about chakra energy in the future. Just as Bai Yu was thinking this, he suddenly noticed something. The purple hermit now looked much more solid. No, maybe it wasn't solid, but it had revealed its original form from its invisible state. Bai Yu looked at the figure of the red-haired woman on the ground, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The stand has a physical body. The combination of the stand's power and chakra is it to make the stand reveal its original form. What's the use of this? To be honest, this isn't strengthening, it's weakening. Right, the advantage of the stand is that it's hidden. If the opponent is an ordinary ninja, the ordinary ninja can't see the purple hermit, and the purple hermit will be invincible when launching an attack. But if the purple hermit can be seen by others, then it loses the advantage of invisibility. This is different from what he thought. Shouldn't chakra energy be able to strengthen the stand? Just like the blood of the vampire can also strengthen the stand. Dio sucked Chiao's blood, but it increased the ability of the substitute a lot. Bai Yu took a few steps back. When the two meet, not only can they not make each other successful, but the substitute will lose the advantage of invisibility. And now, purple hermit, why are you motionless? Bai Yu asked. The woman with long red hair raised her hands with a puzzled look in her eyes. Hands, it seems, can't move. Can't move. Bai Yu was shocked, and he hurried over to see. He found that the hands of the purple hermit were frozen and became very stiff, and the chakra energy was still interfering with the ability of telepathy, making the telepathy camouflage produce blurred signs. After touching the chakra energy, the red-haired woman's white hands not only got rid of the invisible state but also restored to purple hands. The hands of the purple hermit are made of vines. The finger bones of this pair are slender, and the surface is covered with sharp thorns one after another. These thorns are originally on the surface of the purple hermit. It's just that there is no attack power, and it won't scratch people's hands. And right now, just as Bai Yu was holding the purple hermit's hand, his hand was pierced through the palm, and bright red blood flowed out of the wound for a while, and red drops of water dripped onto the ground under the moonlight. There is a thorn. You stabbed my hands. Bai Yu looked at his hands with horror. He changed his posture and pointed at the purple hermit and said, "How do you feel?" "I feel I don't seem to feel anything," the woman with long red hair said truthfully, and then her shoulders moved and a pair of hands grew out again. "I can continue to weave new hands." Then, the purple hermit looked at Bai Yu's palm and said, "I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. We are one." Bai Yu said. He touched his chin, not caring about the blood smeared on his face. He looked at the forearms of the purple hermit with interest. "Purple hermit, I have always believed that after something happens there may be bad result, but if you look at it from the other side, it may be a good thing. The judgment of these two depends on how a person looks at this matter in his heart. Although you have changed from invisible to visible, the chakra energy will make your body stronger, which seems to be a good thing." The woman with long red hair asked puzzledly. "Good thing? Of course it is a good thing." Bai Yu said. "Can you weave other things? What do you want?" Bai Yu smiled. "I want a gun. Can you gather a gun for me?" "Yes." In the hands of the purple hermit, the purple vines gathered a gun, and after infusing the chakra energy into the gun body became solid. Then it handed the gun to Bai Yu. Bai Yu took the 1.5-meter long gun in a daze. This gun was much taller than him. "That purple hermit," Bai Yu said with some difficulty, "the gun I'm talking about is not a long-handled gun. It's a revolver." Purple hermit, "Haha, forget it. I'll try it." Bai Yu looked at the long-handled spear in his hand optimistically. He could look cool with it, but Bai Yu still preferred weapon. This was a long-handled spear that was purple and covered with spike. It was about 1.5 meters long and nearly 30 to 40 centimeters taller than Bai Yu. A gun was stomped on the ground, much taller than Bai Yu. The gun body was made up of dozens of tiny vines twisted together, and it looked indestructible and very comfortable to hold in the hand. Perhaps noticing that the spikes would pierce the skin of the main body, the purple hermit made some control in this regard so that Bai Yu would not be hurt by the spikes when holding the long-handled spear. Chapter 126 Reading and Writing Thorns of All Things. Bai Yu and the purple hermit are originally one, and the two are in a symbiotic relationship. Sometimes, even if some ideas are not spoken out, they will be connected in mind. Bai Yu didn't like the long-handled spear at first, but after playing for a while, he gradually liked it. More importantly, he felt a little bit the chakra energy in the long-handled spear and the power of the stand all come from him, so the long-handled spear can be controlled by him. This will give him a great advantage in the process of fighting. If the stand does not need to appear, then he can choose to withdraw the chakra energy in the stand so that the stand will return to the invisible state. Moreover, another method can also make the visible purple hermit invisible again. This method is his third ability, reading and writing disguise. After the idea changed, the purple hermit did not become weaker but strengthened. The strengthening aspect is he has a new weapon that is handy and he can charge chakra into the weapon and then replenish it in battle. Bai Yu opened the stand panel and took a look. As expected, the stand has one more ability. After adding chakra energy, the stand will harden and merge with the basic ability of the purple hermit to gather various items so that these items can be used as weapons. Now the purple hermit has evolved Ek3. At this time, Bai Yu felt that the purple hermit was about to reach its limit. If it continued to evolve, it might be completed. The evolution of the stand is related to the main body's understanding of technology. Bai Yu decided to think about the future of the purple hermit in the future so as not to accidentally evolve to an unnecessary place. Bai Yu thought that after a stand was drawn, if the stand was rubbish, he could only look forward to drawing the next stand. Now it seems that because the main body of the stand user is different, the stand will also have different performances because everyone uses the stand in different ways. So after drawing the purple hermit, the growth in the stand attribute gave the stand a lot of room for growth. Bai Yu named the newly acquired ability Thorns of All Things because the purple hermit has thorns and the various things gathered from it also have thorns, so it is called Thorns, and Thorns of All Things is just right, and an ability derived from the Thorns of All Things. Bai Yu named it Thorn Spear. And Bai Yu had another idea at this time. Maybe he can use the purple hermit as wood release. When no chakra energy is added, the purple hermit is just a substitute, but after combining with chakra, it can be regarded as a kind of escape technique. Purple hermit. When the purple hermit combines with the chakra energy, it will harden, which also increases the attack power of the purple hermit against entities. He used the purple hermit as a wood escape and it seemed that there was no problem. Bai Yu played for a while and felt that it was getting late, so he went home. Purple hermit, you can talk now. Yes, I don't know why I can talk now. Do you want to ask anything? The purple hermit looked at Bai Yu expressionlessly. This substitute has long red hair and beautiful facial features. After using telepathy, the overall appearance is modeled after Bai Yu's mother. Although in Bai Yu's heart the purple hermit is his mother's substitute, but he is also his friend. Bai Yu held his hands behind his head. I was thinking, since you can talk, you can do other things, right? Hey, the red-haired woman looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu said, can you help me with housework and cook? It doesn't matter if you can't cook. I can teach you my cooking skills. Bai Yu said embarrassedly. Purple hermit, you really developed a lot of uses for your stand. Bai Yu laughed and looked at the night sky in the jungle with amusement. Although Ino was great today, it will be Sasuke's turn tomorrow. I miss her so much. I haven't seen Bai Yu for a day. I miss Bai Yu a little. Sasuke sat in the living room and scratched the band-aid on his cheek. My brother can sleep well too. He slept from morning to night and didn't wake up after practicing ninjutsu. Sasuke felt sad when he thought of Bai Yu accompanying Ino. At this moment, the two of them should have gone home for dinner. Just then, Sasuke's ears moved and he heard a voice. Itachi woke up. He sat up and rubbed his head. After a minute or two, Itachi stretched, put on his shoes in a daze and walked outside. Stupid brother, are you awake? Sasuke's cool voice came from the corridor. Itachi was speechless. He found that Sasuke really held grudges in this regard. He had clearly said stupid brother once. Itachi waved. Sasuke folded his hands in front of him and leaned against the wall to look handsome. As a result, after seeing Itachi's gesture, he blushed and walked over. When he came to Itachi, he turned his head and looked aside, reluctantly saying, that's all you can do? Ah. Sasuke covered his forehead and squatted on the ground with grievance. At this moment he suddenly thought of Bai Yu's performance like him, and couldn't help but grin. He will play Bai Yu tomorrow. What's wrong with your face? Itachi asked. Sasuke reached out and touched his cheek and said sullenly, it's left from practicing ninjutsu. Dad finally taught me ninjutsu. I practiced the great fireball technique all day today, but I practiced it. Chapter 126 Reading and Writing Thorns of All Things. Itachi looked at Sasuke with a much deeper look. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto's voice came from the living room. Itachi, are you awake? Come and eat. Yes, okay, Mom. Itachi walked to the living room. Sasuke ran beside Itachi and shouted, brother, teach me ninja tools tomorrow? Just teach me the trick of jumping up with one hand, then spinning and the Kunao Byuubi flying out. School hasn't asked you to learn ninja tools yet, right? Itachi said, yes, but your move is so cool. I want to learn it and show my friends our Uchiha family's throwing technique. Sasuke raised his hand and rubbed his nose embarrassedly. After learning it, he would could show off in front of Bai-yu. Thinking carefully, he felt embarrassed but also excited. Oh, friends, Itaka said with some jealousy. Itaka would never say that he was jealous. After just one day out, he saw Suzuki made a friend. He worked hard to complete the task and it took many days to get back, but he found that Suzuki and that friend had a very good relationship. Itaka was not jealous, it was just so uncomfortable. Stupid brother also has his own life. It's not like before. I can only wait for him to come home every day to have a companion to play with. The two came to the living room. Uchiha Fugaku put down the newspaper and looked at Itaki. The father and son did not speak. Uchiha Mikoto took the newspaper away. Don't take out the newspaper you have read several times. You can recite the contents of the newspaper by heart, right? Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. Some big things start from small things. People need to have the ability to perceive these weak things in order to judge what will happen in the future. Let's talk about these big principles later. Let's eat. Uchiha Mikoto added rice for several people. Itaki, there were no accidents during your mission, right? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Itaki picked up the chopsticks and hesitated for a moment. Well, there were no accident. Itaki concealed the fact that he encountered a strong man on the way back to the village. Fugaku nodded. It seems that the village ambushed that wave. Uchiha Mikoto said angrily. Let's talk about these things later. Okay, Itaki, you come to the study later. Okay. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but hold her forehead, feeling helpless. What's wrong with the way these two talk? I really envy Kushina. She can hit this and that when she disagrees with someone. If two people make her unhappy, she will hit them together. Uchiha Mikoto thought of Kushina and asked Suzuki. Suzuki, why did you come back so early today? Don't you usually play with your classmate? Mikoto learned from Suzuki that one of Sasuke's friends is a red-haired boy. She knew that Kushina was pregnant, but after the Nine Tails incident, she and her family moved to live outside the village. She only knew that Kushina's child was still alive, but Fugaku didn't say the specific, and she never knew who Kushina's child was. So Mikoto was very concerned about this. Suzuki was eating, and he looked up and said, that guy has someone to accompany him, and it will be my turn tomorrow. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itaki. Question marks appeared on the heads of the three people. They tilted their heads together and looked at Suzuki with puzzled expressions. Chapter 127. This lucky bastard. Looking at the puzzled expressions on the faces of the family members, Suzuki remembered at this time, and he explained that guy has a lot of girlfriends, so he can only find time to play with me. Girl, a lot of girlfriends. Uchiha Mikoto was surprised. Ahem. It was the first time that Uchiha Fugaku knew that Bai-yu had such a thing. He usually listened to Suzuki talking about Bai-yu during dinner time, which made him irritated. Suzuki didn't know what was going on. Bai-yu was like a poison. After returning home, Suzuki thought about Bai-yu every day before going to bed, and even more outrageous was that he still thought about it after falling asleep. There were a few days when Suzuki talked in his sleep at night, which made Mikoto think that the silly boy had something wrong. After reading it, she realized that there was indeed something wrong with his brain. He kept talking about Bai-yu. It can be said that he helped Bai-yu to have a strong sense of presence among them, but Bai-yu had many girlfriends, and this was the first time he heard of such a thing. Uchiha Fugaku felt jealous in his heart. God had mercy on him. When he pursued Mikoto, he experienced many difficulties and obstacles. As a result, Sasuke's friend actually surpassed him at the starting line. Itaki was angry when he heard this. He loves Suzuki so much, even though he often stands him up. Why does an outsider have to make time to play with Suzuki? He should play with Suzuki every day. Suzuki looked at his family's puzzled eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Afraid that his family would misunderstand him, he said, yes, that guy wants to accompany someone else. I can't be a light bulb, right? Haha, right. Suzuki laughed awkwardly a few times, trying to get away with it. If his family knew about his relationship with Bai-yu, he would be finished. Uchiha Mikoto asked curiously, Suzuki, how many girlfriends does your friend have? 3. Suzuki said with some trepidation. He saw that his family fell silent again, and quickly denied, it's 2. I remembered it wrong. It's 2. Uchiha Mikoto was in a trance. Uchiha Fugaku picked up a dish with a chopstick expressionlessly. He thought about how he had to break through the defense of the red-haired demon when he was pursuing Mikoto. He succeeded with great difficulty and even used the power of the Manjikaya Sharingan. Why is Sasuke's friend so powerful? This lucky bastard. Itaka was silent. He didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend and didn't feel deeply about this, but he still admired Sasuke's classmate. This ability is really strong. Itaka didn't have a girlfriend, but he had a female friend. I couldn't remember her name at the moment. It should be Uchiha Izumi or Uchiha Izumi. Anyway, every time he went home, Shisui came to find him, and Izumi would come to find him. Itaka heard that Izumi went to work in the mansion of the Fire Country Daimyo and took care of the pets for the wife of the Fire Country Daimyo. The time was before he took the Chunin exam. They hadn't met for a long time. Uchiha Mikoto had nothing to do at home and was very bored. Now she found a topic of interest and started asking, is your friend called Bai-yu? Yes. Suzuki nodded. Itaka said, is it Bai-yu? Suzuki looked at Itaki in confusion. Yes, I remember it. Itaka said expressionlessly. Uchiha Fugaku said beside him, that is a child with red hair and light green eyes. Uchiha Mikoto asked, do you know him? Yes, I saw him at the opening ceremony. Because he looked a little like the red-haired devil. Uchiha Fugaku remembered him very clearly. Maybe there is a little prejudice in his heart, or he was tortured by Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. When Uchiha Fugaku saw a red-haired person, he would subconsciously think that the red-haired person was not a good person. Uchiha Mikoto's heart moved moved and asked, "Is it Kushina's child?" "No," Uchiha Fugaku said with a dark face. He really doubted that if Kushina was a boy, Mikoto would run away with Kushina. The fourth generation couple was really sent by God to torture him. He spent his whole life cleaning up the mess for these two people. Uchiha Mikoto saw that Fugaku was unwilling to talk about Kushina, and she was helpless in her heart, but she knew the pressure that Minato Namikaze brought to Fugaku after his death. Minato Namikaze had become Fugaku's inner demon. Once she got up at night and saw Fugaku secretly cutting a hole in the photo of Minato Namikaze in the classmate album. Uchiha Mikoto could only skip this topic and chat with her son, Suzuki. "When Baiyu is with girls, don't those girls fight?" "No." Suzuki picked up food for himself. He said while eating, "They have discussed it. Each of them will accompany Baiyu for one day. After graduation, they will express their feelings to Baiyu. Whoever makes Baiyu like more will get Baiyu. Is this okay?" Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but ask. Uchiha Mikoto gave Uchiha Fugaku a fist. Then, "More fun is coming," Suzuki said deliberately. Itaka picked up the water cup and took a sip. No matter how fun it was, it couldn't stop him from dealing with Baiyu, who actually kidnapped his brother. It was so abominable. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto concentrated their attention and listened to Suzuki. Suzuki said, "Those girls reached a condition with Baiyu. One person proposed a condition to Baiyu. If Baiyu could complete those conditions, he could get everyone. Damn, this lucky bastard. He actually let the girls chase him." Uchiha Fugaku pounded the table and took a mouthful of rice angrily. Uchiha Mikoto punched Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was indifferent and silently took another mouthful of rice. Why didn't he meet Baiyu when he was young? If he had, he could have asked for advice. After Suzuki finished talking about Baiyu, he said, "But I don't plan to play with him tomorrow. My brother is back and I want to practice kunao with him," Suzuki said and looked at Itaki. Itaki was happy. It seems that Sasuke's heart is not all Baiyu but also his brother. Suzuki thought, "When I learn it, I will show it to Baiyu. Then tell Baiyu that I am awesome." Uchiha Fugaku said, "This won't work. Itaka has joined the Anbu and will be very busy in the future. Suzuki, you can't keep pestering Itaka like before." Itaka heard this and said, "The third generation gave me a holiday so that I can adjust my state before entering the Anbu for basic training. I have time to practice kunao with Suzuki tomorrow." "Is that so?" "That's right," Itaka said affirmatively. "I know," Uchiha Fugaku said, and once again gave in to the insistence of his eldest son. Chapter 128 Cursed Eyes. After dinner, Uchiha Mikoto went to boil water for Suzuki. After Itaka came back from going out, he finally had time to accompany his brother. The two sat quietly under the porch. The yard was dim, and in the places where the shadows of the walls and houses could not cover, there was another white haze as pale as the skin of a dead person. The night sky was beautiful. The stars were beautiful. The white moon hung in the sky, and traces of trees could be vaguely seen on it. Suzuki shook his feet and said lively, "Brother, how long will you be on vacation this time? Can you teach me to practice kunao?" "I will definitely teach you, but can you really learn it?" Itaki asked. Suzuki pouted. "Don't say I'm stupid, and don't think so in your heart, but if I had the same Sharingan as my brother, I could easily learn how to throw kunao." "Right, the difficulty is not learning but using what you have learned." Itaka couldn't help but laugh when he saw Sasuke's serious look. When will Suzuki know that it's not that he can't learn, but that his physical condition doesn't allow him to do such difficult movement? After Itaka laughed, some haze appeared on his face again. "Sharingan? It's not a good thing to have this pair of cursed eyes. Although this is a very powerful power, it is also a nightmare that makes people unable to sleep every night, making life worse than death. For example, as soon as he closes his eyes, he will recall the old days. The deaths of Kokoro, Tianma, and Mizuno Tsuki teacher in his mind are lingering in his mind. The more you value feelings, the more this torture makes people mentally haggard and scarred. A truly heartless person cannot provide nutrients for the growth of the Sharingan. So this is not a blessing but a real curse." What's even more ironic is that, even if he clearly doesn't want to see such a scene, and doesn't even need the Sharingan, the powerful power brought by these eyes still tells him that it is because of the death of his teammates that he can gain such a powerful power. These eyes remind him all the time that his strength is built on the blood of his companion. Itaka came back to his senses and saw Suzuki looking up at his eyes. Sasuke's eyes were dark and clear, without any worries. "Itaka Joe, you are so stupid that you can't open the Sharingan. He will protect Suzuki and prevent Suzuki from opening his eyes." "What?" Suzuki puffed up his cheek. "I will definitely open my eyes, and then, I will become a genius like my brother." Itaka was speechless. At this time, he noticed that the light in the study was on, so he stood up and said, "Suzuki, go to bed early. I will accompany you to practice kunao tomorrow." "Yeah." Suzuki stared at Itaki in a daze as he turned and walked into the house, and then saw a black figure kneeling down on the window of the study. Itaki was in a heavy mood, and Sasuke's childish and innocent voice echoed in his ears. "Open your eyes. Who wants this kind of thing? You'd better not feel this kind of pain in your life. Feel this kind of power that tortures the soul." Itaka clenched his hands, his nails dug into his palms. He came to the study, closed the door, and knelt on the ground without saying a word. Uchiha Fugaku clasped his hands and looked at his eldest son, who bowed his head in front of him and dared not look at him. Uchiha Fugaku keenly discovered that his eldest son was worried and seemed to resent him. This kind of resentment is normal. After all, as the eldest son, he should protect his younger brother from wind and rain and become the one who can support the burden of the family after him. Itaka had no childhood, which he regretted, but the current situation of the Uchiha clan and the identity of the eldest son of the clan leader made Itaka born not much easier. If the fourth generation, the golden-haired one, had not died, the Uchiha clan would not be in the current situation and he would still have the ability to let Itachi spend his childhood in peace. But now, the talent shown by Itachi really made him relieved. He is now desperate. Even if he has eyes that can see the future, he can't think of a way for the Uchiha clan and the village to reconcile. The family is getting more and more angry with the village. Uchiha Fugaku feels that if he waits, the clan members will bypass him as the clan leader and take action. In this case, Itachi became his hope. Itachi was a very smart kid since he was young, and under his deliberate training he would think about some very serious problems. If it was Itachi, he should be able to help him and the Uchiha clan come up with a way to reconcile with the village, right? A way other than the family and the village going to war. Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand, coughed and said, "The Sandame asked you to come back and rest. Didn't he say anything else?" Itachi raised his head and said in a cold tone, "I will go to the Anbu to receive new training after the holiday. The Sandame will arrange a ninja team for me after my training period." Arrange a ninja team. Uchiha Fugaku remembered, Shisui is also in the Anbu. If you encounter something you don't understand, just ask him. Although the child is very simple, he has rich mission experience and will help you in the Anbu. Brother Shisui. Itachi couldn't help but feel relieved. He nodded and said, "Dad, has Shisui returned to the family these days?" "Should have." Uchiha Fugaku was not very clear either. He said, "The Anbu and the police department are two departments. His whereabouts will not be reported to me. If you miss him, go to his residence to see him." This chapter is not finished yet. Chapter 128, Cursed Eyes. Yet, Itachi nodded. He still had to find time to beat up the bastard who kidnapped his brother tomorrow, and then he would go find Shisui when he had time. After that, the father and son quieted down. There was nothing to say. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to continue to remind Itachi to be careful in the Anbu, and he didn't always have the bottom line, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. He himself was not a person who was good at expressing emotions. He suffered a lot when pursuing Mikoto. "Okay, you go back," Uchiha Fugaku said. Yet, Itachi stood up, turned around and walked out the door. He bowed slightly towards the house when he went out and then closed the door. Fugaku watched Itachi leave the room. Itachi had grown up and reached the rebellious period. This child used to be like this. When he encountered unhappy things, he would not tell him and Mikoto, and kept everything in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku only thought that Itachi was dissatisfied with the current situation just like the people in the clan, and he, as the clan leader, had the greatest responsibility. But he knew that Itachi was a kind child and would not think about how to defeat the village like the people in the clan so as to return to the ninja village. Itachi would think of another way that he could never think of to save the family and the village. "I am in the bureau, and I can't see the future path clearly. Everything I do will affect the future trend. It's better to stay still than to do more mistake. I've made more mistake and I'm inevitably desperate. I can only put my hopes on others. It's all because of that golden-haired guy. If he hadn't died, my Uchiha clan would never be in the current situation." Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth. If this bastard hadn't died, he really wanted to have a real-life PK with Minato Namikaze. Chapter 129, God's Gift. Orochimaru, your white fang is dead. All dead. You don't know how terrible the scene was. The ground of the entire jungle was the same as if it had been bombarded by the tailed beast ball. Uchiha Itachi is so terrifying. Is he cheating? Danzo was still preparing to bring Baiyu back to the route at night, but the situation discovered by the root ninjas in the jungle during the day scared him so much that he didn't dare to close his eyes for a whole day. Uchiha Itachi's strength was so terrifying. No wonder he didn't bring up the assassination, because Itachi didn't take it seriously at all. So when Itachi faced the Sandame, he just mentioned this matter briefly and didn't say anything. What is this? This is the calm attitude of the strong. No matter what conspiracy you have, he will break it with force. He doesn't care about them at all and doesn't want to waste his breath. The mentality and strength revealed by Uchiha Itachi made Danzo restless, fearing that he would be screwed after the incident. Not to mention that the Sandame was particularly optimistic about Uchiha Itachi. Danzo was particularly afraid that Itachi would become the 5th Hokage. Once Itachi became the 5th Hokage, he would have a good harvest. At this moment, the Sandame was probably also in a trance. The Sandame did not expect that the carefully selected candidate for Hokage would be a cage-level strongman. The cage in a village and the route underground were on pins and needles all day. It's not bad that Uchiha Itachi is excellent. As a candidate for Hokage, the better. But the problem is that Uchiha Itachi is too excellent. This makes them shudder. Orochimaru listened to Danzo's complaint. He didn't take it seriously, nor did he not listen, but at this moment his attention was all on the statue in his hand. This is a half-human high sculpture, with a human head and a snake body. Under his careful teaching, as expected, he was petrified. Jiraiya's method is not reliable. Orochimaru looked at it for a long time, found a good place in the laboratory, placed the statue, adjusted the angle, nodded with satisfaction, turned around. What did you say just now? I'd better rely on myself. Danzo turned and left gloomily. If he relied on Orochimaru, he might end up on the street. Orochimaru said, if you are not afraid of social death in the village, we can actually use the replicas of the successive Hokage. Danzo, sorry, I still want to be a Hokage, but I'm not as brave as you. Goodbye. Danzo is also a man of faith. As a member of the village's senior management, he rashly used the remains of the successive Hokage. This matter will not sound good if it gets out. Danzo turned and left. He wanted to go back to have a good sleep and save his energy to deal with Baiyu. The Sandame gave Baiyu to him. As long as he could convince Baiyu to work for the village, he would have another trump card in his hand. Although he might still not be able to resist the power of Uchiha Uchiha Atake, it was better than nothing. Danzo returned to the route and he was still restless. After thinking about it, he always felt that his life and death depended on Uchiha Atake's thought. If a strong man of this level were to assassinate these miscellaneous soldiers in the route would not be able to resist. Danzo did not forget that Namikaze Minato killed Uegakure as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. In the end, he held a long list of achievements which made him speechless when he was also preparing to run for Hokage. In the end, he could only look at his resume that he had accumulated for decades and sighed. For such a character who is so powerful that people think he is cheating when he is only in his teens, he should just endure it honestly. Baiya made him out, and the fourth dame also made him out. He is using his heart. Maybe Uchiha Atake can also be out. If it was Uchiha Atake who planned to raid the route, this level of powerhouse would be beyond the reach of ninjas other than the route, and Danzo was worried that he would be a futile attempt. After thinking it over, Danzo decided to use that ninjutsu. This was also the real purpose of his killing of Uchiha clan ninjas over the years. He originally thought that the Uchiha clan had fallen after the Nine Tails incident, otherwise he would not have killed the ninjas of this family under the greed of Izanagi, but who knew that this family was still resisting. Not only did they turn a blind eye to the villagers' bad attitude, they also did not bite the bait Nine Tails Jinchuriki thrown by him and the Sandame. If the Uchiha clan did not resist, Danzo would be worried. According to his plan, the Uchiha clan would not be able to bear the explosion if they knew that Uzumaki Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the indifference of the village and villagers. In this way, in order to stop the Uchiha clan, the Sandame will certainly use the Shiki Fusion to take away the important combat power of the Uchiha clan on the spot, and the remaining soldiers and generals of Konoha can be dealt with. Who knew that the Uchiha clan could be so patient? He endured for 5 years. Danzo was not defeated either. At this moment, the Sandame was still preparing to list Uchiha Atake as a candidate for Hokage. If he didn't sleep and eat, who would be worried? After asking Orochimaru to no avail, Danzo decided to ask himself for help instead of asking others. Danzo came to a room in the route where jars of glass jars soaked in blood-red eyeballs were displayed. Isn't a key a ninjutsu that can change fate? If it is not really dangerous, I don't want to use this ninjutsu. Danzo took down a glass jar with a dark face. He looked at the Sharingan in the glass jar shaking in the nutrient solution with the force, and his face twitched. Danzo thought about Kakashi's extremely weak physique and was a little worried that the game would end immediately after his transplant. After all, he is no longer young. If this body, this state, is transplanted Sharingan, there is a high possibility of death. Chapter 129 God's Gift. But the situation is really dangerous. Danzo gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll transplant it. Isn't it just that the chakra is half and I can only use a quarter of the chakra energy? Normally speaking, I am in a high position now, and there are few situations where I need to fight. In this case, saving my life is undoubtedly the top priority. What's more, I will soon have Baiyu. I will train Baiyu carefully in the future, and Baiyu will help me fight. If I transplant the Sharingan, I will have Izanami as a trump card. Although I may still not be able to beat Uchiha Atake, it won't be a problem to survive. Danzo thought about it. Uchiha Atake will come to Gen to receive basic Enbu training after his vacation. He felt that the footsteps of the god of death were approaching little by little. It's a pity that he coveted the power of the Enbu at the beginning, and he was responsible for the training of the Enbu. In other words, he can't get around Uchiha Atake no matter what. The threat of death is imminent. It's like a mountain pressing down. Danzo felt suffocated and felt the threat of death. This is no longer an ordinary problem. In order to survive, he would not hesitate to suffer from kidney deficiency. Anyway, this kidney is useless. Danzo gritted his teeth, took the Sharingan and performed surgery on himself to transplant it. Shadow clone technique is a good ninjutsu. At least if you know medical ninjutsu, you can operate on yourself without asking others for help. Shimura Danzo finished the operation on himself and he was sweating profusely. The transplant was very successful. This eye is very lively. I remember it was the eye of someone. Who was that person? I forgot. But is this the vision of the Sharingan? It's so clear to see things. Really so clear. And chakra is constantly flowing into the Sharingan. After absorbing chakra energy, the vision is rapidly improving. Dynamic vision. See through the enemy's chakra energy, deter the enemy's mind and enhance the hypnotic ability. I feel that my former strength is back. It came back in less than a few seconds. Danzo was weak again. Sharingan is a big consumer of chakra energy. Ninjas who are not from the Uchiha clan have Sharingan, which cannot be closed after transplantation. In other words, once the Sharingan is transplanted, chakra needs to be provided to the Sharingan 24 hours a day. The Sharingan is always open and consumes chakra energy, which will cause the ninja's spirit, energy, and even physical strength to be dragged down by the Sharingan. Normally, people who transplant Sharingan need to use half of their own chakra energy to concentrate on supplying Sharingan, and the remaining half can be used in battle. This half of the chakra energy is the dangerous warning line. Once this warning line is exceeded, the Sharingan consumes chakra, and the Sharingan itself is insufficient. It will be squeezed to death by the Sharingan. In order to avoid the decline of chakra affecting its own combat state, the remaining half of the chakra after providing chakra to the Sharingan must be folded in half. 1/4 of the chakra energy is used to maintain its own state so that the state does not fall to the dangerous line, and the remaining quarter can be used for normal combat consumption. This is equivalent to 2 ninjas of similar level fighting. The ninja with the transplanted Sharingan can only use a quarter of his chakra, while the other ninja can use full chakra. Although the Sharingan is powerful, the side effects after transplantation are too great. rate, which is a heavy burden for ninjas with scarce chakra. If it weren't for the accidental acquisition of the forbidden technique of Izanaki from the head of a ninja from the Uchiha clan, Shimura Danzo didn't want to transplant the Sharingan on himself anyway, because he was over 50 years old and his chakra energy was lower than that of a normal chunin. Although he still had combat experience, it could not be brought into play with his aging body. Fortunately, he didn't have Alzheimer's disease now. When all the old age diseases come into play, no matter whether he is the hero of the ninja world or the dark of the ninja world, he will just be an old man with no combat ability. Danzo was oppressed by the Sandame for his whole life. He was ambitious and unwilling to succumb to time. If he was given a chance, he would make the village run the way he wanted and prove himself to the Nidame that he was more suitable to be the Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. After transplanting the Sharingan, Shimura Danzo felt good at first. After the chakra energy in his body decreased rapidly, he had a splitting headache and his face was as pale as paper. He endured the negative effects of the chakra emptiness and turned back to his room. If I were 30 years younger, it would be great to have these eyes. Shimura Danzo felt the power of the Sharingan. He was not used to the vision brought by the Sharingan and squinted his transplanted Sharingan eyes slightly. With such a pair of eyes, during the battle with the enemy, he could see any movement of the enemy clearly. Not only that, if the enemy was ready to use ninjutsu, he could also observe the signs of the opponent's chakra energy flow through the powerful vision of the Sharingan. Although there is no Byakugan user, the description is clear, but the Sharingan undoubtedly has this ability. In some cases, if he is good at illusion, the powerful Sharingan can successfully pull the opponent into the illusion at the moment of looking at the opponent. This is the only blood limit in the entire ninja world that can use illusions just by looking at each other. This kind of eyes is simply a gift from God. In this way, even if there is an emergency, my life will be safe. Chapter 129 God's Gift. Have a good sleep neck and let someone bring Baiyu to me tomorrow. It's not a problem to convince him as a child. Danzo made a plan in his mind. Danzo was quiet. The Sandame couldn't sleep again. Itachi was the Hokage he favored and he would teach him carefully. Kakashi was the Anbu minister he favored, and as long as the next Hokage succeeded, Kakashi would inherit Baiyu's position. Baiyu also had Naruto. One represented the Senju and the other represented the Uzumaki. After these two people spread out in the village, they could also compete with the Uchiha clan and restrain each other. In this way, the ninja village could prosper. This was his original plan, but who would have thought that Baiyu was a black-hearted child? Uchiha Itachi is another monster trained by the Uchiha clan. The third generation was at home, smoking a cigarette, frowning with worry. First, Baiyu had a problem. The third generation had suspected that Baiyu had a mental problem before. Now, after the incident, Baiyu was indeed a naughty child. However, although Baiyu was a naughty child, he did not expect that he was so strong that two ninjas who had graduated for many years in a row fell into the hands of a child who knew nothing without a word. Baiyu's heart was really black. Danzo sent a person there, and he disappeared at some point. Then he arranged for another person to go there, and he disappeared mysteriously the next day. If he hadn't asked the Anbu to investigate the situation, he would not have discovered the devilish heart hidden under Baiyu's cute and well-behaved appearance. But these are not big problems, and they are still within his tolerance. As long as Baiyu can protect the village in the future, no matter how cruel his personality is, it is normal. How many normal people are there in the entire ninja world? The long-term survival pressure makes ninjas more or less a little sick. What Baiyu is doing now is not a big problem at all. If it were in other villages, such an approach would be praised and even trained as an elite, because he could kill a genin with the strength of a ninja student. Such a record is undoubtedly a genius, and when a genius grows up, he will become an executioner who harvests the lives of ordinary ninjas in other ninja villages. However, what makes the Sandame feel relieved is that it was Danzo's method to send someone to test Baiyu before. The second person was sent by him, and the person he used was also from Danzo's side. In this way, Baiyu would never think that he had a hand in this matter. Fortunately, he put the blame on Danzo. Otherwise, if Baiyu found out that he sent the person, it would ruin his glorious image in front of Baiyu. Baiyu and Danzo have conflict. Even if Baiyu joins the route, he will not be of the same mind with Danzo. In this way, he is still the respectable and lovely Hokage grandfather in Baiyu's heart. He could safely let Baiyu enter the route, let Baiyu become a dark executioner, and concentrate on doing things for the village without worrying that Baiyu would hate him as the Hokage. But now the problem comes again. Why is Uchiha Itachi so powerful? Uchiha Madara was not so awesome when he was a child, right? What kind of monster did the Uchiha clan raise in the past 5 years? The third generation was very worried. I was planning to let Baiyu go to the ninja school to suppress Uchiha Sasuke, but who knew that before Baiyu suppressed Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke's brother Uchiha Itachi showed his brilliance, which exceeded my expectations of him. I hope Baiyu can suppress Uchiha Itachi after going to the route. The third generation had no hope for this. After all, the strength shown by Itachi now was like a monster. How could Baiyu be Itachi's opponent? But the 1000-year history of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan showed that the Uchiha clan was suppressed by the Senju clan. We can only bet that Baiyu will be able to suppress Itachi after he grows up. At this point, we can only try our best. We can't let Itachi dominate the village. This best seedling in his heart needs someone to suppress him. Chapter 130 Give Baiyu a surprise. Itachi left the study and saw Mikoto tidying up the dining table. There was a sound of water in the next room. Apparently Sasuke went to take a shower. Mikoto, wearing an apron, saw Itachi coming out of the study. She thought that the father and son had finished talking about their worries, so she said, "There are desserts desserts made in the afternoon in the refrigerator. Eat less at night, go to rest when it's almost time and turn the time back. Okay, Mom, Itaki agreed. There is another thing. The village has introduced some programs. Paid programs are not allowed to be turned on at night. If you want to watch TV, turn down the volume. Mikoto was still reminding and suddenly found that Itaki's ears were red and she couldn't help but smile softly. Itaki is also about to reach the age of love. At this time, Suzuki came out wearing a light blue plaid pajamas and was wiping his hair with a towel. What program? Suzuki asked curiously. Sakura mentioned this once, asking him not to take shortcut. He once wanted to see this love strategy out of curiosity but was knocked over by his mother with a fist. Children should be less curious, Uchiha Mikoto said, and seeing Suzuki pouting unhappily, she said to her eldest son, Itaki, there should be hot water in the water heater. Itaki nodded gently and reached out to touch Sasuke's head. Suzuki pouted and said, brother, go quickly. Got it. Itaki agreed. Suzuki handed the towel to Itaki and asked Itaki to hang it up. He yawned and walked to the room. He remembered something and turned to Itaki and said, brother, don't forget about tomorrow's matter. If you stand me up, I won't look for you next time. Itaki was stunned for a moment about practicing kunao. Suzuki nodded. Yes, tomorrow it will be his turn to accompany by you, but he sacrificed his own time. If Itaki stood him up, he would be very uncomfortable. Okay, I won't forget, Itaki promised. Suzuki added, also, if that bastard Shisui comes looking for you, don't follow him. Tomorrow, my brother's time is mine. Itaki couldn't help but smile bitterly. I understand. I will accompany you all day tomorrow. Wait until I get back from school. Suzuki gestured and went back to his room. Itaki shook his head. He decided to watch some TV shows after taking a bath, eat some dessert and go to bed. It's not good to eat dessert at night, but if you eat a little, you will feel sweet in your heart, which can neutralize the bitterness in your heart after falling into memories. After Itaki took a bath, Fugaku came to the living room. Uchiha Mikoto said, have you finished talking about your worries? Uchiha Fugaku didn't speak. Uchiha Mikoto said, if you can't let go of your pride, try to use your ability, right? Didn't you do the same when you were chasing me? It's hard for me to see that the relationship between father and son is not good. As a father, you should also open your heart to your child, and you can't always be a strict father. Uchiha Fugaku sighed when he heard this. I'm not good at expressing my feelings, Uchiha Fugaku said, reaching out to touch his eyes, and shook his head at Mikoto. It would be good if he could know Itaki's thought, but his Mangekyo Sharingan was about to go blind. When he was young, he used it too many times to chase Mikoto, which led to him not using the Mangekyo Sharingan much in these years. He only opened it when he felt that something big was going to happen. The last time he used it was when Itaki threatened him to attend the opening ceremony of Sasuke's opening ceremony. He was worried about Itaki, so he used it once. Uchiha Mikoto's heart sank. In the living room, the two of them didn't speak. Early the next morning, brother, can you cook? Why do you keep repeating? Suzuki was at home, looking at the fried eggs in the kitchen, and his head was big. Suzuki put his hands on his head in confusion, with a question mark on his forehead. Stop nagging. I will definitely fry a perfect fried egg next time, Uchiha Itaki said stubbornly. By the way, Suzuki, why are you suddenly interested in cooking? Itaki asked casually. Isn't it for you to have a bite to eat? Suzuki said without thinking. Itaki was petrified when he heard it. Was he pulled out of the bed by Suzuki early in the morning just for this? Chikashu, you wait for me. Uchiha Mikoto had just got up and saw the two young boys in the kitchen. He couldn't help but smile. Okay, let me teach you. What should I do with these fried eggs? Itaki put his finger on his lips, thought seriously and said, I may not be able to finish them. I can only eat two. Suzuki raised his hand to show his attitude. Uchiha Mikoto said, don't worry, I will ask Fugaku to take him to the police department. Uchiha Mikoto brushed her sleeves and said, look, it's actually very simple. There is no need to open the Sharingan. Itaki, ha ha ha, stupid brother, Suzuki said gloatingly. Before Suzuki laughed enough, a hand was pressed on his head. Itaki said with a dark face, you'd better give me one more to eat later. It's all fried. Suzuki pouted. Then pick the one that is not burnt. Sasuke's face fell. Itaki added, it's made by mom. Suzuki smiled. In fact, I won't dislike it if it's made by my brother. Really? It's all written on your face? Itaki asked deliberately. Sasuke's eyes dodged a little bit. The stand in Konoha is updated on Shohei Novel Network, the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 130. Give by you a surprise. Itaki felt funny. After breakfast, Suzuki was ready to go to school. He got up much earlier than usual and ran to the town. At the intersection, it was no surprise that he didn't see Baiyu. Because he got up much earlier than usual, Baiyu was probably still at home at this time. Suzuki had the key to Baiyu's house on him. Baiyu told him that he could go to the house at will. After all, there was also a room for him here, but he hadn't decided what to wear for the first time. However, there were all the necessary things in that room, so it was not a problem to just move in with a bag. Suzuki walked directly to Baiyu's house. When he arrived at the door, he saw that the window on the second floor was still closed, so he took out the key to open the door and walked in quietly. It's so quiet. Suzuki glanced at the living room, but didn't see Baiyu. Thinking that Baiyu was still sleeping, he went upstairs with his school bag on his back. The stairs were a little old, and the wooden boards creaked as he walked on the steps. The house was dark and silent. As Suzuki walked up the stairs, the quiet and cold upstairs seemed to have an ominous atmosphere. The tense atmosphere made Sasuke's skin tight and his hair stood on end. He looked upstairs and inadvertently seemed to see something disappear at the corner. Suzuki looked at the second floor with a heavy heart. The dark purple onomatopoeia bounced out from from the corner and dissipated in the air. Shizuke walked to the second floor, poked his head and looked at the corner, and found nothing. The window at the end of the corridor had golden sunlight shining in, projecting on the ground and reflecting the outline of the window. The bright sunshine outside could not dispel the coldness in the house. In this house, apart from Bai Yu, there were too few traces of human life. Shizuke had a question mark on his forehead. He looked at Bai Yu's room, then at his own room. He was happy and decided to find a chance to stay here for a night, but now he wanted to give Bai Yu a surprise. Shizuke quietly came to the door of Bai Yu's room and opened it. The gap in the door gradually widened. The layout of the room suddenly appeared in front of Shizuke. However, at this moment, an extremely abnormal picture appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Because it was too abnormal, so Shizuke saw this abnormal point at once. On the desk covered by sunlight, there was a slender and white broken hand. Chapter 131 Chakra Battery. In the quiet room, on the table in the sunlight there is a severed hand. The severed hand has a pale complexion, slender fingers, and the entire wrist looks quite beautiful. But how could a normal person's home have such a thing for no reason? What on earth is Bai Yu doing? Sasuke's eyes widened, his lips relaxed, and his eyes showed horror. He retracted his gaze and subconsciously looked at the person he was looking for, and found a red-haired boy in the light blue quilt. The boy curled up into a ball, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Shizuke could hear Bai Yu's slight breathing. He quietly opened the door and was about to walk in to take a closer look at the severed hand on the table. Suddenly, at this moment, Shizuke felt someone tap his shoulder twice. This feeling was quite clear. The force was just like someone patting twice with his hand, neither too light nor too heavy, and it was impossible not to feel it. Shizuke didn't hear the sound, which made him feel even more strange. Shizuke dropped his school bag and turned around, holding a kunao in his hand. He looked calm and looked at the environment in the corridor with his eyes, and found that there was no one behind him. On the wall on Sasuke's left-hand side, a purple vine slowly shrank and moved towards the ceiling. Bai Yu woke up in a daze, and he felt that he had just patted Sasuke's shoulder with his hand. He missed Shizuke too much, and actually interacted with Shizuke in his dream. Bai Yu sat up and was about to stretch to wake up, when suddenly the door was opened and a boy rushed in from outside, holding his shoulder, and said in a frightened tone, "Bai Yu, your house is haunted." This boy is actually a girl, one of his childhood sweetheart. Although she looks a bit neutral and beautiful, she is actually an iceberg beauty with a little funny. She looks particularly good with a cold and lovely look. Although she is often a little boyish, she is also his favorite girl. In addition, there is Sakura and Ino. The three girls have their own characteristic, and life is so happy. Bai Yu was stunned when he saw Shizuke. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and didn't understand why Shizuke suddenly came to his house. "I'm talking to you, why don't you react at all?" Shizuke said dissatisfiedly. He looked outside the room, shrank his shoulders in fear, but still protected Bai Yu. Bai Yu turned around, looked outside the door, and asked in confusion, "No, my home is fine. It's not across the street. How could a haunted house with such a bad reputation be haunted? But when I just came in, I felt someone patting my shoulder." Shizuke looked back at Bai Yu and said seriously. Bai Yu raised his hand, and the purple hermit came out from the back of his hand. "Are you talking about this?" "Hey." Shizuke felt something cool swimming over the back of his hand. Bai Yu smiled and said, "This is the purple hermit, my blood limit. It has the same senses as me, and I can feel the same things I touch." Blood limit. Shizuke was a little unhappy. "Didn't I tell you not to use it indiscriminately? What happened when you forgot to extract chakra?" If Shizuke hadn't said it, Bai Yu would have almost forgotten about it. Although he almost died, he wasn't dead yet, right? So he forgot about it. Bai Yu's nerves were quite rough in this regard, and sometimes he would have a missing string in his head. When Shizuke mentioned it, Bai Yu recalled this incident. When he thought about the fact that Shizuke didn't like him using the purple hermit, Bai Yu suddenly figured out the whole story, especially the last time Shizuke came to his house and almost quarreled with him, saying that if he couldn't marry him in the future, he shouldn't regret it. It seemed that Shizuke was worried about his old injury recurring. Bai Yu's brain circuits turned for several days before he realized that Shizuke had confessed to him last time, and it wasn't a simple confession. It was something like agreeing to get married. It was a pity that he didn't notice it at the time, but it wasn't too late now. The two of them were settled. Shizuke was his fiancé copyrightee, and when he had money next month, he would give Shizuke a beautiful set of clothes. He was looking forward to Shizuke wearing women's clothes. "I didn't forget." Bai Yu looked at Shizuke and said happily, "Don't worry, I will not get hurt when I use my bloodline limit now. The last time was an accident. You see, I haven't been hurt every time I use my bloodline limit since then, right?" "It seems so." Shizuke thought seriously and said, "By the way, now is not the time to discuss this matter. I was outside the door just now, and you touched my shoulder. So what's the matter with the hand on the table in your room?" Shizuke said, pointing to the table, and also saw the situation on the table. Where's the hand? I just saw it." Shizuke was wondering. Suddenly he saw Bai Yu smile mischievously, raised his hand and said, "Shizuke, look at how many hands I have." Shizuke was speechless. He found that Bai Yu, like his brother, was questioning his IQ. "What's so good about it? Everyone has 2 hands." Shizuke said proudly. "Look carefully." Bai Yu suppressed her smile. Only after hearing this did Shizuke listen to Bai Yu's words and look at Bai Yu's hands. 1, 2, 3. No, how can a person have 3 hands? Shizuke was puzzled. He observed carefully and found that Bai Yu was holding a third hand in his right hand, which was the broken hand he had just seen on the table. Chapter 131 Chakra Battery. Bai Yu removed the disguise on the broken hand and restored it to its original color. It was a broken hand woven by vines. Then Bai Yu used telepathy to disguise and restore the the broken hand to a real hand. Bai Yu said, last night I was developing the ability of blood limit. This is a discovery of mine. Although it is useless if my stand has my chakra energy, its range of activity can temporarily exceed my range. Then what? Bai Yu taught Sasuke how to use it. Out of some kind of love for Jojo, Bai Yu set the battery model to look like a broken hand. The hand model is his hand, but it is several times larger. The method of use is to shake hands with this hand, or let this broken hand hold his arm. In this way he can extract and replenish chakra energy from the broken hand battery model. Bai Yu said, this can be used as a battery. I usually store chakra in the broken hand and can take it out when needed. Sasuke should be able to use it, right? Sasuke felt so magical. He tried to sense it and could indeed feel the chakra energy in the broken hand. If he chose to use ninjutsu at this time, maybe this hand could replace his chakra energy to use ninjutsu. Sasuke looked at Bai Yu in shock. He didn't expect Bai Yu to have this trick. How about it? Am I awesome? Bai Yu looked like he was waiting for praise. Sasuke's fair little face suddenly turned red. He stood up, hugged his hands, and looked cold, trying to cool down the temperature on his face. He didn't refute Bai Yu's word. It was just that his mind was a little blank and he forgot what to say. After a long time, Sasuke finally reacted. He stuttered and said, you just said you felt the same way, didn't you? Bai Yu opened his innocent eyes. Did I say that just now? Sasuke could actually see the innocent look in Bai Yu's eyes. This guy probably doesn't feel that he is doing bad things when he is doing bad things, right? Sasuke was too lazy to complain. Quick, get up and eat. I secretly brought you breakfast from home without my parents and brother knowing. Sasuke said, okay, thank you Sasuke. Bai Yu said happily. To be honest, he is so hungry now. I didn't expect Sasuke to get up earlier than usual to bring him breakfast. With a wife like this, what else can a husband ask for? 125,130. Chapter 132. Morning. Bai Yu asked Sasuke to go out first. Sasuke felt that he didn't need to care about this, but Bai Yu insisted, so he could only walk out of the room and wait. There is such a gap between the two now, but after getting familiar with each other, it should not exist. We are all boys. What's the point of being so shy? Sasuke muttered. Just then, Sasuke suddenly noticed his room across from him, and he looked away uncomfortably. Although he decided to wear women's clothes as a girl to get along with Bai Yu, but Sasuke had never thought about what kind of clothes to wear. Women's clothes also come in various styles. If they are too bold, he dare not wear them, as he will be too shy to explode, and if Bai Yu sees them, he will feel ashamed. If they are too conservative, there are many styles, and it is really difficult to choose. After all, he is new to this and knows nothing. By the way, I also have a home outside of my home. This is my secret base. Only Bai Yu and I know it. It is a secret between the two of us. Sasuke decided to keep this secret and would not even tell his brother. He only wore it for Bai Yu to see, so that Bai Yu could enjoy the sight. Once he left this home, he would be a boy again. Sasuke was thinking about this when he suddenly heard a voice from the house. Okay, Sasuke. Sasuke opened the door and went in. Bai Yu was good looking to begin with, and when she smiled softly, Sasuke couldn't help but be dazzled. Ha, what are you talking about? You're not Sakura. Sasuke secretly despised his own performance, and he went downstairs with Bai Yu. After that, Bai Yu washed his face and brushed his teeth, and time passed little by little. Sasuke stayed quietly on the sofa. As Bai Yu's good friend and brother, Sasuke felt that Bai Yu had many advantages. No wonder Sakura and Ino were pursuing Bai Yu earlier than him. These two people had good vision. I got there first, Sasuke thought proudly. He saw that Bai Yu had a microwave at home, opened his school bag, took out the lunch box and heated it up for Bai Yu. When a ding sound came from the microwave, Bai Yu had just finished washing up. Sasuke, how did you get the wound on your face? Bai Yu and Sasuke sat on the chairs. He looked at Sasuke's cheek and asked curiously, I saw it just now. Sasuke scratched his cheek. After I went back yesterday, I followed my father to practice ninjutsu. The great fireball technique is easy to hurt yourself, but I have learned it. When I fight with you in the future, you will definitely be surprised. I also learned a ninjutsu yesterday. Bai Yu opened the lunchbox, picked up the chopsticks and said, there are kimchi and fried egg. The kimchi is made by my mother and tastes very good. You don't have to care about this fried egg, just eat it. It will definitely be more perfect next time. Sasuke felt that his brother's cooking skills were really not good enough. There are actually people in the world who repeat the production of fried eggs because of uneven heat and inconsistent color just to pursue perfection and color luster. It was the first time that Sasuke realized that his brother's obsessive-compulsive disorder was so serious. It's so appetizing. Bai Yu prefers sour food, and the breakfast prepared by Sasuke suits his appetite. Sasuke watched Bai Yu eating with a gentle look in his eyes and unexpectedly found that Bai Yu looked good while eating, and it felt like he was eating with rice. If he ate with Bai Yu, he would eat an extra bowl. Eat slowly. We don't have to go to school at the same time as usual, Sasuke said. By the way, I'm learning how to cook. I'll pay attention to what kind of dishes you like, Sasuke asked. Bai Yu said, I like tomatoes and broccoli. Is that so? I like tomatoes too. Sasuke smiled sweetly, holding his cheek with one hand, and his eyes never left Bai Yu's face. I feel that the sour taste is really good. Yes, it's very appetizing. I also like to put vinegar when I eat noodles. Bai Yu took a bite of the fried egg and her face was distorted. Why did it look so good? But it was actually put sugar instead of salt. Sasuke chuckled and waved his hand cutely and said, haha, our family's traditional craft, sweet fried eggs. Actually, it was made by my stupid brother. He always likes to eat sweets and never forgets to add a little sugar. My mother took his taste into consideration and developed a dish like sweet fried egg. He always thought that fried eggs should be put in sugar. Haha. Bai Bai-yu felt funny. When he eats eggs and tomatoes, he shouldn't also put sugar in it, right? It seems so. Shizuke asked curiously. Do you add sugar when you cook? No, I only add sugar to dishes that need it because the sour taste of tomatoes is what I like, so I don't add sugar to the egg and tomato dish. Also, I often make rice with toppings and one dish can fill one person. Bai-yu decided to teach his skills to the Purple Hermit, and the Purple Hermit would help him cook in the future. However, considering that Shizuke and Sakura were also learning, he didn't want the Purple Hermit to manage work that didn't belong to him. The most important thing is that he likes and looks forward to the warm feeling of the dishes made by his lover. Shizuke was tempted by Bai-yu. When this guy eats by himself, not only does he increase his appetite, but the taste of his favorite dishes is surprisingly consistent with his, which makes him feel hungry at this moment. It's not long since he had breakfast. Chapter 132 Morning. What is rice with toppings? Shizuke couldn't help asking. Bai-yu said, it's a way of eating vegetables on white rice. The most important thing is that the soup of the vegetables should be perfectly integrated into the rice so that it will be very delicious. Egg and tomato rice with toppings is the most delicious rice with toppings, but the premise is to grasp the degree when cooking and not let the eggs and tomatoes be too oily. I am a little expert in this area. When I have living expenses, I will try it once and cook for you. Right. Bai-yu hasn't cooked for several days. Before, it was because of a wrist injury that she had to eat out. After that, she was short of money and had no food, so she could only live on Shizuke and Sakura's soft rice. As he talked to Shizuke, he couldn't help but miss the dishes he cooked, and he also wanted Shizuke and Sakura to taste his cooking skills. The tenderness in his heart will be passed on to the person he likes through the taste of the dishes. Why does he like to eat Sakura's bento? Because Sakura cooks very seriously. He feels the intention, and the taste is also very good. Shizuke couldn't bear it when he heard Bai-yu's word. He said, let's go to the vegetable market after school. I have money on me. You can prepare whatever you need. The refrigerator is full of ingredients. I also need a place to practice. Your place is very good. I feel at home. Well, I'm definitely not looking forward to the egg and tomato rice you said. I just want to see how you cook and taste it. By the way, Shizuke was so greedy that his saliva flowed out while he was talking. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and turned his head away in shame, but he was still thinking about tomatoes in his heart. Bai-yu was stunned for a moment and he smiled and said, okay, he really can't change his fate of eating gigolos. Let's go to the market after school. I need to add some seasoning. Just take it, Shizuke said generously. Bai-yu laughed. This little rich woman. Chapter 133 A sister like a boy. Bai-yu had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He looked at Shizuke and smiled foolishly. Shizuke also felt embarrassed. Bai-yu was eating, and he kept interrupting her. It was because he was with Bai-yu. The atmosphere was very relaxed, and he forgot the rules. Shizuke stopped disturbing Bai-yu. He lay quietly on the table and watched Bai-yu eat. After breakfast, Bai-yu and Shizuke went to school. Before leaving, Shizuke asked Bai-yu to wait. Bai-yu looked at Shizuke in confusion. Shizuke raised his hand and flicked Bai-yu's forehead. He had been thinking about this all night. Bai-yu pursed his lips. Sasuke's heart softened, and he said, I feel uncomfortable when you look at me like this. Why do you feel uncomfortable? My heart feels uncomfortable. So why do you feel uncomfortable? Shizuke said shyly, I just feel that you are very cute, which makes me very uncomfortable. I am cute. Bai-yu's cheeks blushed, and he looked away. Shizuke smiled, and he walked side by side with Bai-yu. Then he saw Bai-yu and said softly, that's Shizuke. Shizuke raised his eyebrows. Bai-yu whispered, can I call you sister? Can I call you sister? The voice of Bai-yu's voice rang in Sasuke's mind. But yes, I don't. No, I said yes. Shizuke stammered. He shook his head. It's up to you, but you have to call me like this in a place where no one is. Yeah, okay sister. Bai-yu said happily. He ran around Shizuke lively, calling, sister. Shizuke blushed, feeling that he had brought it upon himself. He is obviously a boy. Why should Bai-yu call him sister? Like a boy sister? Shizuke sighed in his heart and unconsciously doted on Bai-yu more and more. Was it because of the sense of crisis brought to him by others? I am much younger than Shizuke. Bai-yu was willing to admit that he was a younger brother at this moment. Shizuke did not comment, and there was no expression on his cold and delicate face. How did you get along with Ino yesterday? Shizuke asked. He was a little concerned. After all, Ino was the woman that Bai-yu had hidden for a long time before she surfaced. If it weren't for Sakura, he might not have known that Bai-yu had hidden a girl behind him. Bai-yu had run to the front, but he slowed down his pace after hearing this and looked back at Shizuke. I played badminton with Ino yesterday, and we talked for a long time in the afternoon. What did you talk about? Shizuke asked. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried that you'll be taken advantage of by others. I'm just okay, I'm still a little worried, but only a little. Definitely not as much as you think. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. I'm not trying to spy on the enemy. Shizuke raised his little face proudly. Bai-yu said, we just talked about some topics about how to bully people. Hey, Shizuke was stunned. He had a head full of question mark. Bai-yu looked at Sasuke's cute look and couldn't help but chuckled. He said brightly, but don't worry, Shizuke, I will never bully you like that. Bully me? Shizuke whispered. Bai-yu said, I don't know what's wrong with Ino. She likes me to bully her and wants me to be a particularly bad boy, so she discussed with me yesterday how to behave badly. Shizuke was speechless. He and Sakura worked hard to cultivate Bai-yu. Why is Ino teaching Bai-yu to be bad? Shizuke said with some shame and anger. Don't learn bad things from her, understand? Bai-yu felt wronged when she heard Sasuke's harsh word, but this is the condition proposed by Ino. Shizuke gritted his teeth and said, I'll go talk to her. Okay. Sasuke. Baiyu felt like she was wronged outside and went home to find her parent. But Sasuke is a sister. It's really great. Baiyu was a little happy, except that Sasuke would be more open in front of him. At other times he would show the image of a cold beauty. He could call Sasuke's sister in private, which was really great. The two came to school, and Baiyu returned the lunchbox to Sakura. Sakura looked at the harmonious atmosphere between Sasuke and Baiyu, and her face was lost. Her heart was still hurting, although she was a little used to seeing Sasuke and Baiyu getting along, but she was not used to Ino and Baiyu getting along. Why did Sasuke act as if nothing had happened? Doesn't this guy feel heartbroken? La la la. Hey, you are all here. Ino jumped to the corridor and saw Baiyu and the other two in the corridor. Sakura looked at Ino with hostility. Sasuke said, I already know about the conditions you and Baiyu propose. We need to discuss this matter again. What conditions? Sakura asked. Sasuke said, Ino wants Baiyu to become bad. This kind of thing is too bad. We should not agree to such conditions. It will be bad for Baiyu's life, especially when Baiyu does things he can't distinguish between good and evil, so it is particularly easy to go on an extreme path. Sasuke couldn't bear to see Baiyu being led into a ditch by Ino. This morning he went to Baiyu's house and saw Baiyu playing with a model of a human hand. It was so funny that he couldn't describe it. Ino snorted and folded her hands. She wanted to say something to Sasuke, but when she saw Baiyu behind Sasuke, her arrogant personality was restrained a little. She secretly winked at Baiyu. Chapter 133. A sister like a boy. Baiyu was a little panicked. He didn't want to bully Ino now. Although it was fun, he just didn't want to. What's wrong with this guy? In broad daylight, no. He can't be fooled by Ino. He can't be bad in front of Sasuke and Sakura. Baiyu grabbed Sasuke's sleeve. Sasuke was explaining Ino's conditions to Sakura and suddenly realized that Baiyu was pulling him, so he turned around and looked at Baiyu. Baiyu looked at Sasuke pitifully. Sasuke's heart was about to melt. This guy is still so kind. It seems that he is not that kind, but this guy is kind by nature, but can't distinguish between good and evil. Sasuke suddenly remembered the way to execute the monster in the Konoha jungle. Baiyu said that the monster was pitiful and then said that it would starve to death. The monster should be gone now, right? Ino was happy. Baiyu learned so quickly, and this expression was so great. Ino felt so accomplished. Sasuke didn't understand Baiyu, but Sakura understood it at a glance, and she was angry. She tried hard to train Baiyu to be a good person, but how come Baiyu met a bitch like Ino? It was only one day, and she was already Baiyu Egwang has turned bad. This is really wrong. Yes, this matter needs to be discussed carefully. Sakura said to Ino, we should bring a positive change to Baiyu. Don't teach him bad things. What do you mean by teaching him bad things? I just let him relax a little, in my own way. Ino argued, Baiyu is not your toy. Don't put too much pressure on him. Sakura, I don't agree with you planning Baiyu's life. Planning Baiyu's life. Sakura was shocked when she heard this. She couldn't help but connect this matter with the way her parents taught her. She felt sad. Is this what happened? She just didn't like her parents' educational methods, so she felt disgusted with her parents in her heart, and she was extremely depressed in her heart. Only when she saw Baiyu did she feel much more relaxed in her heart. As a result, now she has arranged Baiyu to follow the same path as her, forcing Baiyu to walk with her and become the same person. Baiyu bypassed Sasuke and said to Sakura, Sakura, don't worry about it. This is also the lifestyle I want. Every day is very fulfilling. Well, what Ino said makes sense. When we study in the future, should we pay attention to relaxation? Sakura said to Baiyu. Okay. Baiyu nodded. Then regarding Ino's conditions, we need to change one. No, it's more manly to be a little bad. Ino hugged her hands and said, do you want to fight? Sakura was so angry that she brushed her sleeves and wanted to have a real PK with Ino. Sakura would never allow her husband to be led astray by a bad woman. Change it. Why so violent? I'll listen to you. Ino saw Sakura was going to hit her, and she was immediately weak. Baiyu couldn't help but hold her forehead. The good thing about Ino is that she will actively admit her mistake, but she is determined not to change. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 134. The stone fruit that will never bloom. After class, on the rooftop of the school, a family of four, not yet, Baiyu, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, 4 people gathered together. Sakura emphasized again, we are looking forward to our husbands becoming successful, you know, the conditions promised must be positive. Ino felt guilty and said, I know, but Ino felt that Baiyu might become bad. This guy is very talented in doing bad things. Such Baiyu is very suitable for her appetite, but Sakura just doesn't like it. Sakura's goal has always been to cultivate Baiyu into a talent. When Sakura saw that Ino agreed, she and Sasuke looked at Ino with scrutiny, waiting for Ino to make a judgment. Ino's eyes turned around. Being surrounded by 3 people, she was really a little scared. Baiyu patted Ino's shoulder and said gently, Ino, don't worry, any conditions are fine, I will complete them. Don't feel any pressure. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, he felt the vicious gaze of Sasuke and Sakura. He couldn't help but shrink his shoulders and hid with Ino, surrounded by Sasuke and Sakura. Baiyu, Ino. The two looked at each other. I couldn't help but feel sympathy. What a connection. Ino knew that Baiyu liked to be bullied by Sasuke and Sakura. He was definitely pretending to be innocent at this moment. He looked panicked on the surface, but he was so happy in his heart. Ino, please tell me quickly. I am very confident that I can complete it. Baiyu said. Ino thought about it carefully and said, I'm not interested in arranging other people's lives. If I really want to put forward any conditions to embarrass Baiyu, I can't think of them. Let's put it this way. I have a stone fruit at home that is said to never bloom. It is a special plant found in a dangerous area area of a the land of earth. It looks like a petrified plant. There is a saying that although the stone fruit cannot bloom, when it really blooms it will be a treasure in the world. Eating it can make people young and beautiful. Because it is very unique, our family found a way to buy a few plants. Now that I think about it, that legend is very much like a sales pitch by a merchant, but that thing really looks like a fossil. So if Baiyu can make the stone fruit bloom, it is equivalent to completing my conditions and conquering me. Ino blinked mischievously. Oh my god, I finally have the hope of completing the conditions proposed by Sakura. Why are you doing this to me again? Is this not embarrassing? What stone fruit? I'll smash it later. Baiyu is in a bad mood. The stone fruit that will never bloom. Sakura couldn't help whispering. Suzuki felt nervous. He glanced at Baiyu. He didn't forget his mission, which was to help his good friend Baiyu get both happiness and happiness. As a result, the conditions proposed by the girls are more outrageous than the others. How can Baiyu get Sakura and Ino? No matter whether Baiyu agrees to this condition or not, he will not agree to it, because if he agrees, Baiyu will not get Sakura and Ino in the end. How can he use this matter to mitigate the disastrous consequences of his showdown with Baiyu? If Baiyu fails to meet the conditions proposed by everyone, he will definitely choose him in the end. Then he asked Baiyu, revealed that he was a boy. Baiyu was afraid that he would turn evil on the spot. Just when Baiyu thought that he was stumped by Ino, he suddenly saw Ino wink at him. Ino chuckled and then pretended to be serious. Baiyu's brain circuit came back and he suddenly remembered that when he was with Ino said that she didn't want to see people's efforts go to waste, so she suggested that when he made the final choice he should not rush. First look at who he liked the most and then look at who paid the most for him. After weighing it in his heart, he made a choice. Although he might not choose the girl who paid the most, after weighing it in his heart, the girl's efforts would not be in vain. The essence of this condition is that he should not ignore the people around him who are good to him. Ino's thoughts are very delicate. At this time he was also concerned about him, so he didn't need to be nervous. The agreement between Ino and I has not expired, and the stone fruit thrown on the surface is still a smoke bomb. Baiyu thought through the whole thing and relaxed in his heart. Since Ino's real condition is not the stone fruit, his plan to catch them all in one fell swoop can still succeed. I just don't know what Ino's expression will be when she finds out that he can memorize a whole library of books. At that time, she will probably hope that he can't beat Suzuki, right? But will he be unable to beat Suzuki? This is a free number one. Baiyu thought about it and smiled crookedly. Suzuki was stunned. No way. Can Baiyu still laugh with such a condition? Is Baiyu sure that he can do this? Just when the three people were thinking about it, Sakura on the side suddenly came to her senses. I seem to have heard of the stone fruit. I saw it in a miscellaneous book. Baiyu, do you agree? I can help with this matter. The three people were surprised when they heard what Sakura said. Ino looked at Sakura in disbelief. You want to help Baiyu conquer me? Sakura looked at Ino with great momentum. You little bitch, don't even think about running away. You think you have put forward very difficult conditions, right? Chapter 134, The Fruit of the Stone That Will Never Bloom. Look at how I helped Baiyu complete your conditions. You are determined to conquer Baiyu. Nor you crazy? We are competitors. Ino was puzzled and shocked. So what if you are a competitor? I really can't stand you, so you will suffer the consequences, Sakura said, and then said, and your conditions are too difficult. If Baiyu does it, he will feel desperate and lose confidence in this game. In this way, my library plan will be in vain. You said it. You really used a trick. Suzuki gritted his teeth and said. Sakura's cheeks were slightly red. She was not kind and calculated, Suzuki. But isn't she kind now? Sakura said. So in order to make Baiyu regain confidence, I will help Baiyu, and we will cultivate the stone fruit together, and you, a woman, will be completely settled. You will become Baiyu's woman and you can't run away anymore. In this way, things will return to the right track and Baiyu will study happily with me again. Sakura thought of this and was completely fascinated. And if your conditions are successfully completed, Baiyu will be more motivated to get along with me. Ha 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 ha. You free woman, just watch how I help Baiyu conquer you. In the end, it's all for himself. Suzuki was speechless, but it's also good, saving him from opposing Ino's conditions. Ino was in a daze and she really didn't expect Sakura to do a reverse operation at this time. There is really nothing wrong with this operation. After all, if Baiyu completes the conditions she proposed, then the remaining condition that takes the most time is still to accompany Sakura to read book. And because the three people have already got one person, Baiyu will probably be very motivated at that time. But Ino looked at Baiyu in panic. Although she had a good impression of Baiyu and expected Sakura to train her man into a talent, but she didn't think about serving Baiyu with Sakura and Suzuki. This is too stupid. Chapter 135. Hurry up, I'll be in trouble if I'm discovered. Sakura's move really hit her. Ino blushed and was in a daze. Ino couldn't help but admire Sakura's opponent in her heart. Her brain was really quick. She changed the conditions that were not favorable to her into those that were favorable to her in an instant. If it were her, she would never think of a plan to help Baiyu to conquer others so that Baiyu could steadily conquer herself. She could never think of such a plan. No wonder she was in class 3 and Sakura was in class 1. It turns out that there is indeed an intellectual gap between the two of them. Sakura is really too smart, but in this way, if Sakura really helps Baiyu to cultivate the stone fruit, she, as Baiyu's first target, wouldn't she be the legitimate first lady? In this way, it would be so refreshing to be a bitch in front of Sakura. At that time, Sakura will experience what it means to be too smart. The fact that Ino communicated with each other did not stop Sakura from helping Baiyu. She nodded and said, well, okay, although it's embarrassing, I won't stop your mutual assistance. Alas, I really lost to you, Sakura. You are worthy of being my strongest competitor. Sakura subconsciously felt that this was not a good thing to say when she heard it. Ino was probably mocking her, but Sakura didn't think of what went wrong for a moment. The action she took was correct because she would be the one who benefited in the end. So why did Ino say that she agreed? What was this bitch thinking? Sakura was trying to figure out Ino's thought, but to be frank, she really couldn't think of Ino's inner plan. The gap between the two was too big. In addition, her rank might be slightly inferior to Ino's, so she couldn't figure out Ino's inner plan for a while. Just when Sakura was thinking about countermeasures, Sasuke on the side quit. He said in a daze, "What do you mean Sakura is your strongest competitor? You don't take me, Uchiha Sasuke, seriously." Sasuke raised his little face and said arrogantly, "This game is only possible when I show mercy. You'd better be respectful to me when you play game." After Sasuke's interruption, Sakura's train of thought was interrupted. She coaxed Sasuke and said, "Yes, when we play games, it's better to respect Sasuke." Because this guy's head was glowing green. If Sasuke hadn't shared the person he liked with them, they wouldn't have been able to compete for Baiyu and win Baiyu's favor. So it's not a problem to be nice to Sasuke. Ino nodded and said, "That's right, I'm sorry for what I said just now." "Sorry Sasuke." Sasuke suddenly felt that it was better for him not to speak, and he was treated as a fool. It made him embarrassed. If he showed his card, wouldn't he be shocked 3 times at once? Sasuke turned his head away, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. For Baiyu's happiness he really risked everything. This guy must have a double harvest. Baiyu didn't know how to complain. He hadn't even tried hard here, and his girlfriends were almost helping him to conquer all the girls. Never mind this matter. Next he would concentrate on studying. Baiyu felt tired. But is Xiaoying really sure that the stone fruit can be cultivated successfully? Baiyu asked about this matter. "Xiaoying, are you sure that the stone fruit can be cultivated successfully?" "Of course, I have seen relevant content. Although it is a very rare plant, if I find the book again, I should be sure to cultivate it." Xiaoying didn't know if it was possible. After all, the knowledge in the book would cause some operational errors when applied in practice, but for the future of her and Baiyu, Xiaoying decided to check the information in this regard. If the book hadn't been borrowed by someone, she should be able to find relevant information. "Then let's make it this way. Go to my house and steal the stone fruit first," Ino said carelessly. "Steal?" Baiyu, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at each other, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down their forehead. "Ino, this guy is also very powerful." The group left the rooftop and walked outside, coming to Ino's house, waiting for Ino to enter the house to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Sakura said, "It's this flower shop, not far from my home." "My home is also on the street," Baiyu said aloud. Sakura said, "Our homes are all on the street." Sasuke felt that he couldn't fit in a little, and he said sullenly, "My home is outside the town." Baiyu hooked Sasuke's shoulders and laughed. "Sasuke's home is very big. It's in the forest, and the range can be drawn as you want." "Hey." Sakura looked at Sasuke. Sasuke said, "It's near the Nanhi River. There is also a scenic spot in the forest. The scenery of the lake is super beautiful." "Sasuke and I have been there. The source of the lake comes from the Nanhi River," Baiyu explained. Sasuke glanced at Baiyu and found that Baiyu knew his family well. Sakura wanted to go a little bit. Baiyu once said she wanted to see the scenery before, but she said it was dangerous. Her parents didn't let her go, so she didn't go. Unexpectedly, Baiyu went to see the scenery with Sasuke again. "I envy Sasuke and Baiyu, whose family is not strict." Just when the three were chatting, Chapter 135. Hurry up, I was discovered. It's miserable. Ino successfully tricked her mother away, and she ran outside holding a pot of plants covered by black cloth. "Hurry, hurry, I'll be miserable if I'm discovered." Baiyu, Sakura, Sasuke, this guy is really brave sometimes. "Go to my house." Baiyu ran to his house with his friends, and the 4 of them came to Zima Street. Sakura was also at Baiyu's house for the first time. She was a little uneasy, not knowing how to behave when she saw Baiyu's parents later. Should she play a gentle girl or a well-educated girl? There are too many competitors around. So distressed. Who knew that when Sakura came to Baiyu's house, she found that the surroundings of Baiyu's house were dead and there was no one on the street. When she came to Baiyu's house was also deserted. Sakura felt heavy-hearted and went into the house with Sasuke and Ino. "Would you like some tea?" Sasuke asked. Ino raised her hand and said, "I want some iced black tea." "Sorry, no," Sasuke said coldly, trying not to show a smug expression on his face. Baiyu popped up in a room. "There's jasmine tea." "I want it," Ino said noisily. "I just want a glass of water." Sakura said, "Yeah, I'll be right there." Sasuke went to pour the tea. Baiyu sat down next to Ino, in the middle. Sakura was still next to Ino. Ino put the potted plant of the stone fruit on the coffee table, and the plant was covered by a black cloth cover. The 3 looked at the potted plant on the table curiously. Sasuke quickly poured the tea, brought it over to Sakura and Ino, and then sat next to Baiyu, looking like a well-behaved and sensible girl. But Sasuke would rather call this performance a virtuous wife. Sakura didn't care about Sasuke's jealousy. In the past, she wanted to deal with Sasuke, but after learning about Baiyu's situation, she became silent. She just wanted to be better to Baiyu than before. Baiyu has lived alone since childhood, and it is not easy for her to have such a sunny personality. Instead, she felt distressed. Chapter 136. Rokakaka. Listen to me. This stone fruit likes to be in a dark place. If you take it out and put it in the sun, cracks will appear on its surface. I took it out of the basement before. I have to find a chance to make a replica and put it back. Otherwise, it will be miserable if my parents find out. Ino said to her friends. Baiyu, Sasuke, and Sakura nodded seriously. Baiyu asked, since it will crack when placed in the sun, could this phenomenon mean that it is about to bloom? No. Ino raised a finger, staring at Baiyu with green eyes. There were several stone fruits in the past. My parents tried to cultivate them in various ways, including placing one in the sun and cultivating it in the same way as normal plants, but even if you water it, it will soon break in the sunday. The way it breaks is the same as the way rocks break, and the fibers and pulp inside are the same as stone. Rather than saying it is a plant, it is better to say that it is a stone that looks like a plant. Then how does it reproduce? Sasuke couldn't help asking. If it is a stone, it should not reproduce, right? Sakura said beside Ino. When it reaches a certain age, the fruit will naturally fall to the ground, just like other plants, but the magical thing is that the fruit will not rot after falling to the ground, but will grow rhizomes again, dragging the fruit to grow again, and the original plant rhizomes will continue to grow fruit. Because it has never bloomed, it is also called the stone fruit that will never bloom by the local people, but there are rumors that someone has seen the stone fruit blooming. The man ate the flower, and finally recovered from his injuries and became younger. Ino said with some yearning. This fruit is actually a flower bud, but it is called the stone fruit because it looks like a fruit. Sakura nodded. But we don't need that kind of flower, so we just need to find a way to cultivate it, which is our goal. Then I was successfully captured. Ino couldn't complain anymore. Let's see what it looks like now. Ino stood up and tried to uncover the black cloth covering the plant. Baiyu, Sasuke, and Sakura watched carefully. Baiyu took a sip of water. When Ino uncovered the cloth, Baiyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but say, Rokakaka. Hey, what Rokakaka? Sasuke looked at Baiyu strangely. Baiyu's forehead was sweating, and he subconsciously opened his system interface. He went directly to the system's reward pool and looked through the avatars and items on it. When he saw that there was no Rokakaka in the items at that time, Baiyu felt heavy in his heart. Most of the system reward pool was a mess of garbled characters, including other functions of the system such as the taskbar, map, etc., which were all garbled characters. Baiyu thought that the system had malfunctioned and thought that the substitutes or items covered by the garbled characters could still be drawn, so he didn't care about the situation in this regard. But who would have thought that? Now he actually saw a plant that was so similar to Rokakaka. How could Baiyu not be shocked? Could it be that the substitutes and items covered by the garbled characters in his system were scattered in the ninja world? Baiyu couldn't help but have this question in his heart. What on earth is going on? Sakura and Ino were looking at the stone fruit. They saw Baiyu stunned and Sasuke next to him showed a puzzled look. Ino put her hands on her hips and said, What are you two doing? I'm telling you, don't talk about love in front of me. Sasuke said there was no talk of love or affection. Baiyu suddenly became dazed. What did he say before? Lokakaka. Sakura looked at Baiyu. Baiyu came back to his senses. Seeing his girlfriends looking at him, he said, I remembered a plant that looks like this one. The name of that plant is Rokakaka. So what is that? You were so shocked after seeing the stone fruit. Baiyu crossed his hands and looked at the stone fruit in front of him seriously. It is a fruit that can be exchanged. After eating it, the undamaged cells will heal the damaged cells. The final result is that after the damaged cells are restored, the undamaged cells will turn into rock. With this fruit, even broken limbs can grow back. Incurable diseases and difficult to cure diseases can all be recovered by eating this fruit. The Rokakaka I saw is exactly the same as this stone fruit. Baiyu pointed at the stone fruit and said, Is it really that magical? Sasuke asked subconsciously. It shouldn't be possible, right? There is no such thing. If it really exists, this plant would have been taken by the rock village long ago. Sakura spread her hands and said in disbelief. Ino looked at Baiyu, then at the stone fruit. Come to think of it, we haven't tasted the fruit before, because isn't it simple? Try it once and you'll know. Baiyu raised her hand, picked the fruit under the gaze of others, and put it directly into her mouth. Snap. Hey, don't eat anything you idiot. Be careful of poison. Sasuke looked at Baiyu in shock. Chapter 136 Rokakaka. Ino covered her face with both hands, her expression horrified. My stone fruit. My parents will beat me to death. Sakura climbed over the sofa, grabbed Baiu's collar and shook it. Quick, spit it out. If it's poisonous, you will die. Baiyu was shaken. His cheeks were propped up, and tears came out of his big light green eyes. It hurts, it hurts. Sasuke and Sakura finally helped Baiyu take out the stone fruit. They looked at the intact fruit and two teeth on the table and fell into silence. Baiyu was about to cry, and said with a lisp, My teeth. Snap. Sasuke held his forehead. Idiot. Sakura put away Baiu's teeth and said, I'll keep this first. Don't worry, it will change. Baiyu wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is this thing so hard? It's completely different from what I thought. Ino's face was dark. Baiyu. Hey. Baiyu turned his head to look at Ino, and he said after realizing it, Haha, don't worry about Ino. I'll help you connect it back. How to connect it? Ino said. Baiyu picked up the stone fruit, and the moment the purple hermit appeared, Baiyu used the purple hermit to stick the stone fruit on the plant. After the purple hermit inputs chakra energy, it will harden. As long as it is operated properly, it can be used as a spare part. Ino saw that Baiyu really took the stone fruit back and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but it looked like it was stuck by chewing gum. What is this plant? It's my blood limit. Baiyu replied. Everyone present was his wife, not a single outsider. What's wrong with saying it? By the way, Ino, can I keep this stone fruit for now? Baiyu asked. Sure, but don't break it. If it's missing, I can still tell my parents to bring it out and put it at your house, but if it break, Ino thought for a while, if it break, I'll just restock it. Baiyu, how many of these things are there? My Rokakaka. Chapter 137 Discussion _month stand in the leaves _ a bird passing _ At Baiyu's house, 4 children sat on the sofa, looking at the plants in front of them. Sakura was interested in the Rokakaka that Baiyu said, but after Baiyu found out that she had recognized the wrong plant, she had to focus her attention on the stone fruit. Bai Yu just took it and took a bite, knocking out 2 front teeth. Now he was still leaking air from his mouth when he spoke, and his eyes were as aggrieved as he could be. He was being comforted by Shizuke and Ino. Does it still hurt? Shizuke stared at Bai Yu and asked. Bai Yu shook his head. It doesn't hurt, I just feel so uncomfortable, and I feel cold when I speak. Don't eat something you don't know next time, Shizuke said, and he was relieved. Ino said on the side, come on, don't cry, I'll wipe your tears. As he said that, his little hand wiped away the tears under his light green eyes. Shizuke glanced at Ino unhappily. Ino licked her finger provocatively with an arrogant expression that said, I just touched it, what can you do? Shizuke was angry. He couldn't learn from Ino. Could he? This guy is really open, and how could he be open? If he is open, it will be over. Sakura also wanted to get closer and get involved, but when she chose her seat just now, she was farthest from Bai Yu, and she didn't expect Bai Yu to sit at the end, and she was fooled by Ino again. She sat at the side. Ino was next to her, so Bai Yu could only choose to sit next to Ino, surrounded by Ino and Shizuke. How abominable! Sakura gritted her teeth and watched the interaction between Ino, Shizuke, and Bai Yu. With this lesson, next time she will definitely find a more suitable position to interact with Bai Yu. Ino was so happy. It was so fun. Shizuke and Sakura were jealous of her because of her, and they really never got tired of watching. When Ino joined the game, she just wanted to play and take a close look at the Shura field of the 2 girls around Bai Yu, but after joining, she found that Bai Yu was really good looking. The key is that her temper and personality are very much to her taste. Ino unconsciously took this matter to heart, and now she saw that the 2 competitors were hit by her, and she felt so happy. Bai Yu didn't feel anything, and didn't pay much attention to the open and secret fights between the 3 girls. Anyway, no matter how they fought, these girls couldn't change the ending of being caught by him. Bai Yu felt nothing except happiness. However, at this time, Bai Yu had doubts about his system in his heart. He thought that the system had some malfunction during his reincarnation process, so there was garbled code, and some functions and the substitutes and props in the reward pool were covered by garbled code. But now seeing the stone fruit, he had a bad premonition in his heart, and a guess came to his mind. Could it be that the substitutes and props in his system reward pool that were covered by garbled code were lost with him? I will have to ask the magical purple hermit about this matter later, and he will also compare and list some substitutes and props in the reward pool, and use the elimination method to see what substitutes and props cannot be extracted. But now, Bai Yu is still very happy to play with the 3 girls. They studied the stone fruit and found that the whole plant is very solid as rock or weapon. At least Bai Yu knocked out his front teeth. Use direct actions to prove that this fruit cannot be eaten. The roots of the stone fruit plant are also as solid as rock, without any characteristics of ordinary plant. Ino said, in addition to being strong and inedible and cannot be exposed to sunlight, this stone fruit will not wither even if it is not watered. By the way, there is no room for withering, right? Shizuke said. Sakura said seriously at this time, after all, it is a plant from the land of earth. That country has high skies and light cloud, vast land, and sparse population, and few plants and crops. In terms of the severity of the environment, it is only slightly inferior to the land of wind. In the previous wars, the land of earth actively expanded externally. Like the land of wind, it is a warlike country. It is one of our main warring countries. Shizuke was very interested in this. Speaking of war, our Uchiha clan has participated in the War of the Land of Water before, and fought with the Mist Village. Do you know Uchiha Shisui? He is the hero of the Mist Village, nicknamed Shunshin Shisui. Although I don't like him very much, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he is indeed very powerful and a hero of the village. After Shizuke finished speaking, he saw Ino and Sakura looking at each other, and his interest in speaking gradually subsided, and his voice became much smaller. Sakura and Ino don't know much about the Uchiha clan. They just know that they are very powerful and are a family dedicated to protecting the village. But if they have any knowledge, they just think that the people of the Uchiha clan look very cold. As for the instant body Shisui, they have never heard of it. Bai Yu patted Sasuke's shoulder and said, I know this. In addition to the instant body Shisui, there is another person called Fugaku. They are all very powerful, but I have never seen them. Shizuke was happy to hear this. He raised his little face and said, Fugaku is my father. He is the patriarch of our Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha police department. I will take you to see my father when I have time. He looks very fierce, but he will never say sternly that I have a brother. Don't be afraid when the time comes. Yet, Bai Yu nodded. Feeling that Sakura and Ino were being left out, he said, from the establishment of our village to now, the village has been attacked by other countries, and many heroes have appeared in the village. Do you know which powerful ninjas are there? Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter part is more exciting. Chapter 137 Discussion. 4th Generation Golden Flash. Ino raised her hand and said, he is the most handsome Hokage in our village. Look at his Hokage rock statue outside the window. It's so handsome. I heard that the 4th generation Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the demon fog. This matter is forbidden to be discussed in the village. Sakura said, but it should be okay for us to talk privately. Don't worry, I'm here. The police department will never arrest us. Shizuke clasped his hands, looking arrogant and proud. Bai Yu was speechless. Just when he wanted to tease Shizuke, he suddenly heard Sakura say, regarding the matter of the demon fox, I heard from the adults that the current incarnation of the demon fox is. Sakura hesitated when she spoke, but considering Bai Yu's safety, she still said, now in class 2, Bai Yu, you and Shizuke should pay attention to it and don't get too close to him. If you get too close, the adults will will not like it and will be easily angered. Is it Uzumaki Naruto? Ino asked. We are also discussing it in our class. I didn't expect him to be in the first grade with us. Teacher Mizuki scolded those bad students and told them not to cause trouble if they want to live. Baiyu put his hands behind his head and leaned on the sofa and said, I don't think he is so terrible. Just get along with him normally. The thing I hate most is to follow the wishes of others, especially when I find that things are different from what everyone said. This is doing bad things. That's because you are kind, so your ideas are different from those adults, Sakura said with a smile. Kind. Baiyu raised his right hand and said, the last time I met Naruto on the road, it was in the supermarket near the school, right? Anyway, I don't like to bully the weak with others, so let's stop here. Right. My favorite hero is the third generation Hokage. He is called the hero of the ninja world. Chapter 138. I'm making you jealous. The third Hokage is also the Hokage with the longest ruling time. The ruling time of the rest of the Hokage combined is not as long as that of the third Hokage alone. It can be said that he has been the leader of the Konoha hermit village since the establishment of the ninja village. Sakura and Ino didn't expect that Baiyu liked a hero like the third Hokage. Ino said with a small face, such an old hero. Baiyu wanted to say something good for the Sandaime. After all, he was raised by the Sandaime, but he didn't know how to say it. The Sandaime Hokage, like him, had a lot of black material. Baiyu said, because he has protected the village for the longest time and he taught heroes like the three ninjas of Konoha, so it's okay for me to admire him. Right. The three ninjas of Konoha. Is that Tsunade-sama you mentioned? Baiyu. Sakura suddenly noticed. Baiyu nodded and said, yes, Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are all disciples of the Sandaime Hokage, and the fourth Hokage is also a disciple of Jiraiya. The Sandaime is very good at training and judging people. To tell you the truth, the Sandaime has appointed me and said that I will definitely become a jonin in the future. Baiyu boasted. The original words of the Sandaime were not this. He wanted him to become a jonin so that he would have the right to know some truth, but the meaning is similar. If Baiyu did not have the potential to become a jonin, the Sandaime would not have set this goal for Baiyu and let Baiyu strive for it. The Sandaime may not have thought that Baiyu not only found his mother's body, but his next goal was the Hokage rock statue behind the Hokage building. 10 years is too long. Baiyu is fighting for the day. He must dig the Hokage rock, and no one can stop his family from reuniting. Sasuke was a little speechless when he heard Baiyu's word. The condition proposed by Sasuke was that Baiyu became a jonin. At this moment, Baiyu was mentioning that the Sandaime had an accurate eye for people and hinted that he could become a jonin. This guy might have been thinking about marrying him. Sasuke was a little panicked, but he was not too panicked. Sasuke quickly calmed down. After all, if Baiyu can't beat him, it's useless to be happy, so let him use his fist to make Baiyu face reality. The four of them talked about some things about the heroes in the village, and the topic gradually shifted away from the stone fruit. After noon, Sasuke remembered that he had to go buy vegetables and let Baiyu cook, so the group went out together and went straight to the vegetable market. Sasuke and Ino had no experience in buying vegetables, and they looked at Sakura and Baiyu. The two of them were picking fresh vegetables. Sakura and her mother had been to the vegetable market many times. She was good at learning and adapted to Baiyu's pace. The two of them led the team and quickly bought a lot of vegetables and meat. Game was sold in the village. After special treatment, the meat was sold and only needed to be processed again before it could be eaten safely. Sakura was still worried that buying too much would cost a lot and Baiyu's pocket would not be able to bear it. Who knew that Sasuke would pay in the end, and she immediately lost her temper. Sasuke was not only good looking but also wealthy. Since he paid, he would buy more and make Baiyu stronger. Now Baiyu looked very thin, with only flesh on her face, and her arms and legs were as thin as a girl, which was really vulnerable. For Baiyu's future, Sakura decided to pay attention to Baiyu's physical nutrition and not let Baiyu be malnourished. Ino nudged Sasuke with her elbow from behind, and she whispered, Baiyu and Sakura look like a couple. Look at them buying groceries so warm. Sasuke's face darkened immediately. Ino turned around and danced. Are you jealous? Jealous? That's good. I'm making you more jealous. After Ino finished speaking, she jumped to Baiyu and said, I'll help too. Sasuke looked at Ino, Baiyu, and Sakura speechlessly. He thought, what's wrong with Baiyu's women? Why are they so bad? But fortunately, Baiyu still has him, who is beautiful and simple. He is not as bad as Ino and Sakura. After the four people bought groceries, each of them went home with a plastic bag. They talked and laughed all the way. Ino was very good at livening up the atmosphere. It was not boring to go home with a few people. There was something to talk about all the way. When they got home, Baiyu said that he was going to show off his cooking skills. Baiyu, will you cook? Ino asked in surprise. She found that Baiyu was really a treasure boy. Not only was he cute, but he was also very handsome when he turned black. She liked him very much when he was stern and delicate, which was quite to her taste. As a result, she found that Baiyu could cook. He was simply the perfect husband in her mind. Ino watched with a fang-earling look. Yet, Baiyu put on an apron, and Sakura helped to tie the apron rope at the back. I have always cooked for myself, and my cooking skills are pretty good. You will have a good meal at noon, Sakura said on the side. Baiyu, I will help you. And me? Ino raised her hand and said, almost jumping up. Sakura narrowed her eyes and said, what can you do? Wait for Baiyu and I to finish, and wait for dinner. Hey, did you say any bad words in your heart just now? Ino said. What bad word? Sakura. Ino snorted. I won't say it. Chapter 138. I'm making you jealous. You've guessed it. Sakura smiled. Baiyu hurriedly separated Sakura and Ino. Don't quarrel. It would be great if everyone could live in harmony. Sakura was the first to do it. Ino rolled his eyes and grabbed Baiyu's sleeve and said, but if it's By you, I'm willing. Sakura's face flushed. Shameless. What did you say? By you had a question mark on his forehead. Ino blinked her left eye and said playfully, I'll help clean the table and do the housework. What about me? What do I do? Shizuke said in a daze. Everyone has a task. What does he do? Sit and wait for dinner? And today is the time for him and By you to spend time together, right? How can Sakura and Ino occupy it with a clear conscience? Sakura frowned. Just wait for dinner. Hey, you don't need to get a double kill, right? I didn't provoke you, Shizuke said unhappily. By you advised Shizuke, can you help me wash the vegetables? Okay, Shizuke agreed. The people in this room are really, except By you, he doesn't like anyone. By you held his forehead weakly. It seems that for the sake of the peace of the family in the future, he will have to teach Sakura, Ino, and Shizuke how to get along. But then again, it seems that Sakura, Ino, and Shizuke are all good except for being jealous. Hey, I remembered something, Ino suddenly said while wiping the table. What is it? If By you conquers us all in the future, we can't keep quarreling, right? So what? So you two should know the importance of number plate. I'm Yamanaka Ino, the second one. I'm the first one. Sakura was not happy at first, but when she thought that she was the first one, she agreed. Let's sort by number plate. But Shizuke was a little embarrassed to say it. Why not count down? Shizuke still asked. Sakura and Ino looked at each other and said in unison, the minority obeys the majority. Shizuke, why are you so united at this time? Don't force me to use my ultimate move. Shizuke turned his head and looked at By you. By you. By you looked at the three girls stupidly. Shizuke wanted to act like a spoiled child but was a little embarrassed that he would do such a thing. However, if he didn't say anything he would be sulking again, so he said stubbornly, I was bullied. You can do whatever you want. By you was never troubled by multiple choice questions. If you want to know why, because he wanted all of them. Chapter 139 The family eats together. By you, I want to eat fish flavored pork shred. By you, I want to eat fried fish nugget. At the table, the girl with light golden hair said lively. The pink-haired girl on the side said unhappily, Ino, be more reserved. What's the point of being reserved? I can't pick up the food in front of Shizuke. Ino retorted. Several people have short arms and can't reach the food on the other side of the table. By you stepped on the beam under the chair, stood up and handed the food to Ino. Ino stood up and picked up food from the plate. Speaking of which, why is there no fish in the fish flavored pork shred? Because there is no fish, By you said casually. Then can you put some fish in it? If you put fish, it won't be called fish flavored pork shred. By you chatted with Ino. Shizuke looked at Ino still picking up food in the bowl and hurriedly said, enough. By you made this for me. I know, it's sour and sweet and tastes good. I left it for you. Ino said, I only left one chopstick. Shizuke felt even more wronged. He just ate a little bit and it tasted really good. Super good with rice. Then Ino also tried it and liked this dish. Sakura sighed and said leisurely, be careful not to gain weight. Ino, I exercise every day so you don't have to worry. The people who really gain weight are those who like to eat but don't like to exercise. Ino bit her chopstick, stared at the bowl and said, I exercise enough every day. Does Ino go for a morning run? By you asked when she returned to her seat. Ino, yes, I will be super slim and beautiful in the future. Sakura was a little jealous because Ino was really beautiful and it could be seen that she was a beauty. Although she was not bad, she always felt inferior when she was with Ino. Ino's personality was too cheerful. Sakura saw Shizuke silently put the remaining fish-flavored pork shreds into her bowl and couldn't help laughing. Shizuke was really a punching bag. She and Ino would hit Shizuke when they were unhappy. It was By you who always protected Shizuke. This was really true love. By you said, if you are jogging in the morning, I also want to get up and exercise. Can we go together? Shizuke was a little unhappy. Every morning was an extra time for him and By you to spend time together. How could By you go to accompany Ino? What would he do if By you went to accompany Ino? We have to go to school together every morning. Shizuke couldn't help but remind him. By you said embarrassedly, I will get up an hour earlier and after I come back from exercise we will go to school together. Ino said, okay, I will get up at 6 in the morning. At that time, the air is fresh and the sun is very beautiful. Let's go jogging together. Yeah, okay. By you nodded quickly. Sakura propped her cheek with one hand. She couldn't get up too early. She had to do the homework assigned by her parents at night and would go to bed very late. She envied Ino and Shizuke for not having any pressure. Sakura, do you want tomato and egg soup? By you asked. Okay. Sakura became energetic. By you served a bowl of soup to each of her friends. Shizuke took a sip of tomato soup and his dark and clear eyes lit up. He liked this. Then Shizuke felt a little disappointed. He couldn't get up too early. Getting up at 6 o'clock today was already very early. As usual, he was still sleeping. Ino and By you planned to go for a morning run. They got up at 6 o'clock, but if they were at the same time, they would have to rush from the jungle to the town, and it would be 6:30. After eating, several people sat lazily on the chairs to rest. I'm full, Ino said with satisfaction. By you, can I help you clean up the table later? And me? Sakura raised her hand. Yeah, okay. By you responded. Shizuke saw that By yu's girlfriends were so active, and he also. Uchiha clan. Itake was waiting for Shizuke to come back at home. He saw the sun rise above his head, and his stupid brother hadn't come home yet. Has the class time at the ninja school been extended? Itake thought to himself. Wait a little longer. Maybe Shizuke will come back soon. I was waiting for him today, and I didn't even go to the three-color meatball shop. Itake waited for another hour. The sound of cicadas came from the trees on the street outside the courtyard, and the environment gradually became peaceful and quiet. Shizuke hasn't come home yet. Itake looked out the window and blinked. Wait a little longer. Shizuke Sasuke is looking forward to me teaching him the kunai throwing technique. He must still be in school and hasn't finished class yet. The young boy continued to wait. Another hour passed and the sun gradually set to the other side of the sky and the sunset glow like a burning cloud could be vaguely seen. Uchiha Mikoto also felt strange. What happened today? Sasuke usually goes home in the morning. Is he playing with that kid? It's the same thing last time. Sasuke came home very late. He has money on him so he shouldn't be hungry. Uchiha Mikoto asked and answered herself. After thinking about it, she was still worried about Sasuke. Itaka said calmly, Sasuke and I have an appointment to learn kunai throwing today. He won't forget our appointment. He must not have finished class yet. I will continue to wait for him. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Itaka worriedly. The children at home are more stunned than each other. What should I do? Itaka thought to himself that his importance in Sasuke's heart must be much more important than that by you. Chapter 139. The family eats together. The stupid brother couldn't have forgotten their agreement. Sasuke must still be in school. Instead of playing with Baiyu and forgetting what they did today, he must still be in class. Baiyu's house. Several people were chatting. Suddenly Sasuke was stunned. It's over, Sasuke said aloud, his eyes and mouth wide open, and his little face showed a look of awakening. What's wrong? Baiyu asked. He was a little distracted at the moment. Sasuke stood up and said, my brother and I agreed to practice kunai throwing with him today, but I haven't come home yet so late. Sasuke looked outside and said with tears in his eyes, it's getting dark. Sasuke's brother. Baiyu bit her lip and showed a scared expression. Ino put a hand on Baiyu's shoulder and said with a sly smile, why are you scared? What happened to Sasuke's brother? You know the big shots in the village very well. Baiyu pouted and said, Sasuke's brother is the best brother in the village, and he is very strong. Sasuke, go back quickly and don't mention playing with me, otherwise your brother may come and beat me. Sasuke, do you have to be so ruthless? We were having fun just now. I am also afraid of my brother. I actually forgot about my brother when I was playing with you. Sasuke closed his eyes indifferently, shrugged his shoulders, raised his hand and said, since you are afraid of my brother, don't be so promiscuous. I know, there are only 3. I won't look for anyone else. Sasuke, please don't mention my affairs to Itaka when you go back, otherwise I will be in big trouble. Baiyu clapped his hands and made a begging gesture. He was so weak. Itaka was the parent he feared the most. If Itaka found out that he not only abducted Sasuke but also let Sasuke and the other 2 girls stay with him, Baiyu felt that he would not be able to afford to lose several lives. Especially Itaka loved Sasuke very much, and Sasuke had suffered so much injustice from him. Baiyu felt that his fate would be miserable just thinking about it. I know, Sasuke said and walked out of Baiyu's house. Baiyu saw that Sasuke was about to leave and he was a little scared. He was worried that Sasuke would be scolded by Itaka when he returned. He gritted his teeth and ran over and said, if your brother is angry with you, tell me, I will protect you. Sasuke raised his pretty face and saw the 2 girls standing at the door behind Baiyu and said, I received your concern. You should go back quickly. It's not good to keep them waiting for a long time. Be careful on the road. Baiyu waved and said, see you tomorrow. Sasuke waved and ran out of the street town. See you tomorrow. Baiyu watched Sasuke leave the street, a little reluctant. Chapter 140. Not a good person at first glance. Come back to your senses, you playboy, Ino said beside Baiyu. Baiyu retracted his gaze and glanced at Ino. Ino stepped back a few steps, feeling guilty, like a little animal. I didn't say you were a bad person. I don't blame you. Baiyu smiled and said, help me clean up the house. Sure. Ino cheered and ran to Sakura. Sakura, let's do the housework. We need to get used to being full-time wives. Sakura looked at Ino with cold sweat. You guy, why do you look like you're used to us being with Baiyu? Because I'm very tolerant. Ino patted his chest seriously. Although I also want to occupy him alone. We got along well today, didn't we? So I prepared in advance. Whether you agree or not, I'm already prepared so that if things really happen in the future, I can face it calmly. Sakura looked at Ino in surprise. I didn't expect your brain to be able to say this. That's my advantage. Ino lifted the golden bangs on his forehead and said handsomely, so should we make peace? Baiyu probably doesn't want us to fight each other, right? Sakura thought for a while and said, okay, let's make peace. From now on, you and I will be friends. Maybe better than friends. Ino blinked at Baiyu. Baiyu felt Ino's kindness again. Hey Baiyu, get up early tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you at the training ground. Ino waved and said, I'll change into sportswear and cheer for the morning run together. Baiyu waved and said, come on together. Ino shouted lively. Sakura said a little nervously, well, will we be alone tomorrow? Baiyu smiled sunny and said, sure, after all, I also like to read books with you, and Sakura's quiet look is very cute. Well, okay. Sakura nodded vigorously. Baiyu said, Sakura, it would be better if you were not so restrained. I like your energetic appearance. I understand. Sakura mustered up her courage. Baiyu watched Sakura and Ino leave, then he returned home and took out the stone fruit. Ino had placed the stone fruit at his home. Baiyu decided to study this plant that was similar to Rokakaka carefully. Could it be that when he traveled through time, the system malfunctioned and the reward was lost from the system reward pool? If so, he was in trouble. Selfishly, Baiyu didn't want these things to be obtained by anyone other than him, because some of the things in his system were terrifying. For example, the infamous big. However, when studying the stone fruit, Baiyu first used the elimination method to find out which rewards were covered by garbled code. After ignoring some useless stand-ins and props, Baiyu found that there were a few stand-in powers missing that frightened him. For example, the heavenly maid that he wanted most. Heavenly maid was covered by black garbled code. I hope my guess is not correct, right? Otherwise, if this stone stone fruit is Rokakaka, then the other rewards in the system that are covered by garbled characters may also be lost in this ninja world. If a stand of this level made in heaven is left outside, this world will be in trouble. I don't want to passively speed up time all the time. Bai Yu is living a very happy life now, and he is a little reluctant to leave. If he really speeds up, he will probably spend his whole life with Suzuki, Sakura, and Ino soon. It is meaningless to live too fast. It is better to live a slow life. Bai Yu sorted out the stands and props covered by garbled characters and found the most useful one. He found that the lost ones include not only Heaven Maid but also Scarlet King, Heaven Gate, Stone Mask, Pillar Man Bloodline, Rokakaka, Ichi Red Stone. There are so many things lost. Bai Yu felt distressed when he thought about it. These stands are the top ones, but now they are covered by garbled characters. Can he still draw them out? Scarlet King, predict the future, delete time. Heaven Gate, read other people's memories, write orders on the other party, and the enemy must complete this order. Stone Mask, Pillar Man, Ichi Red Stone. These are the growth paths of the ultimate creatures, but they are just lost in such a muddle. If these things are really lost in the ninja world, then which lucky bastard got these substitutes and props? Bai Yu thought carefully and gritted his teeth. That bastard is really abominable. If these powers are really lost, he will definitely take them back, because these things are all his. Bai Yu looked at the stone fruit on the table, wanting to prove that this is not Rokakaka. Only in this way can it be proved that the rewards covered by garbled codes in the system have not been lost, and he still has the possibility of winning. But the question is how to study this thing. It's as hard as a stone. I took a bite this morning and lost 2 teeth. At this moment Bai Yu's teeth have grown back small and will probably grow to the same size as other teeth after a good night's sleep. Bai Yu has a psychological trauma about eating the stone fruit. Who knows why this thing is so hard? Bai Yu looked at the stone fruit carefully and then rolled it up with the purple hermit, but did not find anything special about this fruit. Chapter 140. It's not a good person at first glance. Helpless, Bai Yu could only find a nail and try to hammer it in with a hammer. Bang! The nail was bent. Bai Yu threw away the hammer and looked at the stone fruit. He really couldn't do anything with this thing. Just as Bai Yu was squatting beside the coffee table studying the stone fruit, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 consecutive knocks on the door. Strange, didn't Sakura and Ino leave just now? Did they forget to take something? Bai Yu stood up in confusion. Just as he was about to open the door, someone outside spoke. Bai Yu, is that you? Are you here now? Right in the house, right? You have to go with us now. Someone wants to see you. When Bai Yu heard this, his heart suddenly beat a few times. He swallowed hard and took a few steps back. Who are you? Bai Yu asked. You don't need to know who you are. You just need to know that you must leave with us today. The person outside pushed the door open while talking. Bai Yu looked at the person who came and his pupils shrank suddenly. The person who came was wearing a brown hooded robe, a mask with ghost patterns on his face, and a thin wire in his hand. Looking at Bai Yu with a playful look. We have been waiting for you all day, and those people who were entangled with you have finally gone back. Keep your voice down. We are not doing anything good. Another man walked into the house with a dog. Bai Yu looked at the 2 people's dress. The ninjas of the root and the Anbu dress differently. The ninjas of the root will wear hooded robes and masks to cover their bodies tightly. The ninjas of the Anbu are much more coquettish, and they will tattoo themselves and expose their arms. When Bai Yu saw these 2 people, he subconsciously thought that something had happened. No, he is upright and upright. He killed his opponent and helped his opponent to rest in peace. He is so good. How could he be targeted by the village for no reason? These 2 people are not from the police department, and they are dressed so tightly and wearing masks, looking shameful. They are not good people at first glance. Chapter 141. Look, you are really bad guys. Are the criminals now so arrogant that they illegally invade? Bai Yu couldn't help but feel heartbroken about this. The police department is the property of his wife's family. Under the governance of the police department and the Hokage, there are still people in the village who would pry openly into his house, and he was at home. So arrogant, so reckless. If this goes on for a long time, can the village still be peaceful? If the village cannot be peaceful, doesn't it mean that the villagers live in fear all day long? No. How can such a beautiful village have such evil forces? He wants to dispel evil and let light descend on Konoha. I want to kill these 2 people and calm down the surroundings. Bai Yu stood up. I refuse to go with you, and I want to fight with you. Yuhi Inyuzukade was confused. What's wrong with this kid? Has he watched too many cartoons? Hey, did you misunderstand something? We are from the Anbu, Yuhi explained. Bai Yu shook her head and said with selective amnesia, how can a child like me know what the Anbu is? I don't even know what the Special Assassination Tactics Unit of the Hokage is called, so how can I know that the people in the Anbu will wear cloaks and masks? Didn't you tell me everything? Yuhi couldn't help but complain. Inyuzukade reached out to stop Yuhi. Just knock him out and take him back. The time should be just enough. By the time you take him back, the adults will have rested well. What if he doesn't want to resist us? Broken legs are not incurable. Inyuzukade said. See, you are really bad guys. Bai Yu raised the hammer and the stone fruit in his hand. He actually wanted to break his leg. What a joke. Don't you know how important this is to his wife? The bachelor's idea is really rampant. Bai Yu threw the hammer first and then smashed the stone fruit to the ground. I'll run away first. After throwing the 2 things, Bai Yu turned around and ran to the backyard. Yuhi tilted his head to avoid the hammer. Inyuzukade directly let the dog bite people. Akahan, it's up to you. Come on. The short-legged ninja dog bared his teeth, turned around and bit Inyuzukade's ankle. Inyuzukade felt pain and quickly took a step back, shaking Akahan away. Let's chase. Yuhi rushed forward first. Bai Yu reached the door. He turned around, raised his arm, and the purple vines that emerged from the blood vessels in his right hand had already wrapped around the stone fruit. At this time, the ninja behind him rushed towards him. Bai Yu swung his hand and the stone fruit was pulled by the vines and smashed towards Yuhi who was chasing him. There was a muffled sound. Yuhi's mask was hit by this sudden attack and his whole head was slightly bent. A corner of the mask on his face broke with a snap, revealing a black eye. "Ah, I've been calculated. Get rid of your damn dog and chase him." Yuhi covered the mask with one hand to prevent it from falling off. As a ninja of the root, if his true identity was discovered by others, even if he completed the mission, he would die when he returned. Inuyasukata dragged the ninja dog and took steps to chase Baiyu. Akahan opened his mouth and spoke in human language. "Be more respectful next time. If you treat me like a dog again, I won't bite your leg." I know, come on." Inuyasukata couldn't help but said in grief and anger. Why did he, as a member of the Inuzuka clan, have such a partner? Akahan rushed to the place where Baiyu escaped. Baiyu just climbed over the wall to leave. When he turned around, he found a short-legged ninja dog chasing him. The legs were very short but the speed was extremely fast and it seemed to bite him. A red-haired man appeared behind Baiyu. The woman opened her hands and the purple vines weaved up and down in front of Baiyu, forming a wall. Baiyu pressed his hands against the wall and the chakra energy triggered the power of the substitute. The purple vine wall instantly became extremely solid, like a copper wall. Chi Fan had never expected that there would be a wall in front of him. When he found it, it was too late. The whole dog crashed into it. With a click, Chi Fan's head hit the wall and his black nose hit the wall first with the sound of crisp bones and a lot of blood spilled wantonly. He couldn't stop the car, causing his body to lean forward and the back half of his body was slightly raised. If it wasn't for the purple hermit's wall in front of him, Chi Fan would have turned over. Baiyu heard the screams of the ninja dog and he turned back with a cold face to look at the purple hermit. The purple hermit directly opened his hands and hugged Baiyu. Baiyu ignored the substitute who pounced on him and walked forward calmly. Behind him was a purple wall that was tall enough to cover this side of the view. The sky was pale blue with a ray of sunset light at the end of the west. In addition, there were gradually clear stars and white clouds floating in the sky. As Baiyu walked, the purple hermit who rushed towards Baiyu instantly rolled over Baiyu like water and spread to his limbs. Wherever he went, the color on Baiyu gradually became transparent. People's sight can penetrate Baiyu's body and see the environment behind Baiyu. Baiyu took a few steps and was wrapped tightly by the purple hermit and the whole person became completely invisible. In order to keep his whole body invisible, Baiyu didn't even show his eyes. Baiyu looked behind him through the perspective of the purple hermit and his eyes swept over the enemies in the house. He didn't look at people but just looked at his home. It seems that there is an illusion that I am in two different states when I encounter an emergency and when I am in the house. Chapter 141c. You are really bad guys. My heart is so calm now. Let's go to the police department to get reinforcement. They are Denzo's people. Killing them may cause trouble. Why not go to the Hokage building? Asked the purple hermit. Baiyu said, the village may have found out what I did before. Since someone came to take me away, the Hokage must know about it. If he didn't know, the village would be named Denzo. But the information in my memory shows that after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the Sandame abolished Denzo's position as the Hokage's assistant. It was not until pain came to help that Denzo resumed his position. The Sandame's power in the village is supreme. Now the only people I can trust are the Uchiha clan. Baiyu ran quickly to the police department. Behind him, Yuhi and Inuyasukade chased out. Akahan hit the wall and woke up at this moment. Its face was covered with blood and it said fiercely, I can't smell the smell. I need time to recover. Use your brain to judge where he will go now. Did you see how he left? Inuyasukade said, no, he should be hiding nearby. Yuhi said worriedly, we must find him as soon as possible. Before coming, the adults greeted the village and gave us the green light, but there are some ninjas in the village. If we are discovered, it will have a bad impact. After all, we are the roots underground and cannot be exposed to the sun. They will see us and pretend nothing happened, but we can't be too arrogant. Inuyasukade and Yuhi quickly searched for traces on the ground and finally determined that the target was running towards the police department. Yuhi grinned. This is really a trap. Doesn't he know? Even if he goes to the police department will hand him over to us. The Uchiha people don't have much power now, Inuyasukade said and ran towards the police department. Yuhi and Akahime followed closely behind, but when they arrived at the police department they only saw a sign hanging on the closed door of the police department, off duty, working hours 9 AM to 5 PM. Inuyasukata, Yuhi looked at each other in bewilderment. Will the police department go off duty? Don't they work the night shift? How would I know about this? I don't usually pay attention to the police department. They used to work the night shift, but who knows if they still work the night shift now. Chapter 142 Bad Guy stand envoy in Konoha a bird passing in the police department. Baiyu sat at the door and wiped a cold sweat. He held his breath, raised his finger to his lips and made a gesture to the woman behind the counter in the police department, refusing to speak. A line of words appeared on the purple wall beside the door. I am a friend and classmate of Uchiha Sasuke. I am in trouble now. Please let me take refuge here. The woman behind the counter hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Outside the door, Yuhi, Inuyasukade, and the other man looked at the closed door of the police department and fell into silence. Who knows if they are on night shift now? Maybe they suddenly stopped working when we were not paying attention and we didn't notice that they were not working. Right, Yuhi said. These salary thieves. Inuyasukade looked at Akahan. What should we do now? Akahan said, heal my injuries first. When my nose recovers, he can't run away. Well, that's the only way. Inuyasukade looked at Yuhi. Yuhi said, I don't know medical ninjutsu. There is a pet hospital not far far from here. I can go there by myself. After I recover, I will find you. Akahun walked away. Inazukade glanced at Yuhi. Keep tracking. Well, I didn't expect a simple task to be so difficult. He is too good at running. Yuhi complained and separated from Inazukade to search. In the police department, Bai Yu heard that the people outside had left and he was relieved. Before Bai Yu could relax, he heard the woman behind the counter say, "You can leave now. Our police department can't handle this." No, aren't you the department that protects the village? It's normal for the villagers to help, right? Bai Yu pointed at herself and said, "Suzuki and I have a good relationship. We don't care about the monk's face but the Buddha's face. I'm sorry, the people who arrested you are from the Anbu. We have no right to intervene. Letting you hide here for a while is our greatest effort. If you don't leave next, we will hand you over to the Anbu." Uchiha Chime looked at Bai Yu and said, "We are also afraid of trouble." Bai Yu was silent for a while after hearing this. The Uchiha clan was also the target of suppression by the third Hokage and Danzo. In fact, the Uchiha clan sheltered him here for a while and had already caused trouble. Now letting him leave is already a humane thing. The Uchiha clan can't even protect itself, so it really can't protect him. What should I do now? He is isolated and helpless. The two Anbu ninjas outside were sent by Danzo. He handled the underground base very well, and the information left behind was destroyed. Except for the stand ability like melancholy blues, the truth should not be discovered. It may be because of his blood relationship with his mother that Danzo came to capture him without thinking after finding the body missing. After all, the seal scroll was judged by the Purple Hermit as an enemy conspiracy outside the jungle underground base before, and now it is true. Danzo knew that he had a blood relationship with the remains of the jungle underground base, so he would miss him after discovering that the previous two people were missing and the people in the underground base had lost contact. What does the third generation think about this? It should be tacitly agreed, otherwise Danzo would not have directly sent the people from the route. Bai Yu thought about the countermeasures. In terms of his own bloodline, the third generation should protect him, but maybe because his way of doing things is not very bright, the third generation tacitly agreed to Danzo's attitude when Danzo sent people to capture him. In other words, he lost the protection of the third generation. Bai Yu now understands that his behavior is evil in the eyes of others, but if there was no trouble, he wouldn't do such extreme thing, right? Bai Yu blinked his eyes. The Sandame agreed that he was taken away by Danzo. He couldn't follow Danzo's people. Once he went, his current life would come to an end. Bai Yu's murderous intent grew stronger. He couldn't change his habit of getting stressed out when he encountered danger. No wonder he was disappointed by the Sandame. No wonder he was considered an evil person. No wonder he was considered a monster with a twisted personality like Orochimaru. It seemed that his way of dealing with things had always been to kill. He killed all the enemies he met. He couldn't think of a solution to Uchiha Itachi's problem, so he decided to kill Uchiha Itachi. Now that the incident happened, the village sent two ninjas to end the life he longed for. He couldn't change his habit of killing when he encountered trouble. Okay, I'll leave here. By the way, is the captain of your police department here? Bai Yu asked in his last dying struggle. Uchiha Jimizing shook his head and said, "Not here." "Then can you inform him?" Bai Yu asked at last. "Okay." Uchiha Jimizing agreed. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "You helped me a lot. Thank you very much." Uchiha Jimizing said, "I will write a note and put it in the captain's office. He will see your request when he goes to work tomorrow." Bai Yu, "I will be disappointed if I see it tomorrow." This is an indirect rejection. Bai Yu felt very disappointed. It was also his fault that he had only been with Suzuki and had not come to improve the Uchiha clan's favor. At this moment it is estimated that people don't even know who he is, so it's no wonder they don't help him. What should we do now? Several wives. Suzuki doesn't care about things here. Chapter 142 The Bad Guy. Where is Sakura? It seems that it is not working either. If he goes, it's a mixed doubles match between husband and wife. The Harano family finally cultivated Sakura into a talent, but she was led astray by him in just a few days. If they knew that he was the culprit, wouldn't they try their best to kill him? What about Ino? If Yamanaka Ino knew about him and Ino, he would probably want to skin him alive. After all, his own cabbage was taken away by him. Bai Yu gritted his teeth and looked at his feet. He didn't stop and walked out directly. When Bai Yu approached the wall, a hole automatically cracked in the wall. Uchiha Jimizing glanced at the door. It's really a strange blood limit. It can disguise itself as part of the environment. Uchiha Jimizing saw Bai Yu leaving, and he got up to deal with the traces of Bai Yu staying here. Although it was a pity, the family's current situation was not easy to cause trouble. Bai Yu walked out of the door of the police department and looked around cautiously. Where are you going next? The Purple Hermit said. I can show you the way. Let's go outside the village. Bai Yu said unhappily. I'm completely desperate now. Do you want to leave the village, or what? The Purple Hermit asked. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, his face showing a fierce look. Do you think I'm someone who would leave the village? Here is the happiness I want, and I will never give up this happiness. Bai Yu ran to the woods outside the town. He didn't play trick. He did things in an open and above-board manner, and was good at open plot. We have to kill these two people and then pretend that nothing happened. The Sandame Hokage has always pretended to be a kind grandfather to me, and he has never stopped for several years. I have been with him for a long time. He is a person who cherishes his reputation, which can be seen from the villagers' evaluation of him. He has high expectations of me and hopes that I will protect the village in the future. He tacitly agreed to Danzo's way of doing things and let Danzo's people take me away, but it does not mean that he will personally take action. I will go to the Sandame tomorrow to see what he will do to me. We have to pretend that we don't know them as members of the Anbu and think that they are bad people. In this way we can turn the tables when we go to the Sandame and falsely accuse Danzo of being bad people who want to hurt innocent people like us. The people were sent by Danzo, and the Sandame knows this, so he can't regard them as members of the Anbu. If the Sandame still wants to pretend to be a kind old grandfather, he will not be able to admit this matter with dignity. The final result will be that I am resting at home, and my house is invaded by criminals. I kill 2 invaders with my backhand. No, it is defense plus counterattack. I am forced to kill people, not because I want to kill people. After that, I will completely offend Danzo, and then I will find a way to meet Uchiha Fugaku. The Sandame is unreliable. The purple hermit appeared beside Baiyu and asked, why don't you go to see the Sandame Hokage now? Because we have to show our own value, and show the value of the Sandame's reluctance to hand us over to Danzo, and the manifestation of this value is the lives of the 2 ninjas. Purple hermit, remember, the essence of communication between people is the manifestation of value. Because there is value in communication. You will think I am cruel when I say this, right? Baiyu looked at the purple hermit. I also want to be a good child. The purple hermit said, I am just curious about your thought. Good and evil are not in my consideration. Then let's kill these 2 people. Okay. The purple hermit's face suddenly became a little more ferocious, but the light and shadow on his face changed, and he returned to the appearance of Baiyu's mother. Baiyu ran out of Konoha town, and the sunset reflected on her fair face. In the face of evil, we must be more evil than them. Shimura Danzo is bad. We must be worse than him. The so-called world of bad people is actually divided into levels. Thanks to the 3rd generation, he made me understand that I am not a good person. Although I have always wanted to be a good person, every time I encounter a crisis, the method I take undoubtedly shows that I am a bad seed from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 143. What do you want to say? You can say it now. Baiyu ran into the jungle. He thought about the future. Even if he killed these 2 root ninjas and proved his worth, the Sandame's view of him would not change. He would think that he was an evil person from the bottom of his heart. Although Baiyu did not want to compare himself with a BT like Orochimaru, it now seems that in the eyes of the Sandame he would undoubtedly be a bad guy like Orochimaru. The most difficult thing for a person to do is to change other people's prejudice against him and prove his innocence. In addition to proving his worth, he also had to prove to the Sandame that he was a person who loved the village. Only in this way would he be accepted by the Sandame again and return to a normal living environment. Otherwise he would be completely thrown to Danzo. But Danzo's purpose of meeting him was not clear, and Baiyu did not want to have anything to do with Danzo. Because of his relationship with Danzo, his life is doomed to be restless. In this case, it is better to leave the Konoha ninja village. Baiyu was a little reluctant to give up the interpersonal relationships in the village. He had to try hard to see if he could integrate into the village again. Otherwise he would leave here. He was going to run away. After killing these 2 people, I will go to the Sandame and confess this matter, and then turn the tables and define myself as an innocent person. The Sandame has high expectations of me. Even if I become bad, he will think I am valuable. If the value is great, the lives of 2 ninjas will be insignificant. This is my opinion. There may be some risk, but I don't want to leave here anyway. Here is the happiness I want. The red-haired woman drifted to Baiyu's side, patted Baiyu's shoulder with one hand, raised the other hand and pointed to the jungle and said, they are chasing us. Baiyu looked up and didn't see anyone in the dark jungle. Well, they are coming soon. The purple hermit said affirmatively. Baiyu didn't doubt him. After all, the purple hermit was an intelligence type stand-in. Since the purple hermit said that the enemy was chasing us, then they would definitely chase us. Baiyu said cautiously, use telepathic camouflage on me first so that I can be invisible in this environment, and then activate the telepathic power to destroy the traces I left around. After that, there is one more thing I must ask you. Baiyu looked at the dark jungle, and his figure gradually became transparent under the cold moonlight. Do these people have brain occlusion? Yes, the purple hermit said. Baiyu's voice came. Then from now on, disrupt the traces I left here. The purple hermit's hair began to grow, covering the surroundings in all directions, and the ground lit up with purple electric light. Footprints and dropped items. All the traces on the surface were disrupted. Baiyu chose a position that was conducive to running away, and he looked in the direction pointed by the purple hermit. He didn't see it just now, but now those people have approached, and he can vaguely observe the changing light and shadow from the dark wood. In the dark jungle, 2 people ran on the branches. The bright white moonlight shone everywhere in the forest, dancing in the dark night like elves. After searching the town to no avail, Akahime healed his nose and found Inyuzukade and Yuwa. The 2 men and the dog set out again to look for Baiyu. This time they would not show mercy. Since they could not convince Baiyu to go to the route with them, they could only beat Baiyu half to death and take him back. Why did the target come here so late? Yuwa asked. I don't know why he came here, but just take him back to show him to the adult, Inyuzukade said while holding Akahime in his hand. Inyuzukade and Akahime ran on the branches together, holding the rope in their hands. The amazing thing is that the short legs of the ninja dog can flexibly jump between the branches. This dog walking technique is quite amazing. Yuwa has good eyesight. He saw a red-haired boy in the open space in front of him, with his back to them. I saw the target. Yuwa shouted and jumped to the open space. Wait, danger. Inyuzukade stretched out his hand to stop him, but his companion had already fallen from the air. What? He rolled his eyes and looked behind him, wanting to ask why it was dangerous, but the next moment he saw a piece of tree piercing his throat and his entire neck. Yuhi's limbs trembled, his eyes rolled around, and he was hanging on the thorn spear while coughing up blood. Unable to move, blood dripped onto the ground along the purple thorns, and soon a dark shadow appeared on the ground illuminated by the moonlight. On the branches, Inyuzukade Inyuzukata's forehead was sweating. Just now, there were no branches there. Right, of course there were no branches. I arranged them there. Not only that, in front of my stand there are many thorn spears. These guns are placed diagonally on the ground. You rush over, the gun tips pierce your body, and when they touch the chakra energy, they will harden. The stand that comes into contact with chakra energy is as hard as rock and steel. Baiyu hugged his shoulders, pointed to the ninja of the Inyazuka clan on the tree, and said solemnly, "It's your turn, neck." Gulp. Inyazukata swallowed his saliva and swung his hands behind him to keep his balance on the tree. The ninja dog beside him said coldly, "I don't smell anything else. Everything is normal here except for the bloody smell left by your companion just now." Chapter 143. You can say what you want to say now. The stand messenger in Konoha _ a bird passing _ I know. Inyazukata squatted down, looking at the red-haired boy in the clearing in the forest. Akahan, please help me be alert around. No problem. Inyazukata loosened the rope in his hand, and Akahan turned around and left. Baiyu looked at the direction where the ninja dog left and found that the ninja dog did not leave but went around to another angle. Baiyu felt nervous. The ninja dog can smell the smell. They can find out where I am. Purple Hermit understood. The woman with long red hair came from behind Baiyu. The back appeared with his hands open. The thorn spears that pierced the ninja's body in front of him expanded rapidly, and the spikes pierced out from the ninja's body. Under the snarling eyes of Inyazukata, the bodies of his companions expanded rapidly, and thorn spears emerged from the bodies one after another, as if countless vines were hidden in the originally thin body. Pieces of flesh, bones, and blood fell from the sky. Human fragments were scattered all over the open space in the forest. Even at Baiyu's feet there were pieces of flesh and blood. Can you still smell my position now? Baiyu covered his eyes with his hands and looked at his enemy through his fingers. The bright red water fell on Baiyu's palm, still warm, and disappeared in an instant, and the traces were eliminated by the purple hermit using telepathy camouflage. Under the moonlight, the purple hermit stood in front of Baiyu with his hands on his waist and Baiyu looking at Inyazukata together. When Akahime saw the scene in the open space, he immediately stopped moving. Baiyu glanced at the ninja dog and ignored it. His main opponent was the ninja on the tree. He actually tore the body apart. Is he trying to hide something? But he is here. What else does he need to hide? Is the person on the open ground a bait? Inyazukata stared at the red-haired boy on the open ground, and then he suddenly found that the child looked up at him, then turned and ran away. And he ran farther and farther in his sight. He left. I have to chase him quickly. But what is the thing that killed my companion just now? Why did it suddenly appear? Am I under an illusion? Inyazukata wiped his eyes, made seals with his hands, and found that he did not feel the illusion was broken. He was cautious and did not jump off the branch, and took out a few kunao from the ninja bag. There was a detonating talisman on the kunao, and both were quickly shot out together. Ding ding! The kunao were scattered on the open ground, and a violent explosion occurred a few seconds later. Boom boom boom! A large amount of dust was swept up by the power of the explosion and spread around. Inyazukata didn't see anything exploded, and took another look at the place where Baiyu disappeared. He gritted his teeth and ran to the tree on the side, but after leaving this open space, Shifen spoke again and reminded he didn't leave here. Although he was covered by the strong smell of blood, there was no sign of the smell of blood leaving the direction where he disappeared beyond this range. I don't feel controlled by illusions either. Inyazukata shouted. He has some way to create illusions, probably similar to mirages, because the real existence is in nature and belongs to the landscape, so he doesn't need to use illusions on you, as long as you see it. Shifen said. As long as I see it, it's enough. Landscape, I know. The thing that killed that person before was also covered by the same method. He has been there, but he was covered by something. Inyazukata made seals with both hands. Wind escape. Once the typhoon passes, hey! The strong wind pressed the branches of the surrounding trees and blew across the ground. Baiyu gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand to protect his eyes, and he turned around and disappeared in the dust. Purple Hermit, he didn't fall for it. Stir the ground so that the wind can't blow away the dust, and use vines to separate my prosthesis. Don't let him find me. Once the real body is found, it's over. A large number of thorny vines emerged, stirring the ground and causing the dust to roll, and there were vines forming fences to block the strong wind. The wind was very strong, and these fences were quickly blown away. The wind does not last forever. For a continuous ninjutsu like this, the longer it lasts, the more chakra is consumed. But Inyazukata saw that a hidden figure emerged from the dust. He is still here. I saw him. Inyazukata left the branch. The death of his companion brought Inyazukata corresponding experience. Inyazukata did not jump down, but ran from the tree to the ground, and then approached the open space. I just used the wind escape technique to blow the ground, and there were indeed invisible things in the open space, but those things were blown away by the wind afterward. He is still in the dust now. As long as I am careful and don't speed up rashly, I won't be in the same situation as the other person, because my own speed is too fast, resulting in being killed by invisible sharp things. We must bring him to the adult. Inyazukata approached, his body covered by dust, where a shadow of a person ran in front of Inyazukata, and he said, Baiyu, don't run anymore. Someone wants to see you. See me? Baiyu asked in confusion. Inyazukata was delighted. I heard your voice. Inyazukata ran to where the voice came from. Baiyu and the purple hermit cooperated tacitly, one in front and one behind, holding the thorn spear in their hands, rushed out of the dust and stabbed Inyazukata's body with the thorn spear in the rolling dust. Inyazukata turned around and looked at the two with a surprised expression. Chapter 143. What do you want to say? You can say it now. The body was pierced by two thorn spears, one after the other. Baiyu released the gun in his hand and stepped back a few steps. You can say say what you want to say now. It's best to say more before you die. A few words so I know why you are here. Inuyasukade fell to the ground and stretched out his hand and said, we are here to take you to see Danzo-sama. Shimura Danzo, you are really extraordinary. Inuyasukade reached out to grab Baiyu. The shadow clone that was pierced by 2 thorn spears suddenly exploded into a ball of white mist. When Inuyasukade's hand touched Baiyu's collar, he suddenly found that the sky had dimmed unconsciously. Inuyasukade looked up at the sky. The sky was still dark purple, inlaid with the moon and stars, but it was much dimmer than what he saw just now, and the light was getting less and less. It was like a light bulb gradually losing power, and the light gradually weakened. Inuyasukade looked down at the puppet in his hand that had unconsciously turned purple, and he took another step to the side. The picture above his head remained motionless, and the purple starry sky that was clearly visible after he moved suddenly flickered a few times as if the signal was cut off. The moon was gone, and the stars were gone. The sky dimmed and turned black. Inuyasukade's eyes could see at night. He saw the thorn spears hanging in the sky above his head. These spears were combined into thousands, forming the sky he saw before, the moon and stars he saw. Outside, the smoke and dust on the open ground dissipated. On the tree branch, Akahime looked at the round cover upside down on the ground, and his pupils shrank suddenly. At the same time, the purple cover on the open ground also shrank inwards in an instant. Is he dead? He is indeed very powerful. He is the ninja that Danzo-sama need. After Shiffun finished speaking, he was about to leave when he suddenly saw a little sunken scar on a branch beside him. These marks were like human footsteps walking straight up from under the tree, and at the same time, tiny footprints appeared one after another in Shiffun's eyes. In his eyes, a red-haired boy climbed up from under the tree with a ferocious face, accompanied by dark purple onomatopoeias that were constantly active in the air. The child was looming between transparent and translucent, with spikes on his hands and feet similar to the solace of climbing shoes. These spikes hooked on the tree and became the support points for the boy to climb over. In addition, some purple vines would also emerge from Baiyu to help him climb trees. A red-haired woman appeared next to Shiffun, and her hands touched Shiffun's dog head with gentle and considerate movement. This is the first time I've seen a ninja dog wearing a mask. Will you be the last one? Chapter 144. A cold-blooded monster. In the jungle, under the bright moonlight, the trees and grass are dark and swaying in the wind, like a demon with bared fangs and claws. Baiyu looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and his fair little face was full of bright red blood, making him look cold and frightening. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse fragments on the ground calmly, and finally gave up the idea of a euro helping the enemy to rest in peace. It was too broken. I couldn't hold it up, and now that it happened, it was meaningless to do so. Next, let's see how the third generation will deal with him. Baiyu took a step and walked towards home. He wanted to wash off the blood of the enemy on his body and change into clean clothes so that he would still look like a good boy, instead of a cold-blooded monster. Barrier class. The ninja on duty saw the waves on the barrier ball. Hey, why are you performing one ninjutsu after another? The ninja holding a coffee said, maybe there is a mission in the village? For example, catching spies, or something like that. I went to see the third generation this morning, and the third generation told me not to worry about this. Okay, maybe something big happened in Westwood Street? The ninja thought boredly, but since the higher UPS had given the order, they didn't have to worry about it. The root of the underground. Danzo had a good rest, but he was still very weak. The side effects of transplanting the Sharingan were too great. His combat power was at least reduced by half, and the various enhancements brought by the Sharingan could not be brought into play because of his old age, physical weakness, and rigid thinking. It can be said that although he transplanted the 3 Magatama Sharingan, his strength was still not comparable to that of an elite Jonin like Kakashi. There is also a gap between kidney deficiency, but Danzo didn't care about this. He transplanted the Sharingan and got an extra resurrection coin, and he felt more at ease. He even wanted to compete with the Sandame to see who was stronger between the two middle-aged and elderly people. Hiruzen, you, like me, have been weakened by time, but I have the Sharingan, so my tolerance for error has greatly increased. You will definitely not be my opponent in a fight between us. Danzo thought so, but he didn't have the courage to fight the Sandame in person. To be safe, let time continue to weaken the Sandame for a few years. Danzo rested for a while, got up and walked outside, but when he went out he found that he had asked someone to bring back Baiyu, and the two people had not returned yet. A whole day. Too slow to do things. No wonder he failed the Chunin exam. Sir, the Sandame has something to ask you. Suddenly a ninja appeared to report the situation. Sandame. Shimura Danzo reached out and touched the Sharingan. This eye couldn't see the light, so he had bandaged it. This is how he always dresses. What is that old guy doing now? He actually notified me to see him. If he wants to see him, then let him see him. Anyway, I won't give the white moon back to him. There's no point in regretting it. If he regrets it, the white moon won't be his anymore. Shimura Danzo left the route and walked towards the Sandame's house. At this time, the Sandame was off work, and he could usually handle private matters at home. Danzo went to find the Sandame and entered the house. The two looked at each other in silence for a while. After a long time, the Sandame frowned, raised his head, and said, "Did you send someone to find Baiyu?" "What's wrong?" "I told them not to disturb the people around Baiyu." This is not that Danzo is considerate, but that one of Baiyu's friends is from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is a taboo in the village, especially after the Sandame's rule. No one can touch it. Danzo wanted to kill Uchiha Itaki, but he couldn't do anything about it now. He could only consider using Izanami to save his life. The Sandame sighed and didn't know what to say for a while. He said, "The people you sent over are gone again." "What? Gone again?" Danzo was stunned. Those two people together are equivalent to a Chunin. The Sandame nodded. Danzo asked, Bai Yu killed them. The Sandame said nothing, feeling a little bit at a loss. Bai Yu has not officially started to learn the knowledge of ninjas, but he has shown such combat effectiveness. What will happen when he grows up in the future? But Bai Yu's heart is not right, and his values a euro are too distorted. If he continues like this, he will become more and more distorted, and he will become a bad person like Orochimaru in the future. Orochimaru broke his heart. The Sandame didn't want to accept a disciple anymore. He didn't have time to teach Bai Yu, so he might as well let Danzo take action and bring Bai Yu to the root to work for him. After all, he is a kind old grandfather and can't do bad things. But who would have thought that the people Danzo sent over were gone again? Could this child be the kind of person who doesn't know how to think and kills when encountering problems? When Danzo saw the look on the Sandame's face, he knew that Bai Yu had killed his two men. This made Danzo a little excited. The stronger the strength Bai Yu showed, the more it showed that he was worth training. As for why he didn't pay attention to the two genin, don't be funny. He and the Sandame are not good people. Bai Yu is wanted by me. Danzo made a conclusion first. Hearing this, the Sandame glanced at Danzo. Danzo felt that he was floating. He had transplanted a Sharingan and dared to call himself an old man in front of the Sandame. Chapter 144. A cold-blooded monster. Danzo said, you promised this. Give the person to me. The Sandame said worriedly, since I promised, I will not regret it, but you send one person, Bai Yu kills one. How do you convince him to work for you? Danzo thought about it. This is also true. He sent one person, Bai Yu killed one. How can he let Bai Yu work for him? The third generation asked, as the Hokage, I can't come forward to deal with this matter. Do you have any strong people in the root department? The Chunin may not be safe in the past. Only the Jonin can make Bai Yu powerless to resist. To deal with people who can't reason, the only way is to beat him up first so that he can listen to you calmly. This is what the first generation left behind, and it makes a lot of sense. The third generation agreed with it. Otherwise, why would Danzo be so obedient? Testing me again. Who else does the old man have besides Orochimaru? Danzo didn't want to involve Orochimaru. Orochimaru had some black material about him, especially the orphanage he founded outside the village, which is the current source of talent for the root. If the third generation knew about it, his root would be weakened by the third generation again. The third generation would definitely go to him to ask for money happily. The family assets that have been accumulated with great difficulty in the past few years will be gone again. Danzo thought for a moment and said, if a genin goes there, it will be a waste. If a chunin goes there, it will not be safe. In this case, I will go there myself. Can you do it? The Sandame said in surprise. I am in a high position in the village. As the assistant of the Hokage, I am second to none and above 10,000 people. He will still give me this face. Danzo was quite confident in his eloquence. He believed that the concept of the root would be very suitable for Bai Yu. Bai Yu would definitely understand him and become a machine without emotions to serve the village. Without further ado, I will set out to talk Bai Yu silly. Danzo immediately left the Sandame's house and set off for Bai Yu's house. He wanted to use his life experience and his eloquence to persuade Bai Yu to join the root. If you want someone to fight for you willingly, at least you have to make him agree with your concept. Otherwise, even if this person joins the root, he will only work without effort and get a salary for nothing. Such a salary thief. Danzo I hate it the most. Danzo believes that the relationship between workers and bosses is that bosses are undoubtedly the disadvantaged group. There are salary thieves in the root, which makes it difficult for him, the leader of the root, to exploit. Chapter 145. Is prime number useful? After Danzo left, the third generation took out the crystal ball and continued to observe Bai Yu's home. He watched the whole process of Bai Yu fighting with others, and when the result of the battle was about to appear, he asked someone to notify Danzo, wanting to see what action Danzo would take next. The fighting power shown by Bai Yu frightened the third generation. He could find that Bai Yu did not use chakra energy in this process and used all the ability of blood limit. That purple plant is undoubtedly wood release, and it also has the ability to change color and become invisible. I don't know how Orochimaru did it. After extracting chakra energy, the blood power awakened. He is not good at using chakra energy now. When he uses chakra flexibly in the future, even Jonin will not be his limit. I thought Bai Yu would not be able to suppress Uchiha Itaki in the future. Now it seems that the situation may be much better than I thought. In this case, I must not be a bad person in his eyes. Hokage must be a glorious image. Only in this way can people be inspired to become Hokage. Danzo, you are so cruel that you attack students of the ninja school in the village. After you take Bai Yu away, I will come out and reprimand you. Also Bai Yu, although innocent, has killed someone after all, and must atone for it. In this way, he has a reason to join the root. The Sandame adopted the old method before. Danzo took the blame and he just had to be a good person. After Danzo convinced Bai Yu, he came out to reprimand Danzo, making Bai Yu hate Danzo. In the end, Bai Yu and Danzo were not on the same page, and she had a good impression of him. Moreover, Bai Yu could enter the root to work for him, which was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. But in this way, Danzo's personal image would need to be sacrificed. It's okay. Danzo is used to it just like him. Bai Yu returned home, took the cup that once caught his blood and went to the kitchen to get water. He stepped on the small stool and could see the moonlight covering the cold street outside. He picked up the water cup and bit it with his teeth, and 2 lines of tears slid down his chubby cheek. He could feel the coldness in the house through his skin, and he could clearly know that he was resisting what was happening. No matter what, he didn't want to leave here, become a rebel, and leave his safe living environment. I still want to live at home. I don't want to leave anyway. Bai Yu's light green eyes showed a little imperceptible black. It was as if part of the pupil had been peeled off. Bai Yu put down the water cup and wiped his tears. He turned on the faucet and washed all the enemy's blood off his face. In the end, in order to get close to the ninja dog, he smeared the blood from the enemy's flesh on his body. When a person keeps sniffing a certain smell over time, this smell will begin to become difficult to detect, and only when he suddenly remembers it will he notice it. The ninja dog has been smelling the enemy's blood, and he can only get close to the other party in this way. Fortunately, the ninja dog has been observing the battle situation in the open space and did not notice him. But even if no enemy ninja survive, his end would still not be much better. What happened now made him feel scared. The reason he was scared was that he would lose his current life. Although he had a plan long ago to blame the illegal invasion of Danzo's people, he was defending himself, but he couldn't judge the mind of the third generation. Bai Yu was afraid that the third generation would suddenly turn black and reveal his true face in front of him. He had never seen the real face behind the kind-looking old man with white beard and only had some guesses, but if he really saw it, the result would definitely scare him. Bai Yu was afraid that he would lose his peaceful life in the future, and he couldn't help but start to think about what some people would do to relieve stress when they were nervous. Just like chocolate, he also wanted to touch the dog's head to keep his heart stable, but in his case he needed Kira Yoshikage's last arrow to stimulate his potential, right? Unfortunately, in the system reward pool, this arrow was also covered by garbled code. He didn't know if he could draw this arrow, and after drawing the arrow, would his inner despair inspire the loser to eat dust? If I had a loser, I could live the life I want, and anyone who threatens my daily life would explode without my knowledge. Even if there is a miracle and you are fine, what I need is the power to help me eliminate danger. Let me live safely and live the life I want. Is counting prime numbers useful? Let's give it a try. 1 3 5 7. Bai Yu left the kitchen, muttering prime numbers. He had too much enemy blood on him and needed to be cleaned. According to the plan to go home, Bai Yu went to wash. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he sat on the sofa, crossed his hands, and stared at the moonlight on the living room floor. At this time, Bai Yu had a homely atmosphere again. He looked like a sunny, cute, and unworldly red-haired boy, but in the boy's eyes, a part of the black pupil was separated, just like a corner of a complete stone was broken. This made Bai Yu's temperament more calm and dark. In the process of Bai Yu counting prime numbers, his brain couldn't help but empty, and his heart fell into a calm state of mind. Whether it was his brain or his heart, he was thinking about what the next prime number would be. Chapter 145. Is prime number useful? Afterward, Bai Yu stood up, picked up the stone fruit that fell on the ground, put it back on the plant, and stuck the stone fruit on the plant with the parts made by the purple hermit. It looks like an ordinary fruit. Maybe I am too nervous. It's not Rokakaka. Bai Yu checked the stone fruit and found no problem. If nothing happens later, I can rest. Tomorrow is a dividing line. If I handle it well, I can still have my previous life. If I don't handle it well, I will have to find a way to leave here. After getting up in the morning, I will go running with Ino. After running, make breakfast and wait for Suzuki to go to school together. When I get to school, I will accompany Sakura to the library to read books after class. Purple Hermit, do you think I am too eager for this peaceful life? Bai Yu asked. The Purple Hermit appeared beside Bai Yu and said, generally speaking, the less you have, the more you crave for something. Your wish is quite ordinary. Ordinary. Bai Yu said. Purple Hermit, you don't need to worry about this. No matter how big the event is, it will not affect your life. Bai Yu asked. Predict the future. The Purple Hermit looked nervous. Bai Yu didn't like to know about the future. He would have the current experience and more. After ascending to heaven, he chose to meet his own destiny again. While Bai Yu and the Purple Hermit were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Bai Yu didn't feel guilty or afraid at this time. He looked at the door calmly. Bai Yu had already broken the jar and was under too much pressure. He was numb all over. Chapter 146. Evil is born. Bai Yu walked over and opened the door. Just as he was about to show his sunny smile as usual, he suddenly saw the man in the dark purple kimono at the door and immediately gasped. Empty. How did Shimura Danzo come here? Bai Yu thought about who would come to him. This person should be the envy loyal to the third Hokage, but he never thought that after he beat the younger one, the older one would come. This boss of the route, the protagonist of his Konoha rooting plan, actually appeared now. Bai Yu thought he was seeing an illusion for a while. Shimura Danzo saw Bai Yu. After seeing Bai Yu kill someone, he was in a good mood and took a shower and changed his clothes. He nodded. Very good, you are the person I want to find. Bai Yu fell into silence. He silently closed the door. After he closed the door, he took a deep breath. This must be an illusion. Why did he meet the boss before he went out? It must be an illusion. He planned to dig up the roots in 2 years, but he didn't think of starting the digging plan today. Shimura Danzo, no, you wait for me to finish my word. Shimura Danzo didn't expect Bai Yu to close the door. Shimura Danzo knew that the third generation was watching them at this moment. He must not lose face in front of his old friend. Open the door. Open the door. You have the courage to kill my people. You have the courage to open the door for me. Shimura Danzo called the door. He had knocked on the door of the Sandame for so many years, and the Sandame always opened the door for him. He had never thought that there would be someone in the village who would dare to lock him out. If you don't open the door, I'll break it down. Bai Yu heard the angry shouts outside and finally made up his mind. He was so unlucky that he met the boss before graduating from the ninja school. Bai Yu opened the door and asked in confusion, who are you? As soon as Shimura Danzo looked at Bai Yu's face, he knew that Bai Yu didn't know him. Since he didn't know him, no wonder he dared to close the door. It seemed that Bai Yu just treated him as an ordinary old man. Shimura Danzo had to introduce himself. I am Shimura Danzo. I don't know him. Bai Yu closed the door again and prayed that it was an illusion. Shimura Danzo Danzo's face was dark. After failing to scan his face, he took a deep breath and thought to himself that he couldn't argue with a child. This guy is too ignorant. He didn't even hear about the darkness of the ninja world. Shimura Danzo looked at the door in front of him and said, I know what you did. You killed 2 root ninjas. Now I give you 2 choices. Either atone your sins or die. Bai Yu bit his lip. Shimura Danzo's words brought a heavy pressure to his heart. Now that the pressure is great, his mentality is a little broken. He hasn't even gone to find the 3rd generation. But Danzo came to his door. What does it mean? It means that the 3rd generation has given up on him. Bai Yu opened the door. Just as Bai Yu opened the door, he looked at Shimura Danzo standing alone in front of his door and suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. He was getting bolder and bolder. If he can't solve the problem, can't he solve the person who raised the problem? His current experience and the troubles he encountered were all caused by Shimura Danzo. If Shimura Danzo was gone, would life return to peace? Danzo sneered, and he really didn't cry until he saw the coffin. Didn't you open the door for me? Shimura Danzo was about to speak and suddenly saw the red-haired boy in front of him become enthusiastic. I remember, you are Shimura Danzo, right? Please come in, it really makes my humble home glorious. By the way, you came here alone, right? It looks like you came here alone, right? Bai Yu asked. Shimura Danzo entered the house, and when he heard Bai Yu asking him if he came here alone, he turned around and glanced at Bai Yu. Just one glance, Shimura Danzo felt something was wrong. The boy with short red hair, a pair of light green eyes under his bangs were covered by shadows, and these eyes were full of terrifying murderous intent. When Danzo saw this look, a chill ran through his back and rushed straight into his mind. This kid's look is wrong. He wants to kill someone. He wants to kill me. How dare he? Shimura Danzo reacted quickly and took a step back immediately. At this moment, a beautiful woman with long red hair stabbed Danzo's back with a thorn spear in her hand. She tilted her head and hid behind Shimura Danzo with an expressionless face. Shimura Danzo looked at the spike piercing his chest in disbelief, and red blood spread from the wound to the surroundings, leaving a large area of a his clothes red. How dare you? Danzo coughed up blood and spoke incoherently. Shimura Danzo thought that as long as he came here to make his identity clear, Bai Yu would have to bow to him because of his power. Just like countless ninjas who succumbed to his majesty, even if they were unhappy with him, they would obey his arrangements for the sake of the 3rd generation and the righteousness of the ninja village. Bai Yu would also be like those people and would have to succumb to him. And the 2 choices he gave Bai Yu were actually only one choice. This choice was to join the root and work for him. But Shimura Danzo never thought that this naughty kid would be so brave. Chapter 146 Evil and Courageous. How dare you? How dare you kill him? The Dark of the Ninja World, the assistant of the Hokage. When I sent people to assassinate the 3rd generation, why didn't I meet you? Shimura Danzo's eyes went dark. Compared with Bai Yu, the white-haired Hitaki Kakashi is simply too untrustworthy. If he had Bai Yu under his command, the Sandame's grave would be covered with grass by now. Damn it, hateful. The gun in his hand was snatched away by the Sandame. Otherwise, under his training, Bai Yu would be a sharp weapon in his hand. Danzo couldn't help but hold the spikes that pierced his body with both hands. The gun body had sharp thorns which pierced his palms and blood flowed down his arms. Tick, tick. Although these injuries were serious and life-threatening, but Danzo was not panicked at all. If you want to ask why, because he had transplanted the 3 Magatama Sharingan before he came. With the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he could cast Izanami, thereby changing his fate and resurrecting. At that time, he had many ways to slowly torture Bai Yu until Bai Yu's personality was washed away, leaving only a shell and becoming a killing machine. Haha. Danzo laughed, and he looked at Bai Yu with satisfaction. Very good. Your performance exceeded my expectations. This is the person who is suitable to protect Konoha. I admire you more and more. Bai Yu saw that Danzo was about to die, and he nodded silently and said, I admire myself very much. I dared to kill you. Grandpa Hokage will go crazy, right? But who told him not to continue to protect me? Just now, I was under a lot of pressure in my heart, and I actually had the idea of a begging you for a peaceful life. This idea is really not right. I knew a truth a long time ago, but I didn't realize it until now. Blindly compromising is if you can't get peace, you can only get peace through struggle. When Danzo heard this, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. The more he pondered, the more it made sense. This kid is really insightful. This is the one who is destined to be him. I just want to live a peaceful life. Since he won't provide me with a peaceful life, then this village, this environment has no need to exist. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he added, go and die in peace. Die? Impossible. Watch me change my fate. Shimura Danzo was about to use Izanami to knock a resurrection coin to revive on the spot and turn this injury into a dream. At this moment, he suddenly found a slender white hand touching his eyes from behind. Under the bandage, the Sharingan and the normal vision, the 2 visions intertwined, saw 2 completely different pictures of this hand. In the normal vision, nothing was seen. In the Sharingan's vision, a hand made of purple vines passed by. This hand was reaching for his eye socket. From behind, the eyes were dug out. The woman with long red hair squinted, and the round bloodshot eyeballs fell on the palm of her hand. At the Sandame's house, the Sandame suddenly stood up from his seat. He rushed out the door without saying a word. At the end, the Sandame saw Danzo's open mouth in the crystal ball. Hiruzen, save me. Chapter 147 Shimura Danzo doesn't want Bai Yu anymore. Wow. After pouring the hot water, the ninja took a spoon to stir the coffee and returned to his seat with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Just when he was about to continue working hard, he suddenly heard his companion say, look, there is another chakra reaction in the direction of Zemua Street. The ninja said lazily, why are you in a hurry? The 3rd generation has said that we don't need to care. It's okay if the chakra fluctuation occurs in the direction of Zimua Street. The battle over there may not be over yet. I'm telling you, as a ninja, you have to have a calm mind. Since the order has been given, let alone the battle over there, even if the enemy attacks us and chops several advisors and elders in front of us, we should not show any emotion and do what we should do. You are getting a salary, but you still want to be a fighting ninja. Go, it's your turn to buy me dinner. No one can be hungry, but the workers can't be hungry. The Sandame left home and ran all the way to Bai's house at full speed. His speed was as fast as a black shadow. What's wrong with Danzo? Didn't he go to persuade Baiyu? Why is he asking me for help again? In the last picture, it seems that Danzo is bleeding. What happened in Baiu's house? The Sandame had a vague feeling that things might be developing in a direction he had not expected. His old friend might be in danger. I hope Baiyu is okay. The woman with long red hair dug out Danzo's eyes and placed the thorn spear in her hand on the ground. With Shimura Danzo's body as support, the thorn spear stuck in Danzo's body would not fall down for a while. Well done, Purple Hermit. Baiyu saw an eyeball in the hand of the Purple Hermit and couldn't help but laugh with joy. The stealth feature of the substitute is really convenient for ninjas without Sharingan. Well, it's very convenient to kill. Shimura Danzo used a bandage to wrap the Sharingan, otherwise he would not have failed to find the Purple Hermit. This is called asking for trouble, right? But this is really a great harvest. I didn't expect to get equipment when killing monsters. It's a high-level equipment. It's worthy of being a leader monster. It's a pity that he has no use for this eye. Compared with the transplanted eye, he prefers his original one. Give it to Sasuke later. Let's make this gentleman disappear from the world next. If a ninja asks about it tomorrow, we will say that we have never seen him. Baiyu walked behind Shimura Danzo, holding the thorn spear in his hand, and pulled it back slightly. Without the support of the thorn spear, Shimura Danzo's body began to slide backward. Baiyu stepped aside and let Danzo's body fall to the ground. Baiyu dragged Shimura Danzo's body to the backyard. I just learned an unknown ninjutsu. The effect of that ninjutsu is that 3 streams of water merge together to strangle an object. Throw him in. It's just right to deal with it cleanly. Tomorrow, ask Ino to borrow some seeds and plant some flowers in the yard. There's no need to fertilize. Just as Baiyu used all her strength to drag the person to the sofa, the door was suddenly knocked open. Wood chips flew out and a gust of wind accompanied by a figure appeared in front of Baiyu. The third Hokage? Baiyu squinted and saw the man in the moonlight enter the house at the same time. The third Hokage saw the blood on the ground and looked at Baiyu. Baiyu squinted and grinned, tilted his head and looked at the third Hokage innocently, and said cutely, "Grandpa Hokage, why are you here?" As Baiyu spoke, he inadvertently looked to the side. He kicked Shimura Danzo's leg behind the sofa in an attempt to cover up the trace. He pretended nothing happened, with his hands behind his back, looking well behaved and sensible. He felt a little itchy on his cheek, so he reached out and wiped the blood off his face, unintentionally wiping the blood off his face. Baiyu blinked his eyes with an innocent expression. If you ignore the blood on Baiyu's cheek and the blood on the ground in front of the door, the whole scene looks very calm, without any abnormality. No, the biggest weirdness is that Baiyu did such a big thing, but he pretended nothing happened. The Sandame took a deep breath. Baiyu, what did you do? What did you do? Did you not do anything? Baiyu saw the traces of blood dragging on the ground, and he was shocked and said, "What happened here? Why is there so much blood here? Grandpa Hokage, it may be dangerous here. Let's leave here quickly. By the way, Grandpa Hokage, did you come here alone? You came here alone, right? No one should know you are here, right?" The red-haired boy's expression became more and more terrifying, and his pair of light green eyes were unconsciously filled with black. His tone was calm, but it gave people a feeling of hysteria and despair. When Baiyu saw the Sandame, he went crazy. Why did he encounter such a thing? Why did he encounter things one after another just because he wanted to live a peaceful life and grow up quietly? Is the world against him? My house is so messy. Why don't you come slower so that I have time to clean the house? As long as it is clean, everything will be the same as before, right? The latter is more exciting. Chapter 147. Shimura Danzo doesn't want Baiyu anymore. Baiyu grinned. His eyes were dark. He held the thorn spear in his hand and looked at the Sandame. "Grandpa Hokage, can I clean you up too? Then I can live a peaceful life." The Sandame was shocked. "You still want to fight with me? A Hokage assistant is not enough for you to kill. You still want to kill the village's Hokage? Can you cover this up?" The Sandame only knew that Baiyu was evil, but he never thought that this kid would be so brave. "No, I just asked if anyone knew you were here." Before Baiyu finished speaking, he suddenly saw a stick in the Sandame's hand. The Sandame said, "Do you still want to fight me? Look at the length and thickness of the stick in my hand." Baiyu, "Hey, is the battle over there so intense? There's a chakra reaction again, and it hasn't stopped yet." "Don't worry, the Sandame told you not to pay attention to the noise over there." The ninja took out a pineapple bun and took a bite with peace of mind. What the Sandame told him, even if the Sandame passed away, he would strictly follow it. Baiyu took a breath of feminine air when he saw the Vajra Ruhi stick summoned by the Sandame. He might not be able to beat the Sandame. What is the saddest thing in the world? It is that you can't help your enemy rest in peace. You can't show your filial piety. Sarutobi Hiruzen, save me. A hand reached out from behind the sofa. Baiyu looked back and his pupils shrank suddenly. This old man is so tough. It's over. I was caught on the spot. I should have stabbed him again just now. Baiyu looked at Shimura Danzo, who got up from the ground with a somewhat ferocious expression. If Shimura Danzo died, he could still say that he suddenly saw the corpse at home when he returned home. But Shimura Danzo is still alive. Then Shimura Danzo can tell everything he did. No, ninjas can extract memories from the heads of their enemies. but killing Shimura Danzo is not safe. We have to help Shimura Danzo cremate him so that Danzo can rest in peace. Why is he a water-style ninja? No, the Sandaime has been observing this side with the telescope technique. He knows everything he has done. Why did he encounter such a thing? Bai Yu's expression became more and more distorted. He raised his hand and a thorn spear appeared in his hand unconsciously. He walked towards the sofa. He tried to stab him again. Maybe it's a trick. Don't be afraid. I'm good at exorcising demon. Let him rest in peace. Bai Yu held the thorn spear but didn't get close. No, I don't want to rest in peace. Shimura Danzo had already climbed up. He still had one eye left. Seeing Bai Yu approaching him, he didn't know why he got scared. Shimura Danzo didn't want Bai Yu at this moment. Whoever wants this kid can go. If he hadn't activated Izanami quickly just now, the Sandaime would have come and could only help him put him in the box. Don't come over. Stay away from me. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to try to drive Bai Yu away. Sandaime, stop him. No, aren't you very good at persuading people? You arranged for someone to assassinate him. If you kill Bai Yu, you should be prepared to be killed in return. Bai Yu's actions were all legitimate defense. Danzo, you deserve to die. Hey, I deserve to die? Shimura Danzo looked at the Sandaime with a confused face. The Sandaime looked at Bai Yu kindly. Bai Yu, follow me and learn the will of fire in the future. Right, okay, I like the will of fire very much. Bai Yu let go of the thorn gun in his hand. He left with the Sandaime. Before leaving, Bai Yu asked the purple hermit to put the eyeball that turned white in front of Shimura Danzo. The eyeball shook. Bai Yu, have you eaten tonight? Grandpa will take you to eat ramen. Shall I? Okay, I want to eat tomato and egg noodles. Shimura Danzo crawled out from behind the sofa. He looked at the grandfather and grandson who left hand in hand and couldn't help roaring. Are you making fun of me? Two psychos. One said give me the person and tricked me in. One tricked me in and killed me. You two really have a tacit understanding. Chapter 148. The Sandaime instructs Bai Yu. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. The ramen shop is not closed yet. There are fewer customers tonight. Bai Yu and the Sandaime lined up and the two sat on the chairs together waiting for the ramen to be served. Here, wipe your face. The Sandaime found the tissue paper on the table and handed the tissue box to Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu picked up the paper and wiped his face and found that his face and collar were all bloody. The Sandaime looked at boss Ichiraku busy in the kitchen and he said, I am a very broad-minded person. As long as you don't do anything out of line, it is within my tolerance range. The last time we came here, it was here. You said that your ninja way wanted to be a free and unrestrained cloud. Has your ninja way changed now? Bai Yu put his hands on the table, not daring to move. He said silently, what I want is actually very simple, just like now, sitting here with friends and elders, waiting for ramen to be served. But bad things always happen around me, breaking my expectations of life. In order to make my life look calmer, I can only make people who disturb my life disappear from my side. This is the reason why I have been killing people. The Sandaime said, this is not right yet. Bai Yu nodded. I will hold Shimura Danzo responsible for this matter. Now that I think about it, you also find that your physique is very unusual, right? The Sandaime looked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu turned around and looked at the Sandaime, who nodded and said, yes, I have a lot of chakra energy. The Sandaime said, this is why Shimura Danzo sent someone to find you. He hopes that you can help the village. His approach is too extreme. You should have enough time to grow up instead of being forced to grow up. Now is not a war era. As children, you just need to study hard in the ninja school. This matter is his fault, but I also hope that you can recognize your own actions. No matter what, fighting and killing are wrong, especially for the people in the village. Everyone in the village is our brother and sister and is someone who can share weal and woe. In the era of war, it was because we worked together that we could defend the village. The Sandaime said this, raised his head and looked at the kitchen. In order to correct your thoughts and make you a child with a righteous outlook, you will learn the will of fire from my side in the future. A red man is red, a black man is black. If you follow me, you will become a good person. What time? I usually have to play with my friends. Bai Yu asked. The Sandaime said, you can go to the Hokage building to find me when you have time, but don't think about escaping. You know better than me how much free time you have. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but complain, but I really don't have time. I have to work overtime at night to practice ninjutsu. He had no time to study how to dig the Hokage rock, but compared to his father's body, his wives are more important. I think his father's spirit in heaven would be very pleased to see that he found so many wives, right? So things have their priorities. Let his father stay in the Hokage rock for 2 more years. More importantly, Bai Yu is a little afraid now that he is next to the Sandaime. Oh, so busy? How can you be busier than me? The Hokage? Haha. The Sandaime laughed. There are not many courses for freshmen, and the main thing is to cultivate friendships between students, otherwise there would not be only one class. Why is it that Bai Yu is so busy that he has to find time to practice at night? Bai Yu sighed. I don't want to, but I have to accompany girls every day. I play with them today and tomorrow. I have been too full in the past week or two, accompanying his girlfriend during the day, busy burying the enemy at night, looking for his mother's body and working overtime to practice and research how to become stronger. He is so tired. Sandaime knows who is around Bai Yu, but listening to Bai Yu's tone, he realized that this may not just be a friend relationship. He was speechless immediately. He remembered correctly, there was Harino Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, right? If Yamanaka Ino discovered Bai Yu's behavior, he would have to practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu on the spot, angrily open the death gate, change from a long-range ninja to a violent close combat, and tear Bai Yu alive. As expected of his adopted child, he has studied the will of fire quite well. The Sandaime laughed twice and said, then let's do it in the afternoon or evening. Come to me if you you want to practice. Okay, Bai Yu agreed. After a compromise, the matter was settled. Bai Yu felt that the Sandame was too good to him. He had a feeling that even if he really killed Danzo, the Sandame would not be angry. However, it was this attitude that made Bai Yu a little afraid of the Sandame. The Sandame brought him around and taught him to practice. What was this for? To improve his combat effectiveness. What happens after the combat effectiveness is improved? Then things came. Bai Yu watched the ramen being served on the table, knowing that his peaceful life would no longer be peaceful. He bit his lip and ate the most unpalatable dinner so far. His future, after this bowl of ramen, no longer belonged to him. Bai Yu missed Sasuke a little, Sakura a little, and Ino a little. Thinking of the scene of them playing together, although only a few hours had passed, it always felt like a thing of the last life. Chapter 148. The Sandame instructs Bai Yu. The Sandame blew the hot steam on the ramen bowl, drank a mouthful of soup, and said, "After dinner, let's go for a practical exercise, stretch our muscles and bones, and sleep well at night." Practical exercise. Bai Yu looked at the Sandame in surprise. With whom? Of course with me. Although I haven't taken action for decades, the Sandame, used to be very strong. The Sandame boasted. Bai Yu, are you avenging Danzo? You must be avenging Danzo. Why are you picking on a kid like me? Can I refuse? No. The Sandame ate his ramen by himself and then said to Bai Yu, "Look at the bright side. You know the 3 ninjas of Konoha, right?" Bai Yu nodded. "I know. They were all beaten up by me." Bai Yu. After dinner, on the training ground, the Sandame changed into a set of combat clothes. Bai Yu's 3 views were too distorted, and the Sandame decided to correct Bai Yu's 3 views. But before persuading him, the Sandame was afraid that Bai Yu would not be convinced in his heart, so he decided to beat Bai Yu first. Only in this way would Bai Yu be convinced by him. The Sandame, I haven't worn combat clothes for a long time, and it really makes people feel comfortable. Bai Yu, use all your strength. If I heard it right just now, you want to attack me, right? The Sandame waved and said on the training ground. Bai Yu took a deep breath. No, that's not the case. Hey, then I'll go. The Sandame said, and his figure suddenly rushed to Bai Yu's side. The second ninja experiences physical skills. Although physical skills are inconspicuous, close-range attacks can disrupt the opponent's rhythm. If the chakra is not enough or the enemy is not good at physical skills, such attacks can be adopted. But in normal time, physical skills first is undoubtedly the stupidest way to fight, because you don't know what the opponent is good at. Once you approach the opponent without knowing the details of the opponent, you will suffer a great loss. I prefer to find the opponent's weaknesses first and then attack at will. On the training ground, the 3rd generation guides Bai Yu. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the entire network, 75,626. Chapter 149. Uzuki Yujeo. The Sandame taught Bai Yu for an hour or two. In order to make Bai Yu realize the power of the Hokage, the Sandame showed no mercy. Only after Bai Yu was defeated could he talk about the truth. This world respects the strong after all. Bai Yu had a very difficult fight and couldn't even defend himself. He was beaten all the time. Like a rag doll, he was beaten all over his body, and I don't know how many bones were broken. During the beating, Bai Yu had to listen to the Sandame's speech. The impression was profound. What's worse is that he has a strong ability to recover. Even if he is injured, he will continue to recover until the speed of recovery cannot keep up with the speed of injury, and then his body will gradually fail. The Sandame was measured and would not endanger Bai Yu's life. He wanted to correct Bai Yu's evil thoughts reshaped Bai Yu's correct outlook on life. It didn't matter if Bai Yu hated him for this, as long as Bai Yu could protect the village in the end. After all, he wouldn't need Bai Yu in the future. Bai Yu, the next Hokage, would need it. He was teaching Bai Yu for the 5th generation, making Bai Yu a useful talent. During the beating, Bai Yu had no complaints in his heart. Even if he would be helpless in the future, the thought that he could still live a peaceful life with Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino became the light in his heart. It became the motivation for him to persevere. With this kind of light in his heart, the things he encountered now, the pain and torture he encountered, all became insignificant things. But it was like the relationship between day and night, sunlight and moonlight. His life would be divided into light and darkness. There was more and more black in Bai Yu's eyes, and his eyes looked empty and lifeless, but he was still looking for opportunities to fight back during the beating. But he had reached his limit. Let's stop here today. The Sandame looked to the side, and a woman dressed in anbu suddenly appeared and picked up the boy on the ground. The woman wore an animal mask and silver armor, with her arms exposed. Her skin was as white as cream. A ninja short blade hung diagonally on her back, and her purple hair looked quite feminine. Send him home and help him treat his injuries. The Sandame put his hands behind his back. From today on, Bai Yu is your junior, and you should take care of him in some things. Mao Uxi Yan. Understood. Bai Yu tilted his head and glanced at the woman, and suddenly realized that this was the big car he had wanted to drive. Mao Uxi Yan took Bai Yu home, cleaned the blood and dust on Bai Yu's body, and used the correct method to set Bai Yu's bones and bandage. Bai Yu's injuries were recovering, but broken bones were not so easy to heal. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Even if he has a strong recovery ability, his injuries will not heal in a few days. Bai Yu lay on the sofa, silently watching the masked woman walking around the house, helping to clean up, holding a hammer and a wooden board to repair the floor and the broken door. Big sister is very virtuous, Bai Yu said. Mao Uxi Yan glanced at Bai Yu, said nothing, and continued to clean up the house in silence. After seeing the stone fruit on the coffee table, she wanted to move it down. Bai Yu said, put this here. This is what my friend put here with me. Mao Uxi Yan heard this and stopped what she was doing. She looked at Bai Yu. Under the moonlight there was a pure white animal mask, purple waist-length hair, and a soft and stylish figure. Bai Yu Baiyu said, can you help me cover it with a black cloth cover? This kind of flower cannot see the sun. It's night and nothing is going on. When it's daytime, the sun will shine in from the window. Okay. Mao Yuxian picked up the black cover on the table and covered the stone fruit. After you recover from your injury, you need to report to the Hokage building for the second time as soon as possible. As a subordinate, you can't let your superiors wait too long. Mao Yuxian said. Baiyu asked, how long do I have a vacation? 1 week. Depending on how your injury recovers, it will be almost healed in a week. Mao Yuxian saw that there was nothing to deal with, so she walked out. She also had to report Baiyu's situation to the Sandame and ask for at least 1 week of vacation for Baiyu. After that, Baiyu would formally go to the Hokage building to study. Ninjas don't go through the main door. Mao Yuxian plans to climb out the window and leave. Can you come over to help me bandage my wound tomorrow? In the room, Baiyu looked at the purple figure in the moonlight in front of the window and asked. Mao Yuxian had already put one foot on the window frame. Hearing this, she looked back and hesitated. Okay, thank you for today, big sister. Baiyu said gratefully. Nothing. Mao Yuxian left. The room became quiet again. I was really seen through by the Sandame. He actually arranged for the senior who just hit my XP to come and take care of me. Does she have a boyfriend? Well, never mind. I'm determined to learn this will of fire. After the room quieted down, Baiyu closed her eyes and began to rest. Although she was seriously injured today, she couldn't forget what she agreed with Ino tomorrow. The time spent with friends is getting less and less, so we have to cherish it more. Happiness, it's something that is fleeting. Who would have thought that the experience during the day would be the sunlight that could never be touched at night? Baiyu fell asleep regardless of the cold environment in the living room. The stand messenger in Konoha has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 149. Uzuki Yujeo. Dawn. The red-haired woman reached out and shook Baiyu's shoulder. Baiyu, wake up. The alarm you set is calling you. Yeah, okay. Baiyu woke up in a daze. Please help me get the clothes. The red-haired woman hesitated and said, I tried. It's just out of your range. You need to stand up and walk a few steps. Carry me over. Baiyu said. The red-haired woman did not hesitate to hear that. Picked up the main body and moved upstairs. Both of them have D-level strength. The red-haired woman can barely carry the main body. When she kills people, she takes more of the enemy's own speed and weight, as well as the sharpness of the thorn spear. If she really wants to go up, she will be beaten up in an instant and the main body will be implicated. The two went upstairs. With the help of the substitute, Baiyu changed clothes. Baiyu tried to walk a few steps in the house, but the movement was not very convenient. Baiyu asked the purple hermit to make a frame, wrap his leg, and cooperate with the purple hermit to let the purple hermit lead him to walk. After a test without any problem, Baiyu endured the pain and went downstairs to wash up, ready to go to the appointment with Ino. The air was fresh in the morning, and the sun was just right. Baiyu opened the door and saw the sun in the east of the village. The sun was gentle, but it would be dazzling if you kept looking at it. Baiyu narrowed his eyes, put on his sportswear and went out. Today he wore long sleeves and long pants to cover the bandages and wounds on his body so that his friends would not find out, but the bruises on his face could not be covered up. The Sandame really beat him. The injuries were piled on top of each other, so he has not recovered yet. Baiyu was a little afraid that he would be blamed by Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino. He walked silently to the training ground, agreed with Ino. At Sasuke's house, Sasuke tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He could sleep until 7 o'clock before, but now he woke up naturally at 6 o'clock and couldn't sleep. He won't accompany me in the morning. He has to accompany Ino. I feel so uncomfortable. Chapter 150. Morning Run. Ino has short hair with light golden side bangs and a pair of green eyes with a daze of just waking up. She is wearing sportswear and stretching her arms on the training ground, exercising her muscles and bones on the land with youthful vitality. The training ground is wide and people can be seen sporadically. The surrounding trees are shaded and the sun is bright, and the girls in the sun are also beautiful in a different way. Baiyu is wearing a black sportswear with dark red lines on both sides of the cuffs of the sportswear, and the chest under the collar zipper is wrapped with a white bandage. His white and tender cheeks are injured, and like Sasuke, he is wearing a medicine bag, and the edge of the medicine bag can be vaguely seen with purple scars. Baiyu came to the training ground and saw the girl he had an appointment with. He felt guilty and scared, worried that he would be accused of being injured by Ino. Baiyu looked at the ground with her light green eyes and walked towards Ino with a frustrated mood. Ino was stunned for a moment when she saw Baiyu, and then she ran towards Baiyu. Baiyu, what's wrong with you? Ino's sleepiness dissipated and she looked at the wound on Baiyu's cheek, her beautiful green eyes full of worry. This was different from the wound Sasuke got when practicing ninjutsu. Baiyu looked like she was beaten. Her people were actually bullied by people other than Sakura and Sasuke. Ino was a little furious. This must have been beaten by someone else. If it was Sasuke and Sakura, they would not be willing to let Baiyu suffer such a serious injury. Those two people protected Baiyu more than she did. Baiyu bit her lip and didn't speak, holding back the idea of a confiding. After all, it was not a glorious thing for him to want to kill the Hokage and then be taught a lesson by the Hokage, especially since he lost the fight. He was even more ashamed to speak. Ino opened her arms and said, if you need comfort, you can come over here. Baiyu, it's warm here. Ino stepped forward and said arrogantly. Baiyu looked away uncomfortably and said, Ino, thank you for your concern. Hihi, if there is anything that is not going well, just tell me, otherwise you will turn around and confide in Sasuke and Sakura, and I will be very sad. Ino said carelessly, looking at Baiyu with worry in her eyes. Ino knew that she joined later and her position in Baiyu's heart was not as good as Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke, but she didn't care about this. It's not that she doesn't care, but she doesn't like to entangle Baiyu. She prefers to moisten things silently, like a flower blooming quietly, and quietly enter Baiu's heart. Get along with Baiyu as you should, and the result will not be determined until the end, right? So Ino doesn't care who is ahead now. In the end, she won, which is good. If she can't win, she'll just pretend she's playing Sasuke and Sakura's husband. She won't suffer any loss anyway. So can you still run? If not, you can watch me exercise. Ino continued to stretch her muscles while talking, looking very energetic. Baiyu nodded. Of course. Baiyu endured the pain and let the purple hermit lead him, and the two did warm-up exercises together. So what happened yesterday? Ino asked. Baiyu didn't hide it anymore. I was taught by an elder. Ino was curious. Baiyu sighed. He doesn't usually care about me. Yesterday, when he saw that I didn't meet his expectations, he called me out for a sparring match. But it was called a sparring match. In fact, I was beaten the whole time, but I got a lot of combat experience. Could it be related to your class's ninja drill next week? Your parents care about your test scores, so they temporarily improve your strength, Ino said while moving her wrist. Baiyu didn't know how Ino thought of the class ninja drill. Hearing this, he felt more deeply that his life was divided into two parts. There would be no dark things in Ino's life. Baiyu nodded, without explaining, but smiled, and said, maybe it has something to do with Sasuke. Sasuke. Ino suddenly remembered the conditions proposed by Sasuke, and she couldn't help but snickering. Sasuke seems to be looking for her brother to practice. I'll see who is better between the two of you, but I feel that Sasuke will probably work very hard and then deliberately lose to you because she likes you very much, so she won't let herself be unable to get married. Baiyu heard this and became interested. That's good, but I feel that Sasuke has a strong personality and she may not deliberately lose to me. Life is long. She will probably have a decisive battle with me in the future, and after the battle, she will deliberately let me win. As the two chatted, Baiyu suddenly remembered something. Baiyu said that it seems wrong. What's wrong? Ino asked. Baiyu said, if Sasuke loses to me, it means that I have completed her conditions, but this is the condition for me to win, right? So what? Ino tilted her head and stretched out her hand to tie her hair into a ponytail to prevent her hair from swinging around when she runs later. Baiyu looked at Ino's fully exposed facial features and was stunned for a moment. Ino is so beautiful. I didn't look carefully before, but now I realize that Ino's appearance is not inferior to Sakura. Both of them are very beautiful girls. Baiyu scratched his cheek. So in order to prevent me from completing the game, Sasuke should try his best to stop me. Well, then you have to try your best to beat her, otherwise you won't get me and Sakura. Ino smiled and said, I'll go and cheer you up then. My dear, there's more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting later. Chapter 150, Morning Run. Yeah, Baiyu nodded. Baiyu, do you think Sakura will find a way to help you conquer me? I went back and asked my mother yesterday, and my mother told me that the stone fruit will not bloom at all. Ino said. Baiyu thought for a while. Who cares? Anyway, your conditions are not like this. I'm a little curious about what will happen if Sakura really finds a way to make the stone fruit bloom, and then knows your real conditions. She should be very angry, right? You have to coax her then. Ino's mouth corners raised, attracted by Baiu's prospect, curious whether Sakura would be so angry that she would want to PK with her. She showed weakness before, just because her family's ninjutsu was not well practiced. When she learned the mind-changing technique, she would let Sakura learn. Okay, I also plan to study the stone fruit. I am very happy to be able to get along with Sakura through this opportunity, but the stone is too hard and I still feel the pain in my teeth now, Baiyu said. Ino looked at Baiu's open mouth. She looked carefully. The teeth have grown out and you have a fast recovery ability. This is my advantage, Baiyu said. Seeing that Ino was ready, he said, where do you usually go for a morning run? Just here. Just run a few laps and I have to go home for dinner later. Ino said, no wonder I didn't meet you when I was running. If I only run here in the morning, I really can't see you, because if you go somewhere else, you will meet weirdos. What weirdos? A weirdo wearing a green tight. Baiyu and Ino thought about it together, and the picture came out immediately. The two hugged their shoulders tacitly and shook. Chapter 151 Lost Happiness. After exercising with Ino, Baiyu walked home, sweating all the way, and his clothes were soon soaked with sweat. The purple hermit said weakly, you need to rest. If you keep going like this, my strength as a stand will continue to decrease. Below D level is E level, and then it can't do anything. Just now, Baiyu was able to run with Ino because it cooperated with the main body to make the seriously injured body move, but if it continues like this, the state of the main body will continue to decline, and its attributes will also be weakened. Thank you for your trouble along the way, purple hermit. Baiyu held the wall on the street and looked up at the road in front of him. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of persistence. The time for daily life is getting less and less. Since yesterday, every minute and every second I have spent is what I long for but cannot reach. Life. I can't miss any day now. You go back first. I'll go back by myself. The purple hermit glanced at Baiyu, said nothing, and returned to his body. At the moment the purple hermit returned, the purple frame that supported Baiyu's legs disappeared instantly and he couldn't stand and fell directly to the ground. Baiyu got up from the ground. He held the wall and walked slowly towards home. After dinner, I will go to the street to wait for Sasuke and then go to school with Sasuke as usual. I have to accompany Sakura today. I don't know if she will check me again. If she finds out that I can remember the contents of the book, will she be shocked? Baiyu thought of Sakura and smiled. This smile, his face hurt. Baiyu gasped and walked towards home. As he walked back, he thought about Sakura's possible surprised expression and felt funny. The learning atmosphere is very good. Bai Yu returned home and he didn't have the energy to cook, so he planned to go hungry all morning. Bai Yu lazily lay on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. He stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, thinking about many things in his mind. He wanted to get 3 happinesses: the happiness of childhood, the happiness of youth, the happiness of adulthood. These 3 happinesses combined together are a happy life. People should pursue happiness. This is human nature. No matter how many times he came, he wanted to pursue his own happiness. However, his childhood happiness could not be maintained. From the moment his bloodline was targeted by the 3rd generation and Danzo, he had lost the right to live a peaceful life. All kinds of killing and hiding were just delaying the time of a peaceful life. Even if he didn't deal with Danzo's men for the sake of his mother's body, he would sink deeper and deeper into the web of fate. The result that cannot be changed is fate. This is the fate he can't escape no matter what. When Shimura Danzo came to his door, his whole mentality collapsed and he clearly realized what he would lose. Because of despair, he wanted to kill Shimura Danzo, and the idea of a euro killing the Sandame. But the identities of these 2 people made it impossible for him to return to his previous life. Even if he could successfully kill them, the people in the village would conduct a comprehensive investigation because of the identity of the Hokage. What's more, he couldn't beat the Sandame. This was the result he couldn't change. No matter what he did, he would follow the predetermined fate, leave the ordinary life he wanted and enter the darkness. But he could get to know Shizuke, Sakura, and Ino in this process. It was really great. He was very happy during the days with Shizuke, Sakura, and Ino. This would be his most precious memory in his life. It would be the past that he would recall repeatedly from now on in his life. Bai Yu raised one hand and covered his face, blocking the sunlight from the window that fell on his face. He was lazy and didn't want to move at all. I just want to be calm and enjoy the warmth of the sun. When the time came, Bai Yu propped himself up and wiped the sweat from his face and neck with a towel. He washed his face and patted his leg. When he patted his calves, Bai Yu's cheeks twitched and sweat broke out on his forehead again. He gritted his teeth, pretended to be calm and opened the door and walked out. The sun shone in. Bai Yu left home. The sun disappeared in front of the door as the door closed. On the street, Bai Yu squatted in the shadows on the street waiting for Shizuke to come. Shizuke came to the street town in a joyful mood. After Shizuke woke up, he couldn't fall asleep. When he thought that Bai Yu didn't accompany him in the morning and went to run with Ino, he had an illusion that he was cheated. Shizuke hurriedly finished his meal and ran out. As a result, when he came to the street, he saw Bai Yu waiting for him. Sasuke's cheeks were red and he was out of breath. In the early morning, the air was cool. Sasuke's breath could be seen as white mist. Bai Yu saw Shizuke and ran towards him happily. Shizuke was a little panicked. Don't come so quickly. I missed you so much, Bai Yu said. Sasuke's forehead was sweating and he looked away. Are you okay? Okay. Bai Yu walked beside Shizuke and asked, Shizuke, when you went home yesterday, your brother didn't say anything to you, did he? He didn't say anything to me, but I felt he was angry. Shizuke raised his hand and scratched his cheek, saying a little uncomfortably, obviously I waited for him, but he stood me up and I didn't get angry with him. How could he still get angry with me? Bai Yu felt embarrassed when he heard this. Isn't it because Itaka knew clearly that Shizuke was kidnapped by him? Bai Yu has never seen Itaka and doesn't know what Itaka looks like now, but he practiced Kunao with Shizuke on the training ground a few days ago and he exposed the ninja crow that Itaka left to look after Shizuke. Itaka definitely knows about him and Shizuke. Shizuke came back so late yesterday and you don't need to guess who he will play with. Itaka is not angry with Shizuke but with him. Bai Yu is not worried about the debts now, and if his brother-in-law wants to kill him, he will kill him. If Itaka has the ability, he will kill the Sandame first. Bai Yu is very generous. Now that the Sandame protects him, he is not afraid of his brother-in-law. If his brother-in-law really kills the Sandame for Shizuke, he is very happy and says that he will go to the Sandame's grave immediately to show his filial piety. But unfortunately, his brother-in-law and the Sandame are on the same front. Even if he kills the family, he will not do anything to let down the village. This point really makes him feel regretful. Bai Yu did not raise his hands behind his head as usual, but hung his arms, put his palms in his pocket, and walked with Shizuke. Putting your hands in your pockets will save some energy. Anyway, I'm in a cold war with him now. If he ignores me, then just ignore me. I'll see when he'll give in to me. Shizuke spread his hands pretending to be indifferent. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the red-haired boy on the side. Shall I go to the library with you today? Won't Sakura have any objections? She'll be jealous. Bai Yu was surprised. Shizuke snorted. It was my turn to accompany you yesterday, but why did they get involved? I can't suffer a loss. Right, Shizuke said, reaching out and patting Bai Yu's shoulder. Bai Yu opened his mouth and almost died. What's wrong with you? Shizuke asked. I haven't asked you yet. What's the matter with the injury on your face? Bai Yu said. I was taught a lesson by the Sandame yesterday, and the injury was very serious. Sandame? Shizuke was puzzled. Bai Yu said. I am an abandoned child. The third Hokage takes good care of the orphans in the village. He was teaching me how to fight last night, and then I was too heavy-handed. That's how I ended up. But I have the guidance of the Hokage. Shizuke, you have to work harder. Bai Yu playfully blinked her left eye. Shizuke looked at Bai Yu's light green gemstone eyes and couldn't help but complain. Compared to my business, you should first think about how to attack Sakura and Ino. If their business is not done, it will be useless for you to stare at me. Sakura is helping me with Ino's conditions, and then I will go to the library to read book. At most, I will suffer a little and memorize the books in the library. In my eye, Sasuke's conditions are still the most difficult. Are mine the most difficult? Shizuke was a little happy. It seemed that in Bai Yu's eyes he was still very strong between the two of them, which made Bai Bai-yu feel pressured. This made Sasuke happy. Bai-yu didn't mind praising Sasuke. After all, who hasn't coaxed his wife? Bai-yu said, of course Sasuke, your family's Sharingan is super powerful, which puts a lot of pressure on me. If Sasuke opens the Sharingan plus the guidance of the family, he will definitely be my strongest opponent. Hehe. Sasuke was a little embarrassed. He said, we are destined to be opponent. Bai-yu looked at Sasuke's black and clear eyes. Well, of course. By the way, I haven't asked you if your injury is serious. I just patted you, and you seem to be unable to stand. Sasuke looked at Bai-yu from head to toe. Then he looked from toe to head and found that Bai-yu was still very energetic. Of course it's serious. Don't look at me now. I look fine. In fact, I'm in a lot of pain. Bai-yu said carelessly. Does it hurt a lot? How much does it hurt? Sasuke didn't believe it. A little. It hurts so much that I can't walk. Bai-yu said. Sasuke, I see you are still walking. Come, I'll carry you. Sasuke came to Bai-yu and squatted down. Bai-yu's face suddenly turned red and he looked away hesitantly. What's the matter with being carried on the back of a girl? Speaking of which, Sakura and Ino both like to help him unscrew the bottle cap. Aren't you in so much pain that you can't walk? Come on up, Sasuke said. Bai-yu hummed. Sasuke carried Bai-yu on his back and walked forward. You are so light. Did you go running with Ino this morning? Bai-yu said softly. Yes. Sasuke paused. I'd rather fall to death. You are in so much pain that you can't even stand steadily, and you still go running with a girl. You are really risking your life. Don't, sister. Bai-yu begged for mercy. Sasuke carried Bai-yu on his back and walked to school. You are sweating. Wait a while and the wind will dry it. Bai-yu said with a sense of security. Are you going to the library later? Of course. I'll leave you behind. I'll stick with Sasuke. Okay. If you like Stand in Konoha. Stand in Konoha is updated the fastest on Shohei Novel Network. Chapter 152 Under this Sky. Bai-yu is not heavy but light, and only when she uses her strength she will be very difficult to deal with. Sasuke carried Bai-yu to the ninja school. Bai-yu looked at the road ahead. Sasuke, it's okay. Let me down. There are too many people. Are you embarrassed? Sasuke asked. In fact, he was a little embarrassed. But now, Sasuke's psychological shame is getting bigger and bigger. Instead, I felt that it was nothing. No, I was worried that Sakura and Ino would see it. Sasuke, you are really direct. I'm angry. Sasuke put Bai-yu down. Bai-yu's feet touched the ground and a flash of lightning flashed through his mind and his whole face was distorted with pain. Yes. Bai-yu hurriedly kept his balance and stood firm. Sasuke clasped his hands and looked at Bai-yu from the side. Do you want me to take a leave to take you home? No. Bai-yu said, still thinking about Sakura. Right. Sasuke asked. Bai-yu hummed. At this moment, a girl's voice suddenly came from behind Bai-yu. What do you mean by missing me? Sakura asked curiously. Before Bai-yu could speak, she heard Sasuke say, this guy was beaten up and was seriously injured. He couldn't even walk steadily. I asked for leave for him but he didn't want to. He said he wanted to go to the library to read with you today. Sakura heard this and looked at Bai-yu. At one glance, she saw Bai-yu's chest and his collar. The chest was wrapped in white bandages. Sakura walked over and said, I don't go to the library to read every day. How did you do this? Are they the people in the school? Sasuke, follow me after school. We will beat them up and vent Bai-yu's anger. Sakura said very protectively. Sasuke sighed. If I can help Bai-yu vent his anger, I also want to help Bai-yu, but the one who beat Bai-yu is the third generation Hokage. The third generation. Sakura fell silent. If the opponent is the third generation, forget it. This is the strongest ninja in the village. If the three weak chickens go up, they will be beaten together. So it's the third generation. Ino came over. After exercising in the early morning, Ino went back and changed her clothes, wearing a plain skirt. Sakura glanced at Ino, adding Ino's word. If the four little weak chickens go up, they will be beaten together. Hey Bai-yu, we had a great time yesterday. Let's go to your house today, right? I'm not bragging. I'm very good at taking care of people. Ino said. You're already bragging, right? Sakura came back to her senses and said quickly, yes, Bai-yu, it doesn't matter if you don't go to the library today. Go home and have a good rest. I will take good care of you. Sakura, you missed me. I will also take care of Bai-yu. Ino suddenly got angry. Did I miss you? Sakura was a little confused. Ino said, when I said us just now, I took you with me. Sakura felt embarrassed. Sorry, I remember. I will definitely take you with me next time. I may not be able to cook for you. Bai-yu said disappointedly. Watching you eat, the atmosphere is warm. I like this atmosphere very much. It doesn't matter. You can guide us on the side. Ino said next to Bai-yu. After Ino finished speaking, he also glanced at Sakura. Sakura showed a gentle expression to Bai-yu. Yes, Bai-yu, Ino and I will work hard, and I also want to learn your skills as soon as possible. I'm not stealing your skills. I just want you to relax a little. I'm really relieved that Sakura said that. To be honest, I'm not very good at cooking. Girls really have to be good at dressing up, doing housework, and growing flowers. Ino spread her hands and said, let Sakura take care of the cooking in the future. Sasuke and I will just be responsible for being beautiful. Hey, Sasuke was watching well on the side. Why did Ino involve him? Beautiful and beautiful. Sasuke was too lazy to complain. These two women will just wait, and when he wears women's clothes they will know what a beauty is. Ino blinked. Sakura puffed up her cheek. She felt that she couldn't beat Ino a little. How could this be? The three of them did not quarrel with each other as they thought. The atmosphere was relaxed and wrapped around Bai-yu, walking beside Bai-yu and walking towards the teaching building together. Several people talked and laughed along the way, and they seemed to get along well. In the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's house, Uchiha Itachi sat on the porch and stared at the quiet yard in silence. It was incredible. His brother actually left him to go and play with that Bai-yu. Itachi's heart hurt. That was was obviously his brother. He had been away for only a few days and Shizuke stopped pestering him and went to pester another person instead. That person, the person named by you. How could this be? Itake was a little heartbroken, but he would not question Shizuke. Shizuke might be a little guilty. He didn't talk to him much after returning home yesterday. This made him feel more painful. He wanted to take a knife and kill Bai Yu, but as a brother he couldn't kill his brother's friends just because his brother made friends, right? This is Sasuke's life. Everyone has their own life. He cannot interfere with Sasuke's life and life at will. Because of his inner thought, Itake clearly felt that the atmosphere between him and Shizuke was deadlocked. Chapter 152 Under this sky. Two brothers, neither of them 59,904. They are willing to reveal their inner feelings to each other and they are unwilling to bow their head. Itake was very melancholy. Looking at the scenery in the yard, he held back and didn't sigh. He was almost hurt. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Itake's back and she shouted, Itake, Shizuke will be back for a while. Do you want to come in and watch TV with your mother? Itake shook his head. No, Mom, I'm fine here. Uchiha Mikoto said, are there cookies? I can't eat it. When Itake thought that Shizuke was still playing with that boy at this moment, his heart ached and he had no appetite. Itake hoped that Bai Yu could play with Shizuke faster today and return Shizuke to him as soon as possible after playing. In this way, Shizuke will have more time after returning home and then he can teach Shizuke how to practice kunao. But looking at Sasuke's appearance, he will probably go home after the sun sets today. Uchiha Mikoto heard Itake say that he couldn't eat cookies and he knew something big had happened. Itake, who loves sweet, can't eat sweet. This is definitely a big problem. Just when Uchiha Mikoto wanted to enlighten her eldest son, she suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Aunt Mikoto, this is Shisui. Is Itake at home? Outside the door, the boy raised his hand to press the doorbell and said. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Itake. Itake sighed. Shizuke ignored him. He couldn't get excited when Shisui came to him. His younger brother ignored him. When will this end? Wait, Shisui came to him? Itake perked up. Shisui was older than him and had richer life experience. He was his good brother and one of his spiritual mentors. If it was Shisui, he would definitely know how to deal with the matter between him and Shizuke, and how to deal with the hatred between him and Bai Yu. Under this sky, he could only watch Bai Yu and Shizuke get along. Chapter 153 Mutual Understanding. Blue sky and white cloud. Green grass. Two teenagers sat on the grass slope, and below was the scenery of Konoha Street Town. Shisui, I had a little conflict with Shizuke recently. The cause of the matter was that Shizuke and I agreed to teach him to practice kunao yesterday, but he stood me up. He also knew he was wrong, but he just didn't want to talk to me. Do you think Shizuke ignored me? When Itake and Shisui were together, they always had a lot to say, and these words added up more than what he said to his family. After listening to Itake's request, Uchiha Shisui said directly, Itake, I don't have a younger brother. How do I know how to improve the relationship between you and Shizuke? Itake was a little disappointed. Shisui saw Itake's disappointed expression and he smiled and said, if the cause of the incident was Sasuke's mistake, he should know this in his heart. At the same time, you also know it, right? Itake nodded. Yeah, Shisui said, so as a brother, since you know that your brother made a mistake, you must tolerate his mistake. He is your family. You can't ignore him just because your family made some mistake, right? Itake heard this and fell into thought. He has always been like this, just like his father. After the incident with Tien Mizunsha Mizunozuki, although he still respected his father, he was unwilling to say a word to his father. Itake didn't expect that Shizuke, who he always trusted, would do something to hurt him. They had clearly agreed that when Shizuke came back from school, he would teach Shizuke to practice kunao throwing, but Shizuke stood him up and came back with a clear conscience. Itake was very angry and disappointed. According to his way of dealing with people, he was stubborn and unwilling to talk to Shizuke, wanting to see when Shizuke would admit his mistake. As long as Shizuke apologized to him, he would still accept Shizuke into his heart, but deep down, he still felt bothered by it. Shisui glanced at Itake and said, because we are family, we should be tolerant. Sometimes I wonder if the people in the village are willing to trust our Uchiha clan. Our family would not be in the current situation, right? But as for the Nine Tails incident, even we ourselves don't know who the murderer is. How can we prove to the people in the village that it was not us? Itake said, my father is a big suspect. Shisui heard this and thought to himself, he is the most suspected and the clan leader's 3 Megatama can do nothing. It's not that Shisui looked down on the leader of the Fugaku clan, but it seemed like a dream to control the tailed beasts with the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Only a Mangekyo Sharingan like him could control the 9 tails easily and freely, but he would never dare to reveal the fact that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan to the clan leader and the clan members. Although he was still young and couldn't control the tailed beasts to attack the village after what happened 5 years ago, but Shisui was worried that the clan members who were now desperate would let him take the lead after seeing that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan and defeat the leader of the Fugaku clan first and then the third generation. Shisui didn't want to do that, so at present only Itake knew that he had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only Itake believed him, because for Shisui said, Itake, I envy you. Envy me? Itake showed a surprised expression. Shisui nodded. Yes, you know Izanami and Izanami, right? Itake, I saw it in the family's classics. As the eldest son of the clan leader, you can indeed see the content describing the family civil war. Shisui prepared his words, hesitant and sad, but Itake was the only person he could trust, so it was not impossible to say this. Shisui said bluntly, when you saw me, I had just returned to the village from the war against the Mist Village. Right? Yes, you were the instant body Shisui at that time. Itake replied. replied. Shisui nodded. Many people think that I graduated from the ninja school and went to the battlefield of Mist Village because my parents died on the battlefield. In fact, that is a wrong understanding. I decided to graduate early and go to the battle because I wanted to leave the family and avoid the family environment. At that time, I had only one way to graduate early and participate in the battle. Of course, I admire the style of the fourth generation, which is also one of the reasons why I decided to graduate early. Shisui felt a little embarrassed when he said this, but when he thought of the fourth generation who died because of the Nine Tails, his eyes dimmed again. He couldn't find the person who controlled the Nine Tails to attack the village. Now he can only do his best for the village and hope that the family can return to the village. And the real reason for my parents' sacrifice was Izanagi. They died in the family civil war. Someone in the family learned Izanagi's forbidden technique, which caused disputes in the family. My parents were involved. In the end, their eyes were taken away by the tribe members and they died in the family. This is why I wanted to escape from the family while I was still in school. After Shisui finished speaking, he looked at Itaki. So I envy you for having a family. Shisui's situation is different from his. Itaki found it difficult to speak for a while. He kept silent. There were some things he was very good at holding back and he would keep them in his heart because there was no point in speaking out. Even if he questioned his father why he sent people to kill his teammates and Mizuno Tsuki teacher, what would he get in the end? He got one sentence. Itaki, you have opened the Sharingan. Although it is a pity about your teammate, it is also a good thing. You are worthy of being my son. Itaki recalled that he had failed in a mission and all his teammates were killed. He went home to question his father. His father said this when he saw his Sharingan that appeared because of his excitement. Itaki knew that for him, his family could not be trusted. Since it was meaningless to say it or not, why bother to say it? Just keep it in your heart and keep it in your heart. Then he went home every day and saw Sasuke, who was not in tune with the world, running towards him. His heart almost melted. This was the only light he could find at home. And now Sasuke also has his own life. The two brothers who were inseparable should also go their own ways. Itaki was reluctant, so he asked Shisui for a solution, but he didn't expect that Shisui would envy him for still having his family. It really made him hold back his internal injuries. Shisui patted Itaki on the shoulder. When you have time, have a good talk with Sasuke. Many misunderstandings arise when you don't confess your inner thought. It is because both of us have our own concerns that we won't confess our inner thoughts to others, so we fall into misunderstandings until the relationship between the two of us goes further and further. Confess your inner thought? I see. It is mutual understanding. If you like Stand in Konoha, please collect it. Stand in Konoha is updated the fastest on Shohei Novel Network. Chapter 154 Kakashi, nicknamed Teammate Killer. The wind blows gently. The grass is flattened by the wind. You can clearly see the traces of the wind blowing. When Shisui saw Itaki's expression, he knew that Itaki didn't listen, which was also difficult to persuade. Shisui asked, Itaki, you have also opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan now, right? Well, I participated in the Chunin exam afterwards and passed it, Itaki said lightly. Shisui heard this and said happily, really? Wow, very impressive. What place did you get? First place, Itaki replied. First place? So impressive. Shisui was about to praise, but suddenly heard Itaki say, because I was the only one participating, I got the first and last place. Shisui, haha, you are such a black-bellied guy. Shisui laughed and patted Itaki on the back. The thin boy couldn't help coughing twice. Itaki said, my father arranged for me to join the Anbu, and the Sandame agreed. I just came back from the review task. The Sandame asked me to rest for a few days and receive new personnel training before arranging a task team for me. Can I join your team? Itaki asked. Shisui scratched his cheek. You have become an Anbu? Haha, you are worthy of being my brother, but I am not the captain yet. I have no right to recruit members. Hey, Shisui, you have joined the Anbu for so many years and you have not become the captain yet. Itaki was shocked. In his heart, Shisui was so powerful and had the legendary power of their family's eyes, and he is not even the captain in the Anbu. Isn't this treatment too low? Shisui said embarrassedly. You know, the village is not confident in our Uchiha clan, and promotions all depend on resumes, so I am just an ordinary team member now. Itaki fell into silence. After a while, he said, you graduated from the ninja school early. You are a genius and you have participated in the war. You got the title of instant body Shisui from the enemy. After the war, you worked in the Anbu for a few years. This resume so the higher UPS are still not confident in me. Shisui couldn't maintain the tall image in Itaki's mind, so he simply broke the jar and said, don't think that promotion is simple. How can it be so easy to get promoted? But as long as we work hard to prove ourselves and use time to tell the villagers that we are safe and love the village, one day the village will trust us and we will return to the village. Just like before, our people can live freely in the village without worrying about the people around us looking at us badly. Itaki hummed. Shisui has been working hard like this silently, so he rarely sees Shisui. Shisui worked too hard overtime. The Sandame said he would arrange a team for me. Do you have any good recommendations? Itaki asked. The two of them are clansmen, brothers, and compatriot. In addition, they will work together in the Anbu in the future, and they can be regarded as colleagues so they can talk about the topic of the Anbu. Things like this can only be discussed when you become an Anbu. In the past, Shisui would not tell Itaki. After hearing this, Shisui thought about it. His face became serious and he said to Itaki, as for suggestions, it's not a useful suggestion because the team is arranged by the Sandame, so we have no choice but to obey this one. But, Itaki, if you enter the Anbu and see a ninja, you must pay full attention during the mission, because you are likely to encounter unexpected things. Shisui's tone was very serious serious and his eyes were also serious. If possible, Shisui didn't want Itaka to meet the legendary man in the Anbu. Hey, who is it? Itaki asked. Shisui said, it's Hatake Kakashi. What happened to Hatake Kakashi? Aren't the identities of the Anbu kept secret? How do I know if there will be Hatake Kakashi in the team I join? Itaka was puzzled. Shisui waved his hand, motioning Itaka to come over. Itaki approached. The two talked in secret. Shisui said, this is not a secret. Although the identities of the Anbu are kept secret, their hairstyles cannot be kept secret. You should usually look at the hairstyles of the ninjas around you. When you go to the Anbu, you can recognize people by their hairstyles. Itaki, so what is the meaning of this mask? Shisui said, Kakashi has silver white hair. When you see him, you must pay extra attention during the mission. There are bad rumors in the Anbu. When Kakashi performs a mission, his teammates are killed almost every time. His sacrifice rate ranks first among all teams. Although he can be trusted, I don't know why. Even if it is just an ordinary mission, the difficulty of the mission will increase a lot as long as he participates. C-level missions are upgraded to B-level, and B-level missions are upgraded to A-level. If you are unlucky and participate in an S-level mission with him, resign immediately. Because if you go to participate in an S-level mission with him, he will definitely come back safely, but you may be put in a box by him and brought back, and get the title of hero that no living person can get. Kakashi, nicknamed Teammate Killer, you must be careful of this person. Is it that serious? Itaki asked. Shisui said with a horrified expression, of course. Otherwise, how do you think he got his mission experience and combat experience? He is a tactical master. I tell you, if he says to you in danger that he will never let his companions sacrifice, you should run away. You must have encountered a crisis that he can't handle. Chapter 154 Kakashi, nicknamed Teammate Killer. After listening to it, Itaka felt a little uneasy. It shouldn't be like this, right? But he is very strong. As long as he is a little stronger than Kakashi, there will be no problem. If the rumors about Kakashi were true, he might suffer a lot when he followed Kakashi to participate in the mission, but it shouldn't be much. Itaka thought about it and didn't take it to heart. Rumors are just rumors. Don't take them seriously. Itaka would not believe in rumors that were spread by word of mouth. Unless he really saw it, he would not believe in any curse. Hokage's office. The Sandame stared at the crystal ball. When he found that Baiyu was seriously injured but still insisted on going to the ninja school to accompany his girlfriend, he was completely convinced of Baiyu in his heart. It is said that lust is a knife above one's head. Baiyu has become a hedgehog. If Kakashi had Baiyu's spirit, he wouldn't be single until now. As a result, Baiyu now has two girlfriends, but Kakashi is still single. This is the old wave is inferior to the new wave. If an ordinary person is injured like this, he can't move now, right? This guy is really determined. He wants to pick up girls even if he is leaning against the wall. Awesome. The Sandame recalled that Baiyu looked at him with despair yesterday, asking why he didn't come later so that he could clean up the house a little bit and make it as usual without any problems. The Sandame sighed when he thought of this. He saw through Baiyu's personality and what he wanted. Baiyu is the kind of person who wants a peaceful life. If Baiyu is given this kind of peaceful life, Baiyu may eventually become the ninja he expected, become an upright person and grow up healthy. But it's too late. When Danzo sent people to investigate Baiyu, Baiyu had to kill the first person for the peaceful life he wanted. Since then, Baiyu couldn't stop. Kill them all. Genin went and they fell. Danzo went and Danzo also fell. Only when he went, Baiyu couldn't cover up the fact and his mentality completely collapsed. Because he was the fact that Baiyu couldn't cover up no matter what. Now the happier Baiyu was on the surface, the more desperate Baiyu was secretly. Because Baiyu could never go back to his old life. The Sandame couldn't let Baiyu go back because Baiyu had done something bad. It was like a black spot dripping on a white paper. The black spot would not disappear and the paper would not become white again. He could only let Baiyu sink deeper and deeper. Let the white paper turn into black paper. Let Baiyu become the black moon. But isn't this what he need? Itaka will become the Hokage, Kakashi will become the head of the Anbu, and Baiyu will definitely take over Danzo's job. As long as it can develop as I want, I can rest assured that the village has them. Chapter 155 Are you jealous? Hinata. Then it's agreed. Let's gather together later. Ino cheered. Really, it's my turn today. Sakura put one hand on her waist angrily, but she didn't complain much in her heart. Baiyu was still more important. Later, a few people will go back with Baiyu, and they can also take care of Baiyu. Just thinking that Ino and Suzuki are still the light bulbs next to her, Sakura feels uncomfortable. Suzuki noticed Sakura's concerned expression. He hesitated for a moment, and when he passed by Baiyu with his hand, he said to Sakura, "Don't worry, I'll just watch from the side and won't disturb you and Baiyu." Sakura, Suzuki, how come you've become bad too? Me too, I'll just watch and not talk, Ino said playfully. But you guys are by my side, how can I talk to Baiyu? Sakura looked at her friends leaving on their own, couldn't help stamping her feet, and turned back to the classroom. Suzuki and Ino were both there, and Sakura didn't know how to flirt with Baiyu. Their relationship was getting better and better, and it was really like Ino said, adapting to the big family life after being conquered by Baiyu in advance. Sakura didn't want this to happen. Ino didn't seem to care much, but she cared. She didn't want to be with Ino and Suzuki. Baiyu could only be hers. Before Ino entered the classroom, she leaned back slightly, raised her hand and waved to Baiyu with a small amplitude. Baiyu saw it and waved to Ino. The two smiled at each other, and Ino entered the classroom happily. Suzuki stared blankly at the interaction between Baiyu and Ino, who was supported by him. He puffed up his cheek, quickened his pace and took Baiyu into the classroom. The black hair on his face was was blown by the wind and his expression was jealous. Baiyu was still beside him, but he was still thinking about Sakura and Ino. Sasuke didn't know what to say. Baiyu was really getting along with everyone. Are you jealous? Baiyu noticed Sasuke's expression. Sasuke denied, no. No matter how good your relationship with them is, I won't be jealous. Although there was still a little bit, but Sasuke also felt that the interaction between Sakura and Ino was very interesting. These two people also used various methods to compete for Baiyu. Sometimes the war would affect his side, making him at a loss. It also made Sasuke know his identity in his heart. It would be better if he was a girl so that he wouldn't have to worry about what would happen after Baiyu knew his identity. Sasuke was getting more and more uneasy and his acceptance level was constantly increasing. From caring about Baiyu at the beginning to having the idea of a euro pretending to be a woman for Baiyu to not caring about being called sister by Baiyu. Now even if Baiyu called him wife he didn't know how to refute but felt a sense of acceptance in his heart. This tacit attitude made Sasuke not know what to do. He seemed to be getting deeper and deeper and he unknowingly accompanied himself in. But he was a boy after all. It is impossible to be a woman for a good brother. Even if he can really put on a skirt for Baiyu and pretend to be a woman for Baiyu. Being called sister by Baiyu. Looking at Baiyu, he is also worried about what kind of expression Baiyu will show after knowing it. Normal people will not do such a thing, right? So Baiyu must be very disappointed in him. Sasuke is worried that Baiyu will show a look of disgust towards him, which makes him feel heartbroken, but he can only pretend that nothing happened, even if he knows that there will be such an ending in the future. So Sasuke looks at Sakura, Ino, and Baiyu getting along, and he is a little envious. Baiyu likes girls. Sakura and Ino are girls. It's just this kind of envy. Sasuke put this matter in his heart. He has always been carefree and has no worries, but he has a little worry about how to deal with his good brother in the future. It hits Sakura. Let Baiyu stay away from Ino. Don't let Ino, a bad girl, lead him astray. That's what he thinks in his heart now. Originally he wanted to take revenge on Sakura, snatch Baiyu, and then support Ino, but after realizing Ino's hobby he was worried that Baiyu would be trained by Ino to be a bad person. His hope for her husband to become a successful person is that Sakura and he work hard to train Baiyu to be a talent, and at the end of the game he will hit Sakura and then help Baiyu, the stupid brother, to get two girls as a sister. Finally he lost the battle with Baiyu so that Baiyu would pass the level. If he wins all of them he can legitimately get Sakura and Ino, and these two people will be willing to accept the loss and not refuse. Speaking of rejection, Sasuke suddenly felt that Ino didn't care about sharing Baiyu with others at all. This woman has a strange mind and seems to be very playful, but she is very delicate and will consider various situations. It is estimated that it is not that she doesn't want to monopolize Baiyu, but that she is experiencing the fun of the game now. Sasuke just needs to see when Ino will fall. Now everyone is together and having fun, and they are also provoking Sakura. When Baiyu can really fulfill everyone's conditions in the future, Sasuke feels that Ino will cry, right? Putting aside the above thought, Sasuke helped Baiyu into the classroom and sat down in front of their seat. Sasuke asked Baiyu, are you really sure you can fulfill Sakura's conditions? Hey, sure, you said you are not jealous, but now you are starting to inquire about the progress. Baiyu spoke directly with an unconcealable smile on his face. Chapter 155. Are you jealous? This is what makes Sasuke so uneasy. He is too hypocritical. No way. Sasuke blushed, looked away, and then whispered, tell me a bottom line. How sure are you about Sakura's conditions? Are you sure you can complete it? Baiyu thought about it and said affirmatively. There is a tenfold confidence. So Sasuke, you have to be a good goalkeeper. Don't let me defeat you easily. How am I the goalkeeper? Isn't there Ino? No, that's not right. That's not what I'm talking about. Sasuke shook his little head and said to Baiyu, what I mean is, if you are completely sure, I can help you. Help me. Baiyu looked at Sasuke's black eyes, a little confused. At this moment Sasuke suddenly noticed that the pupil of Baiyu's light green eyes was strangely broken, like a broken star stone floating in the dark universe. Sasuke didn't care about this. He said, yes, if you are sure to complete the conditions proposed by Sakura and conquer Sakura, then I will also help you to crack Ino's conditions. Right, Sakura will help you, and I will help you too. When you take down Ino, when we fight in the future, I can let you have a break and let you beat me. Let me have a break. Baiyu was even more confused. Why are Sasuke and Sakura both helping him to conquer Ino? Ino is too hateful, isn't she? Although Baiyu understood that Sakura helped him to conquer Ino in order to pull his time back to reading books so that he could spend the longest time with him, but Baiyu was still confused by Sasuke's behavior and didn't know why Sasuke hoped that he would get Sakura and Ino. Yes, Sasuke said with a little heartache, I will help you get them, because I am worried that I will make you dislike me, so I will withdraw at that time, fulfill you and let you get the best ending. Chapter 156. Understand what you have lost. Sasuke, why are you crying? Baiyu helped Sasuke wipe away his tears. No, I didn't cry, Sasuke said, and he shook his head. I wish I were a girl. I wish I were a girl. I really hope that I can become a real girl for Baiyu. In this way, I can be Baiyu's sister and feel at ease to be called by Baiyu with a name that makes him embarrassed. The two of them can play and fight normally every day, instead of him feeling bothered by his gender in his heart and only looking at Sakura and Ino with envy. Sakura is okay, although he can't swallow the anger of being punched by Sakura, but Sakura is very serious about Baiyu, which makes him happy. But Ino is very bad. When he and Sakura watched Baiyu and hoped that her husband would become a dragon, Ino was actually leading Baiyu astray, and made Baiyu say that she would never treat him badly. This shows that Bai Yu also knows how bad the bad things Ino taught her are, so she told him that she would never treat him badly. Sasuke is too worried about Ino, but he can't join in. He is a boy. Even if he pretends to be a girl for Bai Yu, he can't join in. Bai Yu will dislike him. If only there was someone who could make him feel at ease and could accompany Bai Yu instead of him. Someone who looks very similar to him. Someone from the same family, both with the surname Uchiha, but a woman who is his exact gender. If there was such a person, he would feel more at ease than Sakura and Ino. But apart from knowing his brother's girlfriend, he didn't know any other girls from the same family. Sasuke shook his head, and his big crystal tears rolled down and dripped onto his clothes. His short black hair covered his expression. Bai Yu could only see that Sasuke's collar was soaked by water. Bai Yu panicked. Sasuke, don't cry even if you are jealous. When you and I are together, Sakura and Ino will also be jealous of us, and they will be very jealous. I've told them that you are my favorite. Even if I don't want them, I want you. Bai Yu confessed, but the tears kept falling. I kept thinking about this matter in my heart. It was obviously just a simple situation, but I kept thinking about it in my heart and then kept thinking about it. Then it was like this. Sasuke raised his head, and there were 2 tear marks on his beautiful face. Tears came out of his clear and bright eyes at this time. Bai Yu saw the despair in Sasuke's eyes. Then I understood in my heart what I gained and what I lost. I didn't understand what it was, but I felt so uncomfortable. Sasuke stared at Bai Yu in a daze and didn't want to move his eyes away for a while. Sasuke knew clearly that if he didn't look at it for a while now, he would not see it in the future. After Bai Yu knew that he was a boy, he could no longer see Bai Yu liking him. Bai Yu's face was black hair. Sasuke, you opened the Sharingan. Hey, did I open the Sharingan? Sasuke was stunned. Well, silly, you tortured yourself to open your eyes because of jealousy. Sasuke, you are really a genius. Sasuke raised his hand and touched his face. What he couldn't see was that his originally black and clear eyes had now all turned into a pair of dark black and scarlet Magatama eyes. Bai Yu pulled away, put one hand on the table, supported his face, and looked at the one Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes with interest. This was the one Magatama Sharingan opened for him, and both eyes were one Magatama Sharingan. At this time, Bai Yu felt his importance in Sasuke's heart. Being jealous can torture yourself to open your Sharingan. Sasuke is really a genius. It seems that he has been getting along with Sakura and Ino these days. Sasuke's cold expression on the surface is actually active and jealous inside. It seems that he doesn't care on the surface, but in fact he is almost a vinegar bottle. He thought Sasuke wanted to share him with others. Bai Yu looked at Sasuke, and 3 words suddenly popped up in his mind. He didn't say these 3 words. Hiding in his heart, he felt warm, and he would take practical actions as he thought. Sasuke saw Bai Yu looking at him gently. At this moment his vision was clearer than ever. It seemed that he could see the emotions in Bai Yu's eyes and the thoughts in her heart clearly. Sasuke suddenly felt uncomfortable and turned his eyes away. I'm not jealous. Huh? Bai Yu couldn't help laughing out loud. Sasuke said angrily, I'm not jealous. Okay, no. Bai Yu said dotingly. Sasuke, it's over. I was seen through by Bai Yu. Sasuke touched his face. He lowered his head and made up his mind. He was still confused. He was still hesitating. He was still desperate. But with the opening of the Sharingan, he seemed to have understood all of this in his heart. Even if Bai Yu would dislike him in the future, but as long as they get along well now, it's fine. The future is hopeless. The present can be beautiful. He will seize every minute and every second of the present. Even if he has to give Bai Yu to Sakura and Ino in the future, he has already experienced the process of getting along with Bai Yu. Chapter 156 Understanding What Is Lost _A bird passing _Shohei a degree EC1/2. That's all. I'm not desperate anymore, but I see things more clearly. Bai Yu, next time you accompany me, go shopping with me. Sasuke suddenly said. Yeah, okay. Bai Yu agreed. 3 people. After this round of accompanying, he will probably be able to accompany another round, and then he won't be able to live a peaceful life, so he will agree to any request from Sasuke. Going to the street? What are you going to do? Bai Yu asked. Just go to eat. Sasuke looked at Bai Yu and said. Bai Yu suddenly felt different. Sasuke would look at him before, but his attitude at that time was different from now. Sasuke now, when looking at him, it seems that there is only him in his sight. Only him. Although Sakura and Ino also like him, Sakura and Ino don't seem to understand what love is, so Bai Yu has never seen such a shocking look before. Sasuke seems to have opened his mind. He understands what love is and what love is. Sasuke used to look at him like this, but he didn't understand it at that time. Understand love and then lose love? So stupid. How could he lose it? Bai Yu laughed and met Sasuke's eyes. Eat? Sure, but I don't have much money, so you have to pay. Of course, I'm rich, Sasuke said. The two looked at each other, smiled at each other, and accepted each other's feelings very frankly. Just eat. Why do you have to do such a ritual? Bai Yu asked. Because I have a gift for you. Gift? Don't say it. Say it again. I'm shy if you say it again, Sasuke said. Yes, wearing girls' clothes and so on, although I have accepted it in my heart, but it's so explosive. In the few days before the scheduled meeting, he probably couldn't sleep well again. Bai Yu didn't ask questions but was looking forward to it. Chapter 157 Stepping into the Darkness. Okay, Sasuke, turn off the Sharingan. The two discussed the next date. Bai Yu saw Sasuke's open Sharingan and said so. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. My brother also said that a fool like him would never be able to open the Sharingan in his life. Look, he opened his eyes now. He is really a genius. I will give my stupid brother a surprise when I go back. Sasuke tried to close the Sharingan, and then he found a problem. He didn't know how to close the Sharingan. A degree. Sasuke got anxious. Bai Yu, it's over. I can't close the Sharingan. Really? How come? Why why can't you close it? Baiyu was shocked. Using ninjutsu and blood limit consumes chakra energy. With Sasuke's small body, is this chakra enough for the Sharingan to consume? What should I do? Sasuke was so anxious that he was about to cry again. I thought I couldn't open the Sharingan, and my parents didn't tell me. I don't know how to close it. I'll think of a way. Baiyu stared at Sasuke's eyes and thought of a way. At this moment, the people in the classroom also noticed the movements of Baiyu and Sasuke. After all, these two people just now were very strange. Sharingan. Wow, Uchiha Sasuke has opened his Sharingan. So amazing. This is a genius. Uchiha Sasuke is the first genius in our class. The Uchiha clan is really extraordinary. Sasuke was very happy to hear the compliment, but when he thought about the reason why he opened his eyes, he felt sad and angry and wanted to pretend to be an ostrich, pretending that he couldn't hear the compliments from his classmate because he opened his eyes because Baiyu had too many women and was jealous. The reason for this situation is probably untraceable in the history of the Uchiha clan. He is probably the first one, the kind that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. Sasuke was so embarrassed that he lowered his head and let his hair cover his face. Only Baiyu in front of him could see the blush on his face. Sasuke opened his Sharingan. What is a Sharingan? Naruto was confused. This class is basically made up of ninjas from ninja families, and they all have a certain understanding of this common sense question. The people around wanted to explain to Naruto what the Sharingan was, but when they saw it was Naruto, they didn't want to explain it anymore. Their family members told them to stay away from Naruto and it was better not to talk to him. In the classroom, the girl on the other side of the corner protected her cheeks with both hands and lay on the table, not daring to look around for fear of causing trouble. Hinata heard about Uchiha Sasuke opening the Sharingan. She weakly raised her head and glanced at the direction of the classroom door. Uchiha Sasuke and a red-haired boy were sitting together, and the two were talking face to face. Did Sasuke open the Sharingan? As a member of the I-Technique bloodline limit family, Hinata knew the Uchiha clan in the village, which was also a I-Technique family. Although the awakening rate of the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan was not as high as that of their Hyuga clan, when encountering a battle, the Uchiha clan the Sharingan is also very easy to open. Her mother told her this. Their Hyuga clan also regards the Uchiha clan as a competitor, and they are competing with each other as imaginary enemies. But what can they do? The people of the Uchiha clan don't seem to think much of their family members, so the relationship between the two families in the village is not very good, but it is not very bad either. It can only be said that there is a passerby popularity. Hinata took a quick look and lowered her head, praying that the get out of class would end soon. It's so scary around, or it's safe at home. Baiyu, what should I do? I won't die, Sasuke said in a panic. Only Baiyu can make him open his heart. At this moment Sasuke did not hide his inner panic to Baiyu. If I had known earlier, I would have learned more about the family. I didn't expect that I was so powerful that I could open the Sharingan now, Sasuke said in a panic. Baiyu saw someone coming over to look at Sasuke, and he shouted impatiently, what are you looking at? Aren't you going to class? The people around him shrank their shoulders in fear when they heard Baiyu's voice and sat back in their seats. Since the beginning of the school year, they have always thought that Baiyu is a single-celled animal with a simple mind, just like Hinata, an easy-to-bully guy. Until Baiyu beat up all the students in class 3, the name of the red-haired devil spread throughout the first grade. This ruthless man pretended to be like a little lamb, tricking the enemy to surround himself, and then blocked all the students in a class, not letting any of them escape. It looks white, but it is definitely black when cut open. Baiyu saw Sasuke's frightened eyes, and he felt warm in his heart and comforted him. Sasuke, don't worry, just use my chakra energy. Chakra battery. Sasuke subconsciously had this idea in his mind. Baiyu said, the chakra battery is at my house. I don't have it right now. You hold my hand. Baiyu made a seal with both hands and passed his right hand to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Baiyu's hand, nodded and held it. The light blue chakra energy was passed to Sasuke through hand in hand. With the chakra replenishment, Sasuke's swollen eyes were relieved a little, but he still kept the Sharingan open. He needed to find out how to turn off the Sharingan. Baiyu, thank you. You're welcome. Baiyu smiled and didn't care about this consumption at all. Chapter 157 Stepping into the Darkness. This chakra consumption is a drizzle for him, but is it okay for me to borrow your chakra energy? Sasuke asked. Baiyu said, it's okay. I don't have much else, but I have a lot of chakra. I don't know how to use it. If you can't hold on, tell me. Sasuke said, okay. Baiyu estimated that he could probably hold Sasuke for several days. There is no problem if they don't separate day and night. He has a lot of chakra energy, but too few ways to consume chakra energy, just the water prison technique and the 3-flow water combination technique. When he fought with the Sandame, he couldn't beat the Sandame even if he used both of these ninjutsu. The Sandame Hokage has rich combat experience and is very cunning. He has many combat methods. He almost cracked the Purple Hermit's water prison technique and the 3-flow water combination technique in one encounter. Then he used physical skills to beat him so hard that he couldn't even launch a decent attack. Just like the third generation said, for ninjas who are not good at physical skills, physical attacks can interrupt the opponent's spells. Baiyu decided to exercise after his injury healed. On the one hand, he had too many wives, and on the other hand, the third generation taught him very successfully, making him realize the importance of physical skills. Regarding his training method, I guess the third generation has been prepared. Baiyu now accepts his fate. Step into the darkness. Just step into the darkness. Because there is darkness, he knows how beautiful the light around him is. Baiyu smiled at Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Baiyu. The two smiled at each other. brother. At this moment, Irika walked in. Chapter 158 Bayu's chakra energy is lot. As soon as Irika walked into the classroom, he found something different. He is a chunin after all. He is a person who has gone through the chunin exam. Although he also took advantage of the war period, he is still a chunin after all. As soon as Irika walked into the classroom, he found two people holding hands behind the desk in front of the door. And Uchiha Sasuke opened the Sharingan. Irika was stunned. Uchiha Sasuke, you actually opened the Sharingan. Well, it's a very simple thing. Sasuke didn't care. Baiyu said nothing, just watching Sasuke pretending to be cool. His wife is so cute. In Baiyu's opinion, Sasuke looks good no matter how he looks at him. Baiyu held his cheek with one hand and looked at Sasuke with interest. Sasuke pretended not to see Baiyu's sight and he pinched his hand slightly. Baiyu retracted his sight because he knew Sasuke was embarrassed. This is a good thing, Irika said excitedly. In the past, in the ninja school, the rate of students from your Uchiha clan opening their eyes was not high. Only after graduation and participating in battles they would open their eyes. I didn't expect that Sasuke would awaken the family's bloodline limit without experiencing battles. Sasuke, you are really a genius. Irika praised. Sasuke raised his little face and accepted it with peace of mind. He said, it's nothing, right? My father, my mother, and my brother are all geniuses. I just opened a Sharingan. It's easy. Teacher Irika, don't make a fuss. Really? I'm too happy. But anyway, congratulations to you, Sasuke. Irika said sincerely. In that case then Sasuke, are you willing to participate in the class drill next week and demonstrate to your classmate ninja drill? Sasuke looked at Baiyu after hearing this. Baiyu was the only one in his eyes. Baiyu nodded slightly. Irika saw the look between Sasuke and Baiyu and knew Sasuke's thoughts in his heart. Irika said to Baiyu, Baiyu can participate if she wants to. Okay. Baiyu agreed. He was ready to fight with Sasuke, which was also Sasuke's request. Although he didn't want to do it, Sasuke kept pestering him to fight and Baiyu had no choice. Sasuke felt relieved when Baiyu agreed, so he nodded and said, then I will join too. Okay, it's decided. I'll find a few people who are willing to participate in the ninja drills. Let's start the ninja sparring next week, Irika said, and saw the students in the classroom cheering. Irika said, those who are interested can come to me after class. Okay, haha, it's my turn to show my skills. As long as the target is not Uchiha Sasuke and the red-haired devil, it doesn't matter, someone said confidently. Ah, what red-haired devil? Baiyu looked back in surprise because he was the only one with red hair in the classroom. No thing. The boy was frightened, especially when he saw Baiyu's innocent expression. He was even more scared. Oh, I said, I must have heard it wrong just now. How could such a good person like me be a devil? I should be an angel, right Sasuke? Baiyu asked Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes were full of Baiyu and he nodded affirmatively. Yes, Baiyu is a little angel. Yes, Baiyu laughed heartily. People in the class, it's better to walk around this guy. Hinata shrank her head when she heard it. Red-haired devil, another bad guy who needs to be watched. I must walk around him as far as possible. Hinata thought about the ninja drill and she said in her heart, anyway, I won't participate. It's none of my business. Naruto looked at Baiyu and Sasuke in the corner and he said disappointedly, forget it. His classmates didn't like him. There was no benefit for him to participate. If the opponent was Baiyu or Sasuke, he had no confidence that he could beat them and it would cause disgust from Baiyu and Sasuke. These two people, at first glance, are going to fight. Naruto was a little frustrated. At this moment, Naruto suddenly thought of the third generation Hokage. Although he didn't like the third generation to preach to him, the third generation Hokage was the strongest ninja in the ninja village. When Naruto thought of this, a light flashed across his blue eyes. Naruto didn't like to be too far away from Baiyu, so he just watched from the side, but this required strength. Without strength he didn't have the qualifications to watch from the side. After Irika finished talking about this, he was surprised that Sasuke didn't close the Sharingan, so he said, it consumes a lot to use the blood limit all the time. Sasuke, you feel that you are almost at the limit, so turn off the Sharingan. Well, wait until the limit is reached, Sasuke said with a cold face and a cold tone. It was as if opening the Sharingan was not a big deal for him. Sasuke enjoyed the atmosphere of being praised by the stars. He looked at Baiyu and knew in his heart that this was brought to him by Baiyu. Since Baiyu was the support, he planned to keep the Sharingan open for a while to let more people know that he was very powerful. He has always been the stupid younger brother at home. Now that he has finally become strong, of course he wants to show off as much as possible. And Sasuke feels that Baiyu also likes his boastful look. Now Baiyu looks at him with such gentleness and pampers him. Sasuke feels safe and wants to show off in front of Baiyu, letting Baiyu know that in the eyes of others he is very good. Chapter 158 Baiyu's chakra energy is so much. Irika saw that Sasuke did not turn off the Sharingan and he was also very interested in the Sharingan. Curious, I stopped trying to persuade him. The Uchiha clan members really don't want to listen to other people's opinions and they look arrogant. There have always been such rumors in the village and now it seems to be true. In short, Sasuke's opening of the Sharingan caused quite a stir in the classroom. Many people are curious about the ninja drill next week and how Uchiha Sasuke will show the ability of the Sharingan. The blood limit. The Uchiha clan has always been the strongest ninja clan in the village, which is a well-known fact. However, this family has disappeared in the village for a few years. In these few years, except for the contemporary and older generations who know the Uchiha clan, young ninja students have not seen many ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, in the eyes of students, the Uchiha clan is very mysterious. It is a symbol of strength. In this way, Sasuke opened the Sharingan and maintained it for a class. In the eyes of others, Uchiha Sasuke is so powerful that he can maintain the consumption of Sharingan and not actively close it. As a ninja of the Uchiha clan, even if Sasuke doesn't know how to close Sharingan, he will know how to close it after using it for a period of time. This is the instinct of life. In this process, Sasuke felt how to close Sharingan, but what surprised him was Baiyu has a lot of chakra energy. These chakra energies are continuously infused into his body. Baiyu not only does not feel tired because of excessive chakra energy consumption, but still looks energetic. This really surprised Sasuke. This guy has a lot of chakra energy. Sasuke saw that Baiyu didn't consume much and didn't stop him from continuing to absorb chakra energy. He couldn't help but wonder where Baiyu's limit was. He has a strong desire to win. He wants to see Baiyu's limit. Chapter 159. Just walk forward with your head held high. After class, there was no table to cover. It was not convenient to hold the hand, but Baiyu was injured, so Sasuke supported Baiyu openly. Several people had agreed to gather before. At this time, they walked out of the classroom together, and some ninjas of the same age also walked outside. Sakura, Ino, Sasuke, and Baiyu stayed in the corridor. Sakura was surprised to find that the black-haired girl next to Baiyu, with a pair of black and clear eyes, now turned into a pair of scarlet Megatama eyes. What is this? Sakura asked. Sasuke raised his little face and said proudly, it's the Sharingan. In our family, only geniuses can awaken the bloodline limit. Baiyu almost couldn't help laughing. Sasuke never forgets to show off wherever he goes. Baiyu covered his face with one hand. Seeing Sasuke looking back at him in anger, he hurriedly took away his hand covering his cheek in panic to show that he didn't laugh. Then Sasuke happened to see the smile on his face. Sasuke's forehead was black, knowing that he had gone too far and was treated as a joke by Baiyu, but he just couldn't help showing off. It's so boring to have the ability but not show off. Ino saw Sasuke's one Magatama Sharingan. She put her hands together, raised her hands to Sasuke, and made a Baidu sound. Hey, what's wrong? Sasuke noticed it. Ino said, heart-to-heart technique. Sasuke heard that it was a ninjutsu and became alert, then found that nothing happened around him and suddenly looked confused. Baiyu shook his head. Sasuke lied. Well, nothing happened. Sasuke couldn't help asking, is your heart-to-heart technique okay? Ino pouted and said, I haven't learned it yet, and you will know how exciting it is when I learn it, but our family does have this technique. Ino stretched and said, okay, let's go to Baiyu's house. Yeah. Baiyu smiled and nodded. At this moment, Baiyu suddenly found Sakura lowering her head and looking lost. Ino noticed Baiyu's sight, followed her sight, and saw Sakura's expression. Sakura raised her head and her face returned to normal. Whether it is Baiyu, Sasuke, or Ino, there are ninjutsu in their families. Sakura knew these differences a long time ago, but now she is more aware of these differences. Sakura was very stubborn and pretended not to know about this. She had her own path, a path she had decided on. Baiyu waved. Sakura, what's wrong? Sakura asked, can you help me? Baiyu couldn't bear to see Sakura being wronged. Sakura walked over and held Baiyu's arm on the other side. Then she carried Baiyu on her back and walked out. Hey, why are you carrying me? Baiyu was a little panicked. Is he so light? How can everyone carry him and walk? Baiyu was shocked by the sudden change and forgot to say comforting words. Sasuke hadn't let go of his hand yet and was staggering forward. Slow down. Sakura lowered her head, her pink hair covering her face. Don't talk. I want to be quiet. Okay. Baiyu went trying to keep his balance. He suddenly found that his free left hand was held by someone again. Ino blinked mischievously. Sasuke noticed the situation on the other side and he turned his head away in a sulky manner, not looking at Baiyu, Ino, and Sakura. Sasuke had just been jealous of these two people and he decided to adapt first, lest he be too talented and his Sharingan evolve again. Baiyu, how can I keep my balance? On the street, several people walked together. Ino walked in front very lively, holding Baiyu without letting go. Sakura, you are so strong, Ino said to Sakura. Sakura was still feeling lost and was immediately mocked when she heard it. She looked at the hand waving in front of her and said angrily, don't shake Baiyu's hand. Be careful, I will lift you up together. Strong woman, did the strong woman eat your rice? Here it comes. They are arguing again. Why are Sakura and Ino so incompatible? They seem to get along very well. Baiyu thought helplessly. However, at this moment, Baiyu suddenly noticed that when Sakura was angry, a black Sakura also appeared outside her body and made angry expressions and gestures towards Ino. Hey, Baiyu tilted his head. Sakura was gritting her teeth and when she felt Baiyu, she said gently, we're almost home. Just hold on a little longer. Yet, Baiyu looked at the black Sakura who suddenly disappeared in front of him. Sakura, you have talents you can't imagine. I know, I'm very strong. Baiyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. He knew that Sakura was very strong. Sakura could carry him and run. Doesn't that prove this? Also, how should he tell Sakura that Sakura is also a stand user? Sakura said again, Baiyu, please give me an extra bowl of rice later. I want to eat more and carry Ino to the river. Oh, no, it's my fault. Sakura, don't be angry. Can I pick up some food for you later? Ino said with a guilty conscience. It's up to both of us to cook later. Can you help me more? Sakura said. Chapter 159. Just walk forward with your head held high. Okay. Seeing that Sakura was no longer disappointed, Ino said happily, Baiyu, you have to teach us everything you know. Okay, let me think about what other vegetables are at home. Baiyu pretended to think. I remember we bought potatoes yesterday. Sakura said. Yes, we bought a lot of vegetables yesterday. We haven't finished eating yet. We can prepare it when we go back. Yes, I want to eat shredded potatoes. Let's have cold shredded potatoes. It's sour and spicy. Baiyu said. It's sour again. Ino covered her hungry stomach with one hand and said aggrievedly, "It's Sasuke's favorite dish again." Sasuke raised his mouth. "Who told me to have the same taste as Bai-Yu? Don't be picky. You ate all the dishes Bai-Yu prepared for me yesterday." "What do you mean you ate it all? I clearly left you one chopstick." "Okay." Ino was unwilling. "It's just one chopstick, not enough for Bai-Yu and I to share equally." Sasuke retorted, "It's not enough to share equally, so Bai-Yu gave it to you in the end." Ino said without any reason, "I still want to drink tomato and egg soup." Sakura said while listening to the noise from both sides. Bai-Yu nodded. "Okay, I'll serve it to you." "Okay." Sakura has the courage to face life again. Although she doesn't have the family background of her friends, her parents have high expectations of her and she is under great pressure from all aspects. But when she is sad, the people she like, the people who compete with her for the person she like, all comfort her in their own way. So, just walk forward with your head held high. Chapter 160. Why not give it to her? Just walk forward with your head held high. Sakura carried Bai-Yu on her back and walked forward with Ino and Sasuke facing the sun. Several people came to the door of Bai-Yu's house. The key was in Bai-Yu's pocket and Bai-Yu was not convenient to take it. Sakura was also going to ask Ino to help get the key. Who knew that when several people arrived at the door, Sasuke naturally took out the key and opened the door. Ino stared at Sasuke in amazement. "You, hey." Sasuke turned around and looked at Ino. "What's wrong?" Sasuke is getting more and more experienced in pretending to be cool now. He pretended to be so casual. Ino looked at Sasuke's cute and handsome face and said, "No, nothing." Ino thought Sasuke is progressing so fast. If possible, she would also like to come, but she can't play this trick. After all, her home is in the town. If she doesn't go back, her father will come out to find her, then she and Bai-Yu will be in danger. Sakura was sulking. Bai-Yu is really, what's so good about Sasuke? It's fine that he keep thinking about him, but he also gave the key to the house back to Sasuke. Why didn't he give it to her? Sakura took Bai-Yu into the house first. Bai-Yu's chin was covered with sweat, his bangs were soaked with sweat, and the whole person looked weak and sick. After being put on the sofa by Sakura, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Sasuke, it's time to let go," Sakura reminded. Sasuke glanced at Bai-Yu. It was not Sakura who could decide whether to let go or not. Bai-Yu didn't think there was any problem. When Sakura mentioned it, he said, "Sasuke, have you found the feeling of closing the Sharingan?" "I haven't tried it yet," Sasuke said. "I'll try to close the Sharingan now." "Yet." Bai-Yu raised his head slightly. "If it doesn't work, I'll give you the chakra battery." "I'll try it," Sasuke said. "What is a chakra battery?" Ino asked. She was looking at the stone fruit on the table. What made her feel relieved was that after a night the stone fruit was fine, and now it seemed that Bai-Yu was taking good care of the stone plant. Bai-Yu followed Ino's line of sight and glanced at the potted plant on the coffee table, thinking to herself, "This thing is so hard, it's very convenient to use it to hit people." Bai-Yu raised both hands and in the process of making seals, let the chakra energy and the purple hermit combine to form a branch full of thorns and then transported the chakra energy into it. Ino, Sakura, and Sasuke all saw the production process of the chakra battery. Each one of them felt incredible. Sasuke thought that the chakra battery in the shape of a branch looked much better than the broken hand. He really couldn't praise the way Bai-Yu played with his hands, but now it looks much more normal. "Wow, what's the use of this?" Ino asked. "It's just to replenish chakra energy, right? I usually store chakra energy in it and I can get it when I use it." Bai-Yu saw that Ino was curious, so he handed the chakra battery to Ino. Ino quickly stepped back and shook her head. "No, there are many thorns on it. It will prick your hand." "It won't prick your hand," Sasuke said. "There is an even stranger chakra battery in Bai-Yu's room, which looks like a human hand. I was shocked when I saw it for the first time." Ino and Sakura looked at Sasuke at the same time, their eyes full of resentment. Sasuke immediately came back to his senses, snorted, and sat next to Bai-Yu. "Anyway, it won't prick your hand," Bai-Yu said. "The stand is an extension of my limbs and has the same touch as me, so I can control it so that it doesn't hurt you. In fact, when fighting, these thorns are very sharp." Bai-Yu dispersed the chakra battery and gathered a thorn spear again. He pointed the tip of the spear at the ground and poked it lightly, and the floor was punctured a little. "If you stab it with all your strength, you can pierce the tip of the spear into it." His strength is too weak, only D level. During the battle, the enemy needs to accelerate himself in order for the thorn spear to pierce the enemy's body. After Bai-Yu showed the destructive power of the thorn spear, he picked up the thorn spear and pointed it up to the sky. "Then I can control its firmness." After Bai-Yu finished speaking, the thorn spear became limp and fell from the sky to the ground like noodles. "The more chakra in the thorn spear, the weaker my control over it, and it will be stronger. The less chakra is stored, the stronger my control over it will be, and it will be softer, and the spikes on it will be soft and have no harm." This is the way Bai-Yu distinguished from the combination of stand power and chakra energy. It enriched his fighting methods and made the equipment he got from monsters useless. Weapons are readily available to him. In addition to the ability of the purple hermit to disguise himself and become invisible to ordinary ninjas, he is very good at assassination. Ino saw that the spiked spear in Bai-Yu's hand did not look dangerous, so she dared to reach out for it. Sasuke wanted to stop him. He opened his mouth, but he didn't say it after all. If they said it, Ino and Sakura would beat Bai-Yu to death. And Bai-Yu mentioned that he felt the same as the weapon, but neither Ino nor Sakura seemed to think about anything else. This weapon is an extension of Bai-Yu's limbs. Ino picked up the thorn spear. Without chakra energy, the thorn spear is like a rope. Ino pulled with both hands, looking at Bai-Yu's smirk. Chapter 160. Why don't you give it to her? What are you laughing at? Bai-Yu was panicking. Ino grinned. I found that this can be used as a whip. Bai-Yu, do you want to play? Bai-Yu asked. Ino's big green eyes looked around around evasively. I don't want to play. Sakura is left to you. Ino handed the thorn spear to Sakura. Sakura was confused. The black line of the door took it and she looked at it curiously for a while. Bai Yu asked Xiaoying, have you extracted the chakra energy? Not yet, Xiaoying replied. She was too busy these 2 days and had no time to calm down. Yesterday, she and Ino took up Sasuke's time. Now it was her turn, and Xiaoying was even more reluctant to practice. She went to practice. Ino and Sasuke would definitely be very happy and raised their hands to agree with her to practice. Bai Yu said, didn't you ask me to teach you to extract chakra energy 2 days ago? I will teach you later. Okay. Xiaoying was overjoyed. Bai Yu decided to teach Xiaoying to become a qualified stand user according to his method of using the power of the stand, and then he could happily start a stand battle with Xiaoying. Since he met Xiaoying, he has always wanted to fight with Xiaoying. After all, Xiaoying is the only stand user like him in the village. But Xiaoying's body has double A in strength and speed. Xiaoying can knock him down with one punch. Thinking about it now, it was quite happy. Although Sakura didn't know who Sasuke was at that time, she was actually jealous. Chapter 161. Two People's Eyes. Sasuke pressed his eyebrows and tried to close the Sharingan. He had tried it before, but Bai Yu was by his side and he couldn't calm down and couldn't find a way to close the Sharingan. At this moment, Bai Yu let go of his hand and talked to Ino and Sakura, so he had time to think quietly and distinguish the difference between opening the Sharingan and not opening the Sharingan. This difference is the method of closing the Sharingan. Sasuke is very smart. He is good at finding differences. After not using the chakra energy of Bai Yu, the Sharingan consumed all his own chakra, so Sasuke quickly found a way to close the Sharingan. Just like people are born with the ability to blink, closing the Sharingan is also a natural process. People can't be suffocated to death by urine. Similarly, people won't be stupid enough to forget to blink and cause their eyes to dry out. Sasuke didn't feel any difficulty. Now that he thinks about it, he panicked in the classroom because he felt uncomfortable and couldn't calm down at the time. He really felt desperate at the time. It was an emotion that came out of his heart inexplicably. It came very suddenly. It was as if I thought of it and then it started. There was no sign at all. It was an inexplicable idea, and then because of this idea, I felt the pain of loss, and then I opened the Sharingan. After all, the love he lost would be a fait accompli. That was something he would lose in the future, so now he understands the pain of loss. Sasuke closed his Sharingan and he crossed his legs handsomely with one hand beside him. Bai Yu was talking to Sakura, and when he felt something, he turned his head and saw the black-haired girl next to him, looking at him like a queen. Bai Yu liked the way Sasuke looked at him very much. He could feel the warmth in Sasuke's eyes. Sakura was talking to Bai Yu and suddenly saw Bai Yu and Sasuke looking at each other. Sakura puffed up her cheeks and subconsciously wanted to wake Bai Yu up and let Bai Yu think less about Sasuke. She and Ino were obviously next to him, so why couldn't she and Ino together be Sasuke's opponent? Bai Yu was too partial. Sakura was about to wake Bai Yu up and suddenly felt her sleeve being pulled by Ino. What are you doing? Sakura asked unhappily. Ino held her cheeks with both hands, looked at Bai Yu and Sasuke, and then said, don't you think that when they look at each other, this scene is very loving? When I get along with Bai Yu, I also feel loving. Sakura said, anyway, I like to watch them get along. Ino smiled and looked at Bai Yu on the side. Sakura heard this and stopped disturbing Bai Yu and Sasuke. Sakura originally thought that she was cheating on Sasuke, but now seeing the way Sasuke and Bai Yu get along, she felt sour in her heart. She felt that she was cheated on by Sasuke because she was the first person to know Bai Yu, so she should also be the first girl accepted by Bai Yu. So sad. Why is Sasuke so popular with Bai Yu? Sakura raised her hand and touched her forehead. She sat aside with her hands on her cheeks and sighed. Today, she should have been with Bai Yu, but she ate the dog food of Bai Yu and Sasuke. Well, there was another Ino who was eating happily next to her. Sakura really finds it hard to understand Ino's interest, but is this also the reason why Ino is so tolerant? She has already started to adapt to the life of a big family before the winner is decided. Sakura doesn't know how to complain, and it feels like no matter how she complains, it won't hurt Ino. Ino is impeccable. At noon, Bai Yu teaches Ino and Sakura how to cook. The two girls have been together for a long time, and although they occasionally quarrel, they gradually start to get along peacefully. Bai Yu can't go up to help, so he guides Sakura and Ino when they encounter problems they don't understand. He and Sasuke, the two of them, were playing together. Isn't it amazing? Sasuke said. Bai Yu said, it's amazing. Open it again for me to see. Okay, look carefully. Bai Yu and Sasuke were looking at each other. Both of them were cartoon-style characters with eyes that shone like glass. One was light green and the other was black. Sasuke had nothing to do, so he opened his Sharingan to play with Bai Yu. Bai Yu also liked to watch Sasuke, so the two of them started playing. If you want to say what they were playing, it was probably to let Bai Yu observe the changes in his Sharingan when he opened his eyes. How did the Sharingan suddenly turn red, and how did it turn into a Megatama? It was just observing the process of opening his eyes, then feel the warm atmosphere of being all in the other person's sight. Bai Yu was looking at Sasuke, and Sasuke was naturally looking at Bai Yu. Sasuke saw that in Bai Yu's light green eyes the deep diving pupils seemed to have broken a corner of the stone, and the debris was floating outside the pupils, which felt so magical. In Sasuke's heart, Bai Yu is his favorite person, and the person he thinks is powerful, a lifelong rival, and also a stupid brother that he, as a boy like sister, has to pamper. Because his heart is full of Bai Yu, so when others did not notice the changes in Bai Yu's pupils, he was the first to notice. Bai Yu is a blood limiter with a blood limit called a substitute, and his own chakra energy is huge. He can maintain his Sharingan open for an hour without any fatigue. Chapter 161. Two people's eyes. And he himself maintained the Sharingan and felt very tired after only opening it for more than 10 minutes. Baiyu is so amazing. If he were not a boy, he would have said that he is worthy of being my man. I envy Sakura and Ino so much. They can get such an excellent man. Sasuke is from a family with a blood limit of eye technique. He saw the changes in Baiyu's eyes and thought it was a good thing. Maybe Baiyu would also have some powerful eye technique. Otherwise, the pupil in Baiyu's eye would not be broken into pieces. Just like his brother's Sharingan, when the eyes are opened, the pupils are separated and cut out to form a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Now there is also a 1 Magatama in his eyes, right? Sasuke let Baiyu look at his eyes while thinking wildly in his mind. His brother said that he was not a genius and he would never be able to open the Sharingan in his life. When he goes back, he will surprise his brother and his father. Sasuke is also addicted to pretending. He can't wait to go home and see the very surprised expressions of his family. Just as Sasuke was thinking about this, he suddenly saw the red-haired boy in front of him suddenly swell up his cheek. Baiyu raised her hand with great concern and hit Sasuke on the head. You are thinking about others. Baiyu puffed up her cheeks and said, can you see that? Sasuke subconsciously covered his forehead and suddenly realized that it was not his brother who was hitting him, but Baiyu who was hitting him. Baiyu also learned this trick, and he taught it himself. Sasuke was a little sad and angry. Is it his fate to be hit? Baiyu secretly glanced at Ino and Sakura, who were busy in the kitchen, and said to Sasuke, sister. Sasuke turned his head away unnaturally and a blush appeared on his cheek. I said not to shout in crowded places. I will keep my voice down so they won't hear it. Baiyu smiled. Hey, it's my turn. Sasuke looked at Baiyu. What do you mean it's your turn? Baiyu asked in confusion. It's my turn to shoot you. Oh, you just bully me. Chapter 162. It's not my fault. The two of them were playing around, and Sakura and Ino also prepared lunch. The few people had lunch together at noon. As the time they spent together increased, their relationship became better and better. Just as Ino said during lunch, Ino took the initiative to pick up food for Sakura and apologized to Sakura. Sakura was not a petty person. Except for Baiyu's matter, everything was easy to talk about, and she reconciled with Ino. After lunch, Baiyu needed to rest, so she went back to her room for a nap. Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino said goodbye and went home. Baiyu and Sakura agreed to have Sakura come to him in the afternoon so that they could spend time together. Sakura knew it was about extracting chakra energy, so she readily agreed. Sasuke was in a hurry to go back and show off, and it was Sakura's turn to spend time with Baiyu today, so he didn't want to come over in the afternoon to be a light bulb. Ino wanted to intervene and watch Baiyu and Sakura spend time together, but Sakura talked to Ino for a long time, and Ino had to go back to avoid disturbing Baiyu, because after Sakura spent time with Baiyu today, it would be her turn tomorrow. If she was willing, if Sakura is willing to share the time spent together so that everyone can play with Baiyu, then Sakura is willing to let Ino watch while she is with Baiyu today. After saying this, Ino weighed the pros and cons and put away the idea of a euro being a light bulb. More importantly, although the condition she released was to let Baiyu cultivate the stone fruit to bloom, secretly she still hoped that Baiyu would become a man who suits her heart according to her ideas. Baiyu looks so handsome when he is naughty, but Sasuke and Sakura don't think so. Sasuke and Sakura want to cultivate Baiyu into an upright and powerful person. Ino can only come secretly. After the girls left in the bedroom, the curtains were drawn and the room was dim. Baiyu lay motionless on the bed thinking about how to teach Sakura how to use the power of the stand. He can see the external expression of Sakura's spiritual power, which is very impactful. This kind of spiritual power is very strong. After all, Sakura is different from him. The two have different physique. In addition to chakra energy, he also has the power of the stand. Stand power requires qualifications. Baiyu couldn't figure out why Sakura had such spiritual power, and he could see the shape of spiritual power, but since he could see it, it meant that Sakura's physique was unusual. Maybe the Harano clan had something. After waking up from his nap, he would teach Sakura how to extract chakra energy and use spiritual power. Sakura is very strong-willed. She has a clear vision and knows what to do. If there was no me in this world, she would have given up after a few years of too much pressure and become an ordinary vase. I like her strong will. There is no need for any reason to help people. Helping your wife, there is even less need for a reason. If he had arrows, saints' remains, and stone masks in his hands, he would take these things out and let Sakura choose an opportunity to change herself. Baiyu hopes that good friends and family can live well, happy together, and be happy. Just like Sasuke. Sasuke's family is destined to encounter disasters. Baiyu was prepared to be hated by Sasuke for life. In his opinion, losing his brother was better than losing his family and parent. His empty home was only lively with Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino. Before, this home made him feel lonely. Baiyu couldn't imagine how Sasuke spent every day and night living alone in the deserted family residence in the original work. What a terrible experience it must have been. I know Sasuke will encounter misfortune in the future. How can I watch him live a bad life? Since we have to step into the darkness, let's be thorough in the darkness. Before Sasuke finds out what he has done, he will hide himself well. The Sandame found out what I did, which made it impossible for me to continue my previous life. This seems to be a bad thing, but if you look at the problem from another angle, it may be a good thing. The Sandame will guide me in my practice. I can't defeat Uchiha Itachi by practicing and figuring out how to become stronger. Now that the Sandame is teaching me, maybe I I can kill Uchiha Itachi alone. Baiyu thought of this, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for Sakura to come to him in the afternoon. After a morning of enlightenment, Itachi also figured out some things. Only through communication can people understand each other. If he doesn't communicate with Shizuke, and Shizuke doesn't talk to him, the misunderstanding between the two will accumulate. This won't work. Shizuke is his light, the only warmth he feels in this family. When Itachi returned home, he happened to meet Shizuke, who ran back. The two met on the road. Shizuke wanted to pounce on Itachi as usual, but the incident of standing up yesterday caused the two brothers to feel uneasy. Shizuke slowed down, not knowing how to talk to his brother. Itachi looked at Sasuke's slowed pace and his calm eyes flashed a lost look. Then, Itachi stopped talking, as if he had forgotten all the principles that Shisui had said in the morning. At this time, Itachi had only one thought in his mind. Chapter 162. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's Shizuke. Shizuke doesn't speak. Why should I speak? Shizuke needs to realize his mistake. I will never confess my inner thought. If Shizuke knows he is wrong, he will apologize to him. If he knows he is wrong but does not apologize to him, then it just means the younger brother is the same as his father. They are the same person. Shizuke saw Itachi turned around and walked towards home, not waiting for him as before. He lowered his head in disappointment, not knowing how to tell Itachi about his enlightenment. He had been standing him up all the time. He just forgot once and got so angry. The elder brother only loves himself. After the two brothers met, they walked into the house in silence. At noon, Uchiha Fugaku came back for lunch. He was just at home at this time. Shizuke saw that his parents were both there, so he opened his Sharingan very experiencedly, pretended to change his shoes at the entrance, and walked past Itachi. Shizuke never thought that it would be so easy to open his Sharingan. It was too easy to open his eyes just because he was jealous. With Sakura and Ino next to Baiyu, he had no shortage of opportunities to be jealous. Shizuke wanted to pretend to be calm and walk around the house so that his parents and brother could see his Sharingan. He was so awesome now, but Shizuke couldn't suppress a smile on his little face so that his facial expression was a little distorted. He just wanted to laugh and pretend, but he couldn't suppress a smile so that his delicate little face looked very magical at this time. Itachi glanced at him casually, and he had been paying attention to Shizuke. When Itachi saw the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he forgot to put his shoes away in shock and stared at Shizuke walking by in a daze. A faint killing intent bloomed in his heart, and his hatred for Uchiha Fugaku expanded to the extreme. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Killing Tien Mizinzi and Mizunotsuki teacher is not enough. Now they are attacking people around Shizuke. Is the Sharingan really that important? Itachi lowered his head, his hair covering his eyes. Sasuke's abnormal behavior in the past 2 days and his silence when he came back just now. This moment has an explanation. Itachi suddenly recalled that when he went home, he planned to ask his father why he sent people to kill Tien Mizinzi and Mizunotsuki teacher. Just like Shizuke now, he returned home in silence and opened his Sharingan without any concealment until he heard his father's congratulations. His heart was completely dead. There is no point in asking again. Shizuke noticed that Itachi glanced at him and lowered his head. He raised his chin with some pride. His brother also called him a fool and said that he would never be able to open the Sharingan in his life. Take a look now. You will be shocked to death. Chapter 163. Sharingan is so easy to open. Uchiha Fugaku went out to rescue Itachi last time and was injured by Hitaki Sakumo's clone. Since there was nothing to do in the police department, he went to work and punched in, left a shadow clone in the police department to slack off, and went home to recover. Just now, I finished eating the cookies that Mikoto baked for Itachi and saw Itachi return home with a dark face. Uchiha Fugaku quickly put away the plate and put it in an inconspicuous place. Then I saw Shizuke followed Itachi in again. Uchiha Fugaku has rich life experience, and he saw at a glance that the two brothers had a conflict and their relationship was not good. Uchiha Fugaku was wondering what was going on. If he knew what was going on, he could ask Mikoto to persuade him. At home, he was always a dignified person, a strict father. Mikoto was a gentle mother, a loving mother. Mikoto had to do the work of persuading, and he was not good at speaking. Just when Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled by the sudden deterioration of the relationship between the two brothers, he suddenly saw Shizuke raised his little face as if he was afraid that others would not see it, and walked with his face raised. Uchiha Fugaku pretended to drink tea, but he was actually eating biscuits and was thirsty. Seeing Shizuke like a little peacock, he couldn't help but spit it out. Ahem. Uchiha Fugaku picked up the rag on the table and wiped it. Uchiha Mikoto saw the two brothers coming back. She walked out and was about to talk, but she suddenly saw the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes. Shizuke, your eyes, are you open? Uchiha Mikoto's tone did not show joy. Shizuke said, well, I just opened it today. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Uchiha Fugaku stopped wiping the table and looked up. He found that there was indeed a megatema in Sasuke's eyes, which made his heart sink. The richer the emotions, the easier it is to open the Sharingan. Shizuke said that it was so easy to open the Sharingan. I'm afraid he lost a very important person. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were not happy. Itachi opened the Sharingan very early, which made them feel uncomfortable, but now Shizuke opened his eyes earlier than Itachi. Will Shizuke still be happy? This is a blood limit that will only be opened when you understand that what you have lost cannot be recovered. Uchiha Mikoto is also a ninja who opened the Sharingan, and she is also a jonin. It was only after marrying Fugaku that she became a housewife with peace of mind. Every ninja of the Uchiha clan least wants to recall the experience of getting the Sharingan, but the awakening awakening of the Sharingan brought them a powerful force that made them recall the lost love all the time. The more they recalled, the more painful it was, and the stronger their pupil power became. Some members of the clan collapsed, their minds became twisted, and they wanted to get rid of the pain of memories, so they completely denied the love they had lost, thinking that it was not love and not worth remembering, and they denied the best things they had ever done. Some members of the clan hated their eyes because of this. Some people were tired of fighting. In the era when the ninja village had not yet been built, in order to protect their loved ones and the remaining important people, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan had Toto fight, and when the village was established they were extremely tired of wandering again. For the safety of the tribe members, the clan leader who led them to the strongest position also abandoned them, because all they wanted was to live safely and let their descendants not have to experience the painful experience of opening their eyes. But the irony is that the Uchiha clan has never had real peace. The Sharingan is like a curse, and there is no way to get rid of it. But the current environment is much safer than the Warring States period. At least most of the tribe members can live safely and will not open the Sharingan. The Sharingan, a blood limit, has become an eye that only a few people in the clan can open, because these few people are willing to become ninjas in order to protect the village, protect this big family, and then guard their small family. Opening the Sharingan is also due to the cruelty of war. Uchiha Mikoto thought that her 2 children would go on the road of ninjas, and under their protection they would get this power later, but she never thought that the 2 children, one experienced this pain earlier than the other. Uchiha Mikoto went up and hugged Suzuki. Uchiha Fugaku put down the rag expressionlessly and looked at his family in the living room. Uchiha Itaka looked up at Suzuki, who was hugged by Mikoto. "Well, Mom, I can't breathe." Suzuki waved his hand. Mikoto didn't ask Suzuki what he had lost. Fugaku would investigate this matter, but how many people in the village have a good relationship with Suzuki? Uchiha Mikoto thought of Baiyu, who Suzuki had been thinking about these days. Suzuki may have lost Baiyu. Baiyu may have been in danger and was killed. Uchiha Mikoto patted Suzuki on the back and said in a sad voice, "Suzuki, don't be sad." Suzuki opened his eyes wide when he heard it. What shocked him was that Mom knew the secret to opening the Sharingan. Everyone in the family knew it. Everyone in the family knew the pain of opening the Sharingan, so they didn't care whether he opened his eyes or not. That's why his brother said he was so stupid that he would never be able to open the Sharingan in his life. Suzuki recalled the process of opening his eyes, and his mood became bad. He deliberately didn't think about it, and then he would be very happy to get along with Baiyu. But when he thought about it, his heart was particularly uncomfortable, like a knife cutting. Chapter 163 Sharingan is so easy to open. Suzuki said hoarsely, "Mom, I'm not uncomfortable." "I know. Go back to the room and have a good rest first. By the way, buy a bunch of flowers and visit your friends when you have time," Uchiha Mikoto said. Suzuki didn't react. He glanced at his father and found that Uchiha Fugaku was looking at him expressionlessly, without any joy in his eyes. In the past, Suzuki would feel lost because he was eager to hear his father say that he was worthy of being my son. But now, Suzuki understood something, and understood his family's concern for him. But how should he tell his family that the reason he opened his eyes was because his good brother might not be satisfied if he pretended to be a woman? If he told this, he would definitely be beaten. This matter must not be known to his parents and brother. Suzuki looked at the eyes of his family and felt guilty. He decided to keep the truth of opening his eyes in his heart for the rest of his life and not let anyone know. Well, Baiyu already knew, and knew that he opened the Sharingan because he was jealous. So embarrassing. My dark history. This is my dark history. Suzuki hurried back to the room. Bang. Uchiha Itaka sat opposite Uchiha Fugaku with his hands on the table. Itaka lowered his head and said, "I've had enough." "Why did Suzuki also?" "If you've had enough, just keep on bearing it," Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. "Itaki, remember, don't yell when you don't have enough ability. Venting out your emotions will not hurt your opponent but will make people laugh. Put away your incompetent heart. Accept what you are experiencing now like a man," Uchiha Fugaku shouted loudly. Itaka clenched his fist. He was about to ask his father why he had to sacrifice Suzuki, but after hearing his father's remark he found that his father was already laughing at him. Yes, he is like a clown now. His father was looking at his stupid appearance opposite, laughing at him and scolding him. What can be changed in such a family? His only light has also stepped into darkness. Itaka silently let go of his hand, stood up and said, "I'm leaving." Well, Uchiha Fugaku watched Itaka leave the house. He said to Mikoto beside him, "No lunch. I'm going to the police department to see who is touching my son." Of Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 164 Drinking tea, reading newspapers, and waiting for the end of work. You have to pay attention to the situation in the village. One move can affect the whole body. The people in the clan are already dissatisfied with the village. If you take action, they may take the opportunity to force you to attack the village. Uchiha Mikoto said very calmly, "But can I watch Suzuki being hurt and remain indifferent?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Mikoto. First it was Itaki, and now it's Suzuki. Itaka's incident can be said to be an accident. After all, the war had just ended not long ago. But what about Suzuki? The village is so safe, and Suzuki is my son. Would it be an accident for him to open the Sharingan? The village did it on purpose. They are provoking me. They are getting into trouble. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and said, "I have eyes that can see through the future. Even if the third generation is known as the strongest Hokage of all generations, what can it do? The battle of ninjas is like playing cards. I have seen through all his cards. The reason I didn't do it was just to see if there were other gentle ways to save the relationship between our family and the village. If they force me to go to war, I'm not afraid to fight them. It's okay for a village that can't protect protect my family to be destroyed in the flames of war. They want to die. I'll help them. This game of chess gives me a headache, so just pull the table. Uchiha Fugaku walked outside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Are you sure it was the village who did it? Uchiha Mikoto said. Uchiha Fugaku turned around. Uchiha Mikoto said, investigate it carefully. Don't let anger blind you. The future of the family is tied to you. I lost my mind. Uchiha Fugaku calmed down. He was under great pressure. The number of times he used his main Jakaya Sharingan was reduced, and now he was almost blind. But in this situation, he still didn't find a way to ease the relationship between the family and the village. As his eyesight blurred, he seemed to be losing his sight. People's prejudices are like a mountain. When others label you, you can't get rid of it anyway. When you decide to change with all your heart, others will still think that you have ulterior motive. He really couldn't save the situation. He could only hope that Ataka would grow up and come up with a solution that he couldn't think of to solve the family's problems. Is it difficult to conquer the village? The difficulty is the prejudice of the villagers against them. It was obviously just the Nine Tails at the beginning, but now, it is not just the Nine Tails. The Uchiha clan is powerful, wars are frequent, the ninja village is full of disasters, and life is lost. Everything. The villagers have piled all their resentment on the Uchiha clan. It's as if the Uchiha clan has sins in its existence, as if all the bad things are caused by the Uchiha clan. What should they do? I'll check it out, Uchiha Fugaku said. Yeah. Uchiha Mikoto nodded. She watched Uchiha Fugaku leave, and after seeing the door close, she turned around and looked at Sasuke's room, and then she went back to get the ninja bag. Although she didn't want to take the most difficult step, but if things really reached the point of no return, she would support all of Fugaku's actions. She watched Uchiha Fugaku try to restore the relationship between the family and the village, and then became numb little by little. After leaving the family, Uchiha Fugaku walked all the way to the police department. He needed to take out Bayu's files and information to know the situation of Bayu's friends. At least he had to know the family address and the relationship between his parents so that he could start the next investigation. Bayu was not important. If she died, she died. What was important was that Sasuke was hurt, and the meaning revealed by the people with ulterior motive through this action. The future situation was accumulated by small things until it finally converged into an irreversible trend. In recent years, the ninjas of their family have also disappeared frequently, which is one of the reasons why the ninjas in the family are emotional about the village. They believe that the village is implementing a plan to clip the wings of their family, slowly clipping their feathers until their combat effectiveness is completely weakened, and they can only let the village slaughter them. In addition, there is another thing. The ninjas of their family have never been able to become Hokage, and they are anxious, and it has been passed down to the 4th generation now. No one from the Uchiha clan has become Hokage, and the Senju clan has been passed down for 2 generations. Their ninja family, which is as powerful as the Senju clan, has not even produced a generation of Hokage. After the Nine Tails incident and the family's relocation to the jungle, their family has cut off the possibility of someone becoming Hokage. This also made many members of the clan lose the motivation to move forward. Looking at the tall walls surrounding the settlement, they felt confused about the future. They didn't know why the village they built ended up being an outsider. Uchiha Fugaku came to the police department, greeted the team members, and went directly to the archives to look through the information. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku found Bayu's information. A very ordinary family, a very ordinary child. Both parents were genin, and they died on a mission a few years ago. Because the police department manages the safety of the village, the villagers' home addresses and family relationships will be recorded, so any changes will be updated in time. Although the police department is no longer in charge of things, the safety of the village depends on the barrier and the anbu. But when I have nothing to do, keep the habit, otherwise the existence of the police department will be meaningless. After Bayu's parents died, he began to live alone, just like other orphans in the village. Because the descendants of ninjas are relatively smart, these orphans can take care of themselves, which is also the reason why they participated in the previous battles. The village will be responsible for the expenses of these orphans until they become genin, and after becoming genin, they will start to make money for the village. Uchiha Fugaku found Bayu's home address. It was inconvenient for him to go there himself, so he called a member of the police department to secretly investigate Bayu. This child is dead. Immortality is not enough to open the Sharingan. You need to go and see, but don't cause any rumors. Find traces of the battle and tell me the result. Uchiha Fugaku issued the task and said. Uchiha Xianzhen took Bayu's information and walked out. Look while walking. The people in the police department have very good vision, and they all look at it. Stop looking. It's not your turn to look. Uchiha Xianzhen said venomously. He raised the information in his hand and shook it and walked away. I'm going to do a big job today. You guys will slowly get moldy. Damn it, this guy has found something to do. Don't talk, drink tea, read the newspaper, and wait until the end of work. Another said. Chapter 165. How did Sasuke open the Sharingan? Not long after Uchiha Xianzhen left, Uchiha Jimizing found Uchiha Fugaku. Captain, I have something to say. What's the matter? Uchiha Fugaku was waiting for Suinzan's news. Uchiha Jimizing said hesitantly. Last night, a red-haired child came to us for help. I saw that the person chasing him was from the Anbu, so I rejected him. Just now, when Xianzhen walked over with the information, I took a look and it was exactly the same as the person who asked us for help yesterday. Uchiha Fugaku frowned when he heard this. Tell me more. Uchiha Jimizing said. The child has red hair and light green eyes. His blood limit is very strange. It can disguise itself as a building environment and change the color of the building. He ran ran to the police department to ask for help at around 6 o'clock last night. At that time, the captain, had already gone back. He told me that he was a friend of Master Suzuki. Because the matter involved the Anbu, I only let him hide for a while and let him leave. Uchiha Jimizing was uneasy. Would his actions cause trouble for the clan leader? But the clan leader Fugaku didn't tell them to take special care of the red-haired boy. In addition, the police department has completely shrunk its activities in the village in recent years. It is a unanimous decision of the family to not care about things and not cause trouble. Uchiha Chime looked at Uchiha Fugaku with trepidation. Uchiha sighed. Okay, go back to work. Uchiha Chime left the office. Uchiha Fugaku then knew what happened. Baiyu was chased by the Anbu people, so he had no choice but to come to the police department to ask for help. But the police department refused to provide shelter to Baiyu because of the family's strategy and did not want to cause trouble. If it was the Anbu, things would be really difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, there will be big problems. And their refusal led to one thing, which was that Baiyu was killed by the Anbu people. Suzuki did not see Baiyu or saw Baiyu's death, and then he realized that his friend died and could not be saved and felt desperate, so he opened the Sharingan. The incident did not involve Suzuki, which made him relieved. Although it was a pity that Suzuki lost a friend and it was likely that he would hate making friends with people in the future, it was still a better thing for them that the incident did not involve Suzuki. Otherwise, he really had to take the initiative and lead his people to attack the village. The Sandaime thought that the Uchiha clan was weak and could be bullied, and he kept bullying them, but he didn't know that he, who had the Mangekaya Sharingan, could easily slaughter all the high-ranking officials in the village if he was prepared. If he didn't still love the village, how could he tolerate the village's behavior of getting more and more aggressive? Just when Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, Uchiha Xianzhen came back. Wow, aren't you going to do something big? Why are you back so soon? Maybe you met a tough guy. Do you want us to help you? Uchiha Xianzhen listened to the words of his people and he went to the captain's office with a dark face. Captain, I'm back. Uchiha Xianzhen said. Come in. Uchiha Xianzhen walked into the office and closed the door. Why did you come back so soon? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Even though he knew that the Anbu had done it, Uchiha Xianzhen didn't know yet, so Uchiha Xianzhen should have gone to look for clues step by step, investigating and verifying bit by bit. How come he came back less than 10 minutes after leaving? Uchiha Xianzhen stood upright in the office with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the ceiling, pretending that he was not fooled by the Fugaku clan leader, and said without any anger, report to the captain. The target of the investigation is still alive and his home address is not far from the police department. It takes only a few minutes for me to go back and forth. Zhong immediately judged the situation. This was the fastest time I had ever completed a task. It successfully allowed me to return to my old state of work in the police department, and I didn't get bored like other colleagues. What? Still alive? The situation is different from what he thought. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. Didn't Jimizing just say that Baiyu was dead? Why did Xianzhen say that Baiyu was still alive? Wait, Jimizing only said that Baiyu was chased by the Anbu, and didn't say that Baiyu was dead. Baiyu's death was just a situation he judged based on Sasuke's condition. In other words, Baiyu being chased by the Anbu was nothing serious. So how did Suzuki open his eyes? Suzuki has been talking about Baiyu since the beginning of the school year. He is sure that no one's relationship in Sasuke's heart is higher than Baiyu, right? Baiyu is not dead. How did Suzuki open his Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku was confused. Fortunately, Mikoto persuaded him, otherwise the reason for the destruction of Konoha would be that he misunderstood the village in his rage. Xianzhen, is there a possibility that the Baiyu you saw is fake? Uchiha Fugaku asked tentatively. Uchiha Xianzhen shook his head and said, it can't be fake. I saw it with my Sharingan. Also, when I went to find him, I broke into the room through the window. That kid was furious. He jumped up and got up. He was very angry and wanted to fight with me. I remembered your words and never disturbed the lives of the resident. I immediately left with a flashing body technique and rushed back to report to you. Uchiha Fugaku, who is that? Baiyu looked at the broken glass on the ground. He was furious and wanted to fight with that guy, but that guy turned around and ran away. He didn't even see clearly. He was the fastest enemy he had ever seen. Are you bullying him because he can't do the flashing body technique? Purple Hermit, read out the direction he went and his current location. We will bury him after he recovers. The security in the village is too bad. I will give Suzuki some advice someday. Someone broke into the house and robbed in broad daylight. If I hadn't been at home, that person would have succeeded. Baiyu cursed, and the Purple Hermit appeared and used telepathy on the ground. The broken glass shards began to gather under the traction of the substitute's power. When Baiyu saw the direction of the enemy's escape and the current location, he immediately lost his temper. Baiyu lay down, blowing the cold wind from the window. He looked at the ceiling aggrievedly. What's wrong with you? What is he doing here? Didn't I just kidnap Suzuki? Is it necessary to come to my house to show off? It's over. There is no glass in the window. I will freeze to death at night. Wait, I can go to Sasuke's room. When Baiyu thought about it, he suddenly felt that this was a good thing. This was to give him an assist. A bad thing happened. If you think about it from another angle, it might be a good thing. Baiyu hurriedly limped open the door. Chapter 166, running really fast. Baiyu was awakened from his nap. He saw someone coming in from the window and the glass shattered. At this moment, the man left. Baiyu didn't see who it was. All he could say was that the man ran really fast. Baiyu was very angry at first, but later he realized that the man was from the police department and he lost his temper. He wouldn't go to the police department head on, would he? I don't know who it is. It doesn't seem to be hostile. Baiyu didn't dare to pursue the matter. Maybe he went to the police department to ask for help and the police department came to check the situation today. In other words, he registered with the police department and was known by Sasuke's father. It's good that he will be easier to get along with Uchiha Fugaku in the future. He hasn't woken up yet and his mind is slow. After seeing the broken glass in the house, he pushed the door open and went to the opposite room. Although the Uchiha clan bullied him and smashed the glass in his house, but Baiyu was not angry at all. He is a person with a peaceful and kind personality. At worst, he can vent his anger on Sasuke in the future. In the afternoon, Sakura came to find Baiyu. Because Baiyu was inconvenient to move, Sakura got the key to Baiyu's house as she wished. The two agreed to practice together in the afternoon. Ino and Sasuke also gave in to this and gave them time to get along. Sakura came to Baiyu's house with great anticipation. Baiyu, I'm coming in. Sakura opened the door and walked into the house. Seeing that no one was in the house, she said, Baiyu, are you still resting? Sakura went upstairs and saw Baiyu opening the door and walking out. It's Sakura, you're here. Yeah, today I have been alone with Baiyu for the first time in a long time. It's really great. Yeah, Sakura made a victory gesture in her heart. Then she looked at Baiyu shyly on the surface and her expression on the inside was completely opposite to that on the outside. One was lively and straightforward and the other looked like a little girl on the surface. Baiyu thought it was fun, so she leaned against the wall and walked outside. Let's take a break first. Let's start by extracting chakra energy. Okay. Sakura helped Baiyu to the living room. There is also a living room on the second floor, with sofas, coffee tables and furniture. After the curtains are opened, the house is also very warm. Baiyu has always used the living room on the second floor because his room is on the second floor, but after the ninja school started, he walked in and out of the house and developed the habit of resting in the living room on the first floor when he got home. When he was with friends, he also chatted and played in the living room on the first floor. Sakura was the first person to go upstairs and chat with him in the living room on the second floor. When he and Sasuke were cleaning the room, they were busy working. Baiyu and Sakura sat on the sofa together. Sakura asked, are you feeling better? Better. Baiyu raised his hand and felt less painful, but his leg seemed to be broken and it hurt a lot when he walked. Mao Uxian helped him a lot. Sakura chatted with Baiyu for a while and the topic gradually got to the point. Sakura, do you know how to extract chakra energy? Baiyu asked. Xiaoying said, I know, but after all, I haven't tried it yet, so I feel a little nervous. Relax, you are very smart and will find the trick. Warm up first. Baiyu said, you can run on the spot. Do push UPS at UPS and just move a little bit. When your body gets hot and sweat, you can wake up the state of exercise. Okay. Xiaoying was still a little embarrassed, but she still did what Baiyu said and exercised alone in the living room. Baiyu watched from the side. After Xiaoying finished the exercise, her heart rate increased, sweat came out of her body and the pink hair on her forehead stuck to her forehead because of sweat. Xiaoying reached out to tidy up her hair and stood in front of Baiyu panting. It's fine now. Sit down, adjust your breathing, make hand seals, listen to your heartbeat and calm your mood. Baiyu said with considerable experience. When you calm down completely, you will feel a dark in your heart and then a light spot of chakra energy will emerge. If you maintain this process, the light of chakra energy will increase until it completely occupies the space in your heart. Sakura had only heard about the process of extracting chakra and now she was more confident after hearing Baiyu tell her again. She sat cross-legged on the floor facing Baiyu, feeling the sunlight coming in from outside the living room and the cool breeze blowing on her body. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Baiyu felt that some changes had taken place in Sakura, and this change was that Sakura looked better. Her spirit was completely different from before, and her eyes were more energetic. After Sakura extracted the chakra energy, she opened her eyes and saw the smiling red-haired boy on the sofa in front of her. The boy stretched out his hand. She held the boy's hand gracefully and was pulled up. Sakura sat next to Baiyu and said excitedly, I feel the chakra energy. It's so magical. I feel like there is a kind of power in my body that I can clearly feel. My mind and body have also changed a lot. Baiyu said, I felt the same way when I extracted chakra energy for the first time. Now I am familiar with the state of chakra energy. When you pass the adaptation period, it will be much better than now. What color is your chakra energy? Sakura. Baiyu asked. It's light green, right? Just like your eyes. Sakura said with a smile. She made seals with her hands, triggering the chakra energy light for Baiyu to see. Baiyu nodded. It looks good. Each of us has a different color of chakra energy. Maybe it's because our spiritual power is different. I'm not sure about this. I'll read more books about chakra when I have time. It just so happens that I have become a ninja, so I can read ninja book. When Sakura said this, she remembered something and said, becoming a medical ninja also requires good chakra energy control skills. I asked my mother about this and she told me to slowly practice chakra control ability. If I learn medical ninjutsu, I can help you. Sakura said as she looked at the bandages wrapped around Baiyu. Baiyu lowered her head. It's okay. Thank you for your kindness. I'm very happy that you can learn medical knowledge for me. Although I don't know why, it seems that my good recovery ability does not make me recover faster, as if I was cursed. The better the recovery ability, the more serious the injury. Baiyu sighed. I will be much more relaxed with your help in the future. Yeah. Sakura smiled happily. It's really good to be able to help the people you like. She now has the chakra energy and will start to practice chakra energy control in the future. Chapter 167 Teach Sakura to practice. Sakura extracted chakra energy and Baiyu decided to tell Sakura how to use the stand, helping Sakura become stronger. No reason is needed. Baiyu said, Sakura, you know my blood limit, right? Yes, it's that purple plant. Sakura paid attention to it. Baiyu said, the name of this blood limit is stand, which is a powerful image produced by the human body's life energy. Although it is a projection of life force to the outside, the human spirit is also in it. It plays a vital role. From what I have been observing, Sakura, your spiritual power has a strong impact. Baiyu, why are you saying this? Sakura said seriously, you want to give it to me, right? Baiyu nodded and said, yes. Then I refuse to learn. Sakura said, please don't tell this kind of thing in the future. The most important thing for ninjas is intelligence. If others know the secret of your blood limit, you will be in great danger. I don't want you to be in danger. Sakura said, a little embarrassed. Ninjas value the continuation of the family the most. This kind of thing, after we have children, we will. Before Sakura finished speaking, her cheeks suddenly turned red like a cooked crab, and steam came out of her head. I'll teach you, I'll teach you, Sakura said blankly. Baiyu stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Sakura. Sakura hasn't come back to her senses yet. Did you faint? Baiyu asked. He looked at Xiao Ying's current state curiously. She fainted while sitting. Xiao Ying saw Baiyu and immediately came back to her senses. Anyway, that's it. This is the family heritage. Xiao Ying, you also think we are a family, right? Baiyu said happily. Isn't it normal to make your family happy? I think the strongest relationship in the world is family. If it is a family, you can safely say all your thought. It is a relationship that can be fully trusted. I also believe in you, so I am willing to teach you. Xiao Ying saw Baiyu's eyes and felt warm in her heart. Just when the two were about to continue talking, they suddenly heard the sound of glass being stepped on. Baiyu immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Xiao Ying, stand back. Baiyu immediately stood up and protected Xiao Ying behind him. Baiyu, what happened? Xiao Ying asked behind Baiyu. Baiyu looked at her room. Maybe I'm too nervous, but I did hear a sound just now. It was like the crackling sound of glass being stepped on. Don't move here. I'll go check it out. Baiyu finished speaking and glanced at Sakura. Sakura nodded worriedly. Baiyu stretched out his hand, and a woman with red hair and a graceful figure immediately appeared outside Baiyu's body and walked towards Baiyu's room. He and the stand had senses that were connected, not only the sense of touch, but also the vision. As the power of the stand became stronger, Baiyu became more and more adept at controlling the purple hermit. Sometimes when he was asleep, his consciousness would still control the purple hermit to walk outside. This was also what Suzuki discovered when he came to see him a few days ago. Many times he and the purple hermit talked to each other, and there was a feeling of talking to himself. It was the kind of state where you would see the purple hermit for a while, and then see yourself from the perspective of the purple hermit. Baiyu could observe the environment from the perspective of the stand through the various senses of the purple hermit. At this time, Baiyu controlled the purple hermit to walk towards his room. As the stand began to move, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became solemn. In the dimly lit corridor, low footsteps sounded, and along with the movement of the stand walking, a purple onomatopoeia emerged in front of him. Baiyu controlled the purple hermit to reach out and grab the door. Instead of holding the door handle, he put his hand directly inside and grabbed the door panel. Let me see who's here, the purple hermit said gloomily. On the window outside the room, Uchiha Fugaku was pressing the window for Baiyu. Just because his team members were stupid, it didn't mean he was stupid too. After hearing Xianzhen say that he broke the window of Baiyu's house with a volley sliding tackle and then turned around and left when he saw that the person was still alive, Uchiha Fugaku thought about it and decided to see Baiyu with his own eyes in order to prevent his team members from making mistake. By the way, he closed the window of Baiyu's house again. Uchiha Fugaku brought the materials to the downstairs of Baiyu's house, and when he looked up, he saw which window was broken. Just as he was pressing the window, he suddenly noticed the sound of talking coming from the living room on the second floor. Then, I saw that the atmosphere in the room suddenly became much lower. There was a unique and depressing atmosphere. Uchiha Fugaku ignored it. What storms and waves has he not seen? This little atmosphere makes him nervous, which is underestimating him. Uchiha Xianzhen said that Baiyu has a bad temper. Few red-haired people have a gentle temper. Didn't Kushina also hit him whenever she disagreed with him? Baiyu is still furious now, but what can he do? Can he still confront Uchiha Fugaku? Baiyu can just beat two soldiers, but he still wants to attack him. A Jonin, he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the police department. If the Uchiha clan hadn't been in trouble in recent years, in the past his words would have shocked the village. When the Hokage saw him, he would pay attention to his opinion. Chapter 167 Teaching Sakura to Practice. The Hokage assistants had to speak kindly to him when they saw him. Are you angry? Just bear with it. Who made him the police officer? Where is the captain? Baiyu wanted to get angry with him, but he ignored him. Uchiha Fugaku closed the window in a few seconds and planned to leave. Since the person is still alive, there is no need to meet. After all, he was too embarrassed to show up when his team members broke the glass of other people's houses. It was too embarrassing. Although the matter was small, it would not sound good if it was spread out. It would also affect the relationship between Baiyu and Suzuki. What Uchiha Fugaku did not see was that after he left, a beautiful woman with red hair opened the door. Baiyu looked at the empty house and glanced at the glass that was intact, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. What's going on? The people of the Uchiha clan ran too fast, right? Baiyu was a little confused. Could it be that the person who broke his glass had a change of heart and came back? Baiyu was confused by the nerve operation of the Uchiha clan. He saw that there was no danger in the room, so his main body walked towards the room. The woman with long red hair overlapped with Baiyu's body, turned into an illusory figure, and finally disappeared. Sakura followed Baiyu and looked at Baiyu worriedly. Baiyu turned around around and said, "It's okay, Sakura, what happened? I don't know who it was, but it looked a little strange. The person broke the glass in my house and fixed it again. Did you see who it was clearly?" Sakura asked. Bai Yu shook her head. "I didn't see it clearly, I ran too fast, but the skill of pressing the glass is very good. Sakura is not a character who will be bullied. It's not okay even if the skill is very good. Let's go to the police department to report them." "Forget it, Sakura, I'm not angry at all," Bai Yu said. "Sakura, Bai Yu, this is your bad point. You are easy to be bullied," Bai Yu said with deep approval. "Yes, so there are always people bullying me. Sakura, let me teach you how to use mental power." Sakura nodded. "Okay, I learned it so I can become stronger and protect you." Bai Yu was very moved and Sakura decided to protect him. "Look handsome," Sakura added. "You can only let me and Shizuke bully you, so you should be strong." Bai Yu was even more moved by what he said. Sakura was so nice to him. Sakura was puzzled when she saw Bai Yu's look. "I know you like Shizuke. I just said that only Shizuke and I can bully you. I deliberately forgot about Ino. Why didn't you bring it up? Ino has been pestering you recently, right?" Bai Yu thought about Ino and said, "Ino, she likes to be bullied by me." Before Bai Yu finished speaking, he saw Sakura's cheeks puffed up and he was very angry. "What did that woman teach you?" "Bai Yu, come here. What are you doing? Tell me what Ino said to you." Sakura walked to the living room. Bai Yu hesitated. He didn't want to betray Ino. "Let's practice first, shall we?" "Hurry up, stop talking." Okay. Chapter 168 Sakura's different period. Bai Yu began to talk about his relationship with Ino. Sakura was a little gossipy and wanted to know how her good opponent brushed her man's favorability. "Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle." Then, Bai Yu said, "Oh, it's so strange," Sakura exclaimed. Bai Yu continued to say helplessly, "Oh, it's so strange," Sakura exclaimed again. Bai Yu shrugged helplessly. "Oh my god, it's so weird." Xiao Ying was completely shocked. Bai Yu said, "Really? Although I feel helpless, this is what Ino asked. I can only get along with her like this." Xiao Ying sighed. "I really can't tell that under Ino's lively and cute appearance, she actually has such a strange hobby." "Yes," Bai Yu nodded, "but it's quite interesting. You are really led astray by her." Xiao Ying was impressed. "Ino and Shizuke really showed their magical powers to capture you. Shizuke doesn't have it." Bai Yu thought of Shizuke, and just as he was about to say it, Xiao Ying's fist suddenly fell on his head. "Don't think about Shizuke. Don't think about Shizuke." "Got it, Sakura soul. Think less about her." "Okay," Bai Yu said. "Don't you get along well with them? Why are you trying to spy on the enemy now?" Sakura lowered her head and said, "Because we all think so, but we have been together these days so you can't see it. In fact, if we chat with you privately, we will try our best to win your favor and want to surpass the position of others in your heart." Sakura raised her head and looked at Bai Yu. "If you want them all, then I admit defeat and can only accept it. Now, I ask you again, do you really want them all?" Bai Yu nodded and said, "Yes, you are all cute. I don't want to choose back and forth. If you want them all, there is less trouble to think. I used to do things this way. When faced with choices, especially those that make me feel difficult, I want all of them. Simple, straightforward, no worries. I like a heartless and worry-free life." Bai Yu finished speaking and looked at Sakura. "Sakura, will you hate me very much?" "No, I am the third party. Although I always think that I met you first. Who made you like Shizuke first? So whether it is me or Ino, we are actually competing with Shizuke for him." Sakura looked at Bai Yu and said, "I will try my best to make you like me. Since you choose to have both, then I will admit it. I, Ino, and Shizuke will live with you as a big family in advance. Then you have to give me a chance." Bai Yu said. "What chance?" Sakura said. "Give me a chance to make you like me. You still have to finish reading all the books in the library. I will still examine your memorization. Then before you finish reading the books in the entire library, let's get along like this, right? I won't change your way of dealing with people. Before you finish reading the books in the entire library, I will spend the life you want with you, Ino and you, Shizuke and you." "The life I want?" Bai Yu pursed her lips. "Thank you, Sakura. Actually, I like you a little bit. I like your cuteness, your gentleness and your occasional angry look. These are all advantages in my opinion, without any flaws." "No flaws?" Sakura asked. Bai Yu nodded and said, "No flaws. Even if there are flaws that others think are bad, there are still no flaws in my eyes because you are this kind of Sakura. This is the Sakura that I like. You are the one I like." Bai Yu. Sakura thought about it and touched her forehead. "Nothing. Do you think I am good looking?" Sakura asked. "Whether it is Ino or Shizuke, they are very good looking." Sakura is very unconfident in front of these two people. What's more outrageous is that Bai Yu is also very good looking. She is definitely more beautiful than her in a little skirt. This is a big blow to her. Bai Yu took away Sakura's hand covering her forehead. "It's not as bad as others say." Sakura bit her lip and looked up at Bai Yu. Bai Yu said, "I'm not lying to you. You are very beautiful and will be very beautiful in the future." Sakura said, "Everyone says that my forehead is very wide and they will deliberately mention this in front of me. Although I have been pursuing you, I am still aware of my own shortcomings." Bai Yu looked at Sakura and shook his head slowly. "If you don't believe me, I will prove it to you." "Right, prove." Sakura was puzzled. Bai Yu got up from the sofa and waved to Sakura. "Follow me." Sakura followed Bai Yu. The two found a pen and a large piece of white paper. The white paper was spread on the flat table. Bai Yu said to Sakura beside him, "Look, I will draw what you will look like in the future. The picture you drew is just your imagination, right?" Sakura said dejectedly. "Even if it is the picture I imagined, it is enough to show that I like you, isn't it?" "Sakura, you are very cute now." Bai Yu turned around and said, "Don't stay there. Come and help. It's not what you think." Chapter 168 Sakura's different period. "Do you remember, Sakura, I told you that the stand power power is a powerful image produced by life energy, and my image is the purple thorn. I'm not sure if you have the same qualifications as me, and I don't know if you can learn my blood limit, but as long as you can learn it and use your spiritual power, it will be a great success. People are very strange. The associations triggered by thinking will make people have vague judgments about future events. In my eyes, Xiaoying, you have always been very beautiful, and I can roughly judge what you will look like in the future. Bai Yu finished speaking and controlled the purple hermit to read and write on the paper. Xiaoying looked over curiously, but she couldn't see the purple hermit. The purple hermit was invisible when it was not exposed to chakra energy. Xiaoying only saw Bai Yu holding a pen in his hand and drawing on the paper. After a while, a little man appeared on the white paper. It was what she looked like now. Xiaoying looked in the mirror every day, and she could tell that it was herself. Then, a bigger person appeared next to her, and then another bigger person, more and more confident, more beautiful, and more gentle. From the heroic spirit of a girl to the maternal virtues of an adult, dignified and beautiful, the changes in the whole person can be seen. This temperament is vividly displayed on the paper. Xiaoying looked at the painting on the paper curiously. Is this really me? Of course it's you. Bai Yu pointed at the picture on the paper and said, this is what you look like now. This is what you look like when you graduate from the ninja school. This is you. Bai Yu couldn't say anything. He looked at the picture of Sakura on the paper as she grew up and became a mother, and felt guilty. He was so sorry for Sasuke. This is Sasuke's wife. But Sakura looks really good as a mother. The more he looks at her, the more he likes her. She is so beautiful. Why don't you say anything? Sakura asked. Bai Yu looked at Sakura after hearing this and felt even more guilty. He was not only sorry for Sasuke but also for Sakura. Sakura's husband has also become his wife. The feminized Sasuke is also very good looking. Why on earth would he have such a devilish idea? Bai Yu said bluntly, this is how you look as a mother. Bai Yu had just finished speaking. Suddenly he felt his eyes darken and his shoulders were heavy. Well, I will be a good mother for you. Chapter 169. Just like you. Bai Yu panicked. At this moment he felt even more sorry for Sasuke, but he couldn't refuse Sakura's confession, right? Feeling guilty, Bai Yu couldn't help but say, okay, I'm looking forward to it. Sakura took a few steps back, put her hands behind her, and looked at Bai Yu embarrassedly. Looking forward to it? I'm looking forward to it too. I didn't expect that you said you wanted it, but in fact you only have me in your heart. I'm so happy. Bai Yu looked at Sakura and he was sweating all over. For a moment he felt that this scene was familiar. If he said no neck, would Sakura punch him? He seemed to have suffered this loss before. How to tell Sakura? He is not only looking forward to Sakura alone, but also looking forward to Sasuke and Ino being mothers. You are sweating again. If your injury is not healed, don't be stubborn. Sakura helped Bai Yu sit down on the sofa again and said to Bai Yu, I will be very gentle to you in the future. Wait, look at me. Sakura suddenly said loudly, are you thinking about Sasuke again? Bai Yu's eyes dodged. Sakura turned Bai Yu's head over. Look at me. I won't look. Bai Yu said stubbornly. Look at me. I won't look. Look. Click. A cracking sound suddenly sounded in the living room. Bai Yu looked at Sakura in confusion. Sasuke opened his Sharingan out of jealousy. Why do you want to murder your husband out of jealousy? Sakura looked at Bai Yu in horror, holding Bai Yu's head with both hands. Just now, the sound came from Bai Yu's neck. Sakura was so scared that she couldn't speak. Don't feel guilty. I don't blame you. Bai Yu opened her eyes and said to Sakura, and finally her eyes drooped weakly. Bai Yu, don't be in trouble. Sakura quickly straightened Bai Yu's head, but just after her straightening it, she let go of her hand. Bai Yu's head tilted again. Sakura straightened it again. She let go of her hand. Bai Yu's head tilted again. Sakura was getting more and more scared, and her heart was getting more and more terrified. Tears came out of her big green eyes. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not. When Sakura was talking incoherently, she suddenly saw Bai Yu raised her hand and wiped the tears from her cheek. Bai Yu said, why are you like that idiot Sasuke? Crying all the time? Be happy. I'm fine. Right. Sakura looked at Bai Yu and forgot to cry for a while. Bai Yu smiled and made a face and said, hehe, you are scared. How can a person's brain be so fragile? The sound just now was made by the bones, just like the sound of breaking fingers and the hand bones making a sound. Sakura, you are so easily scared, idiot. I really thought you would be in trouble. Sakura hit Bai Yu's shoulder. It hurt. It hurt. Bai Yu shouted with a gasp. Didn't you say you would be gentle to me? That depends on you not making me angry. Sakura said. Sakura's heart knot was untied and she didn't think she was not as beautiful as Sasuke and Ino. I just think that I was really ugly when I was a child. Unlike Sasuke and Ino, who have been beautiful since childhood. Sakura thought of Sasuke and Ino and was curious about what they would look like when they grew up. So she asked Bai Yu how beautiful these two people would be in the future. Bai Yu thought about it and he knew what Ino would look like in the future. A very beautiful beauty. But he didn't know how beautiful Sasuke would be. It is said that girls change a lot when they grow up. Sasuke should be more beautiful, right? She is obviously a girl, but she likes to wear men's clothes. Bai Yu will see how Sasuke hides in the future. Will he need to bind his chest? Bai Yu thought about it and shrugged helplessly. Okay, it seems more exciting to bully him this way. And he heard that the more you bind your chest, the more stylish you will be. Let's see how long Sasuke can hide. But in the morning, Sasuke seemed to have said that he would give him a gift. What gift is it? Bai Yu thought about it but couldn't guess what the gift was. So he said, I don't know. Maybe one is very beautiful and the other is also very beautiful. What kind of answer is this? Sakura said disappointedly. It means very beautiful, almost like you. Bai Yu looked up and looked out the window, wondering how Sasuke was doing after returning home. For a ninja of the Uchiha clan, opening the Sharingan is a big deal, right? When Bai Yu was getting along with Sakura and teaching Sakura how to use her spiritual power. In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi didn't find Shisui, so he could only be angry alone. After thinking for a long time, he still felt helpless about the current situation. His opponent was his father, so he could only keep this matter in his heart and he couldn't be rebellious. After all, this was his father. What he didn't expect was that his father would actually arrange for someone to kill his brother's good friend Bai Yu. As the eldest son, he was already very obedient, wasn't he? Why did he bring misfortune to Sasuke? Itachi felt very painful. The best and most gentle person in his heart was going to become as painful as him and would live in self-blame day and night. How should he comfort Sasuke? Itachi thought of meeting Sasuke on the road when he was going home, and neither of them spoke. Sasuke didn't act like a spoiled child to him, nor did he confess to him about the Sharingan. I'm afraid his mind was greatly stimulated and he was distracted. In addition, there was a little misunderstanding between the two of them, so he didn't know how to explain it to him. This chapter is not over yet. Chapter 169. Just like you, Itachi couldn't help but feel sorry for his brother. He was not good at speaking, nor could he say comforting word, but Sasuke was in pain now. If no one was with him, he would probably be stuck in a dead end like him and couldn't get out. At some point, Itachi had an idea in his mind. He couldn't be outside. He couldn't hate the false atmosphere at home that made him feel sick. He couldn't understand why Uchiha Fugaku had someone kill his friend and pretended to have a harmonious family atmosphere, but Sasuke must not be like him. Itachi walked home. When he returned home, he happened to see Uchiha Mikoto collecting clothes in the yard. Uchiha Mikoto saw Itachi coming back and said, "Itachi, lunch is ready. Has Sasuke eaten yet?" Itachi asked. Mikoto said worriedly, "No, you go see Sasuke. He must be very upset after such a thing happened. He and I are not from the same generation and he can't listen to me." Can't listen? Itachi walked into the house with a cold expression. Then he heard his mother's voice from behind. "Just like you." Itachi stopped lightly, paused for a moment and walked towards Sasuke's room. In the past, his mother seemed to have counseled him, but can such a thing be accepted by counseling? This pair of eyes opened with the blood of friends and teachers. Can he really accept it with peace of mind? As soon as he closed his eyes, the whole world was blood red. Itachi came to Sasuke's room and opened the door to see Sasuke sitting outside on the porch looking at the sun. Itachi walked over and sat down next to Sasuke. The two brothers were silent for a long time. Just when Itachi was about to say something, he suddenly heard Sasuke say, "Brother, is your girlfriend back?" Chapter 170. Sasuke wields a hoe_a bird passes_. The two brothers were silent for a long time. Neither knew how to talk to each other. Itachi was not a person who could comfort others. He was so bored that he could only listen to others complain. As a result, Itachi found that Sasuke was even more boring than him. After Bai Yu died, Sasuke was not as lively and cute as before. When Sasuke saw Itachi sitting next to him and accompanying him, he struggled in his heart. He felt very sorry for Itachi. He actually wanted to help Bai Yu steal his brother's girlfriend. Wouldn't his brother beat him to death? But he is not a girl. He is destined not to be able to accompany Bai Yu in the future. So in order to prevent Bai Yu from hating him in the future, he introduced Bai Yu a girlfriend and let them become closer. Although he still felt very painful when he saw Bai Yu with someone other than him, the Sharingan that had just turned into a Megatama was also eager to evolve. But at least his clansmen are much more reliable than Sakura and Ino. Bai Yu's girlfriends are worse than each other. Bitch on top of bitch. Expensive watch. Sasuke remembered that Itachi's girlfriend seemed to be called Uchiha Izumi, a girl with a sister-like flavor. Bai Yu kept chasing him and calling him sister, and was unwilling to call him brother. Most of her was a sister control. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more he felt that Bai Yu and Izumi were a good match. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Sasuke never knew that such conditions were required for the opening and evolution of the Sharingan. Why are there such strange eyes in the world? The greener, the stronger. He felt so uncomfortable. Sasuke didn't want the Sharingan at all. This was totally different from what he thought. Then Sasuke saw Itachi and thought to himself, "I'm sorry, brother. If either you or I were a girl, I wouldn't stare at your girlfriend. You are very important to me. Bai Yu is also very important to me. So you should understand my feelings towards Bai Yu. Feelings, right? Who made Uchiha Izumi the only girl who is a ninja in this generation in the family?" He had just asked his mother, and only Itachi's girlfriend is a ninja. Although ordinary clan members can also be recommended to Bai Yu, but since you want to recommend, why not recommend the best one to Bai Yu? Bai Yu is the person he feels the best. Sasuke thought about it and finally asked, "Brother, is your girlfriend back?" Sasuke asked while waving a hoe. "Girlfriend?" Itachi showed a surprised expression. "How can I have a girlfriend?" "That Uchiha Izumi," Sasuke said. Itachi reacted, "You are talking about female friends, right? I don't know if Izumi is back yet. She should not be back yet." Sasuke, "This kind of thing is better to say at home. It will be bad for girls if you say it outside." "Is that so?" Sasuke was relieved after hearing this. He thought he was going to steal his brother's girlfriend, but it turned out not to be the case. Sasuke continued to ask, "Aren't you and Izumi boyfriend and girlfriend? I see she's always with you, and she'll look for you whenever she comes back. Because I'm her only friend, right? Besides me, she has no one else to chat with." Itachi said, "The mission outside is too dangerous. Among those who became ninjas of the same age as him, only Izumi is left now." Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. "She often treats you to 3 color balls. I thought you two were in love and were ready to be together. If she wasn't interested in you, she wouldn't have been pestering you so often. I thought she had chased you and got you." Itachi was even more surprised surprised when he heard this. Is she chasing someone? How come I didn't know? Yes, if she wasn't chasing you, how could a girl take the initiative to buy you food? And it's your favorite sweet. Suzuki felt ashamed. He looked at Izumi so happily beside Itaki and thought Izumi had found his brother. It turns out that the output is so fierce, it's attacking the air. Miserable. Very miserable. But it's even worse. I thought she also liked tricolor balls. Itaka said. Suzuki. A degree. Suzuki continued to wave the hoe and said, maybe, if she likes you, she will speak directly, right? Since she didn't speak, maybe she likes eating tricolor balls as much as you do. Yeah, Itaka nodded. You're right. If she has this idea, she will tell me directly. But Suzuki, why are you so concerned about this matter? Nothing. Always find something to do. Suzuki thought of Baiyu and said worriedly, brother, I'm sorry for what happened yesterday. I stood you up. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. Itaka became happy. Mutual understanding is really useful. Itaka said, do you still want to learn Kunao? I want to learn. Suzuki said he has never forgotten to learn this handsome move and then show off in front of Baiyu. Then let's go out. Okay, Suzuki agreed. Uchiha Mikoto watched the two brothers go out happily as usual with a relieved smile on her face. It turned out that brothers are closer. She just went to counsel Suzuki, but Suzuki refused to listen. Although she could understand, she still felt very sad. Suzuki was unwilling to confess his thoughts to her, and she felt that there was a gap between mother and son. Just like Itaki, after opening the Sharingan, he became more and more taciturn. He was obviously as cute as Suzuki when he was a child, but now he has become a dull person who keeps everything in his heart and refuses to say it. Itaka can counsel Suzuki now, which is a good thing. Chapter 170 Suzuki wields a hoe. I just don't know how Itaka did it. Uchiha Mikoto shook her head and continued to do housework. In the wood, Itaka taught Suzuki how to practice kunao throwing. After the Sharingan is opened, the 1 Magatama Sharingan will greatly enhance the dynamic vision of the ninja. The enhanced vision will make any movement of the opponent visible. It will be a comprehensive increase in strength. When your opponent's movements slow down in front of you, any behavior will be a flaw. Not only is it used against the enemy, but in battle, the 1 Magatama Sharingan will also be of great help in using weapons. This help is reflected in the ability to see the state of the hidden weapon flying clearly and to estimate in advance where the weapon will fall in the bottom of your heart. The Uchiha clan's kunao throwing technique is an ability developed based on the 1 Magatama Sharingan. Although kunao can be controlled without the Sharingan, the difficulty will be much greater. This is one of the more basic fighting methods of the Uchiha clan. At a higher level, there are also ninjutsu library training, illusion training, and Uchiha-style swordsmanship, etc. Their family has no shortage of ways to become stronger, and there are a lot of various training methods. Itaka had already completed the family's training, the use of ninja tools, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, and found a complete set of ninjutsu suitable for his own system from the ninjutsu library, as well as the method of using illusion. Before, he even found a way to sign the summoning scroll of the Shinobi Crow School. His strength has reached the extreme that the 3 Magatama Sharingan can achieve, but because of the few battles, it is equivalent to building a car behind closed doors. However, as long as he encounters a battle, all the things he has learned will be digested and become his real strength. Itaka doesn't know how strong Suzuki will grow in the future, but now he still uses the kunao throwing technique to tease his brother. No matter how strong Suzuki becomes in the future, it still can't change the cute side of him in his heart. He is a stupid brother who will fall down when practicing kunao. Chapter 171 Danzo in a trance. Has Suzuki opened the Sharingan? In the Hokage's office, the Sandame sighed. He just beat Baiyu. It wasn't a life and death separation. Why did Uchiha Suzuki open the Sharingan? The last time Baiyu extracted chakra energy, he almost died. He and Danzo said that Uchiha Suzuki was a heartless person and was happy for a long time. Who would have thought that Uchiha Suzuki just hadn't run in enough with Baiyu? Now that the relationship has run in enough, as soon as Baiyu was injured, Uchiha Suzuki directly opened a Magatama Sharingan. How much does he love Baiyu in his heart? He doesn't even want to see a little injury. The Sandame never thought that he would assist Uchiha Suzuki. Uchiha Suzuki opened the Sharingan, and the Uchiha clan had 3 top geniuses in this generation. Is it the Uchiha clan that should become strong in this generation? The richer the emotions, the easier it is to open the Sharingan. The earlier the time, the less strong the mind, the more inner torture will be, which will cause their eyes to continue to evolve until they finally have that pair of eyes. The 3rd generation Hokage has been the Hokage for decades and is very familiar with all kinds of situations in the village. The 2nd generation has also studied the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and naturally left a lot of information. He knows the potential of the Uchiha clan better than some people. Now the Uchiha clan has Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Suzuki. There is no doubt that the next generation will become strong. So what about the combat power of the village? Can it balance the Uchiha clan in the future? The young geniuses in the village, Baiyu is one, and Naruto is one. Then what? It seems to be gone. There may be some geniuses, but they have big problems in all aspects and their growth ceiling is too low. If it is normal, there is no problem, but if the imaginary enemy is a ninja from the Uchiha clan, there will be a big problem. Ninjas with Sharingan are born with the conditions to become Jonin, and ordinary ninjas, if they want to become Jonin, they must at least master the changes in the nature of dual attribute chakras and have the ability to fuse blood limit. This is a hard standard of strength. As long as the ninjas of the Uchiha clan can open the Sharingan and let the Sharingan evolve into 3 Magatama, they will naturally become Jonin level combat power. If the practice of ninjutsu is added, the combat power of the the ninjas of the Uchiha clan will be several times stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan are 2 against 1, which is not an empty statement. It is not a problem to be 3 against 1. What is more terrifying is that the strength of the Uchiha clan is not at its peak now. Most of the Uchiha clan are now ordinary people. Because of the protection of the village, many Uchiha gave up becoming ninjas and enjoyed a peaceful life. Only a few people became ninjas. This state has been maintained since the establishment of Konoha. The Uchiha clan gave up following Uchiha Madara to leave just for an environment that can protect their descendants and live safely. If all the Uchiha clan members become ninjas, the strength of this clan will return to its heyday during the Warring States period and become the veritable first strongest clan in the ninja world. This is a family that can support a ninja village on its own. Naruto has the 9 tails. When he grows up, teach him to use the power of the 9 tails and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Baiyu also has the support of wood-release ninjutsu. The Sandaime replanned the future in his mind and decided to concentrate on raising his cub. When Ataki and Baiyu have a good rest, he will teach these 2 people the will of fire. Baiyu's generation still needs the support of the previous generation. However, Baiyu's wood-release is a little strange, different from the first generation and Yamato. It is a purple thorn plant. The last time he fought Baiyu, he saw that being able to become invisible and change colors in disguise is a very powerful feature. Such a secret will have a great advantage in the process of fighting. However, Baiyu's blood limit is very slow to activate and traps need to be set up in advance to launch the killing power. This may be related to Baiyu's young age. In any case, the 3rd generation decided to teach Baiyu carefully for the sake of the next generation of the village. He no longer wanted Baiyu to grow up by himself. This child is getting crooked as he grows up. He needs to become stronger as soon as possible and have a correct outlook on life. He just didn't take care of Baiyu, but Baiyu's outlook on life was so crooked that he killed people when he met them. Danzo is also lucky. If he didn't arrive in time, Danzo would be gone. Ah, how dare he! I am the Hokage's assistant. The jar storing the Sharingan in Danzo's room. After he came back, he immediately transplanted a Sharingan into himself. He still hasn't reacted to what happened last night. He was in a trance all day. In his life, this is the first time he has met such a reckless person. Isn't Baiyu afraid that something will happen after killing him? Yes, it has already happened. It's just that the Sandaime insisted on saving Baiyu, so he sacrificed him alone. Shimura Danzo remembered the Sandaime's cold and ruthless words last night. Death is not a pity. His heart ached. Shimura Danzo's heart was in a trance. He had been smooth sailing with the Sandaime all his life, and everyone in the village was in awe of him. I thought this process would continue until he died naturally. Chapter 171 Danzo in a trance. Who knew that he would encounter Baiyu, an anomaly, yesterday? If it weren't for Izanagi, he would have been presented with fireworks by the 3rd generation. Shimura Danzo still feels a lingering fear when he thinks about it now. He doesn't want Baiyu anymore. Whoever wants this naughty kid can take it. He doesn't want it anymore. If he really accepts Baiyu, he will worry about Baiyu's inferiority every day. This will make him feel even less secure. However, Izanagi is really a good thing. The activation speed is very fast and it can be activated successfully with just one thought. If it weren't for such a powerful life-saving ability, he would have died. Shimura Danzo is still in a lingering fear. He looks at the Sharingan in the room and doesn't want to leave here for a moment, and the more he looks, the more he feels that these dozen Sharingans are too few. It's really too few. Use one less. He feels insecure if he loses one. These Sharingans are not enough for him to consume. Anyway, I have offended the Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Ataka takes over, he will also settle accounts with me in this case. Shimura Danzo's face was uncertain. After graduation, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan all work in the police department, and after the incident of the 9 tails, the scope of the clan members' activities was completely reduced. These dozen Sharingans are all his accumulation over the years. If he wants to take action again, he can only start with the members of the police department. But will there be big problems in this way? No, the biggest problem is that I'm at the end of my rope. If I can provoke the Uchiha clan's anger against the village and force the Uchiha clan to fight the village, the Sandaime's plan will be completely in vain. In order to calm the Uchiha clan, the Sandaime will adopt the previous plan and quickly destroy the Uchiha clan. And the Uchiha clan and the Sandaime are gone, and my spring has come. Shimura Danzo thought about it and felt that his way was open, but then he hesitated again. The Uchiha clan fighting with the village is not a small matter. Other ninja villages are still eyeing Konoha. If he makes a wrong move on his side, the village he wants to protect will be destroyed, and he will become a sinner for all time. He dare not take such a big pot. Should he go to Orochimaru? Chapter 172 Danzo's way to break the situation. Let me think about it carefully. Shimura Danzo usually does things in a swift and resolute manner because he is not the one who will die, so he gives orders very decisively. But he was reckless by Baiyu yesterday and almost died. He has not recovered yet. His mood is unstable and he has started to have problems again. He is hesitant about major matters involving himself. If he really attacks the members of the police department, seizes the Sharingan, and arouses the anger of the Uchiha clan ninjas, this will be a key to his own breakthrough. In the future, only one of him and the Uchiha clan is destined to survive. If the Uchiha clan attacks the village and the matter is irreversible, the Sandaime will no longer consider the Uchiha clan, but will truly make up his mind to eradicate the Uchiha clan's ninjas. But in this way, Konoha, which he and the Sandaime have protected for a lifetime, is likely to be targeted by other ninja villages because of this war. Under internal and external troubles, Konoha is likely to be destroyed. If Konoha is destroyed, destroyed. What is the meaning of his life? But if he doesn't do it when Uchiha Ataka gains power and investigates the missing Uchiha clan ninjas, will he still be able to escape? More likely, the Sandome will hand his handle to Uchiha Ataka to calm this matter. It's not been a day or two since the Sandome wanted to chop him up and burn him for firewood. Shimura Danzo's face was uncertain. After thinking for a whole day, he still couldn't make up his mind. Finally, he decided to go to Orochimaru. It's very simple. You and I can just steal the body of the 4th Hokage and revive him. Then the truth of the Nine Tails incident will be revealed. Right, goodbye. Shimura Danzo turned around and left without saying a word. After walking 2 steps, Shimura Danzo came back. You didn't touch the body of the 4th Hokage. The defense is so tight. How can I touch him without your cooperation? Orochimaru smiled faintly. Without Danzo to take the blame for him, he would not dare to steal the body of the 4th Hokage. He could definitely steal it, but what after stealing it? Would he defect? He had not yet met the person he was destined to meet in his life. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage was very fond of the body of the Hokage. He was afraid that after his death it would be studied by his unworthy disciple. If he really touched the body of the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage would definitely have people hunt him down. Even if he wanted to steal it, he would do it when he decided to leave Konoha in the future. Danzo Shimura said coldly, didn't you say last time that you developed a replica of the 4th Hokage? Yes, a replica of the 4th Hokage was developed, but it was a replica of a different period. Orochimaru formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground, and black tadpole runes spread around. Bang! A cloud of smoke dispersed. Under a transparent coffin lid that was erected, a blonde boy lay quietly in the smoke and mist. Orochimaru placed his hands on the coffin lid and looked greedily at the 4th generation in his youth. I spent a lot of energy to collect the DNA of the 4th generation when he was young. This is him in his youth, and he has not yet learned the Flying Thunder God technique. When the 4th generation died, I was still doing other things. When I went there, the scene had been cleaned up, and this boy in his youth is just a remnant that I spent a lot of energy to find later, and he only has a few fragmentary memory fragment. After Orochimaru's introduction, he looked at Shimura Danzo. How is it? What do you think? Aren't you entangled in Uchiha Ataka's reckoning with you after becoming the 5th generation? As long as you and I steal the body of the 4th Hokage and prove to the villagers that the Nine Tails incident was done by the Uchiha clan, are you still worried that the 3rd Hokage will train ninjas from the Uchiha clan? The angry villagers will probably rush to the Uchiha clan's residence at the first opportunity. They have always been very good at doing such presumptuous things to the strong in the village. Shimura Danzo heard this and felt moved. Isn't Orochimaru's method also a method? Perhaps it is more appropriate to investigate in this way than to send people to attack the Uchiha clan himself. However, if he really moved the body of the 4th Hokage, he would not be able to become the 5th Hokage. Shimura Danzo hesitated, weighing the pros and cons. The risk is too great and it is not worth investing. Shimura Danzo said coldly, don't think about this matter. The 4th Hokage is the hero of the ninja village, the light in the eyes of the villagers, and the person who can end the ninja world war. His body cannot be desecrated. Whoever touches it will die. I won't help you steal the body of the 4th Hokage. You'd better give up on this idea. Orochimaru was not angry when he heard this, but just a little regretful. Impure world reincarnation does not require the body of the deceased before his death. As long as there is a little blood, he can make a body for reincarnation. However, what he wants is the body of the 4th Hokage who can use the Flying Thunder God technique. He was punched on the spot by the Impure World Reincarnation Kushina, and the whole person was stunned, and he dared not to Impure World Reincarnation 4th Hokage. Impure World Reincarnation has infinite chakra, and the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God. Plus the 4th Hokage is also good at sealing technique. He Impure World Reincarnation 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage may be resurrected. He does not need to do such a self-inflicted thing. Since he can't get the 4th Hokage's soul, getting the 4th Hokage's body is the same. It is a pity that Shimura Danzo refused to lend a hand and took the blame. Chapter 172 Danzo's way to break the deadlock. Okay. Orochimaru regretfully revoked the copy of Minato Namikaze in his youth. Shimura Danzo saw Orochimaru put away the copy of Minato Namikaze and showed that he was going to do something, and he immediately said, the 4th Hokage is not the only one who experienced the Nine Tails incident. His wife, Uzumaki Kushina, is also one of the people who experienced it personally. If it is her body, after the Impure World Reincarnation, we should be able to get the truth. Orochimaru heard this, turned around and said, Uzumaki Kushina, of course you can, but it's a little dangerous. Orochimaru half closed his eyes and pretended to recall. Shimura Danzo suddenly felt suffocated. Orochimaru said, this doesn't it mean Kushina's body was also stolen by Orochimaru? Could this guy have stolen the bodies of most of the strong men in the village? Shimura Danzo was frightened by this idea. Fortunately, there were no strong men in their Shimura clan, otherwise, under the covetousness of Orochimaru, their ancestral graves would be in danger. He shouldn't have traded the Impure World Reincarnation ninjutsu to Orochimaru. Who knew Orochimaru would do such a thing? What a wicked thing. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo decided to keep the other forbidden techniques tightly under control, especially the Shiki Fusion, and never let Orochimaru know about it. The Sandome was right. Once Orochimaru read the seal scroll, he would go astray. No wonder Orochimaru has always made outstanding achievements, but the Sandome did not let Orochimaru read the seal scroll. This man is really too dangerous. Unfortunately, although he can read the seal scroll at will, his talent is not enough to learn the ninjutsu on it. Shimura Danzo said, did you steal her body? Orochimaru said, some time ago. I coveted her sealing technique and was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, but that woman was proficient in sealing techniques and was not controlled by the impure world reincarnation. She made a big fuss and messed up one of my bases. If you want to resurrect her, you should be more careful. Moreover, her body is not with me now. She probably went to the Whirlpool country through reverse summoning. You can go find it. The Whirlpool country, Shimura Danzo murmured. He didn't dare to touch the 4th generation, but he could still look for Kushina's body. The Whirlpool country? As long as the truth of the Nine Tails incident was known and the villagers knew that it was the Uchiha clan who did it, the Uchiha clan would be completely cut off from the Hokage. The Uchiha clan was not killed by them in these years only because there was no conclusive evidence, and the 3rd generation was worried that the turmoil in the ninja village would give the Cloud Ninja an opportunity. This matter is very urgent and imminent. It needs to be done before Uchiha Itachi becomes the 5th generation. Perhaps it will be the best way for him to attack Uchiha Itachi. This method can prevent Uchiha Itachi from becoming Hokage. Orochimaru saw what Shimura Danzo was thinking at a glance and said, "Remind you, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto have a good relationship. If she knows that you are attacking the Uchiha clan, she will not tell you the truth. It is more likely that the 4th generation Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina are both guarding the truth of the Nine Tails incident. Otherwise, do you think that the character of the 3rd generation Hokage will not use the impure world reincarnation when it comes to major events involving the ninja village?" Chapter 173 Abandon the past and keep growing up. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the following feedback. Special moment, please collect and support the stand user in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. Chapter 174 That's Why He's Worried. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the feedback below. Special moment, please collect and support the stand user in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. Chapter 175 Concentrate on training. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the feedback below. Special moment, please collect and support the stand user in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. Chapter 176 This is Our Sky. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the following feedback. Special moment, please collect and support the stand user in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. Chapter 177 We Under This Sky. What are you looking at? Sakura noticed the sight of Ino and Baiu and looked up at the sky. Baiu said, looking at the cloud. Ino said, looking at us under this sky. Sasuke was shy for a while, then he got better. He looked at Baiu first and then followed Baiu's gaze to look at the cloud that Baiu saw. He opened his clear eyes. His face was shy and red, and he pursed his lips to look at the cloud. He walked a few steps towards Baiu inadvertently. Baiu noticed Sasuke hiding. He smiled and stood with Sasuke. Ino was stunned for a moment. She smiled, supported her chin with one hand, half sat on the ground, and looked at the 3 people in front of her. It would be nice if there was a camera. Click and take a picture of us. Ino gestured. Ino, do you like taking pictures? Sakura asked, leaning against the guardrail. Ino said, I like beautiful things, just like when flowers bloom. They are so beautiful and worth remembering. We can just buy it. Sasuke said. Ino raised her hand and said, go ahead. Baiu and I are going to see the scenery in the afternoon, and we can use the camera. Sasuke nodded slightly. I recommend you to go to Jungle Lake. Baiu and I went there before. The scenery there is very beautiful, especially at night when the sun sets. It's very beautiful. Speaking of the sunset, it's also good to watch it at the Hokage Rock. There is an observation deck there. Sakura said. They are all from the village and have seen all kinds of scenery, but it's the first time to see the scenery with someone they like. Ino said. Observation deck? I know there is an astronomical telescope in the astronomical museum in the village. You can go there to see the stars and the universe in the sky. The universe? Baiu asked. Yes, I have seen the moon. Ino said. Could it be that I saw Kagaya Onoji? Baiu thought with sweat on his forehead. That woman with a white forehead, eyes, and devil horns is really scary. But when Ino said that, Baiu was eager to move. Of course, he was not going to see the big car. He was going to observe the enemy for all mankind and see what aliens look like. It was just a safer way to watch with an astronomical telescope in the ninja world. Anyway, there are too many things to see. Let's go and see them slowly. Ino looked at Baiu. Baiu nodded. It's not bad to accompany Ino to see the scenery today, and there is some anticipation in my heart. Sakura looked at the atmosphere of Baiu and Ino getting along, thinking that she would take Baiu to see the scenery when she has time, and put the library thing aside for now. They have already lived a big family life with Baiu in advance, and it is not known whether their respective conditions count, but no matter how they change, the core of hoping for her husband to become a dragon will not change. Sakura brushed the hair that was blown by the wind beside her ear. Sasuke stood quietly beside Baiu. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the village, thinking to himself that when he went to buy a camera, he should pay attention to the clothing store in the village. The clothes in the village generally include home clothes, daily clothes, and ninja clothes. There are men's and women's clothes. For Baiu, he must choose women's women's clothes. Then there are various types of girls' clothes: long sleeves, short sleeves, skirt, fishnet clothes, female ninja clothes, and so on. Sasuke has noticed his mother wearing light makeup, and he also wants it, but he feels that it is better to take it slowly. He is very confident about his appearance, but he feels a little shy. After all, he has never worn girls' clothes, although the uniforms of their Uchiha clan can be worn by both men and women. In terms of details, because everyone has different habit, they will also have different dressing styles. For example, Uchiha Izumi, she has long, gentle hair that is split into two halves and a beautiful beauty spot under her right eye. She likes to wear short-sleeved shirts with a purple high collar that can cover her chin, red bean paste sleeves on her wrist, and 5-point bloomers that cover her knees. She is beautiful in appearance and is the type of girl Baiyu likes. Sasuke has seen the scene of Izumi and his brother getting along. Izumi smiles gently and considerately and is very beautiful. She doesn't wear makeup on her face, but she is still youthful and sweet, a very natural girl. People like them who are beautiful look best without makeup. Putting on makeup makes them look vulgar. Sasuke is very confident in his appearance, which can be seen from the hostility of Sakura and Ino towards him. In terms of appearance, he can beat Sakura and Ino alone. In addition, Baiyu likes to call him sister, which also makes Sasuke have a clear understanding of his appearance in his heart. But Sasuke is a little distressed about what kind of clothes he should wear for the first time. He doesn't dare to wear something too bold. I will be so shy that I will explode. I have to do it step by step. Sasuke looked at Baiyu with a gentle look. He couldn't become a woman, but he could still try to be a big sister like a big brother. I hope Baiyu will like it. After that, the four of them went to the commercial street of Konoha. Sasuke kept an eye on the women's clothing stores on the street. The more he looked, the more silent he felt. I don't know how these girls can wear girls' clothes. He only has. I feel so shy just thinking about it. Baiyu came here once and bought a camera. The camera he bought was smashed by his two fists. Thinking about it now, he really feels painful. Chapter 177 We under the sky standard in Konoha a bird passing Wow, do you want to eat takoyaki? Ino stared at the street stall and refused to leave, almost drooling. Give me 4 servings, Sasuke said. Baiyu, do you want chili? Sasuke asked Baiyu. Baiyu nodded. Put some. Please help me put more vegetables. Ino raised his hand. It's already noon, right? Should we go buy some food and cook? Sakura suggested. Then Baiyu has to cook. Ino said, your food is terrible. Sakura got angry when she heard that. Every time she felt that she could accept Ino around Baiyu, Ino would make her angry. She didn't know if it was intentional. It's because you were making trouble. I asked you to take vinegar but you gave me soy sauce, and I asked you to take salt but you gave me sugar. I wasted a lot of effort. When Sasuke heard the word sugar, he felt bad. Only his brother liked to eat sugar in their family. Every time Itaka came back, he had to eat dessert. He had eaten it since he was a child. Sasuke suspected that Itaka was sweet all over. Yesterday, Ino and Sakura cooked, and one of the dishes was super sweet, which almost became his psychological shadow. Oh, don't be angry. I'll take a photo with Baiyu in the forest park this afternoon and leave it to you. Ino said mischievously. I won't watch it. I want to see myself taking a photo with Baiyu. You can keep it for yourself, Sakura said angrily. Baiyu patted Sasuke's shoulder silently, and the two looked at each other without saying anything. Baiyu took the takoyaki handed over by the stall owner, gave it to Sakura, and then handed it to Ino. Baiyu helped Sasuke hold it and only handed the portion in his hand to Sasuke. After seeing that Sasuke had paid, he took a bamboo stick and pierced a ball, put it in his mouth and chewed it. His cheeks bulged, and the more he ate, the more delicious it was. Sasuke watched Baiyu eat first, just watching Baiu's face to eat, and waited until Baiyu finished eating an octopus ball before he started to move his own portion. Then he felt it tasted so good. No wonder Baiyu ate so deliciously. Ino and Sakura said a few words, and she turned around to face Baiyu. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Baiyu and Ino's interaction with a black line on their forehead. The four walked together. Baiyu had snacks for the first time in a long time. I have to say, soft rice is really delicious. When we get home later, Sakura and Ino will cook. Baiyu feels that life will be more promising in the future. Chapter 178 Armor of Thorns. At noon, after eating lunch, Sasuke waved goodbye to Baiyu. I'm going back. If I don't go back, my brother will be angry again. Well, keep up the good work during the training. Baiyu shouted. Okay, I will definitely surprise you. Sasuke walked home. His brother was a little narrow-minded. He would remember everything and get angry easily. This is terrible. He was only with Baiyu for 1 day, but he could learn the move of jumping up and spinning, and the kunao flying out, and Sasuke was very happy to learn it. That move was so cool. He wanted to show off in front of Baiyu. Sasuke ran home embarrassedly. He learned it yesterday. Itaka demonstrated it to him. He opened his Sharingan to observe it. Today, he summed up his experience. Sasuke believed that he would learn the kunao throwing technique and give Baiyu a surprise. Baiyu saw Sasuke leaving and was about to turn around, but found Ino taking pictures with a camera. Sakura was also behind him. Cheese. Ino smiled widely and said with a scissor hand gesture. Click. The flash came on. A photo appeared in the Polaroid camera. Ino reached out to take the photo, and she, Baiyu, Sakura, and Sasuke appeared in the photo. She faced the camera. Baiyu and Sakura stood at the door, and in the distance on the street was Sasuke's figure leaving. The warm sunshine and the quiet buildings around formed all the pictures in this photo. The only bad thing was that she only recorded her face and didn't take a full body photo. Ino was playing with the camera. Sakura stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Baiyu. Wake up. Come back to your senses. Baiyu looked at Sakura embarrassedly. Sakura said angrily. I'll go clean up the dishes. You should think less about Suzuki. Even if you want to think, you should think about Ino, right? She is with you today. Yes, think about me. Ino stretched out her hand and pointed at herself. After Sakura cleaned up the dishes, she stopped eating dog food next to her. Ino is too good at showing off. Ino said with the camera, let's go to the forest in the afternoon. Let's go to the forest park. There is a tree there, which is the tallest tree in the jungle. You can see the whole village. Let's go there to take pictures. Okay. Baiyu didn't refuse. After a day of recuperation yesterday, he is much better now. He can walk but he can't run. Maybe he can run and jump again tomorrow. Tomorrow is also the time for him to spend time with Suzuki. His body will recover almost completely, which is very good. Sakura said while washing dishes. Ino, don't use the camera all the time. Save it. We don't buy much photo paper. When I spend time with Baiyu, I will also use a camera. Tomorrow, Suzuki may also need it. I know. Lily. Ino went her own way and ignored Sakura. Anyway, Suzuki was a wealthy woman, and Baiyu was also partial to Suzuki. She didn't need it, and Suzuki would buy more after she ran out of photo paper. Ino asked Baiyu and found out that Baiyu would go shopping with Suzuki tomorrow, and if Suzuki needed it, she would buy photo paper. As for today, she wanted to keep all the time she spent with Baiyu. Baiyu took the photo taken by Ino and looked at it carefully. He saw Suzuki and smiled gently. His eyes passed through several people in the photo again. How about it? Do I look good? Ino leaned close to Baiyu and pointed at herself in the photo and said, so beautiful, with a white and clean face without any dark circles. And this Sakura is also very good. Ino pointed at Sakura in the photo and said. Sakura pricked up her ears. Am I good too? Ino turned around and said, yes, it would be good if you comb your bangs to the side. It's the bangs that completely block your appearance. Hey, Sakura heard this for the first time. Come here, I'll help you comb your hair. Ino said. After washing her hands, Sakura looked at Baiyu uncertainly. Ino said she was pretty, but she had no idea what was pretty about her. When she didn't know what to do, Sakura subconsciously looked at Baiyu. After all, Baiyu was the person she would rely on in the future. Baiyu nodded and said, go, Sakura. Okay. When Sakura heard Baiyu agreed, she followed Ino to another room with trepidation. That was Baiyu's parents' room. On the second floor were Baiyu and Sasuke's rooms, and the other rooms in the house were still empty. There were some daily necessities in Baiyu's parents' room. Baiyu would sometimes clean the dust in the room, but since he knew that his biological parents had died, that the chakra energy left by his parents was what gave him his name, and that the adoptive parents who took care of him for a while were arranged by the third generation, he felt a little melancholy. Although they were called adoptive parents, in fact, those two people didn't take care of him much. Before the start of the ninja school, Baiyu went to visit his adoptive mother, who was now raising a child. Baiyu was a little envious but didn't want to bother her anymore. As for his adoptive father, he hadn't met him for a long time. Maybe it was just a task for those two people. So after learning the truth, Baiyu let it go and understood it. He planned to clean up the room where his adoptive parents lived and put the things in the storage room when he had time. After all, for future consideration, Sakura and Ino would also move in. After Sakura followed Ino to dress up, Baiyu sat on the sofa board and played with the Purple Hermit. Chapter 178 Armor of Thorn. I don't know why the Purple Hermit loves to pose with him. This is the so-called JoJo stand, right? One person in one stand board playing catfight. The vines of the Purple Hermit can grow larger or smaller depending on the power of the stand consumed. However, after using chakra, the chakra energy is consumed. Baiyu's current method is to use the thorns of all things to form various items and use them in conjunction with telepathic camouflage to make traps. The effect is okay, and it is better than being hard to defend against, but the lethality is definitely not as good as ninjutsu, let alone other things. The Sandame summoned the monkey demon, and with a sweep of the big stick the traps he made were destroyed. While playing with the flower rope, Baiyu was thinking about the next method to use the thorns of all things. Maybe he can use the Purple Hermit and chakra energy to combine to produce a hardening phenomenon and create a pair of vine armor for self-protection. It's like being cursed. People with strong recovery ability are more likely to suffer serious injuries. Baiyu flipped the flower rope and said to himself, although I like to be bullied by Sakura and others, it doesn't mean that I like to be injured all the time. Next time I fight or encounter danger, can you make me a pair of vine armor? With the hardening phenomenon, it can form a very solid defense, and it is also thorny. This is the thorn armor. With the thorn spear, I have two stand-in weapons. The red-haired woman nodded. Okay. Just as the two were talking, the door of the room was pushed open. The blonde girl pushed the pink-haired girl out. Hey, I told you that you are pretty. You are so pretty. Why do you cover your face with bangs? I don't know, Sakura replied, looked at Baiyu with shame. When Sakura looked at Baiyu, the figure of the woman playing cat's tangle with Baiyu faded and disappeared. Baiyu looked at Sakura, and her heart pounded. Chapter 179 Attack. It went out to buy meatballs. On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Attack walked back with a bag of 3-color meatballs. He waited for Suzuki at home for a long time, so he came out to see what was going on. He didn't meet Suzuki, and didn't know where Suzuki went to play. Itake went to the ninja school, but the ninja school was over, and there was no one. My brother didn't go home, nor was he outside. Maybe he went to the cemetery to visit his friends with flowers, just like what mom said. Itake couldn't help but sigh, and at this time his eyes were just on the bag in his hand. Itake paused for a while, then moved his eyes away firmly and looked up. It's the main thing to come out to find Suzuki, and buying meatballs is just a byproduct. The priorities cannot be reversed, just like the sun and the moon cannot exchange positions. Just eat one string first. Itake Itake opened the bag and took out a string of glutinous rice balls with 3 colors from it. The 3-color meatballs are a kind of snack, soft and sticky. Several strings of meatballs are placed in a cup with red bean soup in the cup. After eating, drink a mouthful of soup and your heart is not only sweet but also warm. Itake took a bite of the meatball, and while eating he walked with his head down, looking dejected. I still feel so depressed, even though I was the one Sasuke had been clinging to before. That red-haired guy would take advantage of others' misfortunes, and when I was not at home he took away Sasuke's soul. It would have been fine if he had taken it away, but he died very quickly, and I hadn't even tried to settle accounts with him, but he died just like that. Itake felt like he wanted to settle accounts with his enemy, but the enemy died unexpectedly. Itake's death is nothing. The key is that Sasuke opened his eyes because of Baiu, which is a big deal. Sasuke opened his eyes at this age earlier than him and will suffer more inner torture. This morning Itake went to see his life mentor, an older brother named Uchiha Shisui, and he mentioned to Shisui about Sasuke's opening of his eyes. Then Shisui told him something. He had never paid attention to this thing. In fact, when he talked to Shisui yesterday, Shisui wanted to tell him, but he didn't know why the topic turned to Kakashi, so Shisui forgot to tell him. This morning, Shisui said, Itake, do you know what nourishes our Sharingan to grow? It's the inability to let go of the obsession with lost love. Yes, that feeling. I really wish we were dead so that they could live instead, so that I could have peace of mind. Otherwise every day would be worse than death. I have asked the elders in the clan before the ninja village was built. The sooner the clan opened their eyes the better, because we needed to survive until the village was built. Everyone didn't have to live on the edge of danger, so the time for the clan members to open their Sharingan would be pushed back. And then at this time they discovered something. What thing? It's a psychological thing, right? They found that if the Sharingan is opened too early because we are too young, our values a euro are not fixed, and we don't have correct thoughts and guidance from the elders, it is easy to become extreme after opening the eyes. This is caused by encountering major setbacks in life and not being able to get out of it. And if you open your eyes after adulthood, there will be no such concerns, because adults have the mentality to bear the things they have lost. Of course, because adults have the mentality to bear losses, their Sharingan does not have enough nutrients to grow, and their potential is not as good as ours. But because we are too young and do not have the right ideas, we are prone to go astray. Anyway, this is what I want to tell you. Seeing that you are easily obsessed with things, you should give in to Sasuke and don't go further and further because of misunderstanding. Itake's hearty smile appeared in front of Shisui. The Sharingan is an eye that evolves more and more when the heart is in pain. After eating a meatball, Itake planned to go back to see if Sasuke has returned home. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Baiu was dead and then go back. No one competed with him for his younger brother, which was great. However, just as Itake was walking on the street, a voice suddenly appeared at the corner. It was the sound of talking. Because the sentence contained a name, Itake knew that 2 people were walking towards this side. Itake slowed down his walking speed and planned to let the 2 people pass before moving forward. Sakura was very happy just now. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Baiu. Sakura is very beautiful, but her hairstyle hides her beauty. I am also very happy that Sakura is beautiful. As the saying goes, flowers are outstanding and beautiful only when they are gathered together. Baiu. Itake stopped immediately. He waited for a few seconds and saw someone walking towards him on the street on the left. There were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man had red hair and the girl had light golden hair. The boy looked a bit like his father's description. No, it was no longer a question of similarity or unfamiliarity in that person named Ino. When the wild girl said the word Baiu, Itake realized something in his heart. This is a very bad feeling. It is quite a complex emotion that he thought his enemy was dead but turned around and the enemy was resurrected on the spot and added a few more buffs that made him unable to beat him. Since Baiu is still alive, how can he win back Sasuke's heart? Isn't this guy dead? Sasuke is so sad that he opened his Sharingan. How come you are still alive? This is not right. Itake stopped and looked carefully at the people passing by. Chapter 179. Itake went out to buy meatballs. Itake had a bad feeling in his heart. He thought that Baiu was dead and he could go back and let Sasuke come back to him. As a result, this guy was still alive. Doesn't that mean that his competitor is back again? Baiu is still alive. So how did Sasuke open his Sharingan? Thinking deeper, his father didn't force Sasuke to open his eyes. Sasuke's opening of his eyes was just an accident. Itake's pupils shrank suddenly. This happened yesterday and he didn't forget it. After Sasuke opened his eyes, he misunderstood that it was his father who arranged it, just like when some clansmen killed his teammates and teachers, forcing him to open his Sharingan. At his age, the earlier he opened his eyes, the more torture he would suffer and the easier it would be for his Sharingan to grow. Over the years, the more his father trained him, the more he could feel that his father hoped that he could grow up to be a useful person. It was for this motive that he killed his teammates and teachers, just to make him awaken the blood limit in the family. But now, Baiu is not dead, so didn't he misunderstand his father about Sasuke? And he got angry with his father. Itake thought of this and fell silent. Baiu was talking to Ino. After Sakura went back, the two decided to go to the forest park this morning. Who knew that Baiu was walking on the road and talking to Ino, and inadvertently looked to the side. It's not that he had to pay attention to the people on the side of the road, but Ino was on his right. He talked to Ino and looked at Ino, and naturally saw the people on the road on the right. This is a slender boy wearing Uchiha clan clothes with fair skin, delicate look, and 2 shallow tear marks on his face. A little older than them, holding a plastic bag with 3 color balls in his hand, and wearing a pair of dark blue ninja sandals under his calf calves wrapped in white bandages. At this time, this person just stood there and looked at him blankly. If you want to know why Baiyu knew that this person was looking at him instead of Ino, it was because he was also looking at this person, so he knew Itake was looking at him. Baiyu was afraid of seeing Itake because of Shizuke. Now he saw it out of the blue. He had only one thought in his mind. It's over. When he was playing with girls other than Shizuke, he was caught by his brother-in-law. 85,524. Chapter 180 got caught. Where's my brother? Shizuke ran back home and didn't see Itake. There were many question marks in his little head. He forgot Itake before, and Itake forgot him today. Can he still have fun? If I had known, I would have waited for him to come to me at Baiyu's house. Shizuke felt a little regretful in his heart. When he came back, lunch was over. Sakura probably went back now, and it was time for Baiyu to accompany Ino to see the scenery. If he was next to him, he might have told Ino that he would just watch and would never disturb you. Then Ino's strange interest might make him stay and watch Baiyu and Ino get along. Speaking of Ino, Shizuke really didn't know how to complain. This woman had bad interest and was weird, far worse than his brother Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi was a normal girl. She was gentle and considerate. When Shizuke was looking for Itake, Shizuke never thought that Itake was in front of Baiyu. Right in front of Baiyu, Baiyu and Ino were caught together. Baiyu was completely dumbfounded. Is there anything worse than hanging out with other girlfriends and being seen by his wife's family? Baiyu swallowed his saliva and was so nervous that he couldn't speak. Ino was still talking to Baiyu and saw that Baiyu didn't respond to her, but looked at the boy wearing similar clothes to Shizuke. If it was just someone wearing the Uchiha clan uniform, it would be fine. After all, the Uchiha clan is called a clan, so there must be some people. But Ino saw that this boy was a little bit like Shizuke. Seeing their similar faces, she immediately knew why her boyfriend was nervous. So he was caught. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Ino laughed a few times in her heart. She actually inadvertently showed her presence in front of Sasuke's family. If this goes on, Shizuke will be questioned when he returns home, right? This will make it even harder to compete with her. Sakura also said that she couldn't beat Shizuke, but now look, the victory came so easily and Shizuke has been eliminated. Although Ino likes the atmosphere of getting along with several people, this is just talk and it is a plan to make Shizuke and Sakura take it lightly. In fact, when they thought she wanted to live a big family life, she was quietly brushing Baiyu's favorability by herself, but now she still has to find a way to help her boyfriend out of trouble. This is also an important opportunity to brush up on his favorability. Ino looked at Baiyu. Baiyu nodded slightly. Ino also nodded, and the two bitches got together. Hey, Baiyu, the things you want to buy are in front. Just walk straight and you will find them. I won't take you there. Sakura's matter. Before Ino finished speaking, she saw Baiyu's expression turned cold. Sakura? What Sakura? Baiyu took a step to the side. Please stay away from me. It will easily cause misunderstandings. Everyone in the village knows that I am loyal in love. Itake, you really said this? Shizuke said you have several girlfriends, and you change one every day. Without repeating, Itake really didn't know how to complain. Now he was a little confused, not knowing what Baiyu was doing with Ino in front of him. Obviously they had a good relationship, and he was very capable of discussing another girl's topic with the girl next to him just now. Why did it change in the blink of an eye? Itake couldn't understand the mind of the Sea King at all. Ino looked at Baiyu's cold expression, and her heart beat fast. So handsome, so fascinating to her. It is this handsome and scumbag look that makes you manly. Ino wiped her saliva and saw Baiyu's disgusted eyes again. She blushed and walked to the side. I know, Baiyu, you are the most loyal in love. I will not cause others to misunderstand you. I will leave now. Go to the front to buy things by yourself. I will not accompany you. Baiyu nodded gently and no longer paid attention to Ino, who was walking to the side. At this time, the farther Ino walked the better. Baiyu looked at Itake. Hello, you are Sasuke's brother, right? Shizuke and I often mentioned you when we were together. I am Sasuke's friend. Baiyu. Itake, my name is Uchiha Itake. Itake said lightly. Baiyu smiled and said, I didn't expect to meet him on the road. We are very destined. Damn fate. If he knew that he would meet Sasuke's brother on this side of the road, he should have taken Ino to the other side just now. Although it would take a long detour, it would be better than now. Baiyu smiled awkwardly. Fate? Itake nodded. This is fate. This guy took advantage of his absence to win his brother's favor. Now that he came back, he said it was fate. This fate is really great. Do you have time now? Itake asked calmly and moved the three-color ball that was not finished in his left hand to his back and cleverly threw it into the bag in his right hand. As he stood, Itake blocked Baiyu's sight of the bag with his body. Itake was sure that he had attracted Baiyu's attention and completed this exquisite operation. He felt a little happy about it. He was too good at making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Time? Yes, Baiyu said. Originally, there was no time. He accompanied Ino to play. Going to the highest tree in the forest park to watch the scenery would take a lot of time to rush. It was not sure how long he could play on the observation deck. Now it's good. Being delayed by Itake, today's time with Ino might be ruined. It's not a big deal that the relationship with Ino might be ruined. The difficulty is that Ino doesn't like to suffer a loss. If she suffers a loss today, she will definitely make it up tomorrow. And tomorrow is the time when Shizuke will give him a gift. How can he disrupt his relationship with Shizuke because of Ino's matter? Baiyu felt a little painful, but he had to pretend to be very free on the surface and left with Itake. He didn't know what Itake was going to ask. If it was about Shizuke, just praise him. Itake would definitely like to hear him praise Shizuke, but Baiyu didn't expect that life would be so unpredictable. He actually met Sasuke's brother when he was dating dating Ino today. Meeting parents must be painful. Bai-yu didn't know how to face it. After Ino left, she didn't go far. She hadn't forgotten her date with Bai-yu today. She walked around a lot and secretly followed the two people, planning to wait for Itaka to leave before going out to play with Bai-yu. Although Ino was a little angry that her time was occupied by Sasuke's brother, but when Ino thought that Sasuke would be scolded and forbidden to date Bai-yu because his parents saw her relationship with Bai-yu, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart. Of course, as a superficial good friend, she would feel very sorry about this. Chapter 181, The Park of the Past. Bai-yu followed Itaki and was taken to the park. Of course, it was not the forest park that he and Ino had agreed on, but the park in the village. That was the park square where he and Ino came last time. At that time, he and Ino chatted for a long time. Ino also bought him water and played badminton rackets and some other games in the afternoon. Bai-yu never thought that Itaka would bring him here. As luck would have it, the two of them still sat on the public bench that he and Ino had chosen at the beginning. Well, he still sat in his seat at that time. Itaka sat in Ino's seat at that time. Ino hid behind the tree, and when she saw this scene, her pretty face was puffed up. If Itaka was not a boy and Sasuke's brother who could help her solve the big problem of Sasuke, Ino would have jumped out at this moment and loudly announced to Itaka that Bai-yu was her boyfriend and you were not allowed to snatch him. Just like when she was feeling emotional about the relationship between Bai-yu, Sasuke, and Sakura. She said at that time she would never share Bai-yu with anyone else because she didn't have Sasuke's strange interest. What she is doing now is to let Sasuke and Sakura take it lightly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Today is my turn to get along with Bai-yu. This person is just an accident. I will leave after chatting with Bai-yu. Today is my date. Ino secretly observed behind the tree pitifully. This looks like a girl who is secretly in love, observing the person she likes getting along with others and secretly in love with her to the point of jealousy. Itaka put the 3-color meatballs away. This is very important. He has to finish the chat quickly and drink the soup before it gets cold. Otherwise, when the meatballs are drunk with the soup, the taste of the meatballs will be bad. They will be harder and not soft at all. And when the soup is cold, although it also has a faint sweetness, you will not feel the warm feeling after drinking it. Itaka doesn't like the taste that doesn't warm his heart, nor does he like the sweetness that makes him feel bitter after it cools down. Itaka put the 3-color balls away carefully, put his hands on his knees, looked forward and said, I know your relationship with Sasuke. No. Bai-yu's Ahog was so scared. It felt so sour. He also planned to hide it well and wait until the future to give Itaki a hard blow behind Itaki. Itaki actually noticed his relationship with Sasuke. Then, when Itaka's clan is exterminated in the future, will Itaka use him to open the Mangekyo Sharingan for Sasuke? Bai-yu's face turned pale with fear. Of course, his face was originally pale and his skin color was also relatively white. After all, before school started, he stayed at home and didn't want to go out. How could his skin not be white? You know everything. Bai-yu asked cautiously. Yes, I know everything. Itaka nodded gently. Bai-yu thought to himself, it's over. Sasuke must have had a share in opening the Mangekyo. He also has to follow the footsteps of his father-in-law and mother-in-law and go to the Pure Land. Although Sasuke only has 1 Megatama Sharingan now, but when Obito opened the Sharingan, it was only 2 Megatama. It makes no sense for the Uchiha clan ninja to open the Sharingan. 2 Megatama in one go. Mangekyo in one go. Sasuke has 1 Megatama now, and after he and his father-in-law and mother-in-law died, it is not impossible to have a Mangekyo in one go. Bai-yu's lips trembled a little and said, then what? What then? Itaki asked in confusion. Itaka turned his head and saw that Bai-yu was very nervous, with sweat on his forehead and cheek, and the sweat flowed down the curve of his face to his chin and dripped on the grassy land. You look very nervous. Itaki asked subconsciously. Nervous? No, not nervous. I just got a little injured the day before yesterday and it still hurts now. Bai-yu pointed to his calf and said. Itaka looked at it blankly but didn't find anything wrong. Then he looked at his calf, which was tied in a normal way. Bai-yu said, my leg is injured. Oh, that's it. Itaka suddenly understood. He thought Bai-yu was like him, tying his calf so it was easy to exert force. So Bai-yu's leg was injured. Wait, injured? Itaka found the key to Sasuke's eyes. Bai-yu said, then, what do you want to ask? Itaka came back to his senses and said, no need to use honorific. My name is Itaki. You can just call me by my name. Itaki. Bai-yu said cautiously, the closer he is, the more vicious the backstab. Either he is Itaki or Itaki is him. Anyway, only one person can leave this sword fighting room. Yet, Itaka nodded to show that he was relaxed, carefree, and that the Uchiha clan had no heirs. Itaka said directly, can I call you by your name? Bai-yu nodded quickly and said, sure. Okay, that's fine. You. Itaka said. It was the first time that Bai-yu heard someone call him that and it felt a little fresh. Now that the name was determined, Bai-yu said, then what does Itaka want to ask? Itaka saw that the two were just on the topic and his face became serious. Sasuke opened his Sharingan. I want to know the process of his opening his eyes, that is, the process of you encountering attack. Bai-yu heard what Itaka said and he almost didn't lift his breath. Fortunately, Itaka mentioned the attack later, otherwise Bai-yu really didn't know how to explain it to Itaki. After all, he didn't know what Sasuke thought of and he suddenly opened his eyes. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page. Continue reading. Chapter 181, The Park in the Past. To be honest, he didn't die. He didn't know how Sasuke opened his eyes. He only knew that Sasuke shed tears and then a Megatama. Bai-yu thought for a while and said, this is what happened. When Sasuke and I were playing, I noticed that 2 people were following us. Those 2 people had bad intentions towards us, so I let Sasuke Shizuke go back first. Shizuke may have learned about the situation and cried while running. I told him not to worry, and I was indeed fine afterward. Bai Yu looked down at his feet and said in a deep voice, and his eyes became cold while speaking. Bai Yu said, I killed 2 ninjas, and then the Sandame thought I was too cruel, so he taught me a lesson. It was not until then that I knew that the 2 ninjas wearing brown hooded robes and masks were actually from the Anbu, a tactical unit directly under the direct jurisdiction of the Sandame Hokage. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he raised his head and the innocence in his eyes appeared again. Although the situation was dangerous at the time, fortunately Shizuke was fine, otherwise I would regret it to death. Is it from the Anbu? Itake's heart tightened when he heard this. He didn't expect that the person who caused Sasuke's accident was not his father, but a member of the Anbu. Bai Yu nodded and said, yes, I'm a little unsure. Bai Yu patted his calf and said, I deserve it. After all, killing a ninja from the same village is a heinous crime no matter how you look at it, but I don't regret it. Who asked them to be sneaky and malicious? They also said they would take me and Shizuke back to see someone. Children know that they can't follow strangers. I don't know what they think. I won't go. If I go, I'll be gone. Itake, I tell you, that person is not a good person either. I saw one of his eyes, which is the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan, but he is an outsider. Bai Yu pointed at Itake and said, Chapter 182 3 Color Balls. Itake didn't expect that things would be so complicated. Sasuke's eyes were opened by the village. A person in the village also transplanted their family's Sharingan. Itake clenched his hands. He felt that it was not going to work because the matter involved Shizuke. He felt that the conflict between the family and the village was very deep before. People in the family wanted to overthrow the 3rd generation. Now people in the village are also working on Shizuke. The conflict between the two may have been very big. If Bai Yu hadn't accidentally destroyed the village's plan, Itake would not have known that the village was going to take down Shizuke and what to do to the family. Itake looked at Bai Yu and found that Bai Yu didn't seem to be lying, so he said, thank you. It's nothing. Shizuke is also the person I care about most. Bai Yu said softly. Itake nodded and recognized the relationship between Bai Yu and Shizuke in his heart. Shizuke can rest assured that he has a friend like Bai Yu. It's good for his stupid brother to have his own life as long as he doesn't feel the same pain as him. If the reason why Shizuke opened his eyes was Bai Yu's protection of Shizuke, then now that Bai Yu is not dead, Sasuke's situation will be better. As long as Shizuke grows up normally, he will not have stubborn ideas because of the pain in his heart. Itake thought about how he was angry about Shizuke opening his eyes yesterday, and he also misunderstood his father. He didn't know how to face his father. His father was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and he knew more than him, and he might know the actions of the village. And he did misunderstand his father without knowing the truth. Itake felt pain in his heart, and he subconsciously picked up the 3-color meatballs next to him, wanting to eat the meatballs and use the sweet sugar to make his heart sweet. Just as Itake picked up the bag, he suddenly noticed Bai Yu beside him. When two people get along, it is very impolite for one to eat. He subconsciously did something offensive. Do you want to eat this? Itake brought the bag to Bai Yu. Okay. Bai Yu agreed. This is a sign of a close relationship. Only when he is close to Itake and gets Itake's trust can he kill Itake with a knife. Otherwise, relying on the purple hermit alone, he really has no confidence that he can kill Uchiha Itake. Trust? Bai Yu accepted his evil self calmly in his heart, which was also made aware of by the 3rd generation. Originally he just wanted to have a safe environment and a plain life, and even wanted to be a good person after making mistake, but accidents again and again made him realize that a peaceful life was moving away from him. He has become a bad guy. So, since he has become a bad guy, he also has to use this evil to protect the light in his heart. If the bad guy in the world, if there are levels in the world, he wants to be the worst person in the world of villains. He wants to surpass Shimura Danzo, surpass Orochimaru, surpass all the villains in the world and become the worst person. Even if he doesn't get a good ending in the end, he can only go all the way, because the 3rd generation expects him to be a good person, but he is unwilling to let him return to normal life. He also has a temper and his own personality. Why doesn't he be a little stubborn and go in the opposite direction of the 3rd generation's expectations? If he doesn't do this, how can he afford to give up this peaceful life that he wants most? This is the happiness he dreams of most. His childhood happiness is about to collapse. Is this a 3-color meatball? Bai Yu asked. Itake nodded and said happily, well, it's my favorite thing to eat. When I eat meatballs, I feel very happy and have a sweet feeling in my heart. Happiness. Bai Yu was about to pick up a bunch of meatballs when he suddenly heard Itake exclaimed, no, I don't want this. I just ate it. Itake couldn't help but cover his face with one hand. He was really rude today. Oh. Bai Yu picked up a string from the side without caring. Itake looked at Bai Yu helplessly. I'm sorry. I will make up for what happened today next time, and as a thank you, I will treat you to a meal. Please be sure to come. Thank you is too polite. I'm not very picky about food. Just eat 3-color meatballs, right? It does feel happy. Bai Yu said. Itake looked at Bai Yu and smiled. The smile was very beautiful and gentle. For the first time, I felt the joy of someone accepting the food I like. The two sat on a park bench, eating meatballs while looking at the quiet environment in the forest, as well as the figures and lights in the park square outside the wood. Itake knew why Shizuke liked to play with Bai Yu. This person was very caring for others. There was a kind of personality charm that made people want to trust from the bottom of their heart. He didn't mind Shizuke and Bai Yu playing together. After a few days he would enter the Anbu and investigate the matter of tracking Shizuke in the Anbu. Itake chewed the meatball. Bai Yu finished eating one, and he held the 3-color meatball in front of him and looked at it carefully. The 3-color meatball has 3 colors: pink, white, green. It tastes soft, icky, and sweet, and it really makes people feel happy in their heart. But his happiness, how can it be filled with a bunch of meatballs? My heart is so empty. I feel like I want to eat more. The woods are quiet and fallen leaves fall from time to time. The substitute messenger in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 182 3-color meatballs _ the stand in Konoha. After the two of them finished eating the 3-color meatballs, there was only one serving of soup, and Itaka drank it himself. Then I felt very cold in my heart. The soup was already cold, and I couldn't feel the warm feeling in my heart. Itaka lowered his head, feeling so regretful and lost. When eating 3-color meatballs, the meatballs and the soup, if one is missing, it will not be perfect. This is not a complete experience of eating meatballs. To really eat 3-color meatballs, you have to feel the sweetness in your heart while feeling the warmth of the red bean soup in your stomach. Baiyu saw Itaka lower his head and sigh. For the first time, he realized that Itaka was different from what he imagined and different from what he had in his intelligence. It turned out that the person who was called the god of Itaki also had this side. But if there was no sorrow, where would these deep tears come from? Tear mark? Baiyu stared at Itaka's face carefully. What are you looking at? Itaki asked subconsciously. Baiyu reminded, don't sigh. The tear marks on your face will get deeper and deeper. It's okay now. It's not very obvious. If the tear marks get deeper in the future, you will get sick. Itaka smiled and said, it won't deepen the tear mark. I don't have this thing at all. Oh, how long have you not observed yourself carefully? You can go back and take a look. Baiyu said. Itaka raised his hand subconsciously. Suddenly, Itaka was a little panicked. It seems that there are indeed marks. Oh my god, what should I do? Itaka also cares about his appearance. If he didn't care, he wouldn't have grown long hair. Baiyu said, if you have pressure in your heart, just vent it out. Vent it out. Practice ninja tools and ninjutsu. Itaka asked, what kind of catharsis is this? Baiyu felt speechless. That will only make your heart heavier. Right. When you practice ninja tools and ninjutsu alone, you can complete those things without thinking. After you become proficient, at that time, will you be thinking about something else in your heart? Baiyu asked. Itaka nodded. How do you know? Of course I know. I am also under a lot of pressure in my heart. It was not until my mentality collapsed a few days ago that I realized that sometimes I need to relax. When Baiyu killed Shimura Danzo, he really felt desperate in his heart. He almost collapsed while killing Danzo. Who would want to kill Danzo if he was not forced into a desperate situation? Who knew that the dog thief was not destined to die and actually consumed the Sharingan in advance to use Izanami? From that day on, Baiyu realized that his life seemed very easy on the surface, but in fact, he was under a lot of pressure. When the pressure was too great, he couldn't help but chop Shimura Danzo. Hey, I'll teach you how to vent the pressure in your heart when you have time. Right. Baiyu said. He also wanted to have a good relationship with Itaka, and he also needed to relax. Itaka said, okay. He originally came out to buy meatballs and look for Sasuke. By the way, unexpectedly, he made a friend. By the way, Sasuke's friends are very nice. Itaka thought so, and then suddenly, Itaka's expression changed, and he woke up and said, it's over. What's wrong? Baiyu suddenly felt a little familiar. Itaka quickly stood up and said, Sasuke is still waiting for me to teach him how to throw kunao at home. I forgot about him. Baiyu also stood up and said, you haven't started practicing yet? It's been several days. Right. Itaka tilted his head and said blankly, it's been several days, but I didn't teach him for one reason or another. I taught him for a while yesterday, but the sun went down quickly. If I don't go back now, he will be angry. Well, I had a great time with you today. Baiyu said. Me too. I'll come to you next time I have a chance. Itaka said. About eating 3-color balls? Baiyu asked. Itaka turned around and smiled with narrowed eyes. His smile was a little sunny. Well, okay, let's eat 3-color balls together then. Baiyu looked at Itaka's smile and didn't know what she felt in her heart, but when she saw the sun shining on Itaka's face when he turned back and the hair on his shoulders swaying, she suddenly wanted Sasuke to grow long hair. Ino looked at Baiyu pitifully. Today is her date. It was really unlucky. Who knew that Sasuke's brother could chat so long? It's true that misfortunes can happen at any time, and there are unexpected changes in the world. Ino looked at the sky and suddenly realized that her and Baiyu's plan to go to the observation deck of the forest park to see the scenery might be ruined. It was just 2 steps away, and the sun would set when they ran there. If she ran back again, her parents would definitely beat her to death. Ino went out to find Baiyu. Baiyu said, shall we go? It's too late to go now. Ino felt wronged. Baiyu looked at Ino with a doting look. It's not too late. I'll take you there. Then you must bring me back. Of course. Let me show you my purple Spider-Man. Chapter 183. Not caring on the surface but caring deeply in the heart. Sasuke was waiting for Itaka at the gate, right at the gate of the Uchiha clan's residence. He had looked for Itaka at home, but Itaka was not at home. He also said that he would teach him the kunao throwing technique today, but Itaka stood him up again without any surprise. Sasuke was just waiting for Itaka to come back. Stingy, I can't forget him, but he can forget me. I draw a circle and curse you to get cavities from eating candy. Sasuke held his breath and waited at the door to see when Itaka would come back. Itaka came back and saw Sasuke waiting for him at the gate and felt guilty. Sasuke was waiting for him at home, but he went to chat with Sasuke's friends. Sasuke threw away the branch, stood up, folded his hands, and turned his head away proudly. I thought you wouldn't come back. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I won't do it next time. Itaka said. Next time. Sasuke just finished speaking and saw Itaka raised his hand and poked his forehead. Sasuke said aggrievedly, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time. What made Sasuke feel fortunate was that today was not tomorrow. If it was tomorrow, he would have waited waited in vain. It would be better to play with Bai Yu. Where did I go? Itaka said. I went to the village to buy meatballs and then I couldn't find you. I met your friend on the way and chatted with him for a while. My friend, Bai Yu. Sasuke suddenly became energetic. Itaka saw Sasuke's bright eyes and said helplessly, yes. What did you talk about? Sasuke said happily. What did you talk about? I can't tell you. Itaka kept it a secret and he really wouldn't tell Sasuke. After all, it was about the family and the village. But your friend is great. Itaka suddenly said with emotion. Great. Sasuke was stunned. Itaka nodded and said, well, I am very happy to chat with him. I feel like I have found a confidant. Sasuke said blankly. Brother, you really only chat with him, right? You didn't do anything else, right? Hey. Itaka looked at Sasuke. Sasuke said, brother, you don't have a girlfriend. Uchiha Sasuke said so. No more. Sasuke gestured. A girlfriend this old? No more. I've told you several times. Izumi is not my girlfriend, just a female friend. Itaka corrected. I don't care. Anyway, no more. Sasuke said a little aggrieved. Sakura and Ino are fine. What's wrong with his brother? It's fine if you are a girl. I will be happy to let you replace Uchiha Izumi. Why are you competing with him as a boy? No. Maybe he is thinking wrongly. Itaka couldn't have gone astray like him. Sasuke felt relieved. He would wear women's clothes and be with Bai Yu as a girl. His brother couldn't be the same as him, right? If his brother was so easy to open up, Uchiha Izumi wouldn't have spent several years brushing his favorability without any progress. Sasuke thought of Uchiha Izumi and felt lost. Girls are so good. They can be with the boys they like. Uchiha Izumi hasn't come back yet. How can he convince Uchiha Izumi? And although Itaka said that he was not with Izumi, he would feel bad to see his good friend marry someone else, right? Especially this good friend is interested in him and has been pursuing him. Boys are like this a lot of the time. They don't care much on the surface but they care a lot in their heart. Let's not talk about Izumi for now. Let's just assume that he can convince Izumi. So what happens after convincing Izumi to marry Bai Yu? Will his brother feel bad? Will he pretend not to feel bad at all on the surface but actually feel very bad? Just now, Itaka seemed to agree with Bai Yu. With such a relationship, will Itaki also attend Bai Yu's wedding in the future? Thinking of this, Sasuke felt bad. As a good brother, he should not make his brother feel bad. But when Sasuke thought of Itaka's expression when he praised Bai Yu, he felt a little angry. He didn't know why Itaka would feel bad when Bai Yu married Izumi. It would be fine if Sakura and Ino were green with him, but his brother also wanted to be green with him. What's this? Sasuke hurriedly drove away the green in his head. Ever since he opened the Sharingan and got a Megatama, his mind was full of green, the stronger. Not only was his heart full of power, but his eyes also saw things more and more clearly. It's just that his mind is a little easily excited. He often worried about gains and losses. He seemed to be threatening him. He seemed to want to interfere. Just when the two Uchiha brothers were reconciled, Bai Yu was playing Spider-Man in the jungle with Ino. The purple hermit acts as spider silk which is ejected from the blood vessels in the wrist and wrapped around the branches. The whole person moves in a floating manner and the speed is also very fast. There is just one thing. It is not easy to master the balance. However, Bai Yu's parents gave her a very good body. Not only is her recovery ability fast but her brain reaction is also not slow. When she encounters danger, she can react quickly. At this moment, Bai Yu has brought Ino all the way to the highest tree in the Konoha forest. This is also one of the scenery in Konoha village. Because the trees are tall and straight as the sky, there is an observation deck set up at a high place. Villagers can enjoy a 15% discount based on their status. Of course, Bai Yu and Ino are both ninja students, so the intention is enough in this regard. The village gave them a 50% discount. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 183. Not caring on the surface but caring deeply in the heart. After the two of them went through the formalities, they took the tickets and ran all the way to the tallest tree. When you see this big tree in front of you, you will definitely not think it is a tree at first glance but a wall, a tall wall. It is difficult to see the end on both sides and it is also difficult to see the end when you look up at the tree. This tree, which is unknown how wide and how high it is the most majestic tree in the village. There is a plank road built around the tree for ordinary tourists to walk on. On the tree, there is also a special route for ninjas. Ninjas can run on the tree at a 45-degree angle, so the route is much shorter than that of ordinary people. Bai Yu and Ino took a group photo at the door. The two smiled cutely, brightly, and warmly. After taking the group photo, they walked up the plank road around the tree. Because it was not the tourist season, there were few pedestrians. However, we could see the ninjas of Konoha standing in groups of 3 or 2 on high places like villagers coming for a walk. Bai Yu and Ino climbed to a height of 30 or 40 meters and they could already see the entire scenery of the village clearly. From a high vantage point, they had a panoramic view of the village. It was a village hidden in front of the green trees, blooming out layer by layer like a flower, with the Hokage rock and the Hokage building in the center. Bai Yu stood on tiptoe with Ino in front of the guardrail and looked out together. When Bai Yu saw the sun shining on everything in front of him, his heart was not only surging. In the village, the forest and ocean in front of him, all under the sun. The scenery here is also very beautiful. I will bring Sasuke here when I have time. Ino no longer has any feelings about Bai Yu mentioning Sasuke from time to time. As long as Bai Yu is hers in the end, it doesn't matter who Bai Yu belongs to in the process. Instead, it will be a spice of life and add some fun. Chapter 184. How Ultraman Fights Monsters. The only thing that bothered Ino was that she had been talking about big family with Sakura and Sasuke, but actually, personally, she still wanted to monopolize Bai Yu. But she got a along better and better with Sakura and Shizuke, and they had a sisterly atmosphere. When she won, Sakura and Shizuke would be very sad, right? Sad about her betrayal. They had agreed to accompany Baiyu together, but she wanted to eat alone. Although Ino seemed carefree and bold in everything, she was actually very delicate in her heart. In the process of getting along with Baiyu, she had always paid attention to Sakura and Shizuke, and did not let Sakura and Shizuke be neglected by Baiyu. All along, the three of them had been sharing Baiyu equally. Ino couldn't bear to see others being bullied. Ino looked at Baiyu and found that the boy had his hands on the guardrail, looking at the scenery in the distance with a sunny and gentle smile on his face. Very attractive. Baiyu probably likes to see the scenery, just like her. Ino thought happily. She accompanied Baiyu to see the scenery, and the whole afternoon passed leisurely. In the evening, Baiyu sent Ino home, and the two said hello and left. Baiyu didn't dare to go to the door for fear of irritating Yamanaka Inoichi. In the evening, Uchiha clan Fugaku family had dinner. Itaka had something to say to his father, but he didn't know how to start. Sasuke's matter was a misunderstanding, but what about his matter? Was it also a misunderstanding? In the past few years, Itaka couldn't forget the death of Tien Mizunsei and Mizunotsuki teacher, and the relieved expression on his father's face when he returned home. These pictures combined together deeply hurt his heart. Although he had been in contact with the clan member who killed his teammates and teacher in the past few years, the other party had always obeyed his father and was actively promoting some kind of middle school second-year views. They said how cruel reality was, and how wonderful it would be if people could live in heaven. Itaki ignored that and didn't listen at all, but sometimes the man would get more and more excited, as if he had been indoctrinated with abnormal behavior and attitude by his father, and he was still washing him. If you want to preach, just say it. He lost if he heard a word. Itaka has been doing his own thing all these years, training himself silently and accompanying Shizuke silently, but it wasn't until Shizuke opened his Sharingan and met Baiyu in the morning that he learned the truth of the matter. Itaka felt a sense of crisis. The conflict between the family and the village was so big that the village began to openly attack their family members, and the person being attacked was Shizuke. Itaka felt dangerous and had the illusion that his current life and the happiness of staying on the edge of hell would fall off the cliff at any time. Thinking of this, his father was committed to arranging him to enter the Anbu, and his purpose was not simple. Itaka planned to have a good chat with his father after dinner and mention Baiyu to his father. After all, Baiyu and he revealed a lot of information in the morning, and unlike other people, they are not prejudiced against their family. After dinner, Uchiha Fugaku planned to watch TV for a while before taking a rest. There were very interesting channels on TV these 2 days. Mikoto didn't let Itaki and Shizuke watch it, but it didn't mean that he couldn't watch it. Tonight he would watch how Ultraman fought against monsters. Although this was a suit play, he had Susanoo, so he could learn from his strengths and weaknesses and learn how to control giants to fight. Susanoo is also the only technique that can maintain combat effectiveness even if blind after the Mangekyo Sharingan is opened. The most important thing is that the principle of Susanoo's release is somewhat different from the pupil technique. The pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan uses the eyes to release the power of the mind, and the principle adopted is that the eyes are the windows of the mind, and Susanoo is the power of the mind converted from chakra energy into the power of the gods in reality. With the outline of a human body, one relies on blood limit and the other relies on the mind and chakra. Uchiha Fugaku also read the family's classics for a long time before finding such a method. In this way, even if he lost the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan would not be without a trump card to deal with external threat. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was waiting for his two brothers to wash and go back to the room, he suddenly noticed Itaka coming to him. "Dad, I have something to tell you," Uchiha Itaka said unnaturally. Uchiha Fugaku raised his head and looked at Itaki. After a second or two, "Okay." Uchiha Fugaku stood up. "Follow me." Uchiha Fugaku took the lead and walked in front. He thought that Itaka should be for Sasuke's affairs. Itaka would only bow his head for Shizuke. "Dad, I'm sorry." "What?" Uchiha Fugaku stopped and turned to look at Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Itaka looked at Uchiha Fugaku in astonishment and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Uchiha Fugaku retracted his gaze, feeling that he might have been too expectant just now and had auditory hallucinations. How could Itaki, who was always rebellious, suddenly tell him this? If Itaki was willing to confess his feelings to him and Mikoto, he wouldn't have been depressed for several years. Itaka saw Fugaku turned around and he breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt embarrassed. He thought about it and stopped thinking about this matter. He wanted to talk to his father about the village and see if his father had any arrangement. Please click on the next page to continue reading exciting content to come. Chapter 184, How Ultraman Fights Monsters. I also want to verify whether what Baiyu said is true. After all, it was the first time I met someone. Although Baiyu gave him a good feeling, all liars are like this. If there was no affinity, Baiyu would not have coaxed so many girls around him. Itaka was worried that Baiyu was lying to him. After all, this is the White Sea King. In the room, the two sat down opposite each other. Itaka knelt on the ground very stiffly, with his hands on his leg, lowered his head and did not dare to look at Uchiha Fugaku. He really didn't know how to face his father, so he could only escape and remain silent. But because they were family, his rebellion was not thorough enough, just like jumping back and forth on the border of hell, making him wander in pain. "Itaki, what do you want to say?" Uchiha Fugaku asked first, hoping that Itaki would speak so he should go back to watch cartoon. Cartoons are much more interesting than Itaki. Every night at 8 o'clock, but the plot is exciting. Of course, when watching TV, you have to bring Shizuke with you so that it is not him who wants to watch, but Sasuke who wants to watch. Itachi thought for a moment and said, it's about Sasuke opening his eyes. I learned the truth from his friends and I want to verify it with what you know, Dad, to see if Baiyu is lying. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment and he said, tell me. Itachi said, Baiyu and Sasuke were in danger the day before yesterday. Baiyu said that the people were ninjas from the Anbu. In the process of resistance, Baiyu killed the two ninjas. Their target may be Sasuke. As for why, I don't know. Maybe they want to capture Sasuke, or they may want to kill Baiyu to open Sasuke's Sharingan so that they can take away Sasuke's eyes. It's just that the people in the Anbu didn't guess that the two ninjas were killed by Baiyu. Dad, I have two questions. One is, what is Baiyu's true identity? Why he killed the ninjas from the Anbu and nothing happened? I heard from Baiyu that he was taught a lesson by the third generation and no one pursued it. If it's just an ordinary ninja, it's reasonable for him to go to Konoha prison to reflect on his mistake. No matter how old he is, the Sandaime shouldn't have failed to hold Baiyu accountable, so I guess Baiyu's identity may be very important. This is my first question. Another question is, Sandaime, why did the village attack Sasuke? Is it because the conflict between our family and the village is getting worse? Chapter 185. You just want to eat meatballs by yourself. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the feedback below. Special moment, please collect and support the stand user in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. Please collect. Chapter 186. The loophole in the word. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the feedback below. Special moment, please add more collections and support the stand user in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. Please add it to your collection. Chapter 187. Itachi. There are 100,000 reasons in his heart. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the feedback below. Special moment, please add more collections and support the stand user in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. Please add it to your collection. Konoha. The stand envoy in Konoha is updated the fastest on Shohei Novel Network. Chapter 188. Resolving misunderstanding. The content of this chapter is being typed. When you see this text, please refresh the page later to see if it has been updated. If it has not been updated for a long time, please contact us through the following feedback. At this special moment, please collect and support the stand envoy in Konoha Shohei Novel Network. If you have any questions, please click here to give us feedback. The stand envoy in Konoha has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 189. One sword, two pairs of kaleidoscopes. Frankness is the premise of mutual understanding. Itachi now has a deeper understanding of this sentence and he decided to make some changes to himself. If he keeps everything in his heart and doesn't tell others like before, he may brew a disaster and make the people around him farther and farther away from him. Just like now, if he doesn't ask his father about family matters, his father may not take the initiative to tell him. If the information held by the two is not reflected in each other, some things cannot be understood, then he will always misunderstand his father, ignore the difficulties of the family, and only look at the problem from his own perspective. And now, after confessing, Itachi suddenly realized how much he had concealed for Kakashi. Itachi was a little upset for a moment. He asked if it was Kakashi who killed Mizunotsuki teacher a few years ago, why did he do this? And the fourth Hokage, he is Kakashi's teacher and is also very good to Kakashi. Why did Kakashi unseal the nine tails and do such a thing to attack the village? Uchiha Fugaku heard Itachi throwing questions one after another and he felt a little unwell. He responded calmly and talked to Itachi about his difficulties. Is the fourth Hokage good? Itachi, you are deceived by the fourth Hokage's appearance. He looks gentle and considerate on the surface, but that's only to Kushina. In fact, he is a rather cold man. Whether it is fighting or treating others, this person has his own way of dealing with people. Of course, this is also related to his lack of verbal tenderness. He is the kind of person who likes to do practical things and speak with achievement. The gentleness shown in this way is easier to gain the trust of others without attracting attention. This is also the charm of personality. The fourth Hokage is also very popular in the village because of his outstanding achievements and dazzling appearance. This also makes some of his shortcomings subconsciously ignored by people. Uchiha Itachi has seen the fourth Hokage and Aunt Kushina. If these two people had not died too early, he should have been taught by one of them after graduating from the ninja school. Itachi was puzzled when he heard his father say that the fourth Hokage had flaws. The fourth Hokage is known as the most perfect Hokage. He has done everything a ninja can do to the extreme. People in the village also trust him. Why do you say he has flaws? Everyone has flaws. Uchiha Fugaku replied subconsciously. He looked at Itachi and decided that if Itachi asked him why, he would teach Itachi the Uchiha-style swordsmanship passed down in his family. Why does this kid have so many whys? He looked like a person who could think for himself before. However, this was also a manifestation of Itachi's trust in him. Uchiha Fugaku still accepted this trust in his heart. He was a fourth Hokage hater. He had to be a hater. He hated the fourth Hokage all his life. Uchiha Fugaku said he has a tolerant and kind personality, a little shy, sunny and handsome, and is a very gentle person to Kushina. That person is limited to Uzumaki Kushina. Except for Kushina, he is another side to to others. He seems trustworthy, but if you really regard him as hope, you will only get some very desperate things. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while. The words are a bit far-fetched. You just need to remember that our Uchiha clan has the current end, and the 4th generation has made an indelible contribution. Itachi was silent for a while, still unwilling to agree with his father's point of view. The 4th generation is so good, and he can cook. The desserts at the 4th generation's home are delicious. After the Nine Tails incident, after summarizing the battle, it was deduced that the 4th Hokage had fought with the real murderer of the Nine Tails incident, but he did not reveal the information about the real murderer to the villagers before he died. Now it seems that he may have guessed that the person at that time was Kakashi. The 4th Hokage did not leak Kakashi's information to the villagers in order to protect Kakashi, but this behavior has pitted our Uchiha clan badly. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fist and said the 4th Hokage only felt guilty about Kakashi, but never thought that he was ashamed of many people's expectations of him. Every time Kakashi needed his rescue, he did not arrive, leaving Kakashi alone to bear it, and later he let Kakashi join the Anbu, wanting Kakashi to inherit the position of White Fang, but never considered that Kakashi was not living as happily as him. People's tolerance is the limit. When Kakashi was born, his mother died. When he was a ninja student, his father committed suicide because of the words in the village and the failure of the mission. Since then, people around him have died one after another. The only teacher he trusted always looked at him gently, but never said anything to comfort him. It's no surprise that Kakashi turned evil because of this. He has experienced too many things, and it's normal for his psychology to reach the limit of endurance. After all, he has reason to hate the village and the 4th generation. The more Uchiha Fugaku thought about it, the more likely it was. He felt that he might now understand the 4th Hokage better than the 4th Hokage himself, and Kakashi better than Kakashi himself. And because of this guess, Uchiha Fugaku finally figured out why Kakashi knew the identity of Uzumaki Naruto but never helped Uzumaki Naruto. Itachi now trusts his father very much. The reason for the trust is because of him, which caused a gap between father and son and caused a bad family relationship. So at this moment he listened to everything Uchiha Fugaku said. Uchiha Itachi said, so the 4th Hokage finally found out that it was Kakashi who unsealed the Nine Tails and attacked the village, and he didn't say anything but just faced it all gently. Chapter 189 One Sword Two Pairs of Mangekyo. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, except for this reason, I can't think of any other reason for the 4th generation to be willing to die. The Nine Tails was extracted, and Kushina will not live long, but his son has been born, so he won't abandon his son and commit suicide with Kushina, right? What's more, he has the Konoha ninja village behind him that needs his protection. So I think in my heart that he saw through Kakashi's identity and felt guilty about Kakashi, so he was not determined to survive and finally died with Kushina. But in this way, Kakashi is very good at talking. His level of persuasion is probably quite high, otherwise the 4th generation would not be psychologically shaken. Itachi was willing to raise his hands to agree with this. Yes, Dad, he talks a lot and he has ADHD. Every time I see him, he will say some empty words to me, as if he can't distinguish between reality and falsehood and thinks that reality is not as good as the environment and the illusion. Itachi felt a little sorry for Kakashi. How big a blow did he suffer to make him crazy? Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, what did you say just now? Are you talking about every time you see him? Uchiha Fugaku asked with a dark face. Itachi nodded. The young boy felt a little guilty at this moment. If he had confessed his feelings to his father earlier, the misunderstanding would not have continued. They would have caught Kakashi and proved their innocence to the village long ago. Uchiha Fugaku asked, Itachi, what's the matter between you and Kakashi? Didn't he only kill your teammates and teacher? How come you heard that he contacted you afterward? Itachi replied, I don't know why he contacted me, but after I opened my eyes he did contact me. After that, every time he contacted me he would say some crazy word telling me how good the virtual world is, saying that people now live in hell and that the struggle for interests between each other will never get peace. He seemed to be looking forward to my growing up. Uchiha Fugaku could not help but feel furious when he heard this. Itachi is his son, the one he wants to train to inherit the Uchiha clan. How come Kakashi doesn't distinguish between first come first serve? He actually said that Itachi is the one he is looking forward to. Does he deserve it? Uchiha Fugaku wanted to roll up his sleeves and find Kakashi to settle account. First, he harmed their Uchiha clan. Although Kakashi was responsible for this, the main responsibility was the 4th Hokage. Kakashi at most used their clan's Sharingan, but the 4th Hokage kept the truth hidden. Kakashi did nothing wrong about the Nine Tails, but the 4th Hokage contributed greatly to the Uchiha clan moving out of the village. None of the people with blonde hair, red hair, and silver hair are good people. Uchiha Fugaku said, what else did he say to you, except words to escape reality? Uchiha Fugaku felt that Kakashi was crazy, otherwise he would not escape from reality. Itachi said, he also said that I have a pair of eyes that he looks forward to. Dad, his eyes are a little strange. Well, I know, you told me before that he has a very special ninjutsu that can ignore attack. Uchiha Fugaku clasped his hands. Is Kakashi looking forward to Itachi's growth? What does Kakashi need? Itachi's loyalty, or Itachi's eyes? Will he know about the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought. When Kakashi transplanted the Sharingan, the level of the Sharingan was only 3 Megatama, and then Rin died, and then the 4th generation couple died. Kakashi, this guy, is not short of despair in leveling goals, so it is not surprising that the 3 Megatama can evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan and obtain the art of mind portal. portraiture through the eyes. Although it is said that opening the Sharingan as an outsider is enough to make him feel exaggerated, but the outsider people are foreigners. Even if they get the Sharingan, the burden of the Sharingan on the body will be greater than theirs. In other words, even if Kakashi has a Mangekyo level I now, his own combat power is quite worrying, only the same as a normal Jonin. Being able to kill the 4th Hokage is probably just because he has the advantage of the 9 tails and the 4th Hokage's soft heart. Uchiha Fugaku is sure to kill Kakashi, but the premise is that he has to recover from his injuries. Now a few days have passed and the wound on his shoulder has not healed. Konoha White Fang, he really didn't forget to worry about Kakashi even if he died. This father and son, I really want to tie these two together and beat them up. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, not to mention that Kakashi has stared at his son Uchiha Itaka's eyes. No matter what, he will kill Hitaki Kakashi, who threatens his family. Itaka had another question in his mind and he couldn't help asking, Dad, are Kakashi's eyes also Sharingan? Itaka knew that Shisui had the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he didn't know if his father knew about this kind of eye. If he didn't know, he could tell his father about this and let his father be careful of Hitaki Kakashi. What if his father was furious and decided to seek revenge on Kakashi and then beat him? He and Sasuke were both fatherless. Itaka was a little worried. Uchiha Fugaku came back to his senses. He looked at Itaki in front of him and said, that is a kind of eye called Mangekyo Sharingan, which is higher than the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and there are dozens of pairs of eyes in the history of our Uchiha clan. Chapter 189 One sword, 2 pairs of Mangekyo, dozens of pairs. Itaka felt exaggerated. Shisui's eyes are very powerful. If the Uchiha clan had so many Mangekyo Sharingan in history, how could they always be defeated by the Senju clan? Could it be that the Senju clan is even more BT? Uchiha Fugaku nodded and said, well, it's not surprising that there are dozens of pairs of eyes in thousands of years. After all, the village was not as peaceful as it is now in the past. Although the Ninja World War was fought 3 times, the village has always been peaceful and has not been affected by the war. This is also the happiest era for our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his eldest son and said, the Mangekyo Sharingan, our family has studied it in depth. After the Mangekyo Sharingan is opened, a kind of eye technique will appear according to the inner emotions of the ninja at that time. This is also called the art of mind portraiture. You have seen Izanami and Izanami before, right? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Itaka nodded. Yes, his father knew that there was nothing wrong with leaving a record of names when looking through those materials. Uchiha Fugaku said, the Izanami ninjutsu was originally awakened by a ninja who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. That ninja was very talented and studied the Izanami ninjutsu thoroughly and passed down the ninjutsu of performing Izanami. Later generations created this ninjutsu based on Izanami's ninjutsu, and it became a ninjutsu that ordinary Sharingan ninjas can also use, but at the cost of permanent blindness in one eye. This was also the beginning of our family's civil war, which was finally ended by another ninja who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The ninja's name was Uchiha Yuri, and the ninjutsu was called Izanami, which corresponds to Izanami. However, the ninjutsu of Izanami's trick has not been passed down, only related record, and it is extremely difficult to recreate it. So Izanagi is also listed as a forbidden technique by us, and it is forbidden for clan members to learn it. If you see this ninjutsu, you can learn it in case of emergency, but don't use it unless it is a critical moment. Uchiha Itaka nodded to show that he understood. Uchiha Itaka asked again, Dad, what should we do next? Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his eyebrows. Let's summarize the cause and effect first, and then see what to do in the future. Itaka nodded. Uchiha Fugaku saw Itaka waiting for him to speak, and his little face looked like he was listening carefully. He didn't know what he felt in his heart, and he always felt that this scene was far from what he thought. Itaka was like this, he might have to hold on for a few years. Otherwise, he was really worried that Itaka would go to trouble others the day after he became the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said, the cause of the incident was that your teammates were killed by a mysterious man. That person might be Kakashi and Shimura Danzo. Itaka nodded and said nothing. Uchiha Fugaku continued, Shimura Danzo may have transplanted the Sharingan and secretly have bad intentions towards our Uchiha clan, so we need to verify whether Shimura Danzo really transplanted the Sharingan. This is very important to us. It is related to the attitude of the village towards us and our attitude towards the village. Itaka nodded and continued to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku said, and Kakashi, he may be the real culprit of the Nine Tails incident. If we can learn the truth from him, then we will have evidence of our innocence, but this is not something worth celebrating. It's a matter of luck because the village's view of our Uchiha clan will not change easily. Our Sharingan can control the tailed beast and the clan is too powerful. Even if they know we are innocent, they will continue to guard against us because of this. This is something we cannot change. The gap between us and the village will continue. So next, we need to investigate whether Shimura Danzo has transplanted the Sharingan and capture Hitaki Kakashi. Itaki agreed. I learned about the situation from Shisui before. Kakashi is still working in the Anbu. I don't know if the 3rd generation will arrange me to his team. It depends on fate. If you are not in the same team with him, he will always rest. I know where the Hitaki clan is. When he is on vacation, it will be his death. There is one more thing. Uchiha Fugaku folded his hands, looked at Itaki and said, you don't need to investigate Shimura Danzo's affairs. His identity is too important and he can't move. When I have a chance, I will go and test him in person. If you go, it will easily alert the enemy. Okay. Itaka felt that he was still quite strong, but since his father was worried about his safety, he would not go so as not to disturb his father's arrangement. arrangement. Itaka thought of something at this time and he said, before, we thought that Baiyu protected Shizuke, but the real situation is that the target of the Anbu is Baiyu and Shizuke is just an innocent victim. Do we still need to send a thank you gift to Baiyu? It depends on you. Although the incident was caused by him, his behavior of protecting Shizuke is a precious feeling and Shizuke also opened the Sharingan for him. Baiyu might be useful in the future, so Uchiha Fugaku just watched Baiyu and Shizuke get along. The deeper the relationship between the two, the better. It's just one Megatama, what's the use of friends? Wait until you have 3 Megatama. Uchiha Itaka was relieved when he heard this. He thought he couldn't eat meatballs with Baiyu openly. That's great, Itaka said with emotion. This way I can go to him to eat 3 color meatballs. Uchiha Fugaku noticed Itaka's expression and suddenly felt confused. What's the matter with Baiyu? Why do Shizuke and Itaka seem to care about that child? Forget it, Shizuke and Itaka care about Baiyu, which is good. 1 sword and 2 pairs of Manjikaya Sharingan. This friend is worth it. Chapter 190 Baiyu, look at my sword. Under the night sky, Shizuke was practicing swordsmanship with a wooden sword in the yard. He raised the wooden sword high, ran forward a few steps and slashed it down. Ah, Baiyu, look at my sword. Ha, you can't stop it. If you call me brother, I'll let you do something. Okay, actually, if you call me sister that's fine too. Shizuke was practicing swordsmanship by himself and suddenly saw his mother coming out of the living room. Uchiha Mikoto was still dressed like a woman, with long straight black hair and an apron over her home clothes. Her black eyes were as clear as Sasuke's. When she saw Shizuke practicing swordsmanship alone in the yard, she smiled gently. The light from the living room made the front of the door dim. The shadow of the woman looked slender and was dragged into the night. Outside the courtyard wall was the silent sky and the stars and the moon. When Shizuke saw his mother coming out, his little face turned red and the wooden sword in his hand could not help but droop with the tip of the sword on the ground. When Shizuke was practicing swordsmanship, he paid attention to the people in the living room. He saw that his brother and father went to talk about something and his mother was cleaning up the dishes, so he dared to recite Baiyu's name in the yard. With Baiyu's figure as an imaginary enemy, he started a battle that existed in his mind. Who knew that when he was having fun, his mother came out. She saw him. Shizuke couldn't help but pray that his mother didn't hear what he said, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. It was okay to hear Baiyu's name. He had talked about Baiyu's things at home many times. In this regard he became thicker and thicker. From being embarrassed at the beginning to getting used to it later, he made great stride. But just now he didn't just say Baiyu's name, he also said sister or something. If his mother heard this, how embarrassed would she be? Shizuke put away his sword, raised his left hand and coughed. His face expression was indifferent, pretending to be nothing, and said, ahem, well, that's it. Next week's ninja drill is a little more confident. Uchiha Mikoto didn't say anything. After laughing, she saw that Sasuke's expression was even more uncomfortable, so she said, Shizuke, it's getting late, go to bed early. Okay. Shizuke walked towards his mother with the wooden sword reluctantly. Shizuke was looking forward to spending time with Baiyu tomorrow, but Shizuke wanted to spend today slowly, otherwise he really didn't know how to meet Baiyu tomorrow. Uchiha Mikoto watched her youngest son walk by, and she said, Shizuke, there is a mosquito bite on your arm. Mom knows you care about the battle with your friends next week, but if you practice swordsmanship outside at night, it is easy to breed mosquitoes around the house. Big one. Shizuke looked down at his arm and patted it. Okay, let it bite me. Huff. Mikoto couldn't help laughing. The little son looked so cute when he was stunned. Mikoto followed Shizuke back to the house, helped Shizuke put away the wooden sword, and watched Shizuke prepare to wash up. Shizuke washed his hair, pinched his face in front of the mirror, compared it with Ino and Sakura, and felt a little relieved. Some people didn't understand the difference between boys and girls. Shizuke combed his slightly frizzy hair flat. He adjusted his bangs according to his mother's hairstyle. His mother had a long straight black hairstyle, revealing her forehead, very beautiful and gentle. Shizuke was somewhat glad that he had medium-length hair. He adjusted his hairstyle a little to make it fit him better and look a bit like a girl. After changing clothes, it might look more like a girl. Shizuke quickly rubbed his hair with his hands to make it frizzy, which made him look very handsome. Shizuke was not used to the look of a little girl. If possible, he still wanted to be like a boy, but his good friends think he is a girl, and they are also getting along with him as if he is a girl. If he is not a girl, the relationship will change. Shizuke decided to continue pretending to be a girl. I am not used to it now, but I may get used to it in the future. Shizuke looked at himself in the mirror. He thought about it and combed his hair down again. No, such a change cannot be at home. My parents and my brother will see it. I want to go to Baiyu's house. He has my bedroom. I can tidy myself up in that room. When Shizuke went out, he saw his brother and father coming out. When Itaka saw Shizuke, he felt relieved after his heart knot was untied. Shizuke still cared a little about Baiyu and Itaka. Shizuke felt that he was getting more and more angry, and he felt that he was so powerful since he opened the Sharingan. He couldn't wait to fight with Baiyu to see who was stronger. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Itaka and Fugaku, worried that the father and son would quarrel again. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. Uchiha Mikoto felt relieved. Shizuke, are you practicing swordsmanship? Itaka asked with surprise. Shizuke said, yes, I'm very good. Brother, you may not be my opponent. Really? Itaka looked at Shizuke in surprise. What happened to his brother? He opened a Sharingan and made himself float. Shizuke, you look very confident. Shizuke put one hand on his left eye and made a cool pose. He didn't care that his hair was dripping with water. I am so powerful now. Brother, take it. Chapter 190 Baiyu, look look at my sword. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Sasuke ran towards Itachi. Halfway, Sasuke's foot twisted. Ouch! Sasuke screamed and fell to the ground. Itachi hurriedly helped Sasuke up. Don't run so fast after taking a shower. I didn't expect the soles of your shoes to be so slippery. Sasuke stood up, looked up at Itachi, and suddenly said, "Brother, let me help you blow your hair with a hair dryer later." Okay. Itachi smiled. Itachi had long hair, which was usually tied with a rope. Hearing this, he reached out and pulled off the rope, shook his head, and let his hair spread out on his shoulders. Itachi smiled at Sasuke and said, "I'm going, remember it later." Yeah. Sasuke nodded in agreement and smiled in his heart. He would comb Itachi's hair into a girl's style to see if his brother would feel awkward. Besides, they are brothers. His brother is much older than him, and they look a bit similar. When we see his brother as a girl, we can estimate what he will look like in the future. In front of the dressing mirror, Itachi sat on a chair, and Sasuke stepped on the bench barefoot, using a hair dryer to blow Itachi's hair. The boy had a delicate face, red lips, and white teeth, and wore an elegant light green pajamas. His big black eyes looked at Sasuke beside him with a hint of curiosity. Sasuke helped his brother dry his hair, and immediately said, "Don't move yet, I'll comb your hair." Okay. Itachi agreed. Sasuke combed Itachi's hair into a girl's hairstyle as a prank. He had medium-length hair, but his brother had long hair, so there was no problem with the hairstyle. It's guaranteed to be the same as a girl. Itachi looked at himself in the mirror very quietly. Sasuke rubbed his nose, embarrassed but very accomplished. "How is it? Looks good, right?" Itachi laughed slightly sideways on the chair, and raised his stupid brother's chin with his fingers. "Sasuke, do you think I'm beautiful?" Chapter 191 Brother and Sister _standard in Konoha _ a bird passing _ Sasuke, do you think I'm pretty? Brother, why don't you care at all? Sasuke doesn't like boys. Although he thinks Itachi looks good, it's impossible to make him lose his mind. Unless Baiyu becomes a girl, he won't be moved. That's right, why should he pretend to be a girl for Baiyu? Sasuke suddenly realized and woke up. But if he doesn't pretend to be a girl, Baiyu won't like him. This is really a serious question. Itachi was happy to see his brother lose his mind for a while. He just used his brother's dark eyes and the light shining on his eyes to see what he looked like now. Although this hairstyle is fresh, I will let my hair down before going to bed every night. Sasuke, tell me the truth. Do you want to find a girlfriend? Itachi asked seriously with his hands on his leg. Itachi began to care about Sasuke's daily life. It feels great to have no pressure in his heart. Itachi is in a good mood. Find a girlfriend. Sasuke felt strange. Itachi nodded. Yes, otherwise why would you ask about Izumi? Izumi's matter. Sasuke fell silent. He was looking for a good brother, and only a beauty like Uchiha Izumi was worthy of Baiyu. Speaking of beauties, Sasuke looked at his big brother sitting on the chair, and suddenly sighed. Brother, it would be better if you were a girl. This is the big sister like the big brother that Baiyu liked. Hey, Itachi panicked when he heard it. He looked at Sasuke strangely. Sasuke, I know you are a brother control, and we have a good relationship, but you shouldn't think like this. What are you thinking? Sasuke thought, if you were a girl, I wouldn't have to look for Izumi. Wouldn't it be a good thing to give you to Baiyu? Unfortunately, it's a boy. Baiyu won't like it. Even if the boy is very good looking, she won't like it. Itachi taught Sasuke, you have an unhealthy mind. You can look at me like this normally, but you can't really think like this. It will seem strange. Forget it today. I will pretend that I didn't hear it. If this happens again in the future, I will be angry. Do you understand? Sasuke looked at his angry brother in front of him, and suddenly felt that his brother had changed a little today. I don't know what the change is, but he seems to be more lively. He doesn't look so worried. Sasuke suddenly had other ideas. Brother, can I call you sister? Hey. Itachi looked at Sasuke in more surprise. You, what are you talking about? I just feel that it would be better if you were my sister, Sasuke said unnaturally. Itachi raised his hand and gave Sasuke a head slap. I really lost to you. If you want to call me like this, just call me like this, but if dad and mom hear it, you will be miserable, you know. This head slap hurts a little. Sasuke's tears came out, and he nodded vigorously when he heard it. Okay, sister. This is the first time Sasuke called him sister. Itachi felt that this is a strange name. There is a kind of doting on Sasuke, and a different feeling. Itachi shook his head and threw this idea out of his mind. He was in a good mood today and had no worries, so he didn't bother with Sasuke. Silly brother, Itachi said. Sasuke covered his red forehead. Not stupid. Itachi chuckled. I know, I'm stupid. The kind of stupid. Ah, no. Sasuke wanted to refute, but seeing Itachi was very happy, he suddenly realized that Itachi hadn't been so happy for a long time. He said, okay, stupid brother, but you are also stupid. Brother, what stupid? Itachi didn't think he was stupid. Sasuke pretended to be Itachi's usual appearance, expressionless, empty eyes, cold and indifferent to the surrounding temperament, living only in his own circle. And this circle is very small, only Itachi. Itachi has no friends. The only friend is Shisui, and he can only see it once every 1 or 2 months. Most of the time, the silly brother spent his time alone. Even if he pestered his brother and acted as a lively person, his brother still couldn't get over his knot. Although they were brothers, the brother always lived in his own world. Sasuke performed vividly. That's it, days. Is he like this? Itachi was stunned. He asked, what about me now? Sasuke said bluntly, brother, you are like a real girl now. Like a big sister. Itachi looked away uncomfortably. I told you not to. Brother, you promised it yourself. Sasuke said seriously, you must do what you promised me. It's because you often let me down that I don't trust you. Otherwise, I won't forget you. Is that so? Itachi said, okay, I promise you. Brother, you are so good to me. Who told you to be my brother? Itachi remembered something again at this time. He said, tell me about your friend. friend. By you? Shizuke asked. After speaking, Shizuke lowered his head again and said sadly, sure enough, you noticed him, but that's good. Konoha. The update speed of the substitute in the Book C Pavilion novel network is the fastest in the whole network. Chapter 191 Brother and Sister _ the substitute in Konoha _ a bird passing _ Book C Pavilion novel network. What? Nothing. Shizuke. Sister, how do you feel about By you? Sensation. Itaka sat on the chair, raised his chin, looked at the ceiling and thought seriously. I feel that a person who is very friendly will make people involuntarily focus their attention on him, and it feels very pleasant to talk to him. More importantly, Itaka felt that By you understood what his happiness of eating meatballs was. Happiness itself is not eating meatballs. It is not simply liking to eat meatballs. It is a more complex psychology. Maybe he thought too much. When he saw By you, it was like seeing his own shadow. He is the kind of person who wanders between black and white and can't rest. He is the kind of person who feels happy and peaceful as long as he simply sits in the park and looks at the pedestrians on the road. That guy has so many girlfriends, maybe because he is afraid of being alone. Itaka thought of the Anbu ninja who went to find By you. By you said that he killed those two people and was taught a lesson by the Sandame. What will be the fate of this person in the future? By you actively resisted or had to be suppressed by the power of the Sandame. Would By you be the kind of person who gave up resistance? Itaka was curious. Brother, come back to your senses. Shizuke waved his little hand in front of Itaka. He felt that his brother was thinking about his By you. Otherwise, why did his brother talk about By you and get distracted? I'm afraid he was thinking about something else. This is nothing. When Shizuke thought of his By you and someone else besides his brother was thinking about him, he couldn't help but want to cry. Sakura and Ino are so bad. Well, I came back to my senses. Sorry Shizuke, I was distracted by thinking about something just now. Itaki apologized on his own initiative. He has learned a little now. If there is anything that may cause misunderstanding, he should say it immediately. You can't keep everything in your heart. If you suppress it for a long time, your personality will become more and more silent and your life will fall into a vicious circle. And now, he seems to be reborn. I'm going to buy you a big skirt to wear, Shizuke said angrily. What? Itaki was shocked. What does his brother think? You said you want to be my sister, don't play trick. But there's no such outrageous thing as wearing girls' clothes. Itaka tried to refute. He was very doting on his brother, but this kind of thing was still too challenging to his bottom line. How can a boy wear girls' clothes? If you don't wear girls' clothes, how can I call you sister? It makes sense. Itaka thought about it carefully and it really made sense, but in this way, it's so strange. Has Shizuke led him to a bad path? This rebirth is different from what he thought. Itaka sat on the chair, his hair draped over his shoulders and the whole person was red and dazed. The lights in the house were bright. Chapter 192 A photo with Ino. In the dark night sky outside the house, under the same sky, another person was holding the photo in his hand very seriously. Ino said that the photo would stay with him and he didn't dare to take it home. If he took it home, he and Ino would be dead. By you was also a little afraid that Yamanaka High would open the 8 gate. The photo was left in his hand, and Shizuke and Sakura would come over tomorrow to see it. But tomorrow, By you picked up the photo and selected the best photo to stick on the wall in front of the desk. He pasted it carefully and there was a quiet and dark night sky outside the window next to him. I will have to play with Shizuke all day tomorrow. The two of us will go to the street, eat together, and then what else will we do? By you doesn't know. He has no experience. He doesn't have enough experience, so he can only see how Shizuke arranges it. By you posted the photo, took a look, and stepped back to look at the photo carefully from a different angle. The light in the room illuminated the wall. In the photo, the blonde girl and the red-haired boy huddled together, making cute faces together, looking naughty and mischievous. They were wearing casual clothes with a guardrail behind them and a clear sky outside the guardrail. The forest could be seen in the bottom corner of the photo, and the highest part of the photo had the beautiful sunset glow. By you could hear the sound of insects chirping in the dark outside the house. He touched his chin and looked at the photos more and more satisfied. There were dozens of photos with Ino in his hand. By you still remembered that Ino was not satisfied when he took the photo. It was much better when the purple hermit held the camera. This caused dissatisfaction in the purple hermit, saying that he had developed many unnecessary functions for the stand. But By you is the strongest stand user in the ninja world. He is the only one, so he can use it however he wants. At night, I went to sleep. By you was at peace. Before going to sleep, he had to adjust his state so that he could meet Shizuke tomorrow. The next morning, By you got up and changed his clothes. He dressed elegantly. After washing his face and styling his hair, he looked in the mirror and showed a gentle look. He was fair and clean, with regular features. Compared with his lively and cheerful self a few days ago, he had experienced many things in the past few days, and his personality seemed much more stable, and it was difficult to see the innocent and active look in his eyes. By you put away his feelings and looked out the window to check the time. Shizuke and others had called him for the past 2 days. He got up very early today, and it was time to go outside and wait for Shizuke. By you walked out of the house. He took off the key and put it in his pocket. His feet stepped on the cold and bright ground facing the sunlight falling from the eaves and walked into the shadow of the street building. Who knew that before he took 2 steps, a girl with light blonde hair suddenly jumped out beside him. The girl hooked By Yu's neck and said with a smile, "Why are you dressed so handsomely today?" By Yu shrugged helplessly but did not shake off Ino's arm. "Ino, stop it. I have to show it to Shizuke later. You have the key to my house. Why didn't you go in just now?" "Of course I'm waiting here." Ino ignored By Yu and she walked forward with By Yu. "When I came here, I heard someone walking in the house. I remember your footsteps clearly and I was waiting for you to come out so that I could sneak attack you. How about it? I look good today too, right? Ino said, letting go of her hand and taking a step forward, leaping over a body position, dancing in front of Bai Yu, turning around, pausing the pose, and showing Bai Yu the most perfect her. Ino didn't wear a little skirt today. She changed into a grey turtleneck and trousers, dressed like a boy. Her hairstyle also changed from light blonde to medium length hair. Short hair is smooth. Bangs are 3:7 bangs, and 3-part hair is stuck on one side by a light green hairpin, making her look delicate and cute. Ino, why are you suddenly? Bai Yu looked at Ino. Ino stood up and said indifferently, it's because you like Shizuke very much. I have observed carefully. You probably like girls wearing men's clothes, so today ding 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 ding. Ino put away her pretended cold expression and showed her fox tail in a quirky way. Now look at me. How about me? Shizuke has no advantage, right? I am your favorite boy. Bai Yu was convinced by Ino, and he nodded gently. Not bad. Very handsome. Then who is more handsome between me and Shizuke? Ino ran to Bai Yu and asked. Bai Yu, they are all beautiful. Ino walked beside Bai Yu with a grin on his face, and the two walked side by side. I met Sakura when I came here, and I was hiding next to her just now. Where is it? Bai Yu subconsciously wanted to look back, but her eyes were suddenly covered by Ino. Don't look yet. Sakura is embarrassed. How can I be embarrassed? Sakura walked out from the side and said, then why didn't you jump out with me to scare Bai Yu just now? Ino asked. Bai Yu heard Sakura's voice and her mouth curved. She looked out from Ino's fingers and saw Sakura wearing a light red long-sleeved shirt with a bow tied on her head by a red headband, pink hair in the middle of her forehead, revealing a beautiful little face, bangs covering both cheek, and her hair would shake slightly as she raised her head. Sakura looked at Bai Yu a little nervously. Bai Yu said aloud, Sakura is very beautiful today. Yeah. Sakura nodded happily and walked in front of Bai Yu. Ino had to let go of the hand covering Bai Yu's eyes. I helped you dress up. Xiaoying, you have to thank me. The stand in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 192 Photo with Ino. Thank you, Ino. Xiaoying said sincerely. Ino smiled and said, then give me some of your time tomorrow? Well, don't look at me like that. How about this? Just half a day. Wow, are you going to eat me? Just 1/3 of a day. I can actually accompany Bai Yu with you. Ino felt more and more unconfident in his heart. Sakura couldn't refuse Ino. They were both Bai Yu's girlfriends and had a good relationship, but Ino always liked to make her angry. Today, Ino still made her very happy. When they met on the road, Ino gave her a hair scarf and told her not to care about her careless words. Sakura understood Ino. Then, the two of them were on the side of the road. Ino dressed her up beautifully and came to meet Bai Yu. What reason did Sakura have to be angry with Ino? Sakura was much more tolerant of Ino and said, tomorrow I will go to the library with Bai Yu to find books that record information about the stone fruit. If you want to know how Bai Yu and I conquer you, you can follow us and watch. Is that so? Ino thought about it carefully and found that there was still profit, so she nodded and said, let's see, I will be like Shizuke, watching you two get along and never disturb you. Okay. Sakura made a condition, but if you follow Bai Yu and me tomorrow, it's your turn the day after tomorrow, and I'll also be by your side watching you and Bai Yu get along. Is that okay? Yes or no? Ino was thinking, and suddenly saw a black-haired girl walking towards the end of the street. The girl was still dressed as usual, with a black neck-covering dress, white short, and blue ninja sandals on her feet. She was simple and clean, and with her delicate and beautiful face and snow-white skin, she gave people a very beautiful feeling. Ino looked for a long time, and when the black-haired girl came closer, she recognized who she was. Shizuke changed his hairstyle. The hairstyle he had when he was a boy was changed to a girl's hairstyle. He no longer cared about being handsome, but wanted to make himself look more feminine so as to prepare for the appointment in the afternoon. The substitute in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the entire network, 51,110. Chapter 193. He has to find a helper for himself quickly. Shizuke, Bai Yu. The two people were on the street looking at each other. They didn't speak. Shizuke slowly moved towards Bai Yu. Sakura and Ino felt like they were just strangers. Sakura said sourly, that's it, they have such a good relationship, why do they let us join in? Although I have to be grateful for Sasuke's generosity, I feel bad when I see them showing off their love from time to time. Ino comforted Sakura, alas, there is no way who lets Shizuke have special interest. I am also unwilling, but this is already a great progress. Alas, Sakura thought that she would become a beautiful mother for Bai Yu in the future, so she stopped worrying about the relationship between Bai Yu and Shizuke. She didn't know what would happen between Ino and Bai Yu, but for her, Sasuke's hat was fixed. Hey, women over there, you two women, talk softly. Do you think I can't hear you? Shizuke pointed at Sakura and Ino anxiously. He was already feeling green, but Sakura and Ino looked very caring for him and tried to get along with Bai Yu so that he would be more jealous. How could Shizuke not be anxious? He didn't want to rely on the Sharingan to become stronger now. The greener the stronger. Whoever wants it can do it. The two women couldn't help laughing at the same time when they saw Sasuke's exasperated look. Sure enough, just like Bai Yu said, he likes to say one thing and mean another. Isn't this it, Sundara? Sakura and Ino said. Shizuke couldn't help it. Bai Yu quickly held Shizuke to prevent him from sending out the challenge. Sakura, let me watch you and Bai Yu reading tomorrow. Okay, I will also attend your meeting the day after tomorrow. Sakura said. Okay, Ino said generously. The two smiled at each other and reached an agreement to divide the white moon in front of Shizuke. Shizuke lost his temper for a while, but he had no choice. After all, these two were number 1 and number 2. No matter how anxious he was as number 3, he still couldn't beat the two of them together. He had to find a helper for himself quickly, Shizuke thought to himself, but to find a helper, he needed to ask for the approval of Sakura and Ino. How could these two people agree? So things were very troublesome. In addition to getting Sakura and Ino's approval, he also asked Sakura to carve out a number plate. That number plate was number 4. It was used for the helper he found. If Sakura and Ino were unwilling, then the helper he found could not join in legitimately and would be a person without a name. And how to persuade that person to get such a result? Shizuke felt clueless. It's fine to make someone fall in love with someone else, but you also have to let them join in and compete with the other two women. This is no less difficult than Baiyu going to the library to read books. Shizuke, what are you going to do in the afternoon? Baiyu asked. In the afternoon, Shizuke thought he has to give Baiyu a gift today, but he hasn't bought it yet because he doesn't know what kind of gift Baiyu likes. So he plans to take Baiyu to choose, and he will accept whatever Baiyu chooses. After all, it's a gift and he is willing to do it. Unlike the past when he felt embarrassed, now he has accepted himself and feels that every minute with Baiyu is precious, so he can consider bold things. In addition to having dinner with Baiyu in the afternoon, the two will go to Konoha Commercial Street to look at clothes. Let's have lunch first. I'll treat you, and then we'll go shopping, Shizuke said. Baiyu nodded and agreed. Ino heard that they were going to eat, raised her hand and said, add me. Sakura saw Ino trying to grab the opportunity, and she raised her hand and said, and me. Shizuke looked at Ino and Sakura with a frown on his face and refused. No, today is my time. You two don't even think about it. If lunch is not okay, how about dinner? Ino said unwillingly. Sakura glanced at Ino and said, yes, I can help you. Cook with Baiyu. Then Ino and I ate on the side. Sakura looked at Ino while speaking. Ino said, good friends, good friends. Sakura nodded. Baiyu didn't expect that these two could turn hostility into friendship, and also felt that fate was interesting. In the original work, Ino and Sakura were very good friends, and then they fought each other for Shizuke, and the boat of friendship capsized. But when it came to him, there was no need to fight for several people, and they were all caught in one net by him, so there was no conflict. Baiyu saw the two women whose relationship was gradually getting better, and he looked at Shizuke. Shizuke glanced at Baiyu, and he gritted his teeth and said, no, at least you two can't come over today. Why? Ino was a little disappointed. Shizuke wanted to say, but couldn't say it. Baiyu said, Sakura, Ino, give me and Shizuke some space today. I will accompany you well tomorrow, please. Baiyu made a begging gesture. Ino was thoughtful. Seeing Baiyu's look and Sasuke's performance just now, she knew that the two of them had something going on today, and they couldn't let her and Sakura know as usual. Well, who makes you the head of the family? Ino said to Sakura, let's go do our own things today. Right. 118,988. Chapter 193. He has to find a helper for himself quickly. Okay. Sakura listened to Baiyu very much. Even though Baiyu was with other girls, she could only agree to it. Just like what Ino said, Baiyu was the head of the family, but it was not a matter of grievance. After all, today was Sasuke's time. Shizuke didn't say anything when they were with Baiyu in the past, and the rule at the beginning was not to disturb others to gain experience, but it was difficult to control things like feelings, so there was no way to sit back and watch others surpass themselves, always thinking about getting more time. It was not an unpleasant thing. Shizuke looked at Baiyu with concern, and Baiyu smiled and nodded at Shizuke. Shizuke felt relieved. At this moment, Sakura asked a question. Ino, did you run out of photo paper yesterday? There should be some left for Shizuke and me. Right. Relax. It was already very late when Baiyu and I went to the observation deck yesterday. Although the scenery there was beautiful, Baiyu and I had to hurry back. How could we run out of photo paper? Ino said frankly. Baiyu didn't expose it. In fact, there were not many photo papers left. Ino loved beauty too much, liked to keep beautiful scenery and take photos with him, so she had used up almost all the photo papers without realizing it. When Shizuke heard about the photo papers, his heart moved, and he hurriedly shook his head and said, I'll buy more when I run out. No need to save. Okay, I knew Shizuke wouldn't mind. Ino said. Sakura said, then we have time to take a group photo. Group photo? Shizuke was surprised. Yeah. Sakura nodded. Is it a family photo? I want to stand next to Baiyu. Ino raised her hand and said, we will all stand next to Baiyu. Chapter 194. This happy guy. Baiyu was surrounded by 3 people and walked towards the school. After a few days of recovery, all his injuries have healed. In fact, when he went out to play with Ino yesterday, his body was no longer in pain, only his leg bones and ribs were still aching. Maybe Mao Yuxi Yan judged that he would be almost well yesterday, so she didn't come to see him last night. She is a very gentle woman, and she also asked for a few more days off for him. Speaking of gentleness, his 3 women are not lacking in gentleness. Ino is very lively on the surface, but in fact she is thoughtful and caring. Sakura has always been very gentle, but she doesn't like him to think too much about Shizuke and Ino. Whenever he thinks about Shizuke, Sakura will beat him. She looks cute when she bullies him. Today, Sakura and Ino have a better relationship. Sakura has returned to her original outfit with a bow tied on her pink hair, and her beautiful face is fully revealed, which makes him feel pleasing to the eye. 1 point closer to Sakura's mother. As for Shizuke, he has always been dressed like a boy, with a neutral beauty and sometimes a tsundere look, which really makes him like him very much. In addition, he is his first love, so he likes him in all aspects. These 2 days Shizuke has become enlightened and understood the relationship between them. When he looks at him, his eyes are full of him, which makes him feel warm to Shizuke in his heart. Ino thinks that he likes Shizuke because Shizuke she has a neutral beauty, like a boy and a girl, so Ino Ino dressed like a boy today, cool and handsome. To be honest, Ino's men's clothing really caught his eye. He likes very cool girls, and Sakura's heroic look fascinates him. So Ino's current dress also caught his eye. He wants to avoid Shizuke and Sakura and go to Ino. Ino is too good to him, but he is also looking forward to getting along with Shizuke today, especially Shizuke, who has always been very boyish, changed his hairstyle today and looks soft and beautiful, as if he has decided to restore his feminine appearance in front of him. This shows that Shizuke has a sense of crisis in his heart and intends to compete with Ino and Sakura for him, and began to pay attention to his own dress. Shizuke and Baiyu walked along, and they saw each other's appearance. They are always inseparable from each other, just like walking now. Sakura and Ino are also around, but Shizuke is always indispensable to Baiyu's position. Shizuke is on the left, and Sakura and Ino are on the right. Sakura and Ino took turns standing beside him. Several people chatted along the way, and the atmosphere was harmonious until they separated in the afternoon. Ino and Sakura also understood and made room for him and Shizuke. Well, Baiyu, we'll see you tomorrow. Ino greeted. Do I look okay today? I like it very much. Baiyu said honestly. It is true that men's clothing is more exciting to bully. Ino smiled and said, okay, I will pay attention in the future, but I am a girl after all, and I will still wear girls' clothes in the future. You like my men's clothing, so you rarely see it. Occasionally I wear men's clothing. Ino said. Baiyu thank you Ino. You are so nice. Of course, I wish you a good time with Shizuke today. Ino waved to Baiyu before leaving. Baiyu and Ino waved goodbye. Watch Ino leave. Sakura said on the side. It's my turn tomorrow. Baiyu, remember to take good care of the stone fruit. We will go to the library to find books together. Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this big favor. Baiyu smiled. I believe you, Sakura. I always feel warm when I am with you. Me too, Sakura said. She looked at Baiyu with some worry. Your injury has not healed yet. Don't be too strong. If you feel you can't support yourself when walking, let Shizuke help you. Shizuke, Baiyu is in your hands. You must take good care of him. Understand? Sakura said to Shizuke. Shizuke said impatiently, I know, I will take good care of him. Baiyu's woman was too good to Baiyu. Shizuke felt a little uncomfortable. Baiyu was his, but he had to watch Baiyu get along with Ino and Sakura. He really lost in front of her husband. Watching her husband get along with other girls, it was painful, and there was a feeling that Baiyu was so powerful that he didn't cherish her. If he cherished Baiyu and treated her well, Baiyu would tell him decisively as before that she would only choose him, right? Then he would not develop feelings with Ino and Sakura. But he could not do anything to occupy Baiyu, because he was a boy. How could he have the nerve to occupy Baiyu and prevent Baiyu from having a normal life? Baiyu would not like boys. Baiyu always liked girls, so he could only watch Ino and Sakura from the side, and could only share Baiyu so that Ino and Sakura could get the feelings that should belong to him from Baiyu. He openly chose the route that made him feel painful. Shizuke thought of his brother at home and Uchiha Izumi, who had not returned yet, and made up his mind in his heart. In addition to teaching his brother how to dress as a woman, he also had to help Uchiha Izumi get a wooden sign from Sakura. In addition to his admiration for his brother in his heart, he taught his brother how to dress as a woman because the two brothers were somewhat similar. When his brother dressed as a woman, he could see his future self from his brother's appearance. Then I thought about what it would be like for him as a girl to be around Baiyu in the future. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Chapter 194. This happy guy. Of course, there is also the idea of a euro revenge on my brother. He actually said that his friend is great. My brother may not have meant it when he said it, but when he heard this sentence, it made him explode a little. He was jealous of Sakura and Ino, and he was hit by the score of continuous blood loss. Then the expression on my brother's words was a critical hit, and Uchiha Izumi was also something he had thought about a long time ago. After all, compared with Sakura and Ino, he felt more at ease as he was from the same family. Since the brother is not the sister, there is no way to get closer to Baiyu, so the only option is to consider Uchiha Izumi. This happy guy. Shizuke looked at Baiyu, who was watching Sakura leave. He would make Baiyu happy, and this was the best thing he could give Baiyu. Finally leaving, Baiyu wiped the sweat off her face, turned around and said to the girl beside her, so, now is our time. Yeah, Shizuke responded. Then he found that Baiyu raised his hands to high five, so he cooperated with Baiyu. The two clapped their hands in the air, celebrating the departure of Ino and Sakura. Shizuke said, Baiyu, you are really led astray by Ino. You can actually coax girls. Haha, maybe I am so bad. Baiyu looked at Shizuke happily. Shizuke, you look very cute today. I like this kind of dress. Really? I will make you like it more. Shizuke whispered. Let's go to dinner. What do you like to eat? Let's watch while walking. Baiyu said. Shizuke, okay. Chapter 195. The flaw of character is not calm enough. The stand in Konoha. The time spent with Shizuke always passed quickly. At noon, they went to eat barbecue together. Shizuke has an exclusive secret recipe, tomato barbecue. First, cut the tomatoes into slices and put them next to the barbecue. When heated, the juice will flow into the barbecue. When the meat is cooked, it will be crispy and soft, and it will have a natural sour taste. After the two of them finished their meal, they went shopping in the commercial street in the afternoon. As Baiyu expected, Shizuke took him to see a lot of girls' clothes. Girls' shopping is naturally mainly for buying clothes. Baiyu didn't feel strange at all. After buying clothes, they carried large and small bags home. When they got home, it was already noon. When they got home, Baiyu knew what Shizuke was going to put in his house. It turned out to be fur clothes. He and Shizuke opened the bag together, tore off the label, hung it with a hanger, and put it in the the closet. When Shizuke moves in, they will buy some daily necessities and the atmosphere of life will become more and more. Shizuke blushed and pushed Bai Yu out. Bai Yu was naturally not a shameless person to stay. In the future, everyone would be his, so why should he rush? When Bai Yu went out to wait, he was also wondering if Sasuke's family favored boys over girls. Otherwise, why Shizuke didn't have a decent female dress until he grew up. When Bai Yu thought of this, he felt even more pity for Shizuke and decided to treat Shizuke as a girl. No matter how boyish Shizuke was outside, when he returned home, he was a beautiful girl. Before, he got along with Shizuke, although he knew that Shizuke was a girl, but more often he would subconsciously treat Shizuke as a boy. Neutral beauty is neutral beauty, but Sasuke's behavior is indeed like a boy. So all along, Bai Yu treated Shizuke as a boy. Bai Yu was also afraid that if he stayed with Shizuke for a long time, he would be turned gay by Shizuke. He liked girls and knew that Shizuke was a girl, but Shizuke dressed like a boy and was very boyish, so he was worried that after a long time Shizuke would have the idea that it didn't matter if Shizuke was a boy. Bai Yu was afraid that something like this would happen, but fortunately Shizuke found himself at this time and decided to return to his girlish appearance with him. Bai Yu was happy and looking forward to it. If Shizuke returned to being a girl, he would not have such strange thoughts. Soon, Shizuke changed his clothes and came out. The person in front of him was as beautiful as Bai Yu imagined. Black hair covered her neck, delicate facial features and a blush on her clear face, which was the opposite of her usual appearance, and she looked a little cold and lovely. Shizuke looked very good in this situation when he pretended to be calm. It was as if the blush on his face didn't exist. Like a little bird, time passed quickly and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, Bai Yu prepared a candlelight dinner. He had a purple hermit that could change the environment just like a virtual reality game and set the scenery of his home in the starry sky. The candlelight was bright and the two sat opposite each other. While chatting, they imagined the future. Some trivialities and fun in life were not enough to talk about, and there seemed to be endless topics to talk about. They talked about the ninja drill next week. Shizuke was very excited to fight with Bai Yu, wanting to know who was stronger. At this time, Shizuke was obviously dressed like a girl, but he could also see his boyishness. The unyielding look of the person he liked touched Bai Yu's heart, and he naturally agreed to Sasuke's request. Well, he had already agreed to Sasuke's ninja drill. It was just that when Shizuke talked about it at this time, he understood Sasuke's expectation of fighting with him. The two had a very happy dinner. After the candlelight dinner, it was getting dark outside. It was getting late, so Shizuke hurriedly changed into his original clothes and went outside. Bai Yu sent Shizuke to the edge of the town and watched him enter the forest. He was like watching the elves of the jungle return home. Bai Yu did not retract his gaze until he could no longer see Shizuke. He was happy. After seeing Sasuke's original appearance, he felt that life was full of expectations. This gave him strength. If it weren't for the Sandame teaching him to practice, getting along with his three wives in daily life would be a pleasure in life. After all, who wants to go to the Hokage building to see an old man for nothing? Not to mention that he almost chopped Danzo off when he was not prepared, even though Danzo didn't react at all when he stabbed him in the back and was very pleased with him. In fact, if the two of them really fought face to face, he would definitely not be Danzo's opponent. Shimura Danzo, nicknamed Kazekage. This title is quite reliable and not without reason. When both of them let go, Bai Yu was worried that he would be sprayed to death by Danzo, so when he went to the Hokage building, he had to be careful of Shimura Danzo and wait for a chance to help Danzo with a knife. My wounds are almost healed today. I will be back to normal in 2 days. Since I am destined to step out of my comfort zone, I will experience a lot of dangers in the future. I need to continue to become stronger. The Sandame saw that I like my current life, so he took me out of the ninja school with confidence. Right? He was sure that even if I hate the older generation, I would not betray the village and become a traitor, because when I encounter difficult things in the future, the people in front of me will be the light in my heart. People living in the dark will walk towards the light. This is instinct. Chapter 195. The defect of character is not being calm enough. Bai Yu remembered that there were many ninjas in the original work who were in the dark. In the battle before death, they said that they longed for the light in their heart. They knew that many things were beyond their control. It is not that you can get a stable life just because you want it. This ninja world always makes people do things they don't like. Is the third generation very comfortable as a Hokage? The third generation was also bound by the title of Hokage for his whole life. Bai Yu decided to continue to follow his original plan. He readjusted the outline. Saving his father's remains and killing Uchiha Itachi are still the current goals. His father's remains are under the Hokage rock and are covered by the barrier. Bai Yu suspected that there was a passage leading to the underground barrier in the Hokage building. The third generation asked him to practice, and he just took this opportunity to check. With the help of the purple hermit, this aspect will be easy. After he grows up and becomes stronger, he can kill Uchiha Itachi and steal his father's remains from the underground barrier so that his father and mother can be reunited. In this way, half of his happiness in his youth is complete. He only needs to wait until he grows up to kill Pain, revive his parents, and marry Shizuke, Sakura, and Ino, accompanied by many parents, to be considered happy. Bai Yu divides his life into many stages, but the things he pursues in each stage are the same, which is happiness. His childhood happiness is composed of family, friends, and living environment. Without parents, his childhood happiness is 1/3 less. The environment for a stable life is about to be broken, so another part is missing. Now only friends are left, and this one is also the light in his heart. It is also the confidence of the third generation that he will be determined that even if he grows up crooked and hates the third generation in his heart, he will never betray the village. Because this is the bond between people. Whenever I encounter something bad, I will think about whether there will be another turn for the matter, change the angle of thinking, and find the good side. This is how I think. In addition, it is easy to collapse when the pressure is too great, and once collapse, it will kill people. This is really too villainous. I am not only different from Orochimaru, but also from Dio and other bosses. So why are we so similar in this respect? The other bosses are the same. Almost all of them took the wrong approach when they were under great pressure. Dio said that he was very excited, but in the end he panicked when the steamroller didn't work. He used his legs that were not yet fully healed to compare the hardness of Star Platinum's fist. It was reasonable that he was cracked by a punch. Not to mention the boss, who has been cautious all his life but didn't coward when he should have, and was brave once. Just this time he got the immortality that others dream of, titanium. Could this be the boss's plan? This is really the child of destiny, the Emperor of Darkness. Thinking in this way, Giorno's getting the arrow is also part of fate, just like the relationship between the priest and the Chiao family, and Giorno is destined to get the arrow from the boss in the process of fighting for the arrow, and then use the requiem to send the boss to heaven. Even if the boss desperately fights for the insect arrow, he still can't get it. This is because fate has destined him to become the king. If he only relies on the boss, he can only become the emperor of the world at most. But Giorno can make the boss the king of darkness for life. So in order to take care of Diablo, the son of the version, fate makes Diablo unable to get the arrow. Every time he is just a little bit away, but he just can't get it. This is the teasing of fate, and he just wants to rush when he is under a lot of pressure. His situation of being under a lot of pressure is very similar to that of others. They are all forced into a desperate situation by the environment and the current situation. They can't think of a way to crack it, so they can only rush once. This is his character flaw. Kaz went to heaven. The priest was breathing oxygen. Kirara Yoshikage was in the ambulance. Toruya called Kang Sui to save me. The reasons for these failures were all caused by not being calm enough until the end of life. Bai Yu felt that this was not good. He didn't like his hysterical appearance. If he had behaved more calmly, he wouldn't have been caught by the Sandame, and Shimura Danzo wouldn't have had the opportunity to use Izanami. Bai Yu thought about his character weaknesses. He went all the way back home and decided to cultivate himself from today and deal with unfavorable emergencies more calmly so as not to be at a loss when encountering such things in the future. Everyone has weaknesses. I have to hide my weaknesses and be more calm. But what should I do if my nature is hard to change? Bai Yu got home. He thought about it carefully and found that he still didn't know how to change his character. He didn't want to change his character either. He thought it was good like this. If he changed himself into someone else, would his future pursuits be the same as what he wanted now? So he could only suppress his irritable side and suppress his flaws that he would forget to think with his head when he was in a desperate situation and only wanted to attack. In life, all troubles cannot be solved by killing. Bai Yu took a pen and scribbled on the paper, then looked back and asked Purple Hermit, what do you think about combining chakra energy with stand ability? In the past, stand and chakra have always been combined, giving birth to the use of thorns of all things and chakra battery. But if chakra energy and stand ability, that is, reading and writing itself, are combined, what interesting aspects will appear? If you like stand user in Konoha, please collect it. Stand user in Konoha has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 196 Examining Yourself. Outside the window, the black night sky. The red-haired woman appeared lightly behind Bai Yu, with her hands on Bai Yu's shoulders and her two hands crossed, posing a strange posture. I don't know what changes will happen. You are the real body, right? What I can feel is that you will evolve once, and then it will be the end, and it will be a completed state. Bai Yu said. He saw the purple hermit behind him and felt happy, as if his mother was still with him. If he had not seen his father, Bai Yu would have let his father appear by his side. Although it looks like the red sand scorpion and the puppets named father and mother are together, it is also good. He has not yet received the comfort of happiness in his youth. The red-haired woman said. Everyone has their limit. If you can't stabilize the stand ability all at once, then growth will have to be divided into multiple stages. Well, that's it. It seems to be the case. I am a cub both mentally and physically. Bai Yu turned the pencil in his right hand. The ability to read and write requires a medium for reading and writing, as well as a primer for information, and chakra is a kind of energy. We have learned that when chakra energy touches the stand, it will harden. So what will happen if chakra energy and stand ability are combined? Bai Yu carefully thought about what would happen if the purple hermit and the ability to read and write were combined. He had this idea in his heart, but he didn't know how to express it. The specific form of expression is very important, just like 1 + 1 = 2. If the and sign in the middle of 1 + 1 is removed, who knows how 2 ones become 2? Without the concept of the plus sign, can mathematics still appear? And how will it appear? This is what Bai Yu is thinking about now. He couldn't figure it out. If he didn't study this method thoroughly, he would have to give up the next stage of ability that would appear after the combination of telepathy and chakra energy. In this way, he would start to think about other ways of development, just like Johnny learning rotation. He would also find similar techniques similar to the purple hermit's telepathy, so that the purple hermit could evolve to the next stage and become the final form. The most important thing about the purple hermit's telepathy is to express information, so it is difficult for him to find a technology that matches the purple hermit's telepathy. His vision is still too low. Bai Yu thought of the library and then thought of Sakura and Ino, and his light green eyes softened a little. Sakura and Ino made an appointment to read books with him in the library, and by the way, study how the stone fruit blooms. Whether it is Sakura or Ino, he has some feelings and regards these two people as family, but he still feels uncomfortable in his heart when he can't see Suzuki. I don't know if Suzuki will abide by the rules and not go to the library tomorrow. It would be great if Suzuki could not abide by this rule. One person a day is too weak. It's better to read books with several people. But Suzuki is a bit honest in character. He believes what others say. I guess he doesn't expect people to come to play with him without following the rules. Compared with Suzuki, Sakura and Ino are too powerful. They are competing for time in all aspects. Now the two of them are inseparable and spend all their time together. Let them study the stone fruit tomorrow. I want to read all the books in the library as soon as possible. Store the knowledge in my mind in the form of impressions and become data deep in my brain. As long as Sakura's conditions and Ino's conditions are met, these two girls will have to watch me and Suzuki get along, and there will be no specific time division. We can all be together. The Purple Hermit can collect data and tell him the final result, so it is a very feasible operation to store knowledge in the brain. If he has any questions that he doesn't know, he can ask the Purple Hermit, and the Purple Hermit will tell him the calculated results faithfully like a calculator with AI intelligence. This is an application of the telepathic ability to the information primer, and telepathic disguise is an application of the telepathic ability to the telepathic medium. The Purple Hermit has evolved many times now. Every time he has some ideas, his ability will change until this ability cools down and becomes one of the functions of the entire stand. Just like telepathic destruction, this ability can destroy the medium. The reason is that Baiyu asks for information that exceeds the medium's tolerance range. The medium cannot withstand the pressure of the Purple Hermit's request for information and will eventually destroy itself from the inside. When used in the human brain, it is accurate with one electric shock. Now it has become a skill of fixed point destruction. It seems that one hit kill is awesome, but Baiyu has experienced 2 battles and has also figured out the defects in this aspect. The first is that the Purple Hermit must contact the medium to activate the ability. Just like Killer Queen needs to touch something to turn it into a bomb. If the stand can't touch the object, it's done. Baiyu was blocked from shooting several times, and he was almost broken by these ninjas. The ninjas he met were all very smart. After fighting for a few rounds, they figured out his ability and then blocked his shooting range to attack him. So Baiyu has some psychological shadows about the ability of telekinesis and destruction. Moreover, the Purple Hermit's own movement speed is also a bit slow, which means that if you want to attack the enemy, you can only set up traps in advance. Chapter 196 Examining myself. Reading and writing destruction. Deploying the Purple Hermit to form a trap. The enemy will die immediately after entering the net. All things are thorns. Set up spike traps, and the enemy can be stabbed into a string when entering. The faster the enemy is, the more thorough the death will be when it hits the thorn spear. However, due to its own range and the fact that the Purple Hermit needs to set up traps in advance to be lethal, there are some requirements for operation, so it looks very strong, but as long as the enemy knows its ability, it will be difficult to work. We can only hope that the first kill can achieve more result, otherwise he will be the one who gets beaten. The range is blocked is one thing. Another thing is that when the stand touches the chakra energy, it will harden and reveal its original form. This causes the stand itself to be restrained by chakra energy and ninjutsu. Brain occlusion is just one of them. Baiyu feels that ninjutsu can also cause damage to the stand and reveal the stand's true form, so he is not very strong but very weak. When he is strong, a shadow comes. As long as the opponent does not protect his body, he can also knock him down with an electric shock. When he is weak, it is estimated that the genin can beat him and run away. The premise is that the genin knows all his information. For example, a genius with a high IQ like Nara Shikamaru, once knowing his information, he may be killed. Now he is at best a passable stand user who understands what a stand is and how to use his stand ability. In the entire JoJo series, his combat quality may not even be ranked in the top 3. The stand user in the first column of quality in the JoJo series can kill a group of stand users alone, just like the protagonist, like a god of war. The most famous one is the god of war Jotaro of the Chiao family, and then there is also the female god of war Jolin. Anyway, if Baiyu is given a threat, he doesn't know how to fight the priest. Whoever can fight the priest can fight. Even if the whole planet explodes, he will not go to the priest. Except for Jotaro and Jolin, the other stand users are also very strong, with strong mentality and strength, such as Bucharity, Polnareff or Diablo. These people have the ability to kill through the general stand user team alone. The stand users of the second column are basically at the level of the 5th assassination team. In addition to understanding their own stand abilities and how to use them, they also have the determination to fight to the death. Baiyu dare not fight such an enemy. The process in the beginning make him terrified. He feels that as long as he faces these people, it is like standing on the edge of a cliff and there is a risk of falling at any time, so he is still one level weaker. In the world of fighting for consciousness, he does not have the determination to fight at the cost of his life. In other words, if he runs faster, he will not fight with others at all. He would fight with others, but he would only fight when he had no way to retreat, was in a desperate situation, and had no way to survive if he didn't fight. He was in this situation every time he met an enemy. In the world of ninja, he was not even a genin. At best, he had only learned 2 ninjutsu, which were not very useful. A true ninja must go through systematic learning and training, and have certain fighting qualities before he can become a genin. Ninja. Just knowing ninjutsu doesn't make you a ninja. You can call him a mage. Baiyu is now a mage who doesn't know how to fight like a ninja. He'll be finished if the enemy gets close to him. His strongest power now is his stand power, and he rarely uses ninjutsu. Baiyu thought about himself in front of him, and thought about how to develop in the future. Now that his body has recovered, he can start practicing again. Tomorrow I'll go for a morning run with Ino Ino to exercise. Chapter 197 Encountering Naruto on the road. It was dawn. Baiyu got up, prepared and went outside, planning to go for a morning run with Ino. Ino exercises to get in shape. This foodie gets up early every morning to look good and then runs in the training ground in a daze with a confused mind. He is very focused when eating and works hard when exercising. This is how Ino looked when Baiyu saw him jogging in the morning last time. He was sleepy while running. When he was running beside her, he would smile as if he was almost asleep. Ino is very cute and self-disciplined. The reason why Baiyu exercises is similar to Ino's. He is under a lot of pressure. Ordinary people may not feel his pressure, but he does feel a lot of pressure, and out of fear of the future, Baiyu has to plan to exercise his body at this time to meet all the difficulties and crises in the future. But what makes Baiyu feel fortunate is that he is not a playboy, strict with himself, and never flirts with other women. Only Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino are enough. Otherwise, if another person comes, he will be worried about his life. Just as Baiyu was running to the training ground where he had agreed to meet Ino, he suddenly ran into a classmate on the road. Baiyu. This classmate had short golden hair, a few cat whiskers on his fair face, and was wearing clean clothes. When he saw Baiyu, he opened his blue eyes wide, then lowered his head and looked away, and made way for Baiyu. What's wrong, Naruto? Baiyu asked. Hey. Naruto woke up. He saw Baiyu looking at him, and his ears felt a little hot. He quickly stepped back and raised his hands and said, No, nothing, I didn't call you. Is that so? Baiyu held his forehead with one hand, looked at the sky and said, I heard you call me just now. Yes. Naruto stretched out his hand to scratch his cheek and shrank his neck with guilt. When he saw Baiyu just now, he did subconsciously say Baiyu's name, but because he was afraid of contact with Baiyu, he thought that Baiyu wanted to play with him just because Baiyu gave him something. So Naruto felt flustered when he saw Baiyu and heard him calling Baiyu's name. He wanted to attract Baiyu's attention, but he was afraid that he was being self-indulgent and wishful thinking, so he kept hesitating in front of Baiyu, and for several weeks he just looked at Baiyu and didn't dare to talk to Baiyu. When he heard Baiyu asking him, Naruto was stunned for a moment and felt at a loss. Yes, Baiyu said. He looked at Naruto, who couldn't speak, and felt a little strange. Why Naruto was like Hinata now? He remembered that Naruto's personality was very lively, cheerful, and naughty, right? Baiyu said, You are too timid, or should I say introverted. That's not good. Although I am not qualified to say that as an outsider, as a classmate, I still suggest that you be more outgoing. Be more outgoing. Naruto looked up and wanted to muster up the courage to talk to Baiyu so that he could confess his feelings, but when he looked up, he suddenly saw Baiyu walking forward and waving at him. Come on, Naruto, I'm going for a morning run. Yeah, okay. Naruto seemed to remember something, and he shouted, Baiyu, good morning. Good morning. Baiyu waved. Naruto felt happy in his heart, but when he thought of Baiyu's words that he should be more outgoing, he disagreed with this sentence. If the people around him didn't treat him like that, how could he be like this now? These people don't deserve his personality to change for the better. Only Baiyu can see him happy, and only Baiyu can see his best side. Baiyu and Naruto separated. He walked on the road, still confused about what happened to Naruto just now. Come to think of it, Naruto started to act naughty when he was about to graduate, right? Naruto always looked very sad in my memories, so the current situation is a normal phenomenon. Baiyu thought about it for a while and stopped thinking about it. He was not the kind of person who meddles in other people's business. Naruto's miserable life touched him a little, but he could only help a little when he encountered it. It was the kind of thing that bought milk, gave the good milk to Naruto, took the milk that was about to expire back, and tried his best to drink the milk before it expired. If there were more, he would be powerless. After all, the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was too dangerous and was an important weapon in the village. Baiyu didn't he make sure if the Sandaime and Danzo will allow you to play with Naruto? Baiyu saw Ino running in a daze on the training ground. Ino was wearing a sportswear with her collar slightly loosened. She was jogging listlessly on the outer circle of the training ground. Baiyu followed her. He did not disturb Ino to prevent the girl from being frightened and out of her half-asleep state. He followed Ino very attentively, watching the girl's light golden hair swaying with the movement of running. Baiyu ran beside Ino. After warming up with running, he started various exercises. During the period, Ino found Baiyu and smiled dazedly. It's great, I dreamed of you. Baiyu smiled and said nothing. After the two finished their morning exercise, Ino realized that it was not a dream. She immediately patted Baiu's shoulder with a red face. When did you come here? Chapter 197 Encountering Naruto on the road. I just arrived not long ago. Baiyu moved his shoulders and said, Are you going home or to my place later? Ino, I'll go back and change clothes and I'll find you after breakfast. Don't scare me at the door this time. Just take the key and go in directly. Baiyu said he was scared by Ino and Sakura. As soon as he went out, two beautiful girls jumped out suddenly and he couldn't stand it. After all, he was happy to see Sasuke, who knew that Ino and Sakura would also come to him. Ino chuckled and said nothing but asked, Are you feeling better? I'm already fine. If you don't believe me, just look. Baiyu jumped twice on the spot, making various movements lively. Ino said, Then come and run with me often in the morning. Okay. Baiyu agreed. I also need to exercise my body, but too many things have happened these days and plans can't keep up with the changes. What happened again? Nothing happened. I mean the injury. Baiyu scratched his cheek. Ino asked with some interest, How did you get along with Sasuke yesterday? As for getting along with Sasuke, we went to eat barbecue together and then went to buy clothes. Let me tell you, Sasuke looks good as a girl. Baiyu rubbed his face happily. I also had a candlelight dinner with Sasuke tonight. It was a very romantic day. date. Hehe. Ino hooked her arm around Bayu's shoulder and said in a friendly tone, when will you have a candlelight dinner with me? In a couple of days. When I have living expenses, I'll take you out for a nice meal. Okay, don't cheat. By the way, Bayu, don't tell Sakura about the candlelight dinner or she'll ask you to do the same. I'm embarrassed to say that we're pestering you like this, Ino said. Bayu looked at Ino helplessly. Aren't you and Sakura on good terms? Yes, they are very close, but I feel sorry for you. People's energy is limited, Ino said without caring. Wait, I'll go back and change my clothes and eat and then find you. Bayu nodded and said, actually, you can also go directly to my house for dinner. Yesterday, Suzuki, and I bought a lot of ingredients and the refrigerator is full. Ah, so. Ino touched her stomach and felt hungry. She said dejectedly, let's talk about it at noon. If I don't go home for dinner in the morning, my parents will say that I must finish eating before going out. Okay, then I'll go back to make breakfast. Bayu and Ino waved goodbye. Okay, if I meet Sakura on the way, I'll go to see you with her, Ino said. Ino's house and Sakura's house are in the same neighborhood, but they are a little further into the village than Sakura's house. Sometimes the two people will meet on the road, especially in the past 2 days. Ino went to find Bayu with Sakura. As for Suzuki, he is already very familiar with Bayu and almost regards Bayu's home as his own. The first time Ino went to Bayu's house, Suzuki poured tea naturally, looking very gentle and virtuous. Chapter 198. Good morning. Bayu waved goodbye to Ino and he continued to run towards home. I have to say that getting up early in the morning and then doing morning exercises will be very comfortable. The whole body is active, the blood is boiling, and the spirit is much better. The depression accumulated from a few days of recuperation is now swept away, and Bayu feels that he can do things again. Bayu returned home and prepared the ingredient. I made pasta when I was on a date last night. Bayu found that Suzuki liked it very much. There were tomatoes left at home. For breakfast, noodles were more suitable. A simple tomato sauce with noodles would be enough. Compared with pasta, you can drink the soup and warm your stomach. If the noodles are rinsed with cold water, they will be tomatoes again. Egg noodles. Bayu likes eggs and tomatoes very much. In addition to the most important reason of nourishing the body, he also has the same taste as Suzuki, and they both like to eat sour food. Yesterday morning, Suzuki grilled meat for him and taught him how to eat grilled tomatoes. He was hit hard and bubbles of happiness popped out. Although he still can't tell whether the happiness is the behavior of the person he likes grilling meat for him or the delicious grilled tomatoes, he still has the memories of that time in his heart, and he feels that this memory is really good. Bayu made breakfast and Suzuki also opened the door and walked into the house. Good morning, Sako. Bayu greeted. Sasuke's body stiffened slightly and he smiled. Good morning, Bayu. Yesterday he dressed up as a woman for an afternoon and had dinner with Bayu. The two talked a lot and Bayu also asked him why he likes to wear men's clothes. Suzuki didn't know why he liked to wear men's clothes. This question really asked him. Later, Bayu asked if his family favored boys over girls, so he always dressed like a boy. That's not true. He changed from a boy to a girl. Suzuki could only stammer and cooperate with Bayu's imagination. Finally, he thought of his family and felt that the idea of a euro favoring boys over girls was not good, which would make Bayu misunderstand that their family environment was not good. He said that his family admired strong people, and as a girl, he also wanted to be as strong as boys, so he became a real girl in Bayu's eyes and got another name, Uchiha Sako. Oh my god. Sasuke's cheeks were slightly hot and he didn't care about Bayu. He sat down on the sofa and waited for Bayu to finish his meal so that the two of them could go out together. But Ino and Sakura should come over too. Bayu liked Sasuke's shy and calm appearance. He took the tomato and egg noodles and went to the dining table to eat. He chatted with Suzuki for a while and the voices of Ino and Sakura were heard outside the door. I'm the first one here, Ino shouted. I'm the first one. Sakura was unwilling to admit defeat and competed with Ino for the first place to enter the door. Number 2. Be prepared to be number 2. Don't compete with me. Sakura, you look so weak but you are very strong. Ino and Sakura quarreled. Sakura fought back when she opened the door. I'm so sorry. This is called femininity. Bayu likes girls like this. The two fought for a while at the door and the door swung open. They saw Suzuki on the sofa in the living room and they all said with a disappointed look, Suzuki is the first one again. I'm so sorry. I came here very early. Suzuki raised his hand and said coolly. Ino saw Bayu eating and did not disturb her. She had chatted with Bayu this morning, so she gave Sakura a chance. After all, it was Sakura's turn today and Sakura was the protagonist today. If she was too active in getting along with Bayu, Sakura would not agree to her request next time. They agreed that today and tomorrow the two of them would spend time with Bayu together. If she couldn't show off with Bayu in front of Sakura tomorrow, it would be so boring. Isn't this a waste of time? Thinking this way, Ino and Sakura went to sit next to Bayu. Just like Ino said before, she would just watch from the side and never disturb Bayu and Sakura's time together. This trick was learned from her and Suzuki. Now he is better than his teacher, right? Ino lay on the table and stared at Bayu. Sakura wanted to talk to Bayu but saw Ino on the side and felt powerless. Next time, she would never be moved by Ino. This light bulb was actually watching her and Bayu next to her. How could she flirt with Bayu? Suzuki looked at Bayu. The sunlight from the window shone in and fell on the dining table. The two girls next to Bayu were covered by the sunlight. Bayu ate quietly. Sakura on the left looked at Bayu gently and Ino on the right lay on the table with a silly smile. Suzuki has now gotten used to Ino and Sakura following Bayu. This level can no longer make him jealous. He is not like his brother who has such a bad mentality. It is abnormal normal to wear women's clothes. He looks confused as to how he has fallen to this point. He has a good mentality and is willing to marry Bai Yu. What else can he not see? The Sharingan can't hit him. After dinner, Bai Yu left home with the three of them. Today is Sakura's time. He and Sakura have agreed on a schedule to go to the library to read books and find books recording the stone fruit. Sakura and Ino have agreed that they will share time today and tomorrow, and she will probably accompany him all the time. Bai Yu misses Shizuke a little. He wants to be with Shizuke, but Shizuke clearly rejected Sakura and Ino's proposal yesterday, so he probably won't be with him today. Chapter 198. Good morning. Shizuke is just too obedient. After separating from Sakura and Ino, Bai Yu and Shizuke entered the class. Bai Yu saw that Naruto had arrived in the classroom. He smiled and said lightly. He nodded lightly, said nothing, and sat down with Shizuke. Naruto was a little happy. He raised his hand carefully and saw Bai Yu just smiled at him and sat down. He could only look at Bai Yu's back and put his raised hand back. Fortunately, he didn't raise his hand high, otherwise it would be bad if Bai Yu saw it but didn't respond. In fact, Naruto is very satisfied with just a little interaction like this every day. A pair of blue eyes showed joy. Shizuke noticed it. He turned his head suddenly and saw Naruto. His pair of black eyes seemed to light up red. Sakura, Ino, his brother, Uchiha Izumi are fine. There are only 4 people, but what's wrong with this guy? Is he going to cheat on him too? Shizuke thought a little nervously that since he opened the Sharingan, he has been paying more and more attention to Bai Yu, and he has become more and more resistant to the people around Bai Yu. Naruto was frightened by Sasuke's fierce gaze, and he lowered his head quickly. Just like the girl in the other corner of the classroom, she pretended to lie on the table like an ostrich, hiding her head in her arms. Bai Yu noticed Sasuke's movements beside him. He had been paying attention to Shizuke. When he saw Shizuke looking back, he also looked back, and at one glance he took in the 2 little ostriches in the classroom. One was blonde, the other was black. The 2 hid on the left and right sides of the classroom, so symmetrical. Bai Yu was stunned by the beauty for a moment. Shizuke, will you go to the library with me later? Bai Yu asked. Shizuke hesitated a little. He thought about it. For Bai Yu, it was okay to break the rules. Anyway, Sakura and Ino were paper tigers and couldn't beat him. If they really wanted to snatch Bai Yu from him, he would punch them one by one. It just happened to avenge Sakura's punch that knocked him away. But if he really did this, Bai Yu would probably be very angry with him. After all, Bai Yu, Sakura and Ino had developed feelings for each other and didn't want them to fight. Shizuke said, I won't go. You can go read with them today. I will go back to practice with my brother, otherwise I may not be able to beat you next week. Is that so? Okay. Bai Yu said a little disappointed. The 2 met yesterday and were in a good mood. As a result, they couldn't continue to get along today. Bai Yu felt a little reluctant. Shizuke saw Bai Yu's lost expression and his heart softened. He was also very concerned about this, but he refused Sakura and Ino's request yesterday in order to be alone with Bai Yu, so there was no good way. If he could get along with Bai Yu, he didn't want to go back to practice with his brother. Itake was hesitant to wear a girl's clothes, and he looked lost as if he didn't know why he had fallen to this point. Although Itake was very beautiful with long hair, he looked like a girl, which made him bright, but when he called sister, Itake hurriedly shook his head and said that he was the brother. His brother's appearance made him think of himself for Bai Yu, so he simply put on girl's clothes, and he felt unbalanced in his heart. He has accepted it. Why can't his brother accept it? Shizuke was a little angry. He would probably teach Itake when he returned. This time, he would let Itake dress up as a woman and take him out to practice so that Itake would have no grudges in his heart. Little by little, Itake had seen Bai Yu before. Judging from Itake's appearance, he probably had a good chat with Bai Yu. Shizuke was a little worried that Itake would tell Bai Yu that he was a boy, so he planned to drag Itake into the water. Since they were brothers, they would dress up as women together. In this way, Itake would have a handle for him to catch. This was probably the mood. Even if Itake knew that he liked Bai Yu in the end, he wanted Itake not to say it. Shizuke felt that after he opened the Sharingan, his psychology became more and more abnormal. For Bai Yu, he would even drag his brother into the water. Obviously, his brother was his favorite person before, but he really had a feeling that he didn't care even if he went crazy for Bai Yu. His possessiveness for Bai Yu became stronger and stronger. How about this? Next week, I'll talk to Ino and give her some of my time. Just like Sakura and Ino can go to read with you today, I'll exchange my time with Ino and see if I can go to the library with you to read tomorrow. Shizuke came up with this idea. He wanted to kill someone a little bit. He wanted to kill Sakura and Ino so that no one would compete with him for Bai Yu. But how could he do this? Bai Yu would notice that Sakura and Ino disappeared, right? Not to mention that Bai Yu also has the magic conch that knows everything with just one question. Bai Yu didn't ask the magic conch whether he was a man or a woman, just because the first impression he gave Bai Yu was a girl, plus his deliberate behavior, so this impression has continued until now. Shizuke had to find a way to avoid this matter from being exposed. Okay, Bai Yu responded and secretly said, then can you come out wearing girl's clothes tomorrow? Shizuke raised his head suddenly and broke free from the dark vortex in his heart. How come he just decided to teach Itake and Bai Yu started teaching him? What should I do? Should I agree? It must be a long way from Bai Yu's house to the library, right? Chapter 199. The Zero and countless times. Everyone there, all know him. Shizuke opened his eyes wide, his black and clear eyes, his pupils lost focus. He was completely stunned. What should he do? Bai Yu asked. Bai Yu asked him, what if someone saw him? What if someone saw him? How could he refuse Bai Yu's request? He did a lot of things for Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't know about them. He liked Bai Yu so much. How could he refuse Bai Yu? He would agree to any request from Bai Yu. Okay, but Sasuke had a hard time speaking. I don't want my family to see it, okay? Just take a detour and go to the library, Sasuke said. If you take a detour, the distance to the library will be even farther. Is it okay? Bai Yu said. It's okay, Sasuke said. Bai Yu looked at Sasuke with some concern. Sasuke shook his head, pursed his lips and smiled. I said it doesn't matter. I'm also happy to be with you like this, but you look very stressed. Are you stressed? No, Sasuke denied. Bai Yu touched Sasuke's forehead and said strangely, you're not sick. Sasuke grabbed Bai Yu's hand. You are sick. What's wrong? Bai Yu was a little flustered. I don't know either. Sasuke watched Bai Yu leave with Sakura and Ino. Just now, he talked to Ino about exchanging time. Ino allowed him to go to the library together tomorrow, but as a condition, Ino would join him in the time that belonged to him alone next week. This was equivalent to 2 people accompanying Bai Yu, and because Bai Yu needed to practice, the time for next week had been redivided. He, Sakura, and Ino would have about 1 day each. The time that belonged to him alone could be exchanged with other strategists, but in this way he would have very little time to spend with Bai Yu. Obviously, these are all mine. Why did I give them up at that time? Why did I agree to Sakura's request? What was I thinking at that time? I knew it too late, and I didn't know the feeling in my heart until I opened my eyes. Sasuke shouted a few times in his heart. He looked at Bai Yu's back with gentle eyes and noticed the 2 girls beside Bai Yu with a cold face. Sasuke thought of the memories of knowing Bai Yu and playing together and going on adventures in the Konoha jungle together and experiencing dangerous things. He felt more and more painful in his heart. He hated himself for giving up Bai Yu, but in order to prevent Bai Yu from knowing that he was a boy, he had to continue to make the act of giving Bai Yu up. This made him feel desperate and painful in his heart, but he had to do it. When will Uchiha Izumi come back? When will he come back? Should he write a letter to Uchiha Izumi according to his brother's handwriting? He opened a Megatama Sharingan, which greatly increased his vision and had excellent insight. If he imitated handwriting, he could do it after practicing for about a day. But when Izumi really comes back and exchanges information with his brother will find out that he wrote a letter to Izumi in a forged handwriting, right? Sasuke went home. He didn't shout I'm back as lively as usual, but walked into the house directly. For the first time, he was so depressed that he didn't even want to talk. Uchiha Mikoto saw Sasuke coming back. She greeted him and found that Sasuke just said him and went back to his room. Uchiha Mikoto didn't know what to say. She learned from Uchiha Fugaku that Hakutsuki was not dead. In other words, Hakutsuki was not the opportunity for Sasuke to open his eyes. So what is Sasuke's knot? The knot that is so strong that it can open the Sharingan will always make the person who opens the eyes care about it, and it will care more and more, and it will be more and more painful. Just like Itachi, he was silent for several years. It was like a different person before and after opening his eyes, and now this experience happened to Sasuke again. Uchiha Mikoto originally thought that Itachi had counseled Sasuke, but now it seems that what Sasuke hid in his heart hurt Sasuke more deeply. Sasuke was not well at all. Is Itachi at home? Uchiha Mikoto thought of Itachi. Itachi had deep feelings for Sasuke because Itachi believed that Uchiha Fugaku sent someone to kill Itachi's friends and teachers. For this reason, in this family, Itachi has always been wary of her and Fugaku, but Sasuke could not deceive Itachi, so Itachi has always been very good to Sasuke. After all, Sasuke is someone that Itachi has personally taken care of until now. If Itachi is at home, he will comfort Sasuke when he sees that Sasuke is depressed. After Sasuke returned home and greeted his mother, he did not return to his room, but went directly to Itachi's room. He opened Itachi's door and stood at the door. Just when he was about to tell Itachi something, suddenly he saw his brother was standing in front of the dressing mirror in a girl's kimono, posing with a katana in his hand. Itachi turned his head and looked at Sasuke at the door. Sasuke, you looked very reluctant yesterday. Are you pretending to be so in front of me? Itachi saw Sasuke open the door and immediately went to close the door in panic and dragged Sasuke inside. Please collect it. Chapter 199 The Zero and Countless Times. SHH. Keep your voice down, Sasuke. Itachi bent down and made a gesture of whispering. Sasuke was speechless. He still felt very guilty about Itachi in his heart. He didn't expect Itachi to actually. Sasuke had a hard time finding an adjective for a while. Brother, you. Sasuke had a hard time speaking, mainly because he didn't know what to say. Itachi closed the door and listened quietly for a few seconds. When he found that there were no footsteps in the corridor, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Itachi heard Sasuke's words, and he immediately turned around and said, "Aren't you calling me sister now?" Sasuke was speechless for a while. Itachi raised his hand and coughed twice, saying, "It's not that I want to wear this dress, but this dress just happened to appear in my room. But I didn't give it to you, sister. After you tried it yesterday, I put it in my closet," Sasuke said. Itachi said unnaturally, "Of course I know, but this is the magic of this incident. Sasuke, you obviously didn't give it to me, but it actually appeared in my room. I thought it was you who asked." Sasuke, so Itachi blushed. Sasuke complained, "I didn't ask you to do this when I left in the morning." Itachi was helpless. He spread his hands, and one hand was still holding a katana. "Okay, I'm going to show my card. I really resisted wearing girls' clothes in my heart yesterday, but after trying it once, I suddenly found, hey, I'm so beautiful. Then I thought a lot before going to bed at night, and then I look like this now." Itachi didn't want to either, but until he put on girls' clothes, he realized that he was so good looking. Wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't read it a few times? It just happened to satisfy my brother's BT idea. He didn't do it for himself, but for Sasuke. Itachi held the katana and posed, saying, "Suzuki, is there a kind of enchanting beauty?" Itaka gently raised his chin, his delicate face had a hint of softness, his long hair was draped over his shoulders and he held a long katana in his hand. Just standing here, he gave people a beautiful feeling. It's like a big sister playing with dangerous weapons. Itaka dressed like this, really very cool. Chapter 200 Reading in the library. Suzuki felt that Itaka had changed a little, but he didn't know where the change was. It just felt that his brother, who had always been worried, seemed to be much more outgoing. "I will speak out the embarrassing things in my heart instead of hiding them like before and not telling anyone. It just makes him a little uncomfortable." Suzuki said, "Brother, why do you have the idea that wearing girls' clothes will be handsome? Generally speaking, shouldn't it be very beautiful?" Itaka swung the knife with his right hand and put the knife into the scabbard. He pinched his chin and said, "I don't know, the feeling in my heart told me how to dress up to be handsome, so I did it. As for girls' clothes, the colors are too exaggerated and they are not suitable for me, but this one is very suitable." Itaka looked at Suzuki with a surprised look. Suzuki said helplessly, "Yeah, I know, because there are just two sets of one large and one small in the store. The one Itaka wore is the same style of clothes as his. Of course, it was not this one when he was with Baiyu yesterday. He hasn't changed this one yet. When he was eating yesterday, it was a skirt." Alas, Suzuki held his forehead helplessly. Itaka was like this and he had no interest in teaching Itaka. Itaka would be able to accept the idea of a euro having him dress up as a woman and take him out to practice quickly, right? So what interest is there? A sister who is like a brother, she is actually a sister. Itaka accepted it very quickly. How should he spend tomorrow? Baiyu is teaching him again. Suzuki blushed when he thought about it. Itaka looked at Suzuki, thinking about something, and decided to give him some advice. Suzuki has also opened a Megatama, and his psychology will change more or less because of the Sharingan. If he doesn't pay attention, he will probably be a problem boy again. Itaka has rich experience in this, so he decided to give Suzuki some advice. In the library, Baiyu, go read a book by yourself and learn more when you have time. Ino and I will find books about the stone fruit. Sakura ordered. I want to read a book too. Ino said. Sakura was too lazy to complain. You want to read a book? I am embarrassed to expose you. You have been thinking about Baiyu for a long time. Ah, I was exposed. Ino touched the back of her head embarrassedly. Baiyu smiled and said, "Okay, you go find the book about the stone fruit and I will go and read it. The books are ready. After all, it will take a long time to finish reading such a large library." Seeing that Baiyu was still thinking about taking all the books, Yaoying was a little alert. "Not only do you have to finish reading, you also have to memorize them." "I know." Baiyu greeted him and went to the bookshelf to look through the book. Baiyu picked up a book called Common Ninja Tools. Although Baiyu was reading, his mind unconsciously drifted to Suzuki. Suzuki behaved very strangely today, giving him a sense of potential stubbornness. The people of the Uchiha clan are all crazy in every aspect. Uchiha Shisui's unreserved trust in the village led to Shisui's suicide, and he desperately placed his hope on Itaka, hoping that Itaka could make peace between the family and the village. Uchiha Itaka opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but could not find a way for the Uchiha clan and the village to reconcile. When the battle was imminent, he obeyed the village's order to kill his father and mother and slaughter the clan. Uchiha Fugaku gave up resistance with his wife for the sake of his children, gave up his life and the entire family, and fulfilled Itaka. Baiyu was afraid that Suzuki would get stuck in a dead end. The Sharingan was too weird. Whoever had the Sharingan was extreme. As a member of the Hokage family, who can say that Danzo Shimura is not extreme? Danzo Shimura is even more extreme than the Uchiha clan. This is the change that the Sharingan brought to Danzo. Otherwise, how could Danzo, who is a high-ranking official in Konoha, be so dark? Kakashi is the same. So many people died around him, but he didn't turn evil. This is just a salted fish. He embarked on another extreme path, and he has no regret. These people are not normal in their brains. If possible, Baiyu doesn't want Suzuki to open his eyes. This thing is very powerful and increasing strength, but it is easy to explode. Of course, Baiyu is mainly afraid that Suzuki will turn evil. Although the sickly beauty also has some charm, he is worried that his life is not strong enough. However, Baiyu felt an inexplicable touch in his heart when he thought that Suzuki opened the Sharingan for him. Even if Suzuki looked very dark and bloody when he opened his eyes, he liked it very much, because he knows how much the person with these scarlet eyes cares about him. So Baiyu is a little entangled now, and plans to spend more time with Suzuki so that Suzuki will not go the wrong way because of his wild thought. Baiyu believes that under his care, Suzuki will not go on an extreme path. However, even if Suzuki becomes extreme in the future, he will not hate Suzuki because he is not much better, right? Baiyu is motivated to become the worst person. Only in this way can the people who are regarded as bright by him live in peace in the place illuminated by the sun. Well, I've finished reading it. Baiyu put the book down and went to get another one. On the other bookshelf, Ino and Sakura were looking for books about the stone fruit, but Sakura had seen this book a long time ago, and her memory was a little fuzzy, so she couldn't think of the title. Chapter 200 Reading in the library. So the two of them could only open each book and take a look, and then search from one bookshelf to another. Ino was holding a book listlessly and was about to open it when she suddenly noticed Baiyu, who was looking for a book on the other side. Her eyes lit up, and then she felt a little regretful. I really want to chat with Baiyu. Sakura, this book is not the right one either. Think about it. If you can't think of it, we are just looking for a needle in a haystack. Ino asked while holding the book. Sakura was looking for the book seriously. She looked at the title seriously, not only looking at the title but also the content of the book. After all, this was to help Baiyu Yu to capture Ino so that Yu could concentrate on reading life events. Plus she wanted her husband to become a successful person. Sakura looked for the book very seriously. Sakura said, "Don't worry, it must be somewhere outside the first floor. It is impossible for someone to take it to the second floor. Should we ask the librarian? Maybe she knows where the book is." Ino suggested, "Maybe it was borrowed by someone." Sakura thought about it and it made sense. Even if the librarian didn't know where the book was, after asking, they wouldn't miss this opportunity right from the start. Sakura and Ino were about to find the librarian when they suddenly saw Yu flipping through a book. Sakura held her forehead and said, "This guy seems to like you more." Ino said happily, "Sakura, don't be discouraged. He's just trying to capture you on his way to capture me." Sakura, "There's really nothing to say.